A pitch-black void stretched into the unfathomable distance, studded with billions of glimmering stars. On a circular rocky platform 100 meters across, a lone figure appeared out of thin air. A strange-looking man with a perfectly bald head, not a single hair upon it, strode over with a broad, cheerful grin. "Going straight to choosing your settlement world, are you?" The bald tower spirit spoke with a playful smile, lifting a slender finger to point as he added, "By the way, with your current strength, if you were to challenge the War God Tower, you should be able to clear the first level. Do you want to give it a try?" Qin Hao had once been an ordinary citizen living on Earth. By a twist of fate, he awakened a flame-type ability and was then forced into his first transmigration, arriving on a planet known as Ziguangxing. After living on Ziguangxing for more than a year, he was fortunate enough to obtain a peculiar ring, and in a dazed, muddle-headed state, he found himself drafted as a so-called glorious calamity envoy. Of course, that so-called glory was merely the bald tower spirit's way of putting it. He was now inside the inner space of the first level of a structure called the Nine Calamities Prison Heaven Tower. The tower possessed 9 levels in total, and according to the bald tower spirit, each level contained innumerable wondrous worlds within its space. Over the span of several months, Qin Hao had traveled through 3 different worlds, his strength improving along the way as he accumulated more than 1,000 source energy points. Source energy points, as the bald tower spirit had explained, were akin to a type of merit or credits that could be used to enhance one's power. Whether they had any other functions, the tower spirit had not said, and Qin Hao remained in the dark. According to the bald tower spirit, by accumulating over 1,000 source energy points, Qin Hao had truly stepped through the threshold. He now qualified to choose a future settlement world, a place he could call home. A few hours earlier, he had packed his few belongings and left Ziguangxing, the planet where he had lived for more than a year. He felt no particular attachment to that place. "I'll hold off on challenging the War God Tower. Tell me more about this settlement world first," Qin Hao said after a brief moment of thought. The War God Tower was a structure shaped like a 2-meter-tall statue of a war god. Its name was something the bald tower spirit had told him. It had 99 levels, and each successful challenge of a level would grant a reward. Qin Hao had yet to attempt even the first level. This dark space, adorned only by billions of stars, was the first level space of the Nine Calamities Prison Heaven Tower, and the rocky platform beneath his feet was the entirety of his current domain of activity. Upon the rocky platform stood a single time-space gate, and the War God Tower, nothing else. "Very well, I'll explain it to you in detail," the bald tower spirit said, arching non-existent brows. "Settlement worlds encompass all manner of phenomena, and the uncertainties are immense. It might be a world housed within a first-level space, or it might lie within a second-level space. In a moment, I will present you with several options for random selection. Whichever you draw will be the one." Hearing this, Qin Hao nodded. "So it's possible I might end up with a very dangerous world." "You can rest easy about that," the bald tower spirit replied with a smile. "Since these are worlds offered as potential settlements, they will not be excessively dangerous. At the very least, you will not be walking to your death the moment you arrive." Qin Hao did not find the tower spirit's words particularly reliable. "Nevertheless," he said, "then let's begin. I can't wait any longer." The bald tower spirit's mouth stretched into a grin so wide it nearly reached his ears. He extended a slender finger toward the empty air and tapped. Instantly, a massive spinning wheel materialized in midair. Qin Hao lifted his gaze. The wheel was divided into 10 segments, each shrouded in a veil of mist hiding whatever lay within. "It's starting," the bald tower spirit reminded him. The next instant, the wheel in midair began to rotate slowly, its speed gradually increasing until it became a blurred phantom. "Just shout stop when you're ready." Qin Hao nodded, waited for a brief moment, then shouted loudly, "Stop." In that instant, the rapidly spinning wheel halted abruptly, shifting from extreme speed to complete stillness in almost no time at all. "Oh, so it's this world," the bald tower spirit said, eyes on the segment indicated by the central pointer. He chuckled and turned to Qin Hao. "Your luck isn't bad. This world is relatively safe, and it should suit your taste quite well. The planet you'll descend upon is also called Earth, though it is not the same Earth you came from. You must keep that in mind." "Earth?" Qin Hao murmured, a gleam of sharp light flickering in his eyes before he nodded. "I understand. When do I depart? Right now?" As he spoke, the bald tower spirit lifted a leg and kicked Qin Hao squarely on the backside, sending him flying straight into the time-space gate. Qin Hao could faintly hear a series of bizarre, cackling laughs echoing from behind him. "Damn it, this makes twice now," Qin Hao cursed inwardly. "World coordinates locked. Time axis locked. Identity code generation complete. Commencing descent." In a haze, Qin Hao felt as though his body was being lifted up by someone. A gentle warmth pressed against him, and a faint fragrance drifted through his sense of smell into his mind. "Where am I?" His eyelids slowly parted, opening a narrow slit, through which the light of the outside world seeped back into his vision. Perhaps because he had grown used to darkness, even the faintest light made his eyes sting. He had no choice but to lift his arm to shield them. "He's awake, he's awake." A chorus of voices sounded by his ears. It seemed a crowd had gathered around him. "Damn, it was never like this during my previous crossings." Chin Hao grumbled inwardly, his dizziness making him feel thoroughly miserable. At that moment a male voice rang out near his ear, sounding slightly youthful. Its owner clearly not. "Hey buddy, you okay?" Moving his hand away, Chin Hao opened his eyes fully. At first his surroundings were still a blur, but within moments they snapped into clarity. He realized he was lying in the arms of a blonde, blue-eyed woman. More precisely, his upper body was resting against her, and just as he had heard, many people were gathered around them. Turning his head, he saw another young man with brown hair. The voice he had just heard must have been his. "Hey, the kid's not dead, right?" A brash voice cut in at that moment. Chin Hao shook his head, slightly nodded to the blonde beauty supporting him, and murmured his thanks, then slowly rose to his feet. By now his body had mostly recovered. He turned to look. The brash voice belonged to a tall, broad-shouldered youth in a sports jacket and American football clutched in one hand. Just as Chin Hao was puzzling over the identities of the people around him and where exactly he had landed, a stream of clarity suddenly surged through his mind, accompanied by a chain of memories that were unfamiliar, yet somehow familiar. His eyelids trembled slightly. Within mere seconds, Chin Hao understood everything. "America, huh? Looks like I'm going back to high school again," he thought to himself. While Chin Hao was turning these thoughts over in his mind, the tall youth who had spoken earlier began to grow impatient. "Hey kid, watch where you're going next time," he said, then burst into laughter along with several of his companions. At that moment, the blonde girl who had helped Chin Hao up shot the youth a glare, then stepped forward to stand between them. "Fleischer, mind your language." Fleischer clearly feared her a little. He turned away after casting Chin Hao a vicious glare and swaggered off with his teammates. Seeing that there was no more spectacle to watch, the surrounding students soon dispersed. Chin Hao frowned slightly. A brief review of his newly acquired memories made the whole incident clear. He had just been walking past the sports field when out of nowhere an American football dropped from the sky and struck him squarely on the head. "Are you alright? And don't take it to heart. Fleischer is just like that," the blonde girl said, turning to look at him. Chin Hao touched his forehead, then shook his head with a smile. "I'm fine. At least it's not a concussion." They were speaking English, and Chin Hao found it strange that he could not only understand but speak it so fluently. "I still think you should go to a hospital and have it checked out," the blonde girl suggested. She smiled, then suddenly asked, "What's your name? I mean your full name." "Chin Hao. You can probably tell I'm of Chinese descent. We usually put our family name first," Chin Hao replied. The blonde girl smiled and nodded before saying Gwen. "Gwen Stacy. If it were me, I'd definitely pay a visit to the nurse's office or somewhere similar. Much more reassuring to get checked," she added with gentle humor. Chin Hao nodded with a laugh. "Alright, I suppose I'll drop by. Maybe I can even squeeze some compensation out of." Gwen chuckled softly. "Well then I should get going. See you next time." "See you next time." After waving goodbye to Gwen, Chin Hao suddenly elbowed the youth beside him with a grin. "Hey man, snap out of it," he laughed. The guy had been staring at Gwen the entire time. Even as she walked away, he still looked reluctant to let his gaze go. At Chin Hao's nudge, the other boy finally came back to himself, scratching his head with an embarrassed smile. "If you like her, you should go after her bravely. Otherwise, regretting it later won't do you any good," Chin Hao said with a smile. "No, I was just thinking about something else," the youth protested, scratching his head awkwardly as he tried to defend himself. Chin Hao chuckled and let it go. Right now he was far more intrigued by this fascinating world. This planet beneath his feet was also called Earth, and the country he was in bore a familiar name, the United States. His inherited memories even contained many things he recognized. Stark Group. The name made him think immediately of Iron Man. Mutant threats, the Smen's frequent interventions. The symbol of American heroism, Captain America, stood proudly at the top of the list. And beyond that, there were countless other intriguing things he knew of, and many more he did not. All in all, this was a wondrous, captivating world, and Chin Hao could hardly wait to meet some of its famed figures. But before that, his stomach let out a loud growl, leaving Chin Hao slightly embarrassed. Glancing at the youth beside him, Chin Hao laughed. "Looks like my stomach is starting to protest." The brown-haired youth chuckled. "I'm hungry too. Want to grab something to eat together?" Chin Hao nodded with a smile. Though he possessed fragments of memory, everything here still felt rather unfamiliar. Having someone who knew the place to show him around was not a bad thing at all. "By the way, what's your name?" Chin Hao asked casually as they walked. "Peter. Peter Parker," the brown-haired youth. Chin Hao's steps faltered for a brief moment before he resumed walking as though nothing had happened, though inwardly he was deeply astonished. He had just been thinking about meeting some well-known figures, and now one was right at his side. No wonder that when he'd heard the girl say her name was Gwen, it had felt so familiar. Night has fallen over a street in the Brooklyn district of New York City. Neon lights flicker on both sides of the street as cars weave back and forth across the four-lane road. Unrestrained laughter spills out from nearby bars occasionally, mixed with the sounds of arguments and shattering glass. Chin-hao strolls slowly along the sidewalk. Having just finished dinner, he has come out for a walk to savor the nocturnal ambience of the city. It's been a long time since I've done this. With a faint smile at the corner of his lips, Chin-hao feels the taut nerves in his body loosen considerably in this moment. Yet there are things that dampen his mood. Some of the black passers-by he walks past keep casting unfriendly looks his way. Fortunately, they do not make any outrageous moves. An hour later, Chin-hao returns from his walk. He opens the door with his key and collapses onto the living room sofa. Gazing around at his small apartment, he cannot help but shake his head and murmur, "Perhaps I should move somewhere else." The identity arranged for him by Ta Ling is that of an ordinary Chinese-American teenager living on one floor of a rundown, filthy apartment building. His bank account holds only a balance of $2,500, and in his pocket there are merely $23.07. Poverty is the truest portrait of his current life. "I have no desire to keep living such a miserable existence," Chin-hao snorts, rising to his feet and walking toward his equally cramped bedroom. He decides that tomorrow he will go out and see if there is any way for him to earn some money. Robbing a bank is off the table, not because he is particularly noble, but mainly because this world is home to numerous superheroes who relish acting as vigilantes. For the time being, Chin-hao has no desire to become their enemy. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Chin-hao lets his consciousness slip into a different layer of space and retrieves a Tier 3 energy stone. Predictably, Ta Ling scolds him a few times, urging him to take these items away as soon as possible, or else they will simply be discarded. "Perhaps I should acquire a piece of spatial equipment," Chin-hao thinks as he holds the energy stone in his hand. However, spatial equipment is not so easily obtained. Chin-hao briefly considers several worlds that possess similar artifacts, then ultimately abandons the idea for now. Those worlds are still rather dangerous for his current level of strength. More importantly, he does not get to choose which world he travels to. The night passes in silence. Early the next morning, Chin-hao puts away the energy stone, whose power has barely diminished, then gets out of bed and hurries into the cramped bathroom to brush his teeth and wash his face. Pocketing his pitiful few dollars, he goes out and buys a cheap breakfast. As he eats the barely palatable food, Chin-hao's resolve to earn money as soon as possible grows even. For now, Chin-hao has no desire to stir up trouble in this world. After all, it is destined to become his future base of operations, and there is no reason for him to ruin his reputation here. For the time being, he prefers to maintain this low-key identity. He has many other ways to obtain money. He does not necessarily need to commit crimes. As he walks, a flyer is caught by the wind and blown toward him. He reaches out and snatches the advertisement sheet with one hand. Reading the contents, Chin-hao's lips curve into a smile. "Perhaps this is a decent option," he mutters. High school life holds little worth mentioning. The novelty Chin-hao felt yesterday has already faded, and today he finds it somewhat dull. He muddles through a day of classes. Chin-hao has no friends at school, much in line with his own personality. The identity Ta Ling crafted for him suits his tastes quite well. At dusk, Chin-hao arrives at the address he saw on the flyer earlier that day. It is a 3-story building that looks rather old and worn. Pushing the door open and stepping inside, Chin-hao glances around, then walks straight toward a burly white man in a black jacket who looks tall and powerfully built. Taking out the flyer, Chin-hao points at it and says, "You're recruiting fighters. $1,000 per match, correct?" The big white man lowers his head, sizing him up. Chin-hao now stands at about 1.75 m, his frame not particularly robust. With clothes on, he even appears a little skinny. From the man's eyes, Chin-hao can clearly read disdain and playful mockery. "Kid, you want to sign up?" the burly man says with a hearty laugh. Chin-hao nods. "Yes. Can you?" The white man bursts out laughing, claps Chin-hao on the shoulder, and says, "Come on, I'll take you. I'm really looking forward to your match tonight." It is not hard for Chin-hao to guess what the man is looking forward to. Most likely he expects Chin-hao to be knocked out in just a few moves. Unfortunately for him, Chin-hao is destined to disappoint. Led by the big man, Chin-hao enters an office, casually fills out a so-called form, signs his name, and is then escorted to the fighter's lounge. "There will be 10 matches tonight. You're in the first bout," the man who brings Chin-hao to the lounge says before turning and walking away without looking back. "The first match, huh?" Chin-hao murmurs, lowering his head. Perhaps they think putting him on first will warm up the crowd, or perhaps they intend for his opponent to tear him to pieces. Chin-hao only smiles and pays it no mind. Soon enough he will prove to them that even a small guy cannot be taken lightly. Thinking of small guys, Chin-hao is reminded of Captain America and wonders whether that fellow has been thawed yet. Over the past 2 days there has been no news of Iron Man in the papers at all. Oh, perhaps Tony has yet to develop the armored suit, so naturally Captain America has not yet been discovered by S.H.I.E.L.D. Much of the plot has yet to begin. That is in fact a good thing. Chin Hao thinks, casually finding a seat and resting his chin on one hand. At this moment the other people in the lounge also turn to look at him. Chin Hao's appearance is simply too out of place here. Every other fighter is towering and broad-shouldered, all at least 1.90 m tall. By contrast, Chin Hao's 1.75 m height and slender frame, seemingly lacking much muscle, make him look completely mismatched with everything around him. Just then the lounge door swings open from the outside, and a white man bare-chested strides in. As soon as he enters he laughs loudly and calls out, "Hey, guys, I heard there's a rookie fighting tonight, supposedly scheduled for the first bout. I really hope I get to be his opponent." Everyone in the lounge turns their gaze toward Chin Hao. The newcomer notices him as well, and immediately lets out a sly chuckle. "Kid, you've really got guts," the white man laughs. Chin Hao merely shrugs indifferently, then opens his backpack and takes out his outfit. It is a fitted white combat outfit along with a black mask. He has prepared these to avoid being recognized and attracting a heap of trouble. Once he finishes changing, the matches outside are about to begin. A staff member walks over holding a form and asks, "You the newcomer? Do you have a code name?" Chin Hao glances at him and replies coolly, "Reaper." "Death God." The staff member nodded and quickly jotted down this code name. Then he clapped his hands and shouted loudly, "All right, for the first match, Death God, and Butcher, you too, get ready, you'll be on stage soon." The one called Butcher was a towering figure over 2 meters tall with a body covered in thick hair, resembling a giant ape that had failed to evolve. Hearing the staff member announce his name, he grinned at Chin Hao with a bloodthirsty smile, extending his 2 strong arms and suddenly clasping them together, letting out a peculiar laugh. Beneath the mask, Chin Hao curled his lip in disdain. With his hands behind his back, he ignored these guys waiting for his name to be called, and then he could finally stretch his limbs a bit. In the enormous iron cage, thousands of excited spectators waved their tickets and shouted loudly. Inside the cage, the referee with a microphone shouted out. Finally, he called out a name. "Let's welcome our first contestant of the night, and also our newcomer, that is Death God." Clap, clap, clap. A few beams of light shone on the left passage, and the thousands of spectators present saw a little guy in strange clothes and a black mask walk out. Immediately the crowd erupted in laughter. "Are you kidding? Is this guy here for a comedy show? What we want is bloodshed, not a comedy act. Get out, get out." Chin Hao paid no attention to the shouts around him and walked into the entrance of the iron cage. A large cage, interesting. He surveyed his surroundings and then glanced at the referee. The referee wore a smile, not even looking at him, and loudly announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, now let's give a warm welcome to our second contestant with his strong arms and bear-like physique, that is Butcher. Butcher, Butcher, Butcher." Unlike when Chin Hao appeared, the moment the Butcher appeared, the crowd erupted in a tsunami of cheers. Chin Hao noticed some elegantly dressed women in the crowd, one of whom was so excited she tore her clothes, revealing her pale skin underneath. "Roar!" The Butcher roared, raising his strong arms high, scanning the audience with excitement. "Am I the strongest? Do you want to see me tear this little guy apart?" Once again the crowd erupted in even more fervent cheers. Clearly everyone was eager to see the Butcher tear apart that clown. The Butcher laughed heartily, lowering his arms and looking over. "Kid, you don't stand a chance." Beneath the mask, a faint, scornful smile appeared on Chin Hao's lips. Turning to the referee, Chin Hao asked, "Is it okay to kill?" The referee looked at him in confusion, thinking Chin Hao was scared, and disdainfully laughed. "Look at the ground, what do you think?" Chin Hao looked down, seeing that the ground of the iron cage was dark red. If he guessed correctly, it must be stained with blood over the years. No wonder there was a lingering scent of blood in the air since he entered. "Looks like it's fine." Chin Hao chuckled. The referee no longer paid him any mind, believing this kid would soon be torn to pieces by the Butcher and that there was no need to talk to him. "I believe everyone can't wait any longer, so let's start tonight's match." After saying that, the referee walked out of the iron cage and locked the only entrance. Inside, thousands of spectators roared and cheered, abandoning their refined daytime personas, and here they vented their violent desires. "I have my own life and don't want to be disturbed," the black man said. "Understood." Chin Hao raised an eyebrow and said, "Your ability is However, Chin Hao was not sure whether the silver-armored warriors counted as living beings. Deep down, he leaned more toward the Butcher's face. First showed surprise, then his anger erupted completely. "I'm going to tear you apart," he roared as he lunged at Chin Hao. The Butcher, over 2 meters tall, seemed like a wall blocking Chin Hao, who was only about 175 centimeters tall, as he closed in. Whoosh, a massive arm reached out. Qin Hao sidestepped to avoid it and retaliated with a punch that struck the butcher's elbow joint. There was a loud crack and the butcher let out a terrible scream. Big Bear, I'll play with you nicely, Qin Hao said lightly, though the butcher couldn't see his expression. After shattering one of the butcher's arm joints, Qin Hao quickly dodged and appeared behind him. Of course, the so-called speed was still within the normal range. Qin Hao didn't want to be mistaken for a mutant. With both hands and fists, Qin Hao released his index finger joints and unleashed a flurry of over 10 punches, each striking the butcher's spinal joints. The butcher howled in pain, raising his intact left hand to swing back, but Qin Hao easily dodged and then grabbed two of his fingers, snapping them with a crack. The butcher's scream left the audience stunned. The scene before them was completely different from what they had imagined, but soon after they erupted in excited roars. Good job, Death God. Kill him, tear him apart. I can't take it anymore, I'm about to climax. A plump, white woman gripped the armrests tightly, her body stiffening before slumping back into her chair. The scenes in the audience did not attract Qin Hao's attention at all. He leaped and directly sat on the butcher's shoulders, grabbing his head and twisting it with force. Crack! The cervical vertebrae snapped. Qin Hao flipped and landed, and soon after the towering butcher crashed to the ground with a loud bang. One foot stepped on the butcher's face, and Qin Hao looked up at the audience. He opened his mouth and lightly uttered 3 words. I win. Outside the cage, the referee rubbed his eyes vigorously, and once he confirmed he wasn't seeing things, he wore a joyful smile and opened the cage door, stepping inside. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of tonight's first match has emerged, showcasing his outstanding fighting skills. Who is he? He is Death God. The referee shouted loudly, raising his arms in celebration, but Qin Hao couldn't be bothered to glance at him, turning around and walking out of the cage without looking back. The audience continued to cheer and shout his name, but Qin Hao had already left the cage, and as he passed through the contestant passage, he was led by a staff member to collect his winnings. One match was worth 1,000, but that was just the minimum appearance fee. If popularity was high enough, the price would increase, just like the butcher, before, whose appearance fee was much higher than Qin Hao's. But now he was dead, and those things were meaningless to Qin Hao. After collecting today's appearance fee in the finance room, Qin Hao promised to return for the match tomorrow. His appearance fee was also raised to 2,000 at his request. Holding the money and realizing it was still early, Qin Hao planned to go have a good meal, treating himself. The night in New York is even more lively than the day. Stepping out of the restaurant, Qin Hao walked aimlessly with his hands in his pockets, contemplating his future plans. In this world, he is just a high school student, an ordinary one without background or wealth. To develop, one must first have money. Qin Hao is not worried about this, as he is about to undertake another journey soon from which he can bring back items like gold and diamonds from another world. However, this is merely the first step. This world is fraught with danger. Despite most dangers still being latent, it is undeniable that it is indeed filled with various threats. Relying solely on Qin Hao's own strength is limited. At least he has not yet grown powerful enough to disregard everything before that. He needs to establish his own influence. He has also begun to form ideas on this front. He plans to assemble a team that will completely obey his commands, akin to the Avengers of S.H.I.E.L.D., recruiting members from other worlds. However, a crucial question remains: how can he make these unruly individuals obey his orders? Perhaps I should seek the help of demons. They might sell me a few contracts or something. Qin Hao chuckled self-deprecatingly. This is purely a joke. Making deals with demons. Without absolute power to enforce it, that would be akin to courting death. For the time being, paths like slave contracts are unfeasible. Qin Hao pondered whether he could achieve similar effects through scientific methods, such as implanting chips in the brain or altering memories. Though he is currently unable to do this, at least he has some ideas. In the movie Limitless, which Qin Hao watched while on Earth, there was a remarkable drug that could unlock the brain, turning an ordinary person into a super genius with computational abilities far surpassing any existing computer. If he could get his hands on such a pill, Qin Hao believed he could hope to research something similar. Of course, that pill also had side effects, but by the end of the movie, the male protagonist had resolved those side effects. It might reduce the drug's efficacy, but it is certainly better than those damn side effects. If I could enter that world, I wouldn't have to worry so much, Qin Hao thought. Unfortunately, he cannot decide which world to enter. If he had the final say, Qin Hao would definitely visit the world of Chronicle, or the world of My Super Ex-Girlfriend, or perhaps the world of Green Lantern, as these worlds easily offer powerful abilities. In the former, one could effortlessly gain telekinesis. In the latter, one could acquire a weakened version of Superman's powers, and in the latter still, one could obtain the powers of the Green Lantern. While Qin Hao's mind wandered reminiscing about the movies and TV shows that grant powerful abilities, he suddenly heard the voice of a little girl. Help! Someone save me. Qin Hao paused, turning his head to look into the nearby alley. In the darkness, a petite figure rushed towards him, followed closely by two tall figures, their clawing silhouettes resembling demons from hell. Furrowing his brows, Qin Hao turned and walked into the alley. Several passers-by quickened their pace upon seeing this. In Brooklyn, crime incidents frequently occur, and the people living here have long since grown accustomed to it. Most would avoid such situations, as one never knows if those thugs are connected to a certain gang. You little brat, let's see how you escape. In the darkness, a tall figure grabbed the little girl, lifting her with one hand. His companion sneered with a malicious grin, and in the dim light a sharp silver glint reflected off a knife in his hand. Hey, you two, let her go. Qin Hao had approached without him knowing and spoke to the two men. Seeing Qin Hao, the little girl struggled even more fiercely. The man holding the little girl glared menacingly, spat on the ground, and snarled, "Send, this kid is yours now." The one called Send laughed wickedly, twirling the knife in his right hand as he approached Qin Hao. "Kid, hand over the money on you, or you'll regret it." As Send spoke, he couldn't help but laugh with delight. Qin Hao shook his head slightly, then struck like lightning. A figure flashed in the darkness, followed by the sound of two heavy thuds. Qin Hao caught the little girl, and then set her down. "Little girl, you are safe now," he said with a smile. The little girl initially looked dazed, but then she tugged at Qin Hao's clothes, speaking urgently, "Big brother, my mom and dad are still there. Can you save them?" The little girl pointed deeper into the alley, on the verge of tears. "I knew it. How could a little girl no more than 10 be out here in the middle of the night?" Qin Hao thought. It turns out she had come with her parents, which made sense. "Big brother." The little girl tugged at Qin Hao's clothes, looking pitiful. Being helpful to the end, Qin Hao picked up the little girl and swiftly ran deeper into the alley. After a moment, he saw the scene inside. 3 burly men gathered there, 2 white and 1 black. Additionally, there was a couple lying on the ground, leaning against the wall. The woman was frightened and had buried her head in the man's embrace, while the man had several visible injuries on his face. "It's Dad and Mom," the little girl shouted. Her shout immediately caught the attention of the 3 men. "Damn it, who is this meddling kid?" One of the white men cursed, angrily kicking over a nearby trash can and menacingly approaching. The couple leaning against the wall turned pale upon seeing the little girl. "Oh God! Hermione!" they shouted loudly, even attempting to struggle to their feet to block the 3 thugs. Qin Hao bent down to set the little girl down, instructing her to stand aside, and then walked towards the 3 thugs. "Kid, die!" A shadow flew out and crashed heavily against the brick wall behind. With a cold snort, Qin Hao moved in swiftly, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks that knocked the remaining 2 to the ground. Witnessing this dramatic scene, the couple that had been struggling to stand were stunned. "Big brother, you are so strong." The little girl ran over, looking at Qin Hao with admiration. Qin Hao smiled and pointed, saying, "Go on, go to your mom and dad." The little girl nodded and ran over, throwing herself into her parents' embrace. Moments later, the couple brought their little girl over and expressed their gratitude to Qin Hao. "No need, it was just—" Qin Hao waved his hand and said, "You should leave quickly. Brooklyn isn't very safe. I can tell from your accents that you are not Americans. If you want to tour New York, you might want to visit other neighborhoods. It's better to stay away from here." The couple nodded repeatedly. They had only heard that Brooklyn and New York was chaotic, but they never expected the reality to exceed the rumors. Fortunately, they encountered a good person, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. "Thank you. By the way, this is my business card. If you ever come to travel in the UK, I hope we can assist you." The man with glasses took out a business card and handed it to Qin Hao. Taking the card, Qin Hao glanced at it. "Mr. Granger." Qin Hao blinked and asked, "By the way, what's your name, little girl?" The adorable little girl replied promptly, "Big brother, my name is Hermione Granger. Will you come to the UK in the future?" Hermione. Qin Hao was taken aback and scrutinized the little girl. She indeed looked somewhat. Coming back to his senses, he smiled and nodded, reaching out to pat Hermione's head, saying, "So when Big Brother goes to the UK, next time you must be my tour guide, Hermione." Little Hermione nodded earnestly. Qin Hao smiled, looked up at the Granger couple, and said, "All right, I'll handle things here. You should leave first." The Granger couple nodded, eager to leave this place. After expressing their thanks, they turned and left with little Hermione. Once they had walked far away, Qin Hao murmured to himself, "Hermione. Could it be that this world also includes the Harry Potter universe? If that's the case, then it's interesting. It seems I will have to make a trip to the UK in the future." For now, however, there was another matter Qin Hao needed to attend to. "All right, enough pretending. Those 2 ordinary people were knocked out by me, but you a mutant can't be so weak, can you?" Qin Hao turned around to look at the black man lying on the ground. After waiting for a while, the man still showed no signs of movement, prompting Qin Hao to chuckle. Did you think I was tricking you? As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Hao suddenly waved his hand, sending a flame towards the black man on the ground. Boom! The flames exploded on the ground, but the black man nimbly rolled over just before the flames reached him, narrowly avoiding the attack. At that moment, the black man looked grave, his eyes flashing with a faint golden light in the darkness. Is your ability related to your eyes? Qin Hao observed him, intrigued. You are also a mutant. Why are you forcing me to reveal myself? The black man furrowed his brow, his tone laced with anger. Qin Hao smiled. Mutant? He wasn't sure if he counted as one who, although his flame ability had awakened naturally, he wasn't originally from this world. Who knows if he possessed the X gene? However, he could consider himself a mutant for now, so he did not dispute the black man's words. It's nothing. It's not every day I meet someone like me. Can't I just chat with you? Qin Hao smiled slightly as he spoke. The black man's already dark expression deepened, but he momentarily lowered his guard. I have my own life and don't want to be disturbed, the black man said. Understood. Qin Hao raised an eyebrow and said, your ability is impressive. You can hide yourself well. Is it an illusion? No, the black man shook his head. It's just simple hypnosis. Simple hypnosis. Qin Hao scoffed inwardly. It seemed this guy was quite cautious and wasn't being entirely truthful. So are you currently engaged in this promising career of being a thug? Qin Hao smiled and asked. Upon hearing this, the black man's brow furrowed, responding, that's none of your business. All right, our conversation is over. I need to leave now. As he spoke, the black man turned around and walked toward the other end of the alley. Qin Hao watched him, not attempting any surprise attack. It was not until the black man disappeared from his sight that Qin Hao gently shook his head and turned to walk in the opposite direction, quickly vanishing into the darkness. Not long after he left, a faint golden light suddenly flashed in the originally empty alley. The black man, who should have already departed, appeared here unexpectedly, staring at the direction in which Qin Hao had disappeared, lost in thought. After a moment, he glanced at his two companions, still unconscious on the ground, his brow furrowing as a hint of hesitation flashed in his eyes. Forget it. The black man shook his head, abandoning the idea of killing them to silence them, and turned to leave the alley. After today's events, he had no plans to stay in this city any longer. He would have to change places and start a new life. The departing black man did not see that on the roof of a nearby building a figure was watching him. It was only when the black man's silhouette disappeared at the end of the street that Qin Hao withdrew his gaze. Interesting ability, somewhat reminiscent of Loki, though the illusions he created were a bit too fake. Qin Hao chuckled. Had it not been for the flaws in that illusion, he wouldn't have been able to see through it. He didn't kill those two guys, that seems he still cares about the past. Everything that happened tonight was indeed very interesting. He not only encountered Hermione, who had not yet enrolled, but also met a mutant. At the moment of the explosion, Qin Hao clearly saw that there were no traces left on the two silver-armored warriors, and he understood almost with a turn. Qin Hao's figure vanished without a trace. The next day, at Midtown Tech High School, with his empty backpack, Qin Hao slowly walked through the school gates. Qin Hao was not particularly enthusiastic about school. Perhaps the only motivation keeping him coming was the future Spider-Man Peter Parker, and of course the alluring blonde girls were another reason that attracted him. Hey, did you just make it on time again? As soon as he sat down at his desk, Peter poked him in the back with a pen. Qin Hao turned around and smiled, saying, Peter, time is precious. I don't want to waste it waiting. Upon hearing this, Peter smiled sheepishly. Meanwhile, Gwen, who overheard their conversation, gave him a string. Fortunately, the class bell rang at that moment, allowing Qin Hao to take a book and start reading. Well, in truth, he wasn't really reading, he was just thinking about other matters. Gwen's seat was right next to Qin Hao's, and noticing his vacant expression, she furrowed her brows, guessing that he wasn't actually reading. Hey, what are you thinking about? She turned slightly and whispered. Qin Hao pulled his thoughts back, looked at her, and smiled, saying, nothing much, just encountered something interesting last night. You know I live in Brooklyn. That must not be a good thing. With a police officer as a father, Gwen was clearly aware of the chaos in Brooklyn. Maybe you should consider moving. I mean, it's not very welcoming for you guys over there. Yeah, I've been thinking about that lately. Qin Hao said. But you know, moving costs a lot, so I'm trying to figure something. Need any help? Gwen asked. No thanks, I already have a plan. Qin Hao politely declined her offer with a... Behind them, Peter watched the two conversing back and forth with envy. Hearing Qin Hao mention needing money to move, he was about to offer his assistance. But before he could speak, he realized he didn't have the financial capability, and he couldn't help but slump down on the table in frustration. Soon the teacher arrived, and the two stopped talking. The morning class ended quickly, and Qin Hao hardly absorbed any of it, spending most of his time on his own matters. When the class bell rang, Qin Hao picked up his books and walked towards the classroom door. Bang! The locker door slammed shut, a hand propped against it. "Hey kid, feeling better?" Fleischer, accompanied by a few others, grinned at Qin Hao and said, "Get out of the way, you're blocking my locker." Qin Hao replied without turning his head. Fleischer's expression changed momentarily before he burst into laughter. "Blocking your locker? Is that so?" He deliberately slammed the locker door, mocking him. Qin Hao had no patience to play childish games with these high school boys, lightly throwing a punch at Fleischer's chest. It wasn't hard, but enough to knock the wind out of him. Seeing Fleischer topple over and be caught by a few classmates, Qin Hao opened the locker door again, put his things in, and closed it. Turning around, he looked down at Fleischer. "Yes, just like that." Qin Hao smiled at him, and then walked past them towards the exit. At that moment, Fleischer had caught his breath, seeing the yellow-skinned kid he had always looked down upon make him lose face. An urge surged in his mind, and without thinking, he rushed forward and punched Qin Hao in the back of the head. "Oh my God!" Someone gasped, seemingly having envisioned Qin Hao being knocked down by Fleischer's punch. But the next moment, Qin Hao easily sidestepped the punch, turned around, and grabbed Fleischer by the collar, slamming him hard against the wall of the corridor with a loud bang. "Listen closely, I don't want to cause trouble, understand?" His cold gaze pierced like sub-zero temperatures, striking at the heart. "Don't seek suffering for yourself, I won't always be this merciful." After saying that, Qin Hao released his grip, allowing Fleischer to slide down to the ground, and walked away. If it weren't for not wanting to expose himself for now, Qin Hao wouldn't have let him off so easily. The incident in the corridor that noon only spread among a few students, and when teachers occasionally heard about it, they merely regarded it as a typical quarrel between hormonally charged students, nothing unusual. That night, Qin Hao returned to the same building as yesterday for the second match. He easily secured victory and walked away with his 2,000. This was just small change, enough to slightly improve his currently impoverished life. At night, he followed his usual routine of meditating for half the time and practicing internal skills for the other half. The ice-cold true energy he had obtained from the world of Xiao Ao Jiang, who combined with 2 large recovery pills he acquired through fortuitous circumstances, had now reached the limit of the acquired stage. He was just one step away from entering the innate realm. In the past few days, Qin Hao had also contemplated this question: what is innate? To him, innate should be an elevation of realm, much like climbing stairs. From the first floor to the second, you must step up 10 or 20 times, or even more. And all of this belongs to the first floor. Until you take that final step and truly enter the second floor, that's the crucial step, a process of essential transcendence. Now what Qin Hao was missing was that final step. Once he took it, he could ascend to the innate stage. If he couldn't, he would remain forever trapped in his current realm. Regarding internal skills, Qin Hao had currently hit a brief stagnation. However, he had been making progress in his mental power training. The 500 level 3 energy stones he obtained from Joseph were sufficient for him to use for a long time, and for quite a while he wouldn't encounter any so-called bottlenecks. According to the strength classification I had on Ziguang Star, I'm currently only at the initial stage of a levels even controller, whereas the entire controller stage is divided into 26 levels, after which comes the master tier. Even the city of No. 9 on Ziguang Star had hundreds of masters. My strength is still quite weak. However, Qin Hao had long since left Ziguang Star, and he wouldn't be going back for a long time. After all, there he might already be listed as a wanted person. Going back now would be tantamount to seeking death. In this world, at least at his current stage, his strength was considered decent. As a levels even controller, his flame manipulation ability shouldn't be weaker than those level 3 mutants. He might even be stronger. At the very least, he felt he was much stronger than that fire guy in the movie. That guy seemed to be a level 3 rat. But reality can't be fully measured like movies, at least until Qin Hao witnessed it with his own eyes. He couldn't be entirely certain. What if this world operates according to the comics? But thinking about it, if that were the case, it seemed a bit too terrifying. A new day dawned, and Qin Hao continued living his life as a high school student, savoring the rare moments of tranquility. Meanwhile, in another part of New York City, a conspiracy involving a certain billionaire was quietly unfolding, as were events where 2 scientists sought help from an old rival due to financial issues, preparing to embark on space exploration. This world seemed to gradually become no longer as calm as before. Beneath the seemingly peaceful surface, dark currents had already begun to surge. Eat it! Eat it! Eat it! On the open ground before the school building, a large crowd had gathered, shouting and laughing in excitement. As Qin Hao approached the area and witnessed this scene, he couldn't help but pause in his steps. Seems like something interesting is happening. Qin Hao chuckled softly and began walking over. Suddenly, the corner of his eye caught a glimpse of a golden figure, and his steps faltered. It's her. Qin Hao pondered briefly, then strode over. Hey, Gwen, reading a book. Qin Hao greeted with a smile. Gwen looked up from her book, glanced at the commotion in the distance, and said helplessly, "Looks like you'll need to find another spot." Chin Hao smiled faintly and asked, "Not going to check it out? Seems like your good friend Flash is. Well, bullying our poor little classmate again." Gwen shot him an exasperated glare, got off the table, and headed over with her books in hand. "He's my cousin. My dad asked me to look after him." Behind her, Chin Hao raised an eyebrow, a mischievous grin spreading across his face as he caught up to Gwen in a few strides. "Let's go together," Chin Hao said with a smile. Gwen glanced at him, but said nothing. Parting the crowd, the two of them stepped inside. At that moment, Chin Hao saw Flash land a punch on Peter's stomach, sending him crumpling to the ground. Like a shrimp, his body curled in pain. Even so, Flash seemed unsatisfied, walking over and raising his foot to kick again. Without a second thought, Chin Hao snatched a drink bottle from someone nearby and hurled it at him. Bang! The bottle struck Flash squarely on the head, and he cried out, clutching his head in pain. "Who did that?" he roared like an enraged lion, glaring around. "Flash," Chin Hao called out with a smile. "Look here, yes, it was me." The moment Flash saw Chin Hao, he instinctively stumbled back several steps in fear. Clearly the scene from yesterday in the hallway was still fresh in his memory, and the sight of Chin Hao instinctively filled him with dread. Chin Hao smiled at him, but soon found himself jostled hard. Turning around, he saw Gwen glaring at him with an angry pout. With an awkward chuckle, Chin Hao said, all right, I won't bully your cousin." With nothing else to do, he walked over to help Peter up, brushing the dirt off his clothes. "Buddy, you should fight back," Chin Hao said, looking at him with a smile. On the other side, Gwen gave Flash a scolding just as the bell for class rang, and the onlookers quickly dispersed. "Thanks, I'm fine." Peter stood up, staggering over to pick up his camera. Chin Hao grabbed the backpack from the ground and handed it to him. "Peter, nice skateboard. How's your technique?" Without waiting for Peter's reply, Chin Hao quickly added, "Oh, maybe we should head to class first. I mean, time's running." Peter forced a faint smile and nodded. Back in the classroom, Peter's mood was clearly terrible. "Maybe I should have fought back." Peter recalled Chin Hao's words. Even if fighting back meant losing to the taller, stronger Flash, it couldn't be worse than this, could it? Just then, Gwen, sitting diagonally across from Peter, turned around and exchanged a few words with him. In just a few sentences, Peter's mood noticeably improved. Chin Hao, sitting in front of him, listened to their awkward conversation and struggled to suppress a laugh. Gwen, noticing his suppressed smile from the side, shot him a fierce glare. "Don't do that again," she leaned in and whispered. Chin Hao chuckled. "Gwen, this is what we call drawing a sword to help the oppressed in my country. It's a famous saying, and I was doing a good deed." Gwen snorted and ignored him. Clearly she didn't believe for a second that Chin Hao's intentions were as noble as he claimed. It seemed more like he was just fooling around. Seeing Gwen brush him off, Chin Hao turned to face Peter behind him. "Hey Peter, feeling better?" he asked. "Not bad," Peter said with a wry smile. "But those hits really hurt. You should work out more." "You're too," Chin Hao said, looking at him. Hearing this, Peter was taken aback. "Chin, you're not exactly bulkier than me, are you? And what you call slim with clothes on, but all muscle underneath." Chin Hao clenched his fist, revealing distinct muscle lines on his forearm. "See, this isn't the kind of muscle a bodybuilder has. Bulky muscles just get in the way if you're into fighting. This is the ideal kind." Peter reached out in disbelief and pinched the muscle on Chin Hao's arm, only to find it too hard to even grip. "Oh my God. Chin, how do you train?" Peter asked, full of envy. Chin Hao smiled slightly and said, "You know, I've always lived alone. With nothing much to do, I'd just work out when I was bored. Over time this happened." Peter remembered that Chin Hao seemed to be an orphan and immediately apologized. "Sorry, I didn't mean to." "It's fine. I don't mind." Glancing at the classroom door, Chin Hao added, "All right, let's talk after class." Peter also noticed the teacher had arrived and fell silent. The next day, in a room on a certain floor of an old apartment building in Brooklyn, sitting at his desk, Chin Hao looked out the window at the building across the street. Through the window, he saw a seductive woman changing clothes by the window. "What a beautiful day." Chin Hao grinned. Indeed, it was a great day. Today, the ordinary Peter would gain his superpowers, and soon New York would witness a true superhero. In Chin Hao's hand was today's newspaper. One of the reports detailed a scientific accident that had occurred in Central City the previous night. To most people, such a report would seem insignificant, but in Chin Hao's eyes it was extraordinarily unusual. Even the Flash from DC is joining the party. Chin Hao put down the newspaper with a smile and looked up just in time to see the seductive woman in the opposite building shed her last layer of clothing. "What an open country." Chin Hao sighed again. Looking away, he stood up from his chair and drew the curtains. The world was about to become turbulent, and Chin Hao felt he had rested long enough. It was time to embark on a new journey. "Enter," he murmured in his mind. The next moment, the space in the room twisted, and Chin Hao's figure vanished into thin air. On a rock platform measuring 100 meters square, Qin Hao's figure appeared out of thin air. Tower Spirit, Qin Hao called out loudly. In some remote part of the endless void, a light streaked through the air like a meteor, landing on the platform and revealing a figure within. Haven't seen you for a few days. How are you adjusting to the new world? The bald-headed Tower Spirit, shining brightly, walked over with a grin, inspecting Qin Hao from head to toe. Not bad, looks like you're adapting well enough. Qin Hao ignored his antics and directly stated his purpose. I've had enough rest these past few days. I plan to start traversing again, Qin Hao said. The bald-headed Tower Spirit raised an eyebrow that wasn't there and asked, still the microdust world? I don't have a traversal point, Qin Hao replied helplessly. Rules are rules, you might as well wait a year. The bald-headed Tower Spirit shook his head. So what will it be? Directly leave or explore the God of War Tower first? Hearing this, Qin Hao looked toward the towering statue of the God of War on the other side. After pondering for a moment, Qin Hao nodded and said, let's give it a try. By the way, what about the rewards for the first level? The bald-headed Tower Spirit walked to the God of War Tower, waved his hand, and suddenly 2 beams of light shot from the statue's eyes, enveloping Qin Hao's body. If you break through, you'll know for yourself, the bald-headed Tower Spirit said with a chuckle. In a flash of light, Qin Hao transformed into a beam of light and disappeared. The first level, this kid should be able to make it through, right? The bald-headed Tower Spirit muttered to himself on the rock platform. As the scene shifted, Qin Hao found himself at one end of a rocky corridor. In front of him was a corridor about 100 meters long, and at the end of the corridor was a large door that stood open, revealing a pitch-black interior. At that moment, a cold voice echoed through the rocky corridor. Cross the 100-meter corridor before you successfully enter the door, and you will have passed the challenge. The voice continued to reverberate in the corridor, and suddenly doors opened on both sides of the corridor. Warriors over 2 meters tall, clad in bright silver armor and wielding broadswords 2 palms wide, emerged from the portals. 1, 2, 3. Qin Hao counted carefully and discovered that there were 10 silver-armored warriors in total, 5 on the left and 5 on the right. Do I just need to break through? Qin Hao thought to himself as the soul-severing sword stored in a spatial layer appeared in his hand. This mysterious sword, obtained from the previous world, possessed strange powers that Qin Hao could not comprehend. It could withstand temperatures of several thousand degrees without showing any signs of melting, and could also complement the bizarre sword technique he had learned, the 7 severing techniques, making it extremely advantageous against living beings. However, Qin Hao was not sure whether the silver-armored warriors counted as living beings. Deep down, he leaned more towards the idea that they were akin to puppets or robots. If that were the case, then the benefits of his sword techniques would be negligible. Boom! The small ignition device on his right wrist emitted a tiny flame, which at Qin Hao's command instantly transformed into a raging inferno that enveloped the entire sword. Experimentally, he raised his hand and sent a fireball the size of a basin flying. The fireball emitted a whoosh as it cut through the air, traversing the 100-meter corridor and vanishing into the open door. Yet the silver-armored warriors remained completely still. Do they not attack non-living beings? Qin Hao wondered. Taking a step forward, Qin Hao placed 1 foot into the corridor, quickly followed by the other. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. As Qin Hao approached the 2 front silver-armored warriors, they finally moved. Whoosh whoosh, 2 broadswords, each 2 palms wide, sliced through the air with a terrifying whoosh. The corridor was only 5 meters high, and even if Qin Hao jumped, he could not evade. He had already tested this. For some unknown reason, the rocks of the corridor did not yield to his strongest attack, leaving no trace behind, let alone smashing them. If I can't dodge, then I must attack. Cold light flashed in Qin Hao's eyes as he wielded the soul-severing sword to block one of the broadswords. With his other hand, he swiftly waved, and a giant serpent made of flames roared as it coiled around another silver-armored warrior. Under the terrifying temperature of over 3,000 degrees, the silver armor on that warrior showed no signs of melting. A hint of surprise flashed in Qin Hao's eyes, followed by an unhesitating command for the giant serpent to explode. Boom! The violent explosion sent all 3 of them flying. As he was hurled backward, Qin Hao stepped against the wall and shot forward like a sharp arrow, directly passing through the 2 unsuspecting silver-armored warriors. At the moment of the explosion, Qin Hao clearly saw that there were no traces left on the 2 silver-armored warriors, and he understood almost immediately that these warriors were beyond his ability to defeat. In fact, the voice had never said that he needed to defeat these silver-armored warriors. It only instructed him to cross the 100-meter corridor. Qin Hao had anticipated this, but he wanted to see if he could defeat those silver-armored warriors. The reality, however, proved he could not. Since he could not harm them, he would just charge through. Get out of my way. With a swing of his sword, a flame shot out, and the two silver-armored warriors in front did not understand fear. They charged headlong into the flames without hesitation. With a thunderous boom, the flames exploded upon contact. Although the explosion could not harm the silver-armored warriors, it did push them back, giving Qin Hao a brief opportunity. Whoosh, a flash of movement, and Qin Hao successfully slipped past the defenses of the two silver-armored warriors, speeding toward the two behind. Using the same tactic, Qin Hao quickly made it through the 100-meter corridor, suffering only a slight disarray and no substantial harm. Goodbye. He turned back and waved, smiling as he dashed through the open door. As the scene changed, Qin Hao found himself back on the rock platform of the first layer. Congratulations. The bald-headed tower spirit greeted him with a grin, pointing at Qin Hao's attire and teasingly laughing. Not bad, you've changed your style. Qin Hao rolled his eyes at him, too lazy to respond. At this moment, a notification rang in his mind. Challenger has successfully passed the first level of the God of War Tower, earning 1,000 source energy points and 1 traversal point. The challenger successfully passed the first level of the War God Tower, earning 1,000 source energy points and 1 traversal point. A hint of joy flashed in his eyes. It was worth the trouble Qin Hao had gone through, as his efforts finally bore fruit. Not to mention the reward of 1,000 source energy points, just the 1 traversal point alone was enough to make Qin Hao overjoyed. It takes a year to recover 1 traversal point, and he had initially received that 1 point only to end up in an ordinary urban world, which could be considered quite a waste. Initially, he thought it would take a year to obtain a second traversal point, but now it was directly rewarded. Alright, isn't the reward quite generous? The bald tower spirit smiled and said, however, I suggest you refrain from using that rewarded traversal point for now, and wait until your strength increases before using it. Is there a reason for that? Qin Hao looked at him and asked. It's actually just a kind of implicit rule. The bald tower spirit explained, for example, when you first used the free traversal point, your strength was too low, and since you had just become a first tribulation messenger, the world assigned to you would certainly not be very dangerous. It would even intentionally reduce the difficulty. But similarly, that would greatly diminish your gains. As you saw, the world you first arrived at using the traversal point led you into 2 inferior realms, and that is the reason behind it. Qin Hao nodded, realizing that he hadn't thought things through back then, or rather he hadn't considered this aspect at all, and the tower spirit hadn't reminded him, so he used up the only 1 traversal point he had. I understand now. At this time, he'll choose an inferior realm again. Qin Hao nodded, already having made up. Moreover, the inferior realm was indeed his previous choice. Now that he had 1 traversal point, he couldn't squander it recklessly. Good steel should be used on the cutting edge. The tower spirit nodded with a smile, then suddenly turned serious, saying, Kid, when are you planning to take those things away? If you don't take them soon, I might just throw them away for you. Don't. Qin Hao hurriedly replied, I just don't have a place to put them. I'll let them stay for a while longer. What do you mean you have no place? I think you just don't want to take them. The tower spirit scoffed. Look, I won't say I didn't remind you. With your current strength, you can easily break the first seal of the 9 tribulation space. Inside a space where time stands still will be created, you can store all your miscellaneous items there. With a loud slap on his forehead, Qin Hao exclaimed in frustration, I almost forgot you mentioned that. The tower spirit rolled his eyes and shouted, then hurry up. Qin Hao nodded, repeatedly disregarding the dirt, and directly sat cross-legged on the ground, closing his eyes and calming his mind. After a moment, his consciousness arrived in a pitch-black space at the center of which a massive dodecahedron floated silently in the void. The 9 tribulation space was a space that the tower spirit had opened up for him when he had just become a first tribulation messenger. He still remembered the tower spirit saying that the 9 tribulation space had 10 seals. The first seal could be broken with his own ability, but the remaining 9 seals required the corresponding 9 tribulations capturing heaven technique to break. Recalling the 9 tribulations capturing heaven technique, Qin Hao remembered what the tower spirit had said. The 9 tribulations capturing heaven technique is born from the evolution of myriad worlds possessing immense power. It is also the true core of the 9 tribulations capturing heaven tower. Mastering this technique will allow you to completely control this tower. As for how to obtain this cultivation method, it's actually quite simple. In each level of space, the most special 9 tribulations task will be randomly issued. Completing this task will earn you 9 tribulations points, and 10 9 tribulations points can be exchanged for the corresponding level of cultivation method. The 9 tribulations capturing heaven technique has a total of 9 tribulations, 1 tribulation per. The first level of space corresponds to the first tribulation. If you cannot obtain 10 9 tribulations points in the first level of space, then it is destined that you have no connection to this cultivation method and cannot control the 9 tribulations capturing heaven tower. Before this, I will open a 9 tribulation space for you and set up 10 seals. The first seal can be broken with your own ability, but the subsequent 9 seals will require you to learn the corresponding 9 tribulations capturing heaven technique to break. This was the original wording of the Tower Spirit, yet he had currently not received any so-called 9 tribulations tasks, let alone gathered 10 9 tribulations points to exchange for the first level method of the 9 tribulations capturing heaven technique. There's still a chance, perhaps in the next world, he'll receive a 9 tribulations task. Qin Hao thought to himself as his consciousness swept across the 10 facets of the dodecahedron, finally, stopping at one of the facets. Breakthrough. A surge of mental power transformed into a torrent that crashed against the heavily locked door secured by several iron chains, and he seemed to hear a thunderous sound. The entire dodecahedron shook slightly. Almost there one more time. A massive amount of mental power gathered together, suddenly condensing into the shape of a giant sword in this void, which then fiercely struck one of the iron chains. The departing black man did not see that on the roof of a nearby building a figure was watching him. It was only when the black man's silhouette disappeared at the end of the street, the second iron chain also snapped in response. The last one break. Boom. A golden beam of light suddenly cut through the darkness in the pitch-black void. With the final iron chain breaking, the golden door swung open with a resounding crash, and Qin Hao's consciousness was almost instantly drawn into the interior of the door. After a brief moment of dizziness, Qin Hao found himself in an expansive space where everything appeared white and hazy. With a sweep of his mental power, a clear image appeared in Qin Hao's mind. This was a spherical space with a diameter of 100 meters, and at the edge of the spherical space was a layer of gray viscous substance that tightly enveloped this area. Qin Hao's mental power attempted to extend outward, but made no progress at all. It seems this space is only this big for now, Qin Hao thought to himself. Returning his consciousness to his body, he opened his eyes. Standing up, he asked Tower Spirit, "Is this space limited to this size?" "Of course not." The Tower Spirit chuckled and shook his head. "Since you have broken the first seal of the 9 tribulation space, this space is now officially open to you, but this is only its initial form. The only use of this space you currently have is for storage. As for its size, it is entirely determined by your own strength. Initially, it is a sphere with a diameter of 100 meters. Once you possess the ability to expand the space for the first time, this space will expand to a diameter of 1000 meters. If one day your strength becomes powerful enough to allow this space to exist as its own realm, you will receive unimaginable benefits then. Of course." The Tower Spirit suddenly changed the subject, grinning. "That's still too early for you. For now, you can only dream about it." Ignoring the Tower Spirit's final jest, Qin Hao committed everything the Tower Spirit had said to memory. To create one's own realm. It seemed quite interesting. Currently, Qin Hao has 1020 source energy points left on his account. Among them, 20 points are left over from before, while 1000 points are the reward for clearing the first level of the Battle God Tower. After much thought, Qin Hao decided not to accumulate the source energy points, and chose to use them immediately. How many source energy points are needed to strengthen fire control to the 8th level? Among the 26 levels of controllers, they can be broadly divided into 3 stages, each stage containing 8 levels, totaling 24 levels, while the last 2 levels are the small perfection and great perfection realms. If Qin Hao were to strengthen fire control to the 8th level, it would mean he has reached the peak of the first. If I strengthen fire control to the 8th level, then, with just one more enhancement, this ability will enter the 2nd stage, and my own strength will undoubtedly increase significantly. Qin Hao thought to himself. Of course, all this was predicated on the source energy points required being within what Qin Hao could bear. Strengthening fire control to the 8th level requires 1000 source energy points, which you happen to have, the Tower Spirit replied. So expensive. Qin Hao furrowed his brows, feeling a bit hesitant. Actually, you don't really need to strengthen fire control at this. The Tower Spirit said currently your fire control ability is only at the early 7th level. You can cultivate it yourself until you reach the peak of the 7th level. At that time, with the same source energy points, you can directly strengthen it to the peak of the 8th level. Looking at Qin Hao, the Tower Spirit continued, if I were to give you a suggestion, I would recommend strengthening the super recovery ability. You could spend 200 source energy points to enhance it to the 5th level, then another 300 to reach the 6th level. Finally, with the remaining 520 source energy points after deducting the 10 points needed to open the microscopic world, you can allocate the remaining 510 source energy points as you wish. Of course, if I were you, I would continue to strengthen super recovery to the 7th level. Although it may seem like it doesn't directly boost your power, in reality it does. There are 2 paths. One is to strengthen fire control to the 8th level, spending 1000 source energy points at once. The other is to enhance the super recovery ability, which requires spending 1,000 source energy points in 3 increments. Of course, Qin Hao also had a third option in mind, which was to strengthen another ability body enhancement. That too was a path. However, deep down, Qin Hao was already leaning towards the path suggested by the Tower Spirit. The reason was simple survival. Alright, let's go with that. After pondering for a moment, Qin Hao made a decision: strengthen the super recovery ability to the 7th level. Strengthening super recovery 7th level, costing 1,000 source energy points. Confirm. Confirm. A mysterious and obscure force descended in the endless void. On the rocky platform, Qin Hao's body involuntarily floated up. Around him, countless green light spots flickered and merged into his body. Qin Hao closed his eyes. Just moments later, after a few seconds, the light spots in midair completely disappeared, and Qin Hao's body slowly descended back onto the platform. Opening his eyes after a moment of daze, Qin Hao suddenly punched the ground with all his might. Bang! A dull sound echoed, yet the rocky platform beneath him remained unscathed. He raised his hand, and several wounds on the back of his hand healed at a visibly rapid pace. In the blink of an eye, the original wounds vanished, leaving behind only smooth, unblemished skin. Seemingly not satisfied, after a brief moment of contemplation, Qin Hao took out the soul-severing sword that had been stored in the 9 tribulation space. The sharp blade drew out with a swift sound, and the sword edge turned directly, slicing across the small arm on his left hand. A foot-long wound opened up, blood flowed from the cut, but did not seep out. Then he saw the edges of the wound gradually close. In just a few breaths, the foot-long wound had completely healed. A look of surprise flashed in Qin Hao's eyes. The 7th level super recovery ability was indeed so domineering, its power was comparable to that of Wolverine from the movies. These 1,000 source energy points were worth it. Qin Hao grinned and laughed. With such a formidable recovery ability, it would be hard for him to die, even if he wanted to. From another perspective, if he were to engage in a fight with an enemy in a situation where they were at a stalemate, he could suddenly trade injuries for injuries, causing the opponent to be severely wounded, while his own wounds would heal in an instant. In this way, even against enemies stronger than himself, Qin Hao would dare to provoke them. So what do you think? I didn't mislead you, did I? The Tower Spirit smiled as it looked at Qin Hao. Qin Hao nodded and said, indeed, the effect is beyond my expectations. Breathing out his attribute list, Qin Hao raised his eyes and nodded in satisfaction. Name: Qin Hao. Identity: a Tribulation Envoy. Abilities: Fire Control 7th level Controller. Body Enhancement 4th level Controller. Super Recovery 7th level Controller. Source Energy Points 20 Shuttle Points 1. The Tower Spirit chuckled and waved its hand, saying, alright, the enhancement is complete. Do you want me to open the time-space gate? Open it. Qin Hao nodded and said. He had completed all the necessary preparations. It was time to earn some source energy points back. A smooth blue finger pointed at the time-space gate, and immediately ripples spread out from the center of the previously still gate. Standing before the time-space gate, Qin Hao adjusted his clothing and stepped inside. With a flash of light, he vanished from sight. Blue skies, white clouds, and azure seas shimmered beautifully. Under the bright sunshine on the vast sea, a white ferry sailed smoothly across the calm waters, creating splashes of white foam. Laughter and cheer filled the air, and even the seagulls in the sky joined the fun. This ferry can carry over 100 people at once. Ferries like this operate daily between the mainland and the islands, with more than 20 in total, averaging over 10,000 tourists every day. At this moment, on the second deck at the bow of the ferry, several vibrant young girls were surrounding an Asian person with black hair and yellow skin, chatting excitedly with one another. Meanwhile, at another part of the bow, a young man with brown short hair was enviously watching them. Beside him, a boy appearing to be 11 or 12 was animatedly speaking, completely unaware that the young man was not paying him any attention. The person surrounded by several beautiful young girls was none other than Qin Hao, who had just arrived in this world. About 10 minutes ago, he had descended into this world, and almost simultaneously he received a bounty mission for this world and learned which world it was. Nebular Island, though not very large in area, constantly draws the attention of the world. As Qin Hao stepped onto the island, he was greeted by a surge of fervent voices. There are really a lot of people. With a light chuckle, Qin Hao, who was aware of the unfolding plot, had no thoughts of stopping these people from entering the island. He was neither a saint nor a savior. Why should he engage in thankless tasks? At the dock, Qin Hao navigated through the crowd, glancing at a lady holding an iPad as he passed by, catching sight of 2 names on the screen. Zack and Gray, indeed, those 2 boys. There's no need to stick with the protagonists. Before the chaos begins, it's nice to enjoy the scenery of this island. With his pace unbroken, Qin Hao continued forward. His task was to hunt dinosaurs, not to be a babysitter for the main characters. Naturally, there was no need for him to mingle with them. Taking advantage of the time he had, Qin Hao decided to enjoy himself here, just like a regular tourist. Boarding the train that welcomed visitors to the island, it soon passed through the edge of a forest, revealing a grand archway ahead. Jurassic World, Qin Hao murmured. Half an hour later he arrived at the Hammond Creative Laboratory. Pushing open the seemingly heavy door and observing the crowd around him, Qin Hao shook his head with mild disinterest, but the three-dimensional projection of a dinosaur caught his attention. It seems necessary to take some research materials from this island before I leave, Qin Hao thought. He planned to cultivate his own force in the main world, and naturally, he needed a plausible identity on the surface. However, he had no intention of starting a company. That would be too exhausting, and Qin Hao felt it was he just needed a somewhat plausible identity to present openly. His current identity as a high school student didn't quite suit Qin Hao's tastes. He intended to buy stocks in large companies and groups, presenting himself as a shareholder while secretly cultivating his own force. A hidden trump card that goes unnoticed is what truly counts. If it's known to others, it can't be considered a trump card. As he strolled around, Qin Hao appeared no different from other tourists. Passing through the creative laboratory, he entered a large enclosure surrounded by low railings where young herbivorous dinosaurs were being ridden and played with by countless children. Qin Hao glanced around, quickly passing through this children's paradise. To be honest, it was so crowded that there was barely any room to stand. Squeezing through the crowd, Qin Hao soon found a cold drink shop and sat down, buying a drink and watching the dense throng of people before him. How boring. Qin Hao sighed, leaning back against the counter. He had originally thought of wandering around. Unfortunately, the overcrowded crowd quickly dampened much of his enthusiasm. After sitting for a while, Qin Hao stood up and turned to walk in another direction. Let's go check out that Songlong, Qin Hao thought. The queue for that Songlong exhibit was quite long, but Qin Hao had no intention of waiting in line obediently. Finding an inconspicuous corner, he activated his invisibility device and easily leaped over the enclosure wall. After turning off the device, he took a seat in the back row. He didn't want to get splashed by the Songlong. At the presentation platform, a female presenter was explaining information about the Songlong to the audience. The Songlong is believed to hunt near the surface of the water, preying on anything it can catch, including sea turtles, large fish, and even small kanglongs. Many in the crowd gasped at this. The presenter smiled slightly and pressed a button beside her, causing a shark hanging in the air to move along the steel cable toward the surface of the water. All right, folks. Let's see if it's still hungry after its meal today. The presenter said humorously as the shark paused above the surface of the water, and for the moment, there was no movement on the water. But moments later, the calm surface of the water suddenly erupted with a loud boom, sending up a massive splash, followed by the appearance of a giant, fearsome creature with a tremendous roar. Roar! The enormous Songlong let out a deep growl, its massive jaws opening wide enough to swallow a car, snapping shut violently as the shark hanging on the steel cable disappeared in an instant. With a thunderous crash, that Songlong bit down on the shark, its entire upper body crashing down onto the surface of the water, instantly creating a huge splash, soaking the front rows of spectators. Sitting in the back row, Qin Hao looked down at the scene, nodding occasionally before furrowing his brows again. The size of that Songlong was far beyond what he knew. Logically, that Songlong should be around 20 meters long, but the one before him had its upper body above water exceeding 15 meters, and when accounting for the submerged lower body, its total length certainly exceeded 40 meters. It's worth noting that the Kanglong's tail is long and powerful. At this moment, the audience platform began to descend slowly, and along with the presenter's narration, a more magnificent sight unfolded before everyone's eyes. On the other side of several layers of tempered glass, that Songlong that had just swallowed a shark was swinging, its tail swimming through the water. Even with prior mental preparation, Qin Hao couldn't help but show a hint of surprise at the astonishing size of the creature. That Songlong in the water was undoubtedly more than 40 meters long. Qin Hao could guarantee that 50 meters would be a conservative estimate. These dinosaurs on Nebular Island are indeed mutated specimens. Qin Hao reaffirmed in his heart. No wonder the rewards for those dinosaurs on the bounty list were so high. It was because they were all mutated species. This Songlong ranked last on the list with a reward of 150 points. It should be noted that Qin Hao's current strength was far superior to before, but even so, the reward for this Songlong remained exceptionally high, indicating how difficult it would be to deal with it. In fact, Qin Hao believed that if this Songlong lived on land instead of in water, the reward would certainly decrease. After all, the water severely suppressed Qin Hao's abilities. In the water, his combat power could hardly exceed 70. Roar! In the water, the massive Songlong shouted as it swam past the crowd with a thunderous rush, its body flashing past like a train. With a loud bang, the powerful tail of the Songlong struck heavily against the tempered glass, sending everyone into a terrified scream. Fortunately, the tempered glass held strong and did not shatter, allowing everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. "Walk this way, please do not rush," everyone moved forward slowly. A guide in a circular passage led a group of tourists onward. Among the crowd, Qin Hao lowered his head, still pondering the matter of the previously seen Songlong. At this moment, the crowd came to a halt, and Qin Hao also withdrew his thoughts, directing his gaze toward the scene before him. At this moment, the tourists were inside a passage disguised as a fallen tree. Utilizing modern technology, it appeared as a tree from the outside, but from within one could clearly see the scenery of the primitive forest outside. Just ahead in the passage, about 10 meters away, a bound goat helplessly bleated from time to time. A flash of red light indicated a signal stick had been thrown out, landing beside the goat. The tourists inside the passage widened their eyes, their expressions sparkling with anticipation. Moments later, the ground of the forest began to tremble slightly. Soon the tourists in the passage heard the sounds of the trembling ground and saw the tall trees in the distance bending to the side with a cracking sound, followed by a gigantic, fearsome head appearing in everyone's sight. "The Tyrannosaurus Rex is coming. Eat it, bite it," the crowd shouted wildly. Qin Hao stood at the front, watching the unusually sized Tyrannosaurus Rex emerge from the forest, further confirming his suspicions. The dinosaurs on this island are definitely mutated species. Have you ever seen a Tyrannosaurus Rex taller than 10 meters? From Qin Hao's initial estimation, this Tyrannosaurus Rex was at least 15 meters tall, whereas a normal Tyrannosaurus Rex usually stands around 6 meters tall and measures about 15 meters in length. This giant before him was terrifying. Its height alone exceeded 15 meters, almost as tall as a five-story building, while its length surpassed 40 meters. Its powerful and fearsome tail swung violently, knocking a tree that could be embraced by 5 or 6 people askew, uprooting a large part of its root system from the ground with a thunderous crash. Compared to this terrifying Tyrannosaurus Rex, the bound goat seemed utterly insignificant. With a few strides accompanied by the sound of trembling ground, the massive Tyrannosaurus Rex lowered its head, opening its enormous jaws. The goat only had time to let out one last bleat before its cry abruptly ceased. The crowd couldn't help but emit a series of gasps and screams. This Tyrannosaurus Rex ranked third from the bottom on Qin Hao's bounty task list with a reward of 90 source energy points, second only to the brutal Tyrannosaurus Rex and its Songlong. Just looking at its size put considerable psychological pressure on Qin Hao. Fortunately, Qin Hao did not need to engage in close combat with it. In fact, he never considered fighting these dinosaurs in a hand-to-hand manner, as that would be foolish. He is human, and his physical build inherently makes it difficult for him to surpass these massive monsters. His current physical enhancement had already reached the 4th stage. According to professional calculations, he could bench press 1,000 kilograms, equivalent to lifting a ton. Such strength, when unleashed in a punch, could create a terrifying force. However, it all depends on who he is comparing himself to. Against these mutated dinosaurs, Qin Hao could only admit inferiority. A ton of weight is utterly trivial before this Tyrannosaurus Rex. If one were to only consider physical strength, it would undoubtedly exceed Qin Hao by at least 10 to 20 times. Fortunately, combat is not solely about strength, and the opponent is a dinosaur that relies on brute force. At least in this respect, Qin Hao still had confidence in using long-range attacks to deal with these giants. Roar! The Tyrannosaurus Rex, having swallowed a goat, raised its massive head and let out a terrifying roar. Many people in the passage instinctively took a few steps back in fright. Qin Hao looked at the giant before him and thought, let's wait a little longer and see who prevails in this battle. Meanwhile, on the other side of the island, in an unopened exhibition area, an even larger dinosaur with skin nearly white was observing 2 small creatures in the distance through dense foliage, with one yellow eye fixated on them. This dinosaur is the new variety that Nebula Island is about to introduce, which they have given a straightforward name, the brutal Tyrannosaurus Rex, signifying that it is even more brutal, terrifying, and powerful than the Tyrannosaurus Rex. In terms of size alone, this brutal Tyrannosaurus Rex has surpassed the mutated Tyrannosaurus Rex, standing at least 20 meters tall among trees that reach 30 to 40 meters. As for its length, it was obscured by the trees, but from its height one could imagine how terrifying its length. No wonder its reward exceeds that of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, ranking second with a total of 100 source energy points. Inside a restaurant on Nebula Island, bowls and plates were arranged on the table, with exquisite dishes emitting enticing aromas. Qin Hao held a knife and fork in both hands, cutting a small piece of meat and placing it in his mouth. The taste is quite good. After chewing a few bites, Qin Hao smiled slightly. Lifting his wine glass, he took a sip of fine red wine and continued to savor the meal before him. This is dinosaur meat, which is generally hard to come by elsewhere. Only on Nabulal Island can one find such a delicacy. In other places you wouldn't even dare to think about it. Moreover, the price of this dinosaur meat is exceedingly high. This meal alone cost Chin Hao over $10,000, a price most ordinary people could not afford. Dinosaur meat has high nutritional value and is rich in energy. Even ordinary people can strengthen their bodies by consuming it regularly. In Chin Hao's eyes, this dinosaur meat is even more precious. With every bite, he absorbs the abundant energy within using his internal force, which then spreads throughout his body, integrating into his muscles and bones. After finishing this table of food, Chin Hao felt as if his body was on the verge of breaking through to the fifth stage, filling his heart with joy. No, I can't let these treasures go to waste. Originally, he simply wanted to complete the bounty task and earn some source energy points. But now he had changed his mind. If he were to leave behind this delicious and beneficial dinosaur meat, it would truly be a shame. It seems I must take all the materials regarding the breeding of dinosaurs from this island before I leave. I also need to take some dinosaur carcasses. After all, time stands still in the Nine Tribulations space, so there's no need to worry about decay. Having made his decision, Chin Hao picked up a napkin to wipe his mouth, stood up, and walked toward the restaurant exit. By now that giant should have emerged, right? Outside the restaurant, countless tourists had already gathered, many loudly complaining, with some even shouting in anger, clearly filled with frustration. Chin Hao weaved through the crowd with remarkable speed, the thronging masses unable to slow his progress. Before long he arrived at a secluded corner where he could see the bustling crowd not far away. Concealed by a building, Chin Hao leaped into the air, lightly pushing off the wall, effortlessly vaulting over the 20-meter-high fence. Touching down lightly, Chin Hao scanned the surroundings before swiftly dashing in a particular direction. Moments later he came to a halt. Looking up, Chin Hao muttered to himself, "First target." Before him stood a tall wall, and on the other side lay a forest enclosed by a fence home to a barbaric dragon, slightly smaller than the previous Tyrannosaurus. This wall stood about 25 meters high. Chin Hao moved to a spot not covered by surveillance and leaped into the air, using a boost mid-flight to easily clear the wall. This wall stood about 25 meters high. Chin Hao moved to a spot not covered by surveillance and leaped into the air, using a boost mid. Almost as soon as he landed, Chin Hao charged into the woods without losing momentum. Crash! Not far away, branches and leaves from a cluster of trees snapped, countless leaves cascading down, followed by a massive shadow rising from behind the trees. With a loud crash, a huge head turned to look in this direction. "Hey there, big guy." Chin Hao greeted with a smile, a fireball the size of a basin exploding against the dragon's face. The barbaric dragon's enormous head jerked back with a loud thud. It smashed through a large tree trunk, its massive body stumbling backward with a series of thumps. Standing 11 to 12 meters tall, the barbaric dragon opened its gaping maw and roared in Chin Hao's direction. On its face, a 1-meter square area was bloodied and raw, with a burnt smell lingering in the air. Not much for defense. Chin Hao chuckled, pleased with the situation. In the next moment, a shadow suddenly rushed forward with a whistling sound. With a thunderous crash, several towering trees were swept aside by the shadow, instantly sending wood chip. Chin Hao had already jumped away before the shadow attacked, watching from a distance as the barbaric dragon roared in anger. With a wave of his hand, a wave of scorching heat enveloped the air. Die! In the next moment, a colossal hand made of flames around 15 to 16 meters long materialized in the sky and swiftly grasped the enraged barbaric dragon. The terrifying heat, exceeding 3,000 degrees Celsius, instantly engulfed the barbaric dragon's body. Roar! Inside the core control room of Nabulal Island, a group of people stared in astonishment at the monitor. On the screen, a figure stood atop a branch of a large tree, one hand slightly raised, fingers curled. A short distance away, an 11 to 12-meter barbaric dragon was engulfed in orange flames, the flames resembling a giant hand blotting out the sky. Just then, the figure on the screen suddenly clenched their fist, accompanied by a thunderous boom. The roaring, struggling dragon's head was blown to smithereens. Strangely, the countless sparks from the explosion began to gather in the sky. At that moment, the figure casually waved their hand, causing the flames clustered in the sky to vanish. God, is this person a deity? The people in the control room exclaimed in unison, feeling as though they had just witnessed a Hollywood sci-fi blockbuster. Are we sure this isn't a movie? Inside the wall, Chin Hao remained unaware that everything he was doing was being recorded. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. After blowing off the dragon's head, he looked at the barbaric dragon's corpse, which only had some charred patches on its surface, and nodded in satisfaction. This was intentional on his part, as the corpses of these dinosaurs were quite useful to him. There was no reason to reduce them to ashes. Descending from the tree, Qin Hao walked a few steps to the barbaric dragon's corpse and waved his hand to store it in the 9 tribulation space. Having completed this task, Qin Hao glanced at his source energy points, noting that the barbaric dragon had yielded him 70 source energy points. Continue. Turning around, Qin Hao swiftly left the area. Across Neighbor Island, a vast expanse was open forest home to a large number of herbivorous dinosaurs of various kinds. However, Qin Hao's target for the task was all carnivorous dinosaurs, so he had no intention of hunting any herbivorous ones. Of course, once the task was complete, if there were extra spaces in the 9 tribulation space, he wouldn't mind hunting a few herbivorous dinosaurs to take back. In contrast to the relatively free-roaming herbivorous dinosaurs, the carnivorous dinosaurs on the island were kept in enclosures surrounded by walls. Qin Hao's second target was still another barbaric dragon. There were 3 barbaric dragons raised on the island, confined in 2 locations. The dragon he had killed previously was actually one of the offspring of the other 2 barbaric dragons. However, as they grew, they had to be kept in different locations to prevent confusion. Soon Qin Hao arrived at the outer wall of a nearby enclosure, easily leaping over it. As he landed, he spotted a massive head turning to look at him. "Hello there." Qin Hao paused for a moment before cheerfully waving. This barbaric dragon was significantly larger than the previous one, standing nearly 15 meters tall. Its fierce, massive head appeared even more menacing than the last. Roar! The enormous barbaric dragon let out a roar, and the sounds of snapping trees echoed from the forest behind it, the ground rumbling with vibrations. Roar! Another massive head charged out from the woods, this barbaric dragon sprinting directly toward Roar. The first barbaric dragon let out an angry roar, followed by a powerful tail swipe that struck the later dragon with a loud thud. Boom! The enormous barbaric dragon rolled onto the ground. Before it could rise, the attacking dragon dashed over, lowering its massive head to deliver a thunderous blow to the fallen dragon's abdomen. Qin Hao stood still, his face filled with astonishment. Why were these 2 giants fighting each other? At the edge of the forest near a walled area, 2 massive barbaric dragons clashed against each other. If it were an ordinary person witnessing this scene, they would have fled for their lives. However, Qin Hao glanced around, found a piece of fallen wood on the ground, and sat down with great interest to watch them. As they fought, the 2 beasts suddenly stopped growling at each other, as if reaching some sort of consensus. Then their enormous eyes, as big as lanterns, turned in unison towards Qin Hao. "What's wrong, not fighting anymore?" Qin Hao laughed as he stood up, stepping forward. "It's about time for me to take..." He spread his arms wide, and a fiery orange flame blazed in his right palm. Suddenly the flames surged, and a flame flickered onto his left hand, transforming into a towering pillar of fire. The 2 pillars of fire intertwined in the sky, magically coalescing into the form of a massive fire beast over 10 meters tall. "Tear them apart." A bloodthirsty smile appeared on Qin Hao's face as he waved his hand. The fiery beast immediately roared and charged towards the 2 barbaric dragons. With every step, the fire beast took, the dry leaves on the ground were turned to ashes, and the muddy earth quickly evaporated, cracking into fissures that would turn to dust with the slightest touch. The instinct of the wild beasts made the 2 barbaric dragons sense the lethal threat posed by the fire beast before them. Their huge bodies stomped on the ground, and they separated, roaring continuously at the fire beast. The towering fire beast suddenly halted, and with a loud boom, it exploded into 2 giant serpents, swiftly entwining around the separated barbaric dragons. The terrifying heat scorched the skin of the 2 barbaric dragons, yet this was the result of Qin Hao holding back. The flames enveloped them, and as Qin Hao focused his thoughts, 2 sharp spikes suddenly emerged from the fire, viciously piercing into the bodies of the barbaric dragons. In truth, it was less about piercing and more about the instantaneous explosion of high temperature that melted away that part of the dragon's bodies. The 2 fire spikes reached the hearts of the barbaric dragons, merely creating small openings before ceasing further destruction. At the same time, the flames that wrapped around the dragons began to dissipate, revealing portions of their charred bang, bang. The sound of heavy objects hitting the ground resonated as the massive bodies of the 2 barbaric dragons crashed down. With their hearts pierced, the 2 barbaric dragons surprisingly did not die immediately. Lying on the ground, their enormous and sinister jaws slightly parted, emitting faint low growls. Such strong vitality. Qin Hao remarked, somewhat surprised. However, it was only a moment later that the 2 fallen barbaric dragons finally breathed their last. After collecting the bodies of the barbaric dragons, Qin Hao turned and left. As time passed, the tourists gathered outside the various exhibition halls grew increasingly impatient. Many had physical altercations with the staff on the island. Although the conflicts were quickly resolved, the atmosphere became more tense. Meanwhile, Qin Hao's hunting continued, as one by one the domesticated dinosaurs fell to him. The staff in the main control room watched the unfolding scenes with growing anxiety, yet no one dared to stop. In just about an hour, Qin Hao had slaughtered most of the carnivorous dinosaurs, including 2 Tyrannosaurus rex on the island, and all the bodies were stored in his 9 tribulation space for future planning after leaving this world. During this hour, Qin Hao traversed a large portion of Nablara Island, completing the vast majority of targets on his bounty list and accumulating nearly 1,000 source energy points. At this moment, he was heading towards the other side of the island. Now on his task list, aside from the first 2 large targets, there only remained the pterosaurs in the aviary. Due to the distance of the aviary, Qin Hao had placed it lower on his priority list. Furthermore, while heading to the aviary, he might also encounter the ferocious Tyrannosaurus. In the forest, a dark shadow swiftly darted across the branches of the tall trees, moving with the agility of a monkey, traversing the dense foliage at incredible speed, covering over 100 meters in the blink of an eye. Swish, a figure leapt out from the forest at the edge of a cliff and landed steadily on a large rock. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Qin Hao, who was rushing towards the aviary. At that moment, a building entirely made of glass caught Qin Hao's eye in the distance. However, the situation there was dire. A blue helicopter wobbled in the sky, descending towards the building under attack by a flock of pterosaurs. Even from afar, a crashing sound could be heard as the blue helicopter smashed through the building's roof and fell inside, followed by a loud explosion with faint orange flames visible inside. I'm a step too late. Qin Hao frowned, watching the large group of pterosaurs that had flown out from the aviary, feeling somewhat displeased. Originally, if he had entered the spacious aviary, those pterosaurs would have been like chickens ready for slaughter. They would have had no chance to escape. But now, with the pterosaurs flying out of the aviary, it was truly a case of the sky is high and the birds can fly. If they wanted to run, Qin Hao could not stop them. His range of flame attacks was only 400 meters. Once they exceeded that distance, it would truly be beyond his reach. Traveling without a permit indeed brings harm, whether on the ground or in the sky. Without time to think further, Qin Hao quickly glanced at a pair of men and women nearby, not bothering to greet the protagonist from the movie. He turned and leapt up, reaching the top of the trees in just a couple of bounds. Over there, Owen and Claire, who had long noticed Qin Hao, now stared wide-eyed, their faces showing signs of shock. Just moments ago, they were puzzled as to why someone would come here at this time. Claire even thought of warning him to leave immediately. However, before she could take action, the helicopter crashed. As the two were stunned by the helicopter's crash, they suddenly saw the stranger displaying inhuman abilities, leaping from a third-turtle tree to the top of the canopy with a single push. Such a shocking scene instantly made their worldview show signs of collapse. Fortunately, at that moment, Owen, being the man, was the first to regain his senses. Seeing the large group of pterosaurs flying towards them, he immediately grabbed Claire and ran towards the woods, as if fleeing for their lives. At the top of the tree canopy, the branches and leaves are sparse. It is unclear what species of trees grow in this forest below. With a branch no thicker than a pinky finger, Qin Hao stood with his hands behind his back, watching the approaching flock of pterosaurs in the distance. This is a testament to how he had mastered a particular lightness skill to a remarkable extent, otherwise he would not be so effortlessly at ease. The flying speed of the pterosaurs is extremely fast, their leathery wings flapping like arrows released from a bow. They are coming, he thought to himself. The leading pterosaurs had already entered within a 400-meter radius of Qin Hao. In this area, as long as Qin Hao acted quickly enough, these pterosaurs would become his meal. In an instant, Qin Hao suddenly raised his right hand, slightly causing the air to twist. An orange-earth flame erupted with a bang, transforming into a giant sword nearly 10 zhang long, sweeping towards the flock of pterosaurs. With a chilling wind, the large group of pterosaurs in the sky instantly turned into fireballs, plummeting towards the ground. With a virtual grip of his fingers, a series of explosions erupted in the sky as each pterosaur, engulfed in flames, burst apart, turning into dust. Given the small size of the pterosaurs, there was likely little meat on their bodies aside from their skeletons. Qin Hao had no need to take too many pterosaur corpses. In fact, he only intended to take 2 from different species. From behind, more pterosaurs flew in. Lacking intelligence, they sensed the fatal threat ahead as their companions exploded and perished instinctively, rising higher. Though their direction did not change, they flew much higher. Seeing this, a helpless expression crossed Qin Hao's face. I knew it would be like this, he shook his head in resignation. If they were in a cage, this situation would not occur. But now they were outside, free as birds in the sky, with the distance between the ground and the heavens extending far beyond thousands of meters. Qin Hao's 400-meter attack range was simply out of reach. Fortunately, not all pterosaurs chose to fly high. Some of the slower ones seemed oblivious to the tragedy that had occurred earlier and continued to race towards him. Upon spotting Qin Hao at the top of the canopy, they mistook him for a delicious meal and increased their speed. Qin Hao was not polite. He killed one as it approached and took down pairs when they came. Soon, including the initial group of pterosaurs and the few that followed, a total of 38 pterosaurs had fallen to Qin Hao. Aside from the two he intended to keep as trophies, the rest were reduced to ashes by the raging flames. Qin Hao considered this as helping them with their cremation, even saving on funeral costs. Each pterosaur provided 2 source energy points. 38 pterosaurs amounted to just 76 points. Not too many, but not too few either. A mosquito's leg, no matter how small, is still meat, isn't it? Chase. Turning, Qin Hao sprinted in the direction the pterosaurs had flown. In the crowded square, numerous tourists stood or sat, occasionally pulling out tissues to wipe the sweat from them. What should have been a joyful day took a turn for the worse, and many tourists were muttering complaints. At that moment, an announcement blared from the speakers surrounding the square. Ladies and gentlemen, due to an unusual situation, please proceed immediately to the shelters. Ladies and gentlemen, due to an unusual situation, please proceed immediately to the shelters. The announcement continued to repeat, while strange sounds suddenly echoed from the distant sky, prompting many tourists to rise and look in that direction. Upon seeing what approached, their faces immediately changed in horror. In the sky, a group of pterosaurs, which should have been caged, was now soaring freely, heading straight towards them. Almost simultaneously, a piercing alarm rang out. Run! Without hesitation, as soon as they saw the flock of pterosaurs, everyone turned and fled. Unfortunately, the crowd was too dense, and no one could run fast. They tried to quicken their pace, but the people in front blocked their way. At that moment, the flock of pterosaurs descended. Like humans entering a chicken coop, the pterosaurs swooped down from the sky, their sharp claws and beaks lethal weapons. In an instant, dozens of people perished upon contact. The screams resonated, igniting fear in countless hearts. The scattering crowd bore expressions of terror. In the sky, hundreds of pterosaurs eagerly hunted for food that piqued their interest, sometimes not necessarily to eat. Perhaps they just found it entertaining. Qin Hao's speed was not much slower than those flying pterosaurs. Despite the terrain hindering some of his speed, he still managed to arrive at this place. Landing steadily atop a building, Qin Hao casually grabbed a reckless pterosaur that had attacked him, smashing it down onto the reinforced concrete, with a loud bang, instantly turning it into a bloody mess. The hard cement roof cracked, revealing numerous fissures. This time Qin Hao had learned to be clever. He did not unleash his powerful moves immediately, as that would scare off the pterosaurs. Although it would take longer to kill them this way, he could still slay more, and a slightly slower speed was of no concern. This time Qin Hao had learned to be clever. He did not unleash his powerful moves immediately, as that would scare off the pterosaurs. Although it would take longer to kill them this way, he could still slay more. Qin Hao was no saint. He had no interest in such thankless tasks as saving others. Completing his task and collecting source energy points was what truly mattered to him. Soaring into the air, Qin Hao took out the soul-severing sword from his spatial storage, and before he landed, 2 pterosaurs charged towards him. Come at me. With a swing of his sword, 2 beams of light flashed in the sunlight so fast that only silver streaks could be seen, and the 2 pterosaurs were decapitated, blood gushing forth like a waterfall. Upon landing, Qin Hao seized a pterosaur that was atop a tourist, yanking it over without hesitation, and then he swiftly severed its head with a single stroke. Ignoring the tourist with a hole in his chest, Qin Hao rushed towards the nearest pterosaur. With a loud bang, shattered glass shards flew everywhere as a smaller-sized pterosaur crashed through the display window, its sharp claws lunging at the terrified tourists hiding inside. Several tourists screamed loudly, their bodies and faces marked with deep scratches from the pterosaur's claws. Just then a hand suddenly grabbed one of the pterosaur's legs and yanked it out with force. With a sharp crunch, a foot came down, heavily crushing the pterosaur's skull, while Qin Hao continued his hunt for the next target without looking back. Inside the display window, a few tourists who had just brushed with death stared in a daze at Qin Hao as he turned to leave, completely unaware that 2 more pterosaurs were now fixated on them from above. Oh! A sudden loud scream pierced the air. In the sky, a pterosaur with a wingspan of about 3 meters grabbed a woman dressed in white, while 2 other pterosaurs squabbled over the prey. Just as Qin Hao beheaded one pterosaur with his sword, he turned around and caught sight of this scene. His gaze swept across, and sure enough, he spotted 2 boys, one tall and one short, over there. Perfect, it's time to try the method I thought of earlier. Qin Hao turned back, looking toward the fenced-off body of water. In the sky, the pterosaurs were fighting over the woman, when suddenly the one holding her loosened its grip, causing her to fall directly into the water below. The pterosaurs, undeterred, dove headfirst into the water, The earlier one swiftly retrieved the woman again, emerging from the surface. Qin Hao lightly jumped, landing on the fence. In his right palm, hidden behind his back, a small, orange-earth fireball spun incessantly, radiating intense heat. Boom. The surface of the water exploded as the pterosaur that had just flown out of the water hadn't gained much height, when a massive shadow burst out from below, its gigantic mouth wide open, engulfing both the pterosaur and the woman it had captured. The Songlong, clearly unknown to the pterosaurs, posed a terrifying threat. At this moment, a glint of determination flickered in Qin Hao's eyes as he swung his right hand forcefully. Die! The orange-earth flames transformed into a pillar of fire, shooting toward the exposed portion of the Songlong with incredible speed. The Songlong seemed to sense something, its massive body suddenly accelerating as it dove toward the surface of the sea. Faster, just a little faster. Qin Hao gritted his teeth, urging the flames to accelerate relentlessly. Boom. Finally, the beam of light hit the Konglong's body, which was above water, unleashing a terrifying force with temperatures exceeding 3,000 degrees. In an instant, parts of the Konglong's flesh along with some of its bones vanished. At that moment, its enormous body crashed down onto the water's surface, sinking without pause. As it hit the water, the flames controlled by Qin Hao extinguished almost immediately after vaporizing a portion of the seawater. Frowning, he stood on the fence. He knew that the Songlong was not dead. How did he know? The source energy points he expected as a reward hadn't been delivered. Did he need to say more? Damn it, if only it had stayed on the surface a little longer. Qin Hao thought bitterly. Now that the Songlong had suffered such a severe injury, it likely wouldn't dare surface again, and injuring it as easily as before would no longer be feasible. As for fighting it underwater, Qin Hao wouldn't be foolish enough to do so. Under the water, his strongest abilities couldn't be utilized, and his combat effectiveness would be significantly diminished due to the water pressure. The Songlong, however, wouldn't face such a disadvantage. With its enormous size, even a single swipe of its tail could claim half of his life. What if I could attack from inside its mouth? Qin Hao pondered, but quickly shook his head, abandoning that thought. Although many movies and TV shows often depict such scenarios, Qin Hao felt it was still too far-fetched. He wasn't afraid of stomach acid and decomposition. After all, his Tier 7 ultimate recovery was not something to joke about. However, what he feared was the crushing pressure of the internal muscles. The Konglong's immense size meant its strength could be described as terrifying. The moment Qin Hao entered its mouth, the sheer pressure of its internal muscle tissue could turn him into a pile of mush in an instant. No matter how formidable his ultimate recovery was, he wasn't invincible. Being crushed into a mass of flesh would certainly mean his demise. This won't work. Shaking his head, Qin Hao reluctantly realized that at least for now he was still at a loss against it. However, if he could drain the water here, that would be a different story. Yet he wasn't sure if he could achieve that, nor did he know if there were any similar devices down below. If so, that would be great. If not, he'd have to think of other solutions. His myriad thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant. When Qin Hao came back to his senses, he turned to find two boys, one tall and one short, staring at him in shock. After just a glance, Qin Hao ignored the two, leaping off the fence and soaring over a distance of several meters, beheading a pterosaur midair before landing steadily on the ground. Let's continue. I'll deal with it Songlong later. Qin Hao thought to himself. In front of him were over 100 pterosaurs, totaling more than 200 source energy points. He wasn't going to let these points slip from his grasp. Bang! Suddenly a gunshot caught Qin Hao's attention. Turning to look, his brow furrowed immediately. They're stealing my source energy points. Over there, a dozen guards from the island were shooting at the flock of pterosaurs in the sky. A few unfortunate pterosaurs were hit by bullets and immediately fell from the sky. Seeing the competition arise, Qin Hao couldn't afford to hesitate any longer. With a swift motion, he conjured a mass of flames that formed into small fireballs the size of his thumb. With a fierce wave of his right hand, these fireballs shot toward the pterosaurs in the sky. Boom, 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 boom. A series of explosions echoed from different directions in the sky. Almost instantaneously, over 20 pterosaur corpses were blown into pieces, raining down from the sky, accompanied by large splashes of blood that not only stained the ground, but also doused several tourists, causing them to scream in terror. Oh! It's that god! Someone among the guards exclaimed in surprise. Qin Hao was unaware that he had been turned into a godlike figure. He only wished to eliminate these pterosaurs quickly to prevent others from stealing his kills and wasting more source energy points. In the sky, dozens of wyverns flew towards the distant sea. The panicked crowd momentarily stabilized their emotions as the bloodstains on the ground revealed that what had just occurred was no dream. Standing at a high vantage point, Qin Hao gazed at the receding wyverns, and after a moment, he shook his head slightly. Well, I must admit, you all run fast. Descending from the rooftop, Qin Hao swept his gaze and then with a flicker of his figure appeared beside a staff member. You tell me, where is the laboratory on the island? Qin Hao grasped him firmly, asking coldly. The staff member trembled slightly in Qin Hao's grip, having witnessed the recent slaughter of the wyverns. I. Perhaps due to his nervousness he stammered and was at a loss for words. Qin Hao's brow furrowed, and the hostility in his eyes intensified, nearly scaring the man into losing control. The commotion attracted the attention of others. Hey, what are you doing? Claire shouted loudly as she ran over. Put him down. What do you think you're doing? Qin Hao glanced at her, but ignored her entirely. They'll give you 3 seconds. If you don't speak, I will throw you over there to feed that coiling dragon. His gaze flickered towards the water behind the enclosure, where a massive shadow seemed to loom beneath the surface. I'll talk. Feeling Qin Hao's icy tone and the terrifying shadow beneath the water, the staff member hurriedly spilled all he knew about the laboratory's location like a torrent. After he finished speaking, Qin Hao tossed him onto the ground and left without looking back. Claire, unless restrained by Owen, would have likely rushed forward to confront Qin Hao, but fortunately she refrained. Otherwise Qin Hao would have indeed tossed her into the water to feed the coiling dragon. Boom. A loud noise echoed as a metal door with a dent in the center flew back, crashing onto a table. Inside the modern laboratory, a group of researchers in white lab coats turned to look. At the entrance, Qin Hao, dressed in casual clothing, walked in. He quickly scanned the crowd and locked onto one individual. You come here. Qin Hao pointed at the person he had noticed. Me. The individual, puzzled, pointed to himself, and then approached slowly. Sir, may I ask who you are? He discreetly glanced at the fallen metal door, the dent causing his eyelid to twitch. Your name is Henry. Qin Hao looked at him and asked. Yes, I am Henry, he nodded, trying to maintain a friendly smile. He didn't know who this person was, but he certainly sensed hostility. As long as you are Henry, that's good. Qin Hao smiled slightly. Suddenly, he swung his right hand violently in one direction, and an orange fireball shot out. The scorching, terrifying heat instantly reduced the staff member to ashes. Immediately the others in the laboratory screamed in terror. Everyone shut up. Qin Hao said with a smile as his gaze swept over the crowd. If you all behave, I won't take your lives, but if anyone disobeys like this guy. The implication was clear. Shifting his gaze back to Henry, Qin Hao said, You will listen. Obedient. Sweat dripped down Henry's forehead, and upon hearing the words he nodded vigorously. Qin Hao smiled. Good, now pack up all the data here for me. Oh, and any necessary equipment should be taken as well, Qin Hao added. Hearing this, Henry dared not disobey. He nodded in agreement and began instructing others to get busy. Meanwhile, Qin Hao found a place to sit down, occasionally glancing at the people around him. Secretly, he contacted the tower spirit, asking several questions. Upon receiving satisfactory answers, a joyful smile appeared on Qin Hao's face, which terrified those present, causing them to shudder. He had just received a reply from the tower spirit confirming that as long as Qin Hao brought people from these worlds, he could spend a small amount of source energy points to have the tower spirit establish a contract similar to a slave contract. Henceforth, these people would obey his commands without question. Even if Qin Hao ordered them to die, they wouldn't flinch. Of course, Qin Hao would not let them die. After all, he had spent source energy points on them. In the main world, Qin Hao lacked a foundation, and there were some things he did not wish to expose too early. He had been contemplating how to build a force of his own, and when he saw Henry just now, a thought suddenly struck him. Since he could traverse countless worlds, why not bring some people from those worlds to serve him? Talents like Henry were exactly what Qin Hao needed at this moment. After consulting the tower spirit, Qin Hao received a satisfactory answer. Although it would cost some source energy points, the amount was minimal and well worth it. While Qin Hao quietly contemplated his plans for the main world, Henry and the others had already organized all the research achievements on the island, packing away everything that needed to be taken. Seeing that everything was nearly ready, Henry walked toward Qin Hao. Although he wore a smile, it appeared full. Sir, everything has been prepared as per your instructions, Henry stated. Qin Hao looked up, glanced at him, and reaching out, he patted Henry on the shoulder. Qin Hao said, Henry, from now on you'll work for me. Are there any others that need to be taken with us? Remember, I only want the elites. Hearing this, Henry felt a pang of despair, but on the surface, he dared not refuse. After hearing Qin Hao's inquiry, Henry did not dare to hide anything, quickly pointing out 2 other researchers in the laboratory, besides himself. The 2 individuals pointed out by Henry looked as if they had just tasted something foul. From Henry, Qin Hao learned that one was named Vils Dawson and the other was named Carly Kota. Both were geniuses in genetic studies and also had significant accomplishments in other fields, boasting several PhDs. Such talents were precisely what Qin Hao needed. Summoning the 2, Qin Hao waved his hand and directly absorbed all 3 of them along with the equipment and data. The equipment and data were all stored in the 9 Calamity space, while Henry and the other 2 were directly taken into a separate space. The Tower Spirit would be responsible for establishing the slave contract for the 3, ensuring they would completely obey any command from Qin Hao. Of course, for this Qin Hao would need to pay 300 source energy points, but he felt it was well worth the investment. On Nebular Island, the sky was gradually darkening. Under the guidance of the enslaved Henry, Qin Hao plundered several secret warehouses on the island along with a substantial amount of company funds that Henry transferred to another private account. In the main world, if Qin Hao wanted to establish a secret base, he needed enough wealth to support it all. Henry's money was just right as startup capital. However, continuous investments of more funds would be necessary. This amount was far from sufficient. Having dealt with matters on the island, Qin Hao let Henry leave first to prepare the startup funds, while he made his way back to the square again in the afternoon. At this moment, aside from the wreckage left from the day, the square was devoid of any shadows. Qin Hao walked to the edge of the water that housed the Songlong, gazing at the pitch-black surface under the moonlight. Behind him, a series of heavy footsteps caught his attention. Turning around, a massive shadow was approaching through the darkness, towering over 20 meters tall, resembling a moving building. With each step, the hard concrete ground cracked and shattered. Even from a distance, Qin Hao could feel the tremors beneath his feet. Roar! The colossal creature let out a loud roar. As it drew closer, Qin Hao clearly saw it resembled a Tyrannosaurus Rex, but was even more ferocious, with spikes protruding from its back and a mouth full of terrifying teeth stained with flesh. A foul stench wafted into Qin Hao's nose from afar. Furrowing his brows, Qin Hao glanced around, and indeed spotted 4 familiar figures in a nearby building. Have we reached this scene already? Well then, let's settle this here, Qin Hao thought to himself. He already had a plan for dealing with the Songlong. Ignoring the struggle between the 4 individuals and the rampaging Tyrannosaurus, Qin Hao flipped his hand and took out a computer from the 9 Tribulation space. His fingers tapped rapidly on the keyboard, and soon a massive circular image appeared on the screen. After inputting a series of commands, 6 holes appeared in the bottom area of the 3-dimensional graphic, followed by the sound of rushing water. Turning his head, he saw the previously calm water surface suddenly boiling, with 6 sunken whirlpools appearing, and the entire water level was slowly descending. After completing all this, Qin Hao casually tossed the computer aside and turned to observe the scene on the other. With a loud crash, a small shop was swept away by the rampaging dragon's massive tail, sending countless fragments flying, accompanied by several screams as 4 figures ran out. Since Qin Hao had killed all the raptors and cleaned up the 2 tyrannosaurs, naturally neither would appear. The rampaging dragon swept through the surrounding shops, while the 4 figures, surprisingly, remained tenacious, still alive until now. Glancing back at the water surface behind him, he noted it had already descended about halfway, and the descent was rapid. It's time to end this. Qin Hao flexed his fingers and then stepped closer. Boom! With a flick of his right hand, a ball of orange-red flame appeared in his palm. Hey big guy, look this way. With a booming explosion, the massive rampaging dragon roared and collapsed to the ground. Qin Hao smirked, his footsteps unhalted as he continued to advance. The 4 individuals fleeing over there saw him and displayed expressions of wild joy, especially when they saw the rampaging dragon that had been chasing them being blown to the ground by a fireball. They were so excited they nearly jumped up. Ignoring the ecstatic 4, Qin Hao waved his hand, and several flames coiled around the rampaging dragon like long serpents. Roar! The rampaging dragon struggled to rise, but each attempt only elicited painful cries as the flames seared its body. Die already! Raising his hand, a flame spear appeared in Qin Hao's grasp. As he thrust the spear forward, the arm-thick weapon instantly pierced the heart of the rampaging dragon below, causing its life force to drain away. After completing this, Qin Hao contemplated briefly stepping forward to swiftly slice the rampaging dragon into several segments, which he then stored in the 9 Tribulation space. With so many items collected, the remaining space in the 9 Tribulation space was already limited, and soon Qin Hao would need to collect the Songlong as well, along with the funds Henry had gathered. That way I won't need to take all of the Songlong with me later, Qin Hao thought. The Songlong was too large. If he took it all, there might not be enough remaining space. However, taking just a regular corpse would be fine. Turning around and not even glancing at the stunned 4, Qin Hao quickly walked to the edge of the railing and looked down. The seawater below was already reduced to a shallow layer, and the Songlong's massive body was now visible above the surface. Leaping into the air, Qin Hao jumped down directly. Landing steadily on the back of the Songlong, his presence caused the creature to thrash and struggle violently. Unfortunately, with the water reduced to a shallow layer, the massive Songlong found it extremely difficult to move. Useless struggling is futile. Qin Hao chuckled lightly, squatting down to gently stroke the Kanglong's body, then conjuring a flame that took the shape of a sword, instantly piercing the Songlong beneath him. Roar! The enormous Songlong thrashed violently, its tail longer than its body struck the water's surface, sending countless splashes flying. Qin Hao firmly anchored his feet on the Kanglong's back. No matter how much it struggled, it could not shake him off. After waiting for a few minutes, the Songlong finally ceased its movements, and the blood flowing from beneath it had already stained an area of over 100 meters. Finally dead, Qin Hao sighed in relief. Turning around, he approached the Kanglong's tail, and with a wave of his hand, a giant flame sword sliced through the long tail, scorching the cut area, such that not a drop of blood escaped. After severing the Kanglong's tail, Qin Hao moved to cut off its head, leaving only a section in the middle, which he stored properly in the 9 tribulation space. Having completed all this, Qin Hao lifted his head to glance at the 4 figures leaning against the railing, then slightly bent his legs, transforming into a shadow as he appeared outside the railing. Qin Hao's sudden appearance startled the 4, eliciting a gasp, and Owen cautiously positioned himself in front of the other 3. With a faint smile, Qin Hao turned and quickly vanished into the darkness ahead. In New York, on the 52nd floor of the Four Seasons Hotel, in the most luxurious suite, on a large bed measuring 3 to 4 meters wide, 3 bodies were covered with a thin blanket, and when one of them turned over, a beautiful sight was inadvertently revealed. On the balcony of the suite, Qin Hao leaned against the railing, gently swaying a glass of red wine in his hand, while gazing up at the vast starry sky. He was only wearing a thin nightgown, and the night breeze brought a slight chill that seeped through the fabric, sending a shiver down his spine. Moments later, a crisp ringtone suddenly shattered the tranquility of the moment. Qin Hao picked up the phone that was placed beside him and pressed the answer button. After a moment, he spoke, "Get ready, we will be leaving tomorrow morning." After hanging up the phone, Qin Hao casually tossed it aside, raised his head, and drank the last sip of red wine from his glass before stepping towards the room. A moment later, a series of moans echoed once more. The next day, at the port warehouse area, inside a certain warehouse. Qin Hao walked into the warehouse with Henry, who closed the door behind him and turned on the lights. Inside the warehouse, a pile of objects was covered by a blue cloth. Qin Hao stepped forward and yanked off the cloth, immediately revealing a dazzling array of golden light. "Master, I managed to exchange for 10 tons of gold to the best of my ability. I couldn't get any more due to time constraints." Henry, standing behind Qin Hao, slightly bent over with a respectful expression. Qin Hao nodded and waved his hand to directly store the 10 tons of gold into the 9 tribulation space. According to the current international gold price, 1 ton of gold could sell for over $40 million, making 10 tons worth more than $400 million. In fact, the amount of money Henry secured from the company's accounts was far greater than this, but only this much gold had been exchanged. Aside from the gold, there were also several large boxes nearby, filled with diamond jewelry and exquisite diamonds. The total value of these boxes was worth several $billion. Qin Hao stored all these items in the 9 tribulation space, planning to find a way to liquidate some of them for his initial capital once he returned to the main world. "You did well, Henry," Qin Hao acknowledged, nodding. In just 2 days, it was evident that Henry had put in considerable. Upon hearing this, Henry, who was already deeply bound by the slave contract, displayed an expression of immense excitement. Qin Hao's praise was infinitely more valuable to him than thousands or even billions of dollars. "All right, you can go now," Qin Hao said, waving his hand, and directly sending Henry into a layer of space. In the next moment, he silently recited "Return" in his heart. In an instant, a flash of light occurred in the warehouse, and no trace of anyone was left. In the layer of space on a rocky platform, a soft white light flickered, and Qin Hao reappeared there. "Greetings, master." Not far away, Henry and the other 2 men knelt respectfully upon seeing Qin Hao's arrival. Qin Hao casually waved his hand and walked towards the tower spirit. "This hall isn't small, right?" The bald tower spirit, still wearing a cheerful expression, spoke as Qin Hao approached. "I see you have quite a few source energy points. Would you like to use them?" Opening his attribute interface, Qin Hao directly looked at the source energy points section. Source energy points, 1339. Indeed, it was quite a lot, even surpassing the highest accumulation Qin Hao ever had by several hundred. If he hadn't exchanged for the slave contracts of Henry and the others, this number would have increased by 300 points. However, for now, Qin Hao did not intend to use these source energy points immediately. According to Qin Hao's plan, he intended to use 1,000 source energy points to elevate his fire control ability to the 8th tier, but before that he needed to enhance it to the 7th tier limit first, so that after strengthening, he could directly upgrade it to the 8th tier limit. The same price would yield entirely different results. One would be from the early 7th tier to the early 8th tier, while the other would be from the 7th tier limit to the 8th tier limit. It is crucial to note that the energy required to progress from the early 7th tier to the 7th tier limit is vastly different from that needed to advance from the early 8th tier to the 8th tier limit. The disparity could be described as several times or even tenfold. Thus Qin Hao naturally knew how to choose, so for now he planned to save these source energy points. No, I'll hold off for now. I plan to strengthen after my mental power reaches the 7th tier limit. As you wish, the tower spirit replied nonchalantly. After chatting with the tower spirit for a bit, Qin Hao took his leave from the layer of space. In the outer world, in a small room of the main world. In the enclosed room, a soft light flashed, and Qin Hao returned once again. Standing up, he drew back the curtains to let the sunlight in. Qin Hao sat down at his desk and casually took out a diamond ring from the 9 tribulation space, spinning it between his fingers. After a moment, Qin Hao chuckled lightly and then stood up to walk towards the door. First, let's take care of the startup capital. With this thought, Qin Hao opened the door and left the room. For someone like Qin Hao who needed to deal with a batch of illicit goods, the most ideal partners were undoubtedly those from the underground forces. In New York, the Brooklyn area was the most chaotic and had the highest concentration of such individuals, at least on the surface. After leaving his residence, Qin Hao quickly sought out a nearby street gang leader. Finding a secluded spot, he directly appeared and knocked out a few of the gang leader's underlings, then grabbed him, fixing his gaze upon him, with eyes shimmering with a ghostly blue light. Soul snatching. This was a peculiar martial art that Qin Hao obtained from a strange black book similar to the soul transfer technique in the Nine manual. However, soul snatching was even more bizarre and terrifying. With the support of Qin Hao's powerful mental force, this ordinary person before him almost instantly fell into a daze, succumbing to his control. Releasing the person, Qin Hao said calmly, "Tell me, where can I dispose of a large quantity of gold?" Soul snatching possesses only 2 abilities. One is the soul control, as Qin Hao just demonstrated, which allows him to dominate a person's consciousness and make them obey his commands. However, the controlled individual appears dazed and confused, so Qin Hao did not use this technique on Henry and the others, as he needed them to assist him rather than merely extract information like in the current situation. In addition to soul control, the other ability is soul snatching, which, as the name implies, is directly used for killing. The concept of killing with one's gaze refers to this. The gang leader, now under Qin Hao's control, would not even flinch if Qin Hao commanded him to die immediately, let alone answer a few questions. Soon Qin Hao obtained the answers he sought. After knocking the man out, he turned and left the place. Blood Prison Bar. The neon lights of the bar flickered with vibrant colors, and at the entrance stood 2 muscular, white men in black vests, their waistbands bulging with concealed firearms. Qin Hao had never been here before today. He came solely to handle a batch of gold he had on hand. Under the scrutinizing gazes of the 2 white men at the door, he pushed the door and entered the bar. At the entrance, a heavily made-up woman called out to him from a small window. "The entrance fee is 100, she said, appearing somewhat dazed while gesturing with a stamped ticket. Qin Hao casually pulled out a $100 bill and tossed it on the counter while the woman stamped his hand. Walking down a short corridor, Qin Hao pushed open a red door with a metal handle, and a cacophony of loud music mixed with chatter flooded his ears. He frowned slightly and stepped inside. The hall was spacious, featuring a large dance floor in the center surrounded by several smaller dance areas. In these, scantily clad women, barely covering their bodies, danced gracefully around a gleaming steel pole. In the central dance floor, even more exuberant performances were taking place, explaining the hefty entrance fee. The bar was crowded with many people gathered around the main dance floor, frequently handing out green bills to the passing dancers. Of course, the placement of the bills was rather dubious. In return, the dancers would pose enticingly in front of the customers, leaving them parched and eager to rush in. However, just looking at the large men in black vests around the hall, no one dared to act on those urges. If one was willing to spend money, there were also private booths available where one could pay for exclusive performances. If that wasn't enough, there were rooms upstairs where, as long as one could afford it, anything could happen. After surveying the surroundings, Qin Hao walked towards a door on the side. A few women who had initially wanted to approach him halted in their tracks upon seeing Qin Hao head in that direction. Qin Hao had a fair complexion, although he didn't appear very muscular. His demeanor resembled that of an English nobleman. With a face that could make countless men feel ashamed, he always attracted the attention of women wherever he went. As soon as he entered, several women noticed him, but upon realizing where he was headed, they hesitated to approach. At the small door, 2 armed white men blocked Qin Hao's way. Standing before the 2 men, both over 6 feet tall, Qin Hao, at about 5'9", appeared quite diminutive. "Kid, you can't come in here. If you want to have fun, go over there," one of the scarred white men warned. "Oh really? But I'm not here to have fun. I'm looking for Jeff Clare," Qin Hao replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, the two men frowned, and one discreetly placed a hand behind him. What do you want with Boss Jeff? They asked, their expressions wary. I have a big deal to discuss with him. I'm not concerned about your caution, Qin Hao said with a grin. Just tell him there's a deal worth over 100 million awaiting him. Oh, by the way, give him this. He'll understand, he added, pretending to pull a gold bar from his pocket, and, seeing the Oriental man suddenly pull out something, the two white men almost drew their guns, but quickly relaxed upon realizing it was just a gold bar. Catching the thrown gold bar, one of the white men felt its heavy weight in his hand, and glanced deeply at Qin Hao. Wait here, he said before turning and hurriedly ascending the stairs. Qin Hao didn't mind, he found a spot to sit, and waved over a waitress taking a glass of whiskey from her tray, indulging himself. He didn't have to wait long, shortly after the previous white man returned. Come with me, our boss wants to see you, he said to Qin Hao. Standing up, Qin Hao set down his glass and followed the white man through the door. They quickly reached the second floor of the bar. However, this area was separated from the guest rooms belonging to a different unit. Led by the white man, Qin Hao arrived at the door of a room. The double wooden doors had 4 armed guards standing at the entrance. Seeing the white man with Qin Hao, one of them stepped forward to block Qin Hao. Please cooperate, the man said. Qin Hao raised an eyebrow, nonchalantly spreading his arms to allow the search. He indeed carried no weapons. Ordinary firearms were useless to him, and even if he had something like a missile, they wouldn't be able to find it. After a brief search, the man nodded to his companion, and another opened the large door. Please, Qin Hao smiled and nodded, stepping inside. Within the door was a lavishly decorated office where several men in suits sat near the entrance. When Qin Hao entered, the men merely glanced at him before returning their attention elsewhere. Welcome, my friend. A plump middle-aged man with blonde hair and blue eyes approached him, wearing a friendly smile. The gold bar Qin Hao had presented earlier now rested on the large desk. He knew well Jeff's enthusiasm and was not deceived by the seemingly friendly smile on his face. A man like Jeff, who could thrive in Brooklyn and manage several streets, was certainly no saint. His cordiality towards Qin Hao was merely a facade motivated by money. Of course, Qin Hao didn't care about that. He sought only a result. After shaking hands with the enthusiastic Jeff, he got straight to the point. Jeff, you should be well aware of my intentions, right? Oh, by the way, how much of this gold do you have? Jeff asked after taking a sip of his drink. 10 tons. Can you handle that? Qin Hao replied with a slight smile. At the mention of 10 tons, even Jeff, who considered himself accustomed to grand spectacles, felt his heart race unexpectedly. Really? Really? He asked, incredulous. Qin Hao said nothing, only nodded with a smile. Upon receiving Qin Hao's affirmative response, Jeff's expression shifted several times before he burst into laughter, exclaiming, My friend, you have truly surprised me. So can you handle it? Qin Hao raised an eyebrow and smiled. Well? In the office, the round-faced boss Jeff appeared somewhat indecisive. Qin Hao smiled and patted his shoulders, saying, If you can't eat it, I might find someone else. No, I can eat. Boss Jeff quickly lifted his head in urgency. Just a glance and his vision was enveloped by a pair of eyes glowing with a ghostly blue light, causing a wave of dizziness to wash over him. Boss Jeff's expression froze for a moment, but he quickly regained his composure. How about this? I'll consult with a few brothers, and once I have results, I'll contact you. After a moment of hesitation, Boss Jeff spoke. Qin Hao smiled and nodded, casually handing him a business card before turning to walk towards the door. Once you have results, call me. Bang. The door closed, and a few people in the office looked at Boss Jeff, who stood by the desk. Boss, can we trust this guy? Boss Jeff shook his head slightly, then turned to pick up the phone on the desk, and quickly dialed a number. Meanwhile, Qin Hao had already left the blood prison bar. Noticing that it was still early, he did not immediately return to his residence, but headed in another direction. Osborne Tower. In the spacious and bright lobby on the first floor, a huge 3D screen displayed an introduction to Osborne Tower as soon as one entered. Qin Hao looked up, and his eyes lit up as he smiled and approached. Hi, Gwen. Qin Hao walked up to Gwen, who had just come down. Seeing him, Gwen wore a puzzled, yet helpless expression, and said, What brings you to Osborne Tower? What do you mean? Qin Hao smiled, and replied, Have you met someone you know here? It's that guy Peter, he's acting strangely today. Gwen said with a hint of annoyance, then looked up and smiled at him, saying, What about you? Why are you here? You're not here to tour or learn, are you? I'm not that studious. Qin Hao checked his watch and said, It's 5:30, just the right time. How about dinner together? Gwen paused, blinking as she smiled at him, saying, Am I to understand you're asking me out? That is indeed the case, Qin Hao said with a smile. Gwen indeed had a good impression of Qin Hao, but this feeling hadn't quite reached the level of affection. At most, she didn't dislike him. Upon hearing that Qin Hao wanted to have dinner with her, Gwen's first thought was to refuse. However, before she could speak, Qin Hao suddenly hid one hand behind his back and swiftly produced a bouquet of roses. Here's for you. You wouldn't be so cruel as to reject me, would you? Chin Hao presented the bouquet to Gwen with a smile. You can do magic. Gwen was first taken aback, then hesitated for a moment before accepting the bouquet from Chin Hao, saying, all right, but it's just dinner. No movies or anything after. Seeing Gwen's serious demeanor, Chin Hao nodded with a smile. At this moment, many people in the lobby were also looking in their direction, and upon seeing Gwen accept Chin Hao's bouquet, many smiled warmly. Please, my princess. Chin Hao stepped aside with a smile. Gwen cradled the roses and glanced at him, then together they left Osborne Tower. Their dinner took place in a stylish Italian restaurant. After about 3 hours they finally left the restaurant. Chin Hao indeed had no plans for activities after dinner. There was no need to rush, one should not be hasty after all. However, it was apparent that Gwen was the type of girl who enjoyed excitement and flamboyance. On the way back, Chin Hao drove fast, and she seemed extremely thrilled. You've arrived. The car stopped in front of a residential building, and Chin Hao turned to look at Gwen in the past. Her face still bore a slight flush from earlier excitement. Upon hearing Chin Hao's words, she smiled and unbuckled her seatbelt. Thank you, I am. As Gwen began to speak, Chin Hao suddenly pulled her over. The car shook slightly, and after a moment the passenger door opened, and Gwen, blushing, got out of the car. Inside the car, Chin Hao watched as Gwen hurriedly ran towards the building, a smile unconsciously appearing on his face. Regarding Chin Hao's sudden move, Gwen only showed a bit of shyness. However, she did not appear angry, which was undoubtedly a good sign for Chin Hao. Coming back to reality from the tender moment, Chin Hao's smile also faded. Indeed, since Peter went to Osborne Tower today, he must have already been bitten by the spider. Chin Hao started the car thinking about Peter as he drove slowly. It wasn't that he was overly concerned about Peter, it was merely curiosity. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen to have dinner with Gwen, but should have followed Peter to observe his situation. Clearly, Chin Hao was not too invested in Peter's affairs. After all, a mere Spider-Man was not something he deemed significant. What truly caught Chin Hao's attention were some matters concerning other aspects. For instance, the Flash from Central City. However, the Flash had just been struck by lightning last night and was still lying in the hospital. Secondly, there was the mysteriously absent Hulk, who was also a key focus for Chin Hao at this stage. The reason Chin Hao paid attention to these local superheroes was that he felt he might end up on the opposite side of them in the future. To put it bluntly, Chin Hao was not a good person. He was the type who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals, and clearly his style did not align with the views of those superheroes. Once exposed, he would likely become a target for them. Of course, as of now, Chin Hao hadn't done anything that would provoke public outrage, but what he was about to do was also quite inhumane. What kind of thing? Naturally, it was his upcoming secret base plan. Once the base's basic construction was completed, he would arrange for Henry and the others to move in, followed by the start of intensive research work. According to Chin Hao's ideas, he wanted to implant dinosaur genes into humans, just like Spider-Man. However, in his mind, the dinosaur genes would undoubtedly be much stronger, but consequently the research difficulty would also increase significantly. For this reason, live material was absolutely essential. He wasn't running a formal research institute. They used lab rats, while Chin Hao planned to directly enter the human trial phase after the initial research was completed. At that time, a large number of human subjects would be required for Henry and the others to conduct experiments. Just this alone was enough to make him a target for those superheroes. Of course, Chin Hao had decided from the very beginning to keep himself hidden in the background. He would never expose himself before his power was sufficient. The next day, Chin Hao received a call from Jeff inviting him to an old factory outside the city. He drove the same car as yesterday, which of course was not his own, but rather borrowed from someone else. Everyone knew that Chin Hao was quite adept at borrowing things. After getting out of the car, he walked into the factory. The place was littered with garbage, and the metal was already rusted. It was clear that this was an apt location for the upcoming transaction. Chin Hao arrived early, and there was not a soul in the factory at that moment. He took out all the gold from the 9 Tribulation space and covered it with a blue cloth. Not long after he finished, the sound of roaring engines echoed from outside the factory. Moments later, a group of people walked into the factory. Among them was Jeff. That day, Chin Hao merely gave Jeff a simple psychological suggestion, and he obediently contacted these people according to Chin Hao's wishes. Jeff, my friend, you finally made it. Chin Hao greeted him with a smile and gave him a big hug. Are these your... Chin Hao looked at the 2 people next to Jeff. There was a man and a woman. The man had a fierce appearance, stood about 2 meters tall, and was covered in thick hair. One glance was enough to tell he was not a good person. The woman, on the other hand, was plump like Jeff, appearing harmless, but that was merely a deceptive exterior. Could someone who walked with these individuals really be non-threatening? Oh, my friend, let me introduce you to them. Jeff enthusiastically pulled Chin Hao in to introduce the 2. The burly middle-aged man was named Sork, one of the infamous underground power figures in New York. The plump woman was named Weevil, Both her name and appearance were quite ordinary, yet she was the leader of one of the most vicious forces in New York. After introducing the two, Jeff raised an eyebrow and asked, "Friend, where's your stuff? Did you bring it?" Chin Hao smiled slightly and walked over to lift the blue cloth. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light flashed before their eyes. Jeff, the three of them, and the people they brought all held their breath. Even for them, it was the first time seeing such a pile of gold together. After a moment, Jeff was the first to regain his composure and gestured to a person behind him. That person immediately understood, stepped forward, and began to check the purity of the gold. Chin Hao stood by, nonchalantly allowing them to inspect. This was what they meant by the skilled are bold. He was not afraid of Jeff and the others resorting to black tactics. If they truly intended to do so, they would be the ones to perish. For Chin Hao, it was merely a slight inconvenience. 10 tons of gold wasn't much. Given gold's high density, it was merely a small pile when divided into large bars. In less than an hour, the person finished checking and whispered a few words to Jeff. Following that, Jeff burst into laughter. "Dear friend, I believe we can make the trade now," Jeff said with a smile. He waved his hand, and a subordinate immediately brought over a box which, when opened, revealed a computer inside. Moments later, Jeff nodded with a smile. Chin Hao took out his phone to check the account he had just opened at the Swiss bank yesterday, which already had a balance of $400 million. "Jeff, you truly keep your word," Chin Hao said with a smile as he put away his phone. "All right, now this gold, then I'll take my leave first." With that, Chin Hao left the old factory, and Jeff and the others did not attempt any backstabbing. The money had already been given, so if they were to turn on him, there was no need to pay. It was only after Chin Hao left that Jeff ordered his men to start loading the gold onto the vehicles. As for why he didn't plan to betray Chin Hao, it was mainly due to the psychological suggestion from the previous day, and his two friends followed his advice, avoiding any reckless actions. For Chin Hao, he had acquired a startup capital. Although it was still far from enough, it was at least sufficient to begin his preliminary plans. However, he would no longer need to personally handle the subsequent tasks. After contacting Henry and the others he had sent out yesterday, Chin Hao handed over the money to them, keeping only $5 million for himself, while giving the rest to Henry and his team to start preparing for the first step of the plan. Chin Hao wouldn't concern himself with how Henry and the others would handle things. With the slave contract in place, they could never betray him. Chin Hao had already decided to remain in the shadows. Even if he occasionally showed up, he would never present himself in his true identity. While Henry and the others began their busy work, Chin Hao completed his moving arrangements. The process was quite simple. Chin Hao didn't mind spending extra money and directly purchased a property in Manhattan for over $3 million. The house wasn't very large, as Manhattan is indeed a place where every inch of land is precious. In the Upper East Side, there were hardly any properties below $10 million, and the one Chin Hao bought, while not in the best location, was at least decent. It was mainly smaller in size, only 2 stories with a total area of 245 square meters. Even so, it cost him over $3 million. With money, things were easy. All the transfer procedures were completed in less than an hour, and by evening, Chin Hao had already moved into his new home. As for his old house, he didn't sell it. He might as well just keep it. Chin Hao's apartment had a total of 17 floors, and he purchased half of the 16th and 17th floors. The apartment had a private elevator that went directly to his floor, and from the balcony, one could gaze upon the splendid city nightscape. In the afternoon, Chin Hao went to buy a car and some daily necessities. The car cost him over $200,000, which was nothing compared to the price of the house, and now he had about $1 million left in his account. However, he himself had no need to spend that much. He had already entrusted Henry with the places where money was truly needed. For the next few days, Chin Hao wouldn't contact Henry and the others. Even if he did reach out later, he would do so directly through the slave contract to avoid phone taps and other troubles which could expose his true identity. At night, Chin Hao called Gwen, and after talking for a while, they understood each other well enough, officially solidifying their relationship. After all, foreign girls are generally much more open than those in the country. If they like someone, they simply accept it without any dragging on. The next day, Chin Hao drove to the school. His previous residence was quite close to the school, and even walking wouldn't take too long. However, the place he lived now is rather far away, and even driving takes about half an hour. Of course, one must blame the dreadful traffic conditions. For Chin Hao, school life is a rare moment of leisure. Moreover, he has now started dating a girlfriend, which makes it even more important for him to learn to enjoy life, allowing him to forget those brain-busting concerns as much as possible. However, Gwen is a strong-minded girl. She is definitely not the type to be constantly seeking a man to rely on for the latter half of her life. For her, dating a boyfriend is one thing, but she would never allow her boyfriend to interfere with her life. What's more, speaking of their relationship, it really isn't that deep. One could even describe it as shallow. If one attempts to bind another person with such a shallow relationship, it is evidently unworkable. Of course, Chin Hao never intended to do so. Dating Gwen is purely to satisfy his own desires. To speak of love would be too premature and also too insincere. However, as long as both parties enjoy each other's company, it doesn't really matter whether it is true love. Who knows, as time goes on, genuine love might indeed arise. After all, this is America, not Huaxia. Bang! Closing the locker, Chin Hao glanced over and happened to see Peter walking in from the other end of the corridor, and he greeted him with a smile. Hey Peter, how was your weekend? Today Peter looked quite different from usual. He often appeared to be hunched over when walking, as if always on guard against something. But today he walked with his chest out, and especially without his glasses, his face radiated a confident aura. Indeed, having gained a power unattainable by ordinary people, Peter had transformed into a much more self-assured individual. Upon seeing Chin Hao, Peter smiled and came over. Hey buddy, you will absolutely not believe what I experienced this weekend. Peter appeared very excited, even his eyes sparkled with joy. Oh, did a Lin's sister drop down from your home? Chin Hao teased with a laugh. Lin's sister? Peter looked at him in confusion. Chin Hao chuckled heartily, but did not explain. Let's go, class is about to start, Chin Hao said with a smile. As they reached the classroom door, they saw Gwen and several girls coming from the other side. Seeing Gwen, Chin Hao walked over with a smile. Behind him, Peter also confidently approached her. However, just as he took a couple of steps, his expression froze, and the right foot that he had lifted was stuck in midair, looking dazed. In his line of sight, Peter's dream girl Gwen was currently kissing Chin Hao, and the scene was so beautiful that it shattered Peter's heart. Chin Hao didn't care about Peter's feelings at all. In any case, Gwen would not have a good ending following him, and to save this lovely blonde girl, Chin Hao took the initiative without hesitation. As for Peter, well, he might as well wait until college to find his true love, Mary Jane Watson. Hey Peter, what are you dazing about? Gwen had already gone into the classroom, and Chin Hao waved his hand in front of the still-stunned Peter. At this moment, Peter finally came to his senses, looking at Chin Hao with a bitter expression. Buddy, when did you two start? He asked with a wry smile. Just this weekend, Chin Hao replied with a chuckle. Hearing this, Peter's face turned even more bitter. Just moments ago, they had been discussing the weekend, and Peter had been exceedingly excited because he had gained a power beyond ordinary reach, and even helped Dr. Connor solve a long-standing problem. Everything had gone so smoothly, as if he had transformed into a legendary protagonist basking in the protagonist's halo. But unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, the girl he had secretly liked for years had already become someone else's girlfriend, and it had all happened during this weekend. It seems we both had a pretty good weekend, Chin Hao said with a smile, his inner malice evident. Oh, wasn't this just stimulating Peter? Poor Peter couldn't perceive Chin Hao's malicious intent at all. With a bitter smile on his face, he nodded, looking anything but happy. Chin Hao completely ignored Peter's expression, calling him over, and the two entered the classroom together. Throughout the entire morning, Peter was in a daze. He didn't catch a single word of what the teacher was lecturing. The only image in his sight was that of Chin Hao and Gwen in their intimate moments. God, why is this happening? Peter couldn't help but lament silently, but unfortunately the heavens clearly had no intention of answering him. At noon, after enjoying a warm lunch with Gwen, Chin Hao headed to the basketball court. When he entered, he noticed Fleischer, who was playing basketball, looking at him with a peculiar expression. However, Chin Hao wasn't there to watch him play basketball. He was preparing to watch a good show. Finding a spot to sit, Chin Hao took out a bag of chips, tore open the packaging, and watched with great interest. Several cheerleader girls nearby glanced at him with curiosity. Although most white people generally look down on Asians regardless of race, everyone has an appreciation for beautiful things. Chin Hao was not particularly tall among whites, and even among a group of high school students, he wasn't very muscular, but he was indeed quite handsome, and that alone was enough to attract the attention of those high school girls. Unfortunately, Chin Hao had no interest in developing any beyond friendship relationships with these girls. He only wanted to see the good show that was about to unfold. Crisp, with a chip in his mouth, Peter finally arrived. At that moment, Fleischer had just forcefully bumped into a boy shouting, "Unqualified." To be fair, this guy played basketball quite well and was qualified to teach that less skilled guy a lesson. But unfortunately, the rebounding basketball accidentally knocked over a paint bucket, causing the paint inside to spill onto the nearby paper. The girl holding the paintbrush immediately stood up in anger, pointing at Fleischer, accusing him of doing it on purpose. Naturally, the arrogant Fleischer would not give a little girl any face. Who did she think she was? Was she his cousin Gwen? Or another girl he liked? Since she was neither, why should he give her any face? Clearly, Fleischer didn't give her any face, arrogantly claiming he did it on purpose, wearing an expression of, "What can you do about it?" which made Chin Hao, who was watching the show, unable to help but laugh. The sudden laughter drew the attention of others. Holding the bag of chips in one hand, Chin Hao smiled and shrugged, saying, "Don't look at me, I'm just a spectator. You all continue." Had it not been for Fleischer knowing full well that he couldn't possibly beat Chin Hao, he would have already rushed over to. If there was something that made Fleischer hesitate to confront Chin Hao, then another matter directly caused him to not dare to retort against him. Who would have thought that he actually got together with Gwen? Gwen is his cousin, who has been looking after him since childhood. Even now that they are grown up, seeing Gwen still makes Fleischer feel uneasy. Damn bastard. Fleischer could only curse inwardly, then turned away, no longer looking at him. Chin Hao raised an eyebrow, continued munching on potato chips, and prepared to watch the show. Sure enough, as soon as Fleischer turned around, Peter came over to help lift the fallen paint bucket. Despite being distracted by the morning's events, he had somewhat recovered. Moreover, perhaps it was due to his pent-up frustration seeing Fleischer bully others as he often bullied him. Peter couldn't help but want to find a way to make him suffer. Just as Peter had lifted the paint bucket, Fleischer threw a cap again, whether intentionally or accidentally. The basketball flew towards the paint bucket once more. That paint bucket is pretty unlucky. Chin Hao chuckled to himself. However, this time the basketball did not knock over the paint bucket as a hand suddenly appeared in the middle and caught the flying basketball. The girl holding the paintbrush blinked and looked at Peter with a strange expression. Peter glanced down at the basketball in his hands, raised an eyebrow at her, and had an idea. At that moment, Fleischer happened to walk over, glaring at him, and said, "Give me the ball, Parker." Sitting nearby, Chin Hao grinned, his eyes glinting with amusement. Just as he was preparing to enjoy the show, someone suddenly sat down beside him. Chin Hao turned his head and smiled, saying, "What brings you here?" "I came to find you." Gwen looked over there and asked what's going on. Did Peter get into an argument with Fleischer? Handing her some potato chips, Chin Hao replied, "Not yet, but it should be soon. It's just that Peter seems a bit different today. Have you noticed?" "Really?" Gwen picked up a chip, glanced at Peter over there, and shook her head, saying, "I didn't notice." "Just keep watching, and you'll see." Chin Hao smiled. While they were chatting, the atmosphere over there had already started to heat up. Fleischer stepped forward, attempting to snatch the basketball from Peter, but unfortunately, he couldn't get it. Peter even turned his head, covering his eyes with one hand, letting Fleischer take it, yet he still couldn't snatch the basketball from Peter's grasp. This time Gwen was somewhat surprised. "Peter is indeed a bit different from usual," she said. "He wouldn't dare to do that before. But now he does," Chin Hao said with a smile. "Look, Peter is going for a layup." All right, over there, Peter did indeed look like he was going for a layup, but unfortunately he seemed to have no idea how to play basketball, treating the basketball like a rugby ball instead. Peter barreled into Fleischer, knocking him over, then jumped up, soaring over 2 meters high, his body twisting in midair. With both hands clutching the basketball, he forcefully slammed it into the hoop. A loud bang echoed as the entire basketball hoop trembled. The glass behind the hoop shattered instantly, and the whole hoop was torn down by Peter. Everyone was left dumbfounded. "Now Peter is going to have to pay for that," Chin Hao said gleefully. Gwen, looking astonished, immediately punched him lightly. "What happened to Peter? I mean, how could he do something like that?" Gwen looked astonished, her eyes visibly filled with curiosity as she looked over there. Seeing this, Chin Hao chuckled. "I'll go take a look." He handed the bag of chips to Gwen and stood up, walking up. Creak, creak. Stepping on the shattered glass, Chin Hao approached Peter, first glancing up at the hoop, then smiled and patted Peter on the shoulder, saying, "Hey buddy. If everyone played basketball like you, I bet the school would go bankrupt very soon." Hearing this, Peter turned to look at him in surprise. In fact, he didn't intend to do that. At least, he didn't want to break the hoop or tear down the backboard. He just wanted to vent some frustration on Fleischer. Picking up the basketball from the ground, Chin Hao casually tossed it a few times and said it's pretty good quality. Without even looking, he threw it behind him, and the basketball swiftly arched through a perfect parabola, whoosh, and went through the hoop at the other end of the court. Clearly it's a good shot. Chin Hao smiled, patting Peter on the shoulder, and softly said, "Peter, you need to learn to control your strength." After saying this, he didn't wait for Peter to respond and turned to leave. In Chin Hao's eyes, judging purely by physical strength, Peter was now much stronger than him, equivalent to a level 6 controller. However, when it came to control, Peter was merely just beginning to adapt. He hadn't even reached the level of. Clearly, the once ordinary Peter still couldn't quickly control this sudden surge of power. Achieving this level was already quite remarkable, especially since he had just been bitten by the spider 2 days ago, hadn't he? In the afternoon, Peter's uncle was invited to the school, and they talked in the office for a long time about the events of noon. Chin Hao didn't care much about the subsequent developments. He was merely there to witness a good show. In the afternoon, he ran into Peter in the corridor. And of course his uncle as well. However, they clearly didn't see Chin Hao from afar. Chin Hao saw Peter being scolded by his uncle. While they were talking, Ben suddenly glanced back at Peter. Chin Hao also noticed Gwen coming from that direction, and when he heard Peter's uncle saying, "There are pictures of you on his computer," it made Peter's face fall. Despite being separated by a corridor, Chin Hao could still clearly hear the conversation over there. Seeing Peter's uncle leave, Chin Hao noticed that Peter and Gwen were awkwardly exchanging shy remarks with each other, which made him raise an eyebrow slightly. After a moment, the two of them went off in opposite directions. Throughout, Chin Hao remained unseen, merely observing from a distance. Interesting. A chilling glint flashed in his eyes as a faint smirk appeared on Chin Hao's lips, and he turned to leave. He decided to change his original plan. He had initially intended to create a public identity that could infiltrate the ranks of those superheroes. According to his idea, the first step was to befriend Spider-Man, which was quite simple, just save Peter's uncle. But just now he changed his mind. The school parking lot. Chin Hao brought Gwen here to pick up the car. It was already close to evening and other students had long left, but Gwen insisted on completing a project before leaving, which is why they were still here. Is this your car? Gwen looked at the vehicle in surprise, her eyes questioning Chin Hao. Upon hearing this, Chin Hao smiled and nodded, opening the passenger door. Get in, Chin Hao said as they stood before the Aston Martin. The V8 Vantage cost him over $200,000, purchased with the top specifications. If this car were in the country, the price would be far higher, but here it could be bought at such a price. Once inside, Gwen looked at Chin Hao with a puzzled expression. However, Chin Hao did not explain anything immediately. After starting the car, it roared like a beast and sped out of the parking lot. Even with Chin Hao's driving skills, it took over half an hour to reach the restaurant they had booked. While waiting for the food, Chin Hao finally gave a puzzled Gwen an explanation. Of course, the so-called explanation was just a lie. Chin Hao had no intention of telling the truth. Cheers, he said with a smile, raising his glass. The red wine in the glass shimmered enticingly, casting a slight rosy glow on Gwen's face under the lights. This meal lasted from 5 p.m. until nearly 9 p.m. As they left the restaurant, Gwen was already a bit tipsy and needed Chin Hao's support to walk. Supporting Gwen into the car and fastening her seatbelt, Chin Hao took the driver's seat. In contrast, he was quite sober. A few bottles of red wine were not enough to get him drunk. In fact, even a few cases would not be enough to intoxicate him. Gwen, however, was not so fortunate. Rarely drinking, she had already become somewhat tipsy after just over a bottle, swaying slightly as she walked. I just moved into a new place, want to take a look? Chin Hao asked, looking at Gwen in the car. At this moment, Gwen was still somewhat aware, just a bit hazy. Hearing Chin Hao's words, the clever Gwen understood the underlying meaning. Normally, she might refuse as they had only been together for 2 days. But perhaps it was the effect of the alcohol or the sincerity in Chin Hao's eyes that moved her. Without thinking, she nodded in agreement. Yes, I want to see your new home too. Hearing Gwen's affirmative reply, Chin Hao smiled and started the car. In a modern apartment in Manhattan. Ding, as the elevator light lit up and the doors opened, Chin Hao assisted Gwen out of the elevator. He reached out a hand to input the door code, and the door opened with a click. Your place is really nice, Gwen said with a smile after glancing around the house. Her flushed face looked particularly alluring under the lights. Click. The door closed. Chin Hao embraced Gwen and leaned down to kiss her. With a thud, Gwen's bag fell to the floor. Next, their coats were casually thrown to the ground. Chin Hao easily lifted Gwen in his arms and strode toward the bedroom. Moments later, Chin Hao tossed Gwen onto the soft bed. In the bedroom, the sound of rustling clothes and low moans echoed as they began to undress. The activities in the bedroom lasted for over 2 hours before they finally ceased. Looking around, clothes were haphazardly strewn on the floor, and 2 bodies glistening with sweat were entwined, without any reservation. Perhaps the intense activity had caused the alcohol in Gwen's system to dissipate significantly. Now, she seemed more alert than before. She buried her head in Chin Hao's strong chest, her delicate fingers gently tracing over his body. Chin Hao wrapped one arm around her back, gently caressing her. After a moment, he lowered his head and said, "Shall we take a shower?" Gwen, lying on him, softly replied with a and was then lifted horizontally by Chin Hao, heading towards. For Gwen today, she gave her first time to Chin Hao. Although she was a bit confused at first, by halfway through she had completely come to her senses. However, she did not regret it. She believed Chin Hao would treat her well. Soon the sound of running water echoed in the bathroom. During the shower, Chin Hao did not attempt to go again, as Gwen did not possess his inhuman physique, and it was her first time. They had already been wild for over 2 hours, which was her limit. While bathing, Chin Hao helped her wash, as she was too exhausted to even move a finger. After washing, Chin Hao changed the sheets and blankets. Holding the unclothed Gwen, feeling their body warmth, they both fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, the sunlight outside filtered through the thin curtains, illuminating the room and bringing a touch of warmth. Chin Hao held the beautiful girl in his arms, a hint of a smile on his face as he played with a strand of Gwen's hair, twirling the ends around her nose. Gwen, who was sound asleep, first frowned, then waved her hand in front of her nose, making Chin Hao nearly burst. After a moment, Gwen groggily opened her eyes, the soft light shining in her eyes. The familiar feeling behind her made her involuntarily break into a blissful smile. Feeling the large hand playing under the covers, Gwen turned over to face Chin Hao. "Darling, are you feeling better?" "Not yet," Gwen replied irritably, giving him a glare, but then she smiled dreamily. The two exchanged glances, and Gwen seemed to understand the meaning in Chin Hao's eyes. After a slight hesitation, she still. As they got out of the car, Gwen appeared more radiant than ever. Chin Hao closed the car door with a smile and extended his hand, and Gwen naturally linked her arm with his. On the other side, Fleischer and his friends who had just arrived at school saw this scene. Fleischer rubbed his eyes in disbelief, and after confirming he wasn't mistaken, his mouth fell open in surprise. His strong-willed cousin actually had such a feminine side. Oh my, could it really be that opposites? Bang! The door of the locker was slammed shut by a hand. Peter had a gloomy expression with red eyes that suggested he had just been crying. Beside him, Fleischer hesitated for a moment, but still approached, wanting to comfort Peter. After all, they were classmates, and he could understand the feeling of losing a loved one. However, Peter was clearly not in a good mood and misunderstood Fleischer's intent, thinking he was here to mock. Bang! Again sounded loudly as Peter lifted Fleischer high and slammed him against the locker, visibly deforming it. Coincidentally, Chin Hao and Gwen, who were passing through the corridor, witnessed this scene. "It's Peter." Chin Hao frowned and said his uncle just died. Why is Fleischer causing trouble with him again? He certainly knew it wasn't like that, but had to say it outwardly. Despite Fleischer's tendency to bully people, he would never mock Peter over something like this. Gwen responded seriously. Chin Hao glanced at her, and then said, "I'll go check it out." Gwen nodded. At this moment, Peter had already let Fleischer down. As he turned to leave, Chin Hao called out to him. "Peter." Chin Hao stopped him and gently patted his shoulder, saying, "We've all heard about your uncle. Don't be too sad. If you need help, just let us know, and we'll be here for you." Fleischer nodded as well. "Yes, Peter. I understand how you feel right now," Fleischer said. Peter looked up at Chin Hao for a moment, and then silently lowered his head. "I can handle it myself," he said. Chin Hao looked at him, and could only offer a few words of comfort before watching him walk away with his head down. As Peter left in despair, a barely noticeable smile appeared at the corner of Chin Hao's mouth. He could have stopped all of this from happening and befriended Peter. But he did not do so for a simple reason. Chin Hao was never a good person. His initial intention was merely to disguise himself with a facade of justice. However, there are many ways to obtain a just identity, and it is not necessary to befriend Peter. By the time Gwen reached Chin Hao's side, his expression had already reverted to one of sympathy. "Peter is really pitiful," Gwen said sympathetically. Chin Hao nodded, wrapping an arm around her, and said, "Yes, I hope he can come out of the shadows soon." Chin Hao did not continue to focus on Peter's situation, and there was no news of Man-Spider or Spider-Man in New York City. However, it was surely not far off. Recently, Chin Hao had been diligently practicing, trying to elevate his mental power to the 7th level limit. Of course, in addition to his training, he also made time to accompany Gwen. Ever since their first attempt, Gwen had been spending nights at his place every few days. One day, Chin Hao came out of the elevator holding a newspaper. On the front page, a large photo showed a figure in black clothing with a red mask swinging across the city streets on a thin web. The headline read, "Hero or Criminal?" Reaching the door, Chin Hao smiled and tossed the newspaper into the trash can. Finally, that guy Peter began his transformation show. Today was another day off. Chin Hao was scheduled to visit Gwen's house tonight to meet her parents. Gwen's parents had long wished to meet the guy who had taken their daughter away. Of course, since it was still early, Chin Hao planned to stroll around the famous Wall Street. Having been in New York for some time, he had never been to Wall Street. Seizing the rare free time, he felt a sudden urge to take a look. On the way, the streets in front began to get congested, and moments later the car stopped with the road completely. "What's going on? Is something happening?" Chin Hao got out of the car and saw a crowd gathered at a distance. Driven by curiosity, he walked over to investigate. With Chin Hao's physique, it was easy for him to push through the crowd until he finally saw the scene within. To his surprise, a look of astonishment flashed across Chin Hao's eyes. In front of him, in the center of the congested intersection, several cars were dented and deformed with shards of broken glass scattered on the ground. Of course, that was not the reason the crowd had gathered. The real reason was the tall figure standing among the cars, covered in a yellow-brown color resembling a pile of stones. Is it the Thing, or some other mutant? Chin Hao wondered as he observed the stone figure in the middle of the road. The stone figure had its back to them, making it impossible to see its face. However, its height, nearly 3 meters, made it seem much larger than in the movies, which was why Chin Hao felt uncertain. In the movies, the height of the Thing did not change at all. Gasps echoed from the crowd as many people took out their phones, activating the camera to capture the scene. The stone figure seemed to be in a panic. It suddenly turned around, and Qin Hao finally caught a glimpse of it. How to say? Although its face also seemed to be pieced together from chunks of stone, the general shape was discernible, closely resembling Qin Hao's impression of Ben. Seeing his panicked expression, Qin Hao couldn't help but suspect that he had just acquired this power. Perhaps he had just escaped from the hospital. Thinking of this, Qin Hao couldn't help but feel curious about the cosmic ray storm that caused their mutations, wondering what special factors were involved. What particular elements led to all of this happening? The universe forever conceals countless secrets unknown to mankind. For instance, what aspect caused the cosmic ray storm that resulted in their mutations? Watching Ben, who was surrounded by the crowd and exhibiting extreme panic, Qin Hao's eyes sparkled with immense curiosity. If he could unravel the secrets, could he perhaps create a batch of superpowered warriors? Maybe it's worth a try, Qin Hao thought. At that moment, Ben, in a panic, broke free from the crowd's encirclement. Seeing the monster approaching, the onlookers quickly scattered, allowing him to flee into the distance. Having run away, Qin Hao suddenly lost interest in visiting Wall Street. Upon returning home, he removed his coat and buried himself in the soft sofa, quietly contemplating. After a moment, he suddenly spoke to the air in front of him. How is the plan progressing? Meanwhile, in a secret underground base, a large number of workers were busily engaged in their tasks. In an observation room, Henry, holding a cup of coffee, suddenly became serious and waved his hand to dismiss his subordinates. Master, everything is proceeding according to plan. The construction of base No. 1 will be completed in just a month, Henry said respectfully to the air before him. After reporting some important matters from the past few days to Qin Hao and receiving a few words of praise, Henry's demeanor returned to normal. Standing high above, looking down at the hundreds of busy workers and the base that was starting to take shape, Henry couldn't help but feel excited. The first task entrusted to him by his master would soon be successfully completed. For Henry, accomplishing the tasks assigned by his master and receiving praise would be an immense honor. On the other hand, after learning about these developments from Henry, Qin Hao had a general idea in mind. He must make contact with the Fantastic Four regardless of his own disguised identity or his curiosity about their abilities. This was necessary. On the other hand, Qin Hao also wondered if he should continue to enter other microdust worlds, not to mention the rewards from bounty tasks, but just to find the talents he needed, which should be taken seriously. He did not trust the talents from the main world. Without the constraints of a slave contract, Qin Hao could not possibly reveal his many secrets to those people. Only through the hand of the Tower Spirit, with the binding of the slave contract, could he safely utilize these people and entrust some of his plans to them. Just like with Henry. Once he thought of it, Qin Hao was never one to procrastinate. He decided that after returning tonight, he would once again enter a microdust world to see how his luck would be. If he entered a modern city, he could conveniently bring back a few researchers. At night, a white Aston Martin stopped on the street in front of an apartment building. Inside the car, Qin Hao picked up a bouquet of flowers from the passenger seat, opened the door, and got out. Looking up, Qin Hao gazed at the apartment building before him. Gwen's father seems quite strict, Qin Hao thought to himself before stepping through the apartment's front door. A moment later, having taken the elevator upstairs, Qin Hao stood before a door and rang the doorbell. Ding dong, the crisp sound of the doorbell rang through the house. Gwen, who was sitting on the sofa and boredly watching television, jumped up and quickly ran to the door under the amused gazes of her two younger brothers. Click, the door opened, and Qin Hao saw Gwen standing at the entrance. Hi, you're here, Gwen said slightly. Qin Hao was quite relaxed after entering. He hugged her and presented the bouquet of flowers to Gwen. At that moment, hearing the commotion, Gwen's father emerged from the kitchen. Upon seeing Qin Hao at the door, he scrutinized him with a discerning gaze. From the first impression, George thought his daughter's taste was quite good. Although he was of Asian descent, George was not a racist and had no issues with it. Let's sit for a while. George nodded at Qin Hao, glanced at his daughter, and then turned to leave the living room. Once he left, Gwen appeared to breathe a sigh of relief. It was clear that Gwen's father held a high position in the household, unlike in their country, where husbands often had little family authority. Well, let's not digress. Gwen's two younger brothers seemed very curious about Qin Hao, constantly observing him with inquisitive eyes. After a while, dinner was ready. To be honest, Qin Hao was not accustomed to the dinners at Gwen's house. He personally did not like fish, at least. Fortunately, although he did not particularly enjoy it, it was at least palatable enough not to be overly distasteful, so Qin Hao endured and ate it. Seeing that Qin Hao liked what she had made, Gwen's mother appeared very pleased, and even Mr. George subtly nodded in approval. To be honest, he also did not particularly like lemon base, but his wife loved to cook it and enjoyed eating it, so he always pretended to like it. As a police officer, he was observant, while others were oblivious. He had already noticed that Qin Hao also seemed to dislike this dish. Yet he still ate it and acted as if he enjoyed it. This greatly improved Mr. George's impression of Qin Hao as he felt he had found a common ground with this young man. Qin Hao of course was unaware of all this. He only felt that Gwen's father did not seem as strict as the ones in the movies, but rather quite amiable. Well, at least he thought so, until Gwen's youngest brother suddenly mentioned the recent buzz surrounding Spider-Man in New York City. Of course he referred to him as Spider-Man, and it seemed that the men in Gwen's family did not like him. Upon hearing his younger son mention the troublemaker Spider-Man Mr. George's expression darkened. That guy had just ruined a long-planned operation yesterday, and as an experienced police officer, he easily saw through the rumors that this so-called Spider-Man was merely a vengeful individual unworthy of being called a superhero. Thus when his youngest son mentioned this name Mr. George's mood immediately soured. No, we have not caught Mr. George suppressed his frustration and suddenly looked at Qin Hao asking, what do you think of this Spider-Man? He wanted to hear this young man's perspective on the recently hot topic of Spider-Man. For now he had a good impression of this young man, but if he disagreed with his views on this issue and aligned with the ignorant masses outside, he would have to seriously reconsider whether to support his relationship with his daughter. Spider-Man, huh? Qin Hao put down his cutlery, smiled, and said, how should I put it? While he does good things, his motives are too overt. I've read some of his reports. The people he catches have many similarities. From this it seems he is seeking revenge, which is quite likely. Mr. George nodded slightly. This young man observed very carefully, unlike those outside, who only saw the surface of things. At this stage Peter truly does not deserve the title of Spider-Man. He is merely searching for the murderer of his uncle and not fully dedicated to helping others. Qin Hao is not deliberately catering to Mr. George's viewpoint. He is simply stating the facts. Qin Hao's response resonated deeply with Mr. George, who then proceeded to discuss various matters regarding Spider-Man, expressing grievances about his troublemaking abilities. It is apparent that Mr. George is not a person who enjoys complaining, yet even so he could not help but voice a few complaints in front of his family, perhaps due to the immense pressure he has been under since Spider-Man's emergence. Overall, the dinner went quite pleasantly. Gwen's parents held a very favorable impression of Qin Hao, which made Gwen, who had initially felt anxious and worried, unable to suppress her admiration as she accompanied Qin Hao downstairs. Originally, she thought her father would be very resistant to her suddenly having a boyfriend. In fact, before Qin Hao arrived, that was indeed the case, perhaps due to the recent pressures. Mr. George's displeasure was quite evident, making Gwen appear very nervous. However, after Qin Hao's outstanding performance, Mr. George had already accepted his daughter's boyfriend, and as for Gwen's mother, she had nothing but praise. After escorting Qin Hao downstairs, Gwen reluctantly waved goodbye to him. She was not going to spend the night at his place, and after sharing a moment together, Qin Hao got into his car and left. Tonight Qin Hao had something very important to do. He did not waste any time. On the way back to his residence in Manhattan, took a shower, changed clothes, and returned to his bedroom. He closed the door and drew the curtains, ensuring that no matter how crazy his actions became, they would not be witnessed by outsiders before vanishing from the room. Entering the world of Resident Evil. Bounty mission released. Suddenly a screen appeared before him. However, Qin Hao had long since grown accustomed to such occurrences, so he did not react with surprise. At that moment he was sitting alone in an office. Looking around at the modern decor, it was evident that he was in a contemporary world. Hearing the voice in his mind, Qin Hao had already discerned which world he was in. Resident Evil, huh? Then it seems I have indeed come to the right place. This world is home to many formidable researchers, with the topmost being those from Umbrella Corporation, who developed the T-virus and various evolved zombies. They are certainly not ordinary individuals. Glancing over the bounty mission list before him, the tasks were few, consisting of only a few simple entries, unlike before. However, this time Qin Hao did not come to earn energy points through missions. He had not forgotten his true objective. So first I need to figure out where I am right now. As he stood up from his chair, Qin Hao moved, but suddenly paused. He looked back to find a familiar logo on the wall. The Umbrella Corporation logo. Could it be that I am currently inside Umbrella Corporation? Qin Hao thought to himself. Just then a knock came at the office door. Qin Hao was taken aback for a moment, then quickly composed himself and said, "Come in." The door opened, and a woman in a lab coat entered. "Mr. Qin Dr. Sino requests your presence. There is something important," the visitor said with a serious expression. Qin Hao casually picked up a badge from the desk and then walked towards the door. "Let's go." He had already understood his current identity, which he had only just learned. Moreover, he had also realized where he was right inside the famous hive, and his identity was that of a security supervisor. As he walked, Qin Hao pondered his next actions. His main purpose for coming here was to take away a group of scientists who could be of use to him. It seemed that the Nine Tribulations prison tower had given him some face, as it directly transported him to the interior of the hive, even arranging such an identity for him perfectly suited for infiltrating and seeking appropriate targets. So next I will look for scientists in the hive who meet my criteria, Qin Hao thought. Currently several days remained before the plot began, giving him ample time to observe. Returning from Dr. Sino's office, Qin Hao did not immediately return to his own office. As a supervisor, his position within the hive was among the highest. In fact, this was also because there were no high-ranking officials from Umbrella Corporation present in the hive, mostly just researchers and security personnel. Occasionally high-ranking officials from Umbrella Corporation would come here, but they would never stay long, as those individuals could not endure being in such a dark and lifeless environment all day. In the following 2 days, Qin Hao strolled around using his identity to pinpoint 2 targets. Both of them were individuals who met his requirements, the true top scientists within the hive. As for the others, Qin Hao had high standards, as taking away even one would require establishing a slave contract, which would cost money. If it were free, Qin Hao would naturally not mind taking them all at once, but since it was not free, he intended to take a selective approach. Of course, if he was willing to forego establishing a slave contract that would be free, allowing him to take as many as he wanted. But could Qin Hao trust them? Clearly not. Never underestimate any clever person. Even if you lock them hundreds of meters underground, they can still find a way to contact someone on the surface. Qin Hao was unwilling to introduce such unstable factors into his plan, especially as he was only just getting started and could not afford to take such risks. Having locked onto 2 targets, Qin Hao took action on the 3rd day. With the plot set to begin tomorrow, he did not want to be trapped here by Red Queen. Although he did not believe that the so-called nerve toxins would be effective against him, he could not guarantee that he could withstand the T-virus. Therefore, he must leave this place before the antagonist infiltrated the hive and took away the shattered. Seizing an opportunity when no one was paying attention, Qin Hao directly knocked out his 2 targets and then stored them in a spatial layer. Having completed all of this, Qin Hao immediately prepared to leave. When he took action, the location he chose was not under surveillance, which was also to prevent his actions from being discovered by Hong Ho, leading to undesirable consequences. He indeed wanted to take Hong Ho away directly, but unless he completely exposed himself, it would be impossible to approach the control room where Hong Hao's main board was located. Anyway, after today, everyone in this hive will become zombies, and there will be ways to enter again later. At that time, taking Hong Ho away will be much easier than it is now. Indeed, Hong Ho is also Qin Hao's target. He plans to take it as the main control program for his base No. 1. Before this, he had already asked the Tower Spirit whether it was possible to consume source energy points to modify Hong Hao's program, making it obey his commands. After receiving a positive answer, Qin Hao made Hong Ho one of his targets. In some science fiction movies, there are many unimaginable black technologies. For example, the world of Terminator, and also the world of Resident Evil before him. According to the basic framework and technological development of these worlds, the former could never develop a transcendent existence like Skynet, and the latter should not be able to create an intelligent main brain with self-thinking capabilities. Yet they have appeared. In fact, Qin Hao feels that Hong Ho from the Resident Evil world is far scarier than Skynet. The reason it hasn't reached the threat level of Skynet is due to the setting of the world background. In terms of intelligence, Qin Hao feels that Hong Ho is much more like a real life form rather than just an intelligent main brain. In terms of emotional expression, Hong Ho already possesses the basic 7 emotions and 6 desires. Although some aspects are not yet apparent, it is indeed the case. With such a transcendent existence, Qin Hao has no reason to let it go. In the main world, Qin Hao does not know whether similar things exist. As far as he knows, Iron Man Tony's intelligent assistant Jarvis is quite impressive, but in aspects of emotional expression and self-thinking it pales in comparison to Hong Ho. As for specific work aspects, Qin Hao has never seen Jarvis and lacks professional knowledge in this area, so he cannot make a comparison. If there were such an intelligent program as the main brain for his future base, Qin Hao felt that he could at least be much more at ease regarding safety. At least he wouldn't have to worry about being hacked. Supervisor, I might need to go out for a bit. At the entrance of the hive, Qin Hao wore a cold expression, nodding to the guard at the entrance before striding toward the elevator. If he were just an ordinary guard, he naturally wouldn't have the qualifications to leave the hive at will, but as the security supervisor of the entire hive, even if he lied, those guards wouldn't dare to stop him. Of course, if he were really a person from this world, he would also face punishment for abandoning his post without order. However, Qin Hao didn't care about any of this. He merely wanted to leave safely before the virus outbreak, and the hive is located underground. Qin Hao took the elevator to the upper passage, and along the way Hong Ho did not suddenly appear to stop him from leaving. About 10 minutes later, Qin Hao emerged from the disguised building on the surface of the hive, looked around at the entrance, and casually chose a direction to leave. Shortly after Qin Hao left the hive, Spence, who had successfully infiltrated the hive, also began his own theft plan. Of course, all of this had nothing to do with Qin Hao, who had already left the hive. He only needed to enter the hive again tomorrow to harvest the lives of those lickers. Oh, and the main board of Hong Ho that also needs to be taken. As for the next plan, Qin Hao was still considering. Night in a bustling bar somewhere in Raccoon City. A few white men stood up from their seats with large beer mugs, shouting loudly, their mugs colliding with each other, causing beer foam to splash everywhere. At a corner of the bar near the door, a man in a black shirt sat quietly, occasionally fiddling with a glass of whiskey in front of him. After a moment, the man picked up the glass and tilted his head back to drink the last sip. "Another drink," the man said lazily. The bartender glanced at him and then skillfully poured a little less than half a glass of whiskey, replacing the empty glass in front of the man. Picking up the glass, Qin Hao downed half of it in one go. This glass wasn't much, and he couldn't get drunk anyway. Drinking was like drinking plain water to him. Turning his head, Qin Hao looked at the people in the bar, his eyes flickering with a strange light. These guys, if they knew that a majority of them would turn into man-eating zombies in a few days, I wonder what they would think. Qin Hao thought to himself. However, he had no intention of stopping any of this, not to mention that it didn't align with his future plans. He himself was not a person from this world, and had no need to meddle in so many affairs. Sipping his drink, Qin Hao sat quietly alone, seeming out of place among the others. Ding! The bell hanging at the bar's entrance rang as the door was pushed open, producing a clear sound. However, most people couldn't hear it, as it was quite noisy here. But Qin Hao, sitting near the door, heard it clearly. The bell hanging at the door gave a bit of an old Western feel, and when he first entered, he had looked at it for a few moments. Turning his head, Qin Hao glanced at the entrance, and then turned back to continue drinking his own drink. He had been sitting here for more than half an hour, and during that time there were people who came to chat him up, but as soon as he saw the heavy makeup on the other person, Qin Hao lost his appetite and couldn't be bothered to say more than half a sentence. Even if he just wanted to satisfy a physiological need, he wouldn't choose someone like that. It just wasn't his type. After having another drink, the light in front of Qin Hao suddenly dimmed. He turned his head to look, and the previously empty seat beside him was now occupied by a blonde woman. "Val, bring me a glass of whiskey." Qin Hao curiously glanced at the other party a few times. Just as she turned her head, he also got a clear view of her face. Upon seeing her, he couldn't help but think, what a coincidence. This person he actually recognized. Of course, she would never recognize him. And Qin Hao recognized her merely because he had just recalled several plots from the Resident Evil series, and this person before him was none other than the police officer Jill, who appeared in the second installment. Seeing Jill, Qin Hao became interested. Ahem. He was also just bored and had nothing to do. The next day, sunlight streamed into the room through the hotel window, filtering through the thin curtains. On the large bed in the bedroom, two smooth bodies were entangled beneath a light blanket. After a moment, a pair of eyes suddenly opened. Gazing at the face so close before him, Qin Hao smiled knowingly, and the hands beneath the blanket began to wander restlessly. Last night, he unexpectedly met Jill at the bar. After some friendly conversation, the two quickly became familiar with each other, and everything that followed naturally unfolded. At 9 a.m., after a couple more hours of tossing and turning, Qin Hao was now taking a shower in the bathroom. Jill had already left as she had to go to work today. Neither of them paid any mind to what happened last night and this morning. It was merely a process of relaxing each other's bodies and minds without any emotional involvement. Everyone was simply seeking their own needs. Qin Hao was well aware of this. After showering, he emerged from the bathroom, changed into a set of clothes, and then quietly began to meditate and cultivate in the room. It was still early, and there was no need to head to the hive at this time. Besides, perhaps due to some dark curiosity, he planned to enter the hive with that special task force later in the evening. Qin Hao spent the entire day in training. His flame control ability had already reached the mid-level of the 7th stage, and he was progressing towards the late stage of the 7th level. He believed it wouldn't be long before his spiritual power would break through to the late 7th stage. Qin Hao was always confident about this. On the other hand, his inner power was also slowly improving, but the enhancement of inner power was not something that could be achieved overnight, and he remained in the dark regarding the so-called innate realm. He thought that if he were to enter a martial arts world next time, he could seek out some experts in the innate realm for advice. As for the main world, he had no idea whether there were practitioners of inner strength in Huagua. Even if there were, he wasn't sure if the martial artists of modern society could break through to the innate realm. After all, in modern society where desires ran rampant, comprehending the natural order to advance into the innate realm was far more difficult than in ancient times. There were simply too many temptations. Outside the window, street lights began to illuminate as darkness fell. Soon the phone on the bedside started vibrating. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Chin Hao suddenly opened his eyes. It's time to go. He rolled out of bed, grabbed the phone from the bedside, and walked towards the door with his belongings. As for checking out, that could be forgotten. After all, there would soon be zombies everywhere here. Taking the elevator down, the hotel was not far from the disguised building of the hive, and even walking there wouldn't take long. In just about 7 or 8 minutes, Chin Hao arrived at the location and saw a fully armed task force crashing through the window from a distance. There was quite a commotion. Without hesitation, Chin Hao quickly approached, skipping the front door and jumping through the broken window created by the task force. As soon as he entered, several guns aimed directly at him, the dark muzzles, all targeting his head. No need to get excited, I'm the security chief of the hive. Chin Hao smiled and raised both hands to show he wasn't carrying any weapons, and he displayed his identification card. The black captain leading the team looked at him with a serious expression. Noticing his gaze, Chin Hao returned a friendly smile. This black captain was quite interesting. Chin Hao referred to him in relation to his original Earth, where due to some deity he was forced to change his name to Matthew Edison, even though that was not his real name. In the first installment of Resident Evil, there was indeed a character with the surname Edison, but it wasn't him. That person was named Matt. Edison, the white guy who survived until the end, was searching for his sister. As for the black captain's name, well, Chin Hao didn't pay attention and couldn't remember it. He might as well just call him Black Captain. Hey, you see, I'm not a threat. Chin Hao smiled and tossed his identification card over. In fact, he didn't care at all about the guns pointed at him. If it came to a real fight, these ordinary task force members probably couldn't even harm him. This was not bragging, it was the truth. At that moment, the black captain turned his head to look at another member of the team, his eyes filled with inquiry. That person was holding a computer, staring at the screen, and after a moment, he finally raised his head and nodded. Upon receiving the confirmation from this person, the black captain waved his hand, signaling the team members to lower their guns, though they did not let down their guard, clearly not fully trusting Chin Hao. Director Chin, shouldn't you be inside the hive at this time? The black captain scrutinized Chin Hao. Chin Hao lowered his hands, adjusted the collar of his suit with a smile, and said, I went out yesterday to take care of some personal matters. I just received a notification from above saying there was an incident in the hive, so I hurried over and happened to run into you all. This explanation had obvious loopholes. As long as the black captain inquired from above, he would know that Chin Hao was lying. Unfortunately, his position did not grant him the authority to directly inquire from his superiors, and this time, he and his team had come with a mission, i.e. everything had to prioritize the mission. Though unsure whether Chin Hao's words were true, his identity could not be forged for now. They chose, then you will come with us. The black captain stated his tone, leaving no room for negotiation. Chin Hao smiled and nodded, not minding their distrust. After all, he originally intended to enter the hive with them. This was just as he wished. Next, Chin Hao followed the task force and soon discovered the unconscious Alice and the others. Matt, lacking identification, was directly handcuffed roughly. Throughout the process, Chin Hao only glanced at Alice when she appeared, and then he paid her no more attention. Merging into this group was merely a sudden whim. Chin Hao did not intend to change anything. His purpose for coming to the hive was simply to complete the task and take away Red. Therefore, he did not engage in conversation with anyone along the way, as if he were detached from everyone, viewing everything around him from a third-party perspective. It was not until they reached the B cafeteria that Chin Hao's gaze fell upon the numerous frozen chambers. Inside, several liquors were still in a frozen state. Counting carefully, there were over 100 frozen chambers in total. If the liquors inside were alive, it would mean there were over 100 of them here. What a large source of energy. Chin Hao's eyes sparkled, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. This is Restaurant B. Well, at least that's what the map says. This place certainly didn't look like a restaurant, but Chin Hao, who knew the truth, was well aware. The name of this Restaurant B is actually not wrong. The eaters in each of these freezing chambers are indeed the diners indulging in their meal. At this moment, the shackled Matt suddenly interjected, saying, perhaps there are some unspeakable secrets here, secrets that you are not meant to know. Jedi, you and Ryan are responsible for watching the prisoners while keeping an eye on the exit for me. The black captain cast a glance at Matt with a menacing gaze. At this time, Chin Hao also said, you all can handle your own business. I'll just take a look around here, no need to mind me. The black captain frowned at him, but ultimately said nothing. Once everyone had left, Chin Hao let out a soft chuckle and stepped forward to a freezing chamber. Through the glass of the chamber, he could vaguely see the eater inside, still in a state of slumber. One eater is worth 10 source energy points. 100 of them make 1,000 source energy points. If an eater evolves into a hunter, the price is 20 source energy points, and it seems that eaters evolve into hunters quite easily. Qin Hao gazed at the slumbering eater before him and couldn't help but recall the plot of the first Resident. In the story, one eater successfully evolved into a hunter after merely absorbing some Spencer's DNA, and Red Queen also stated that eaters could evolve into hunters as long as they acquired new DNA. Then maximizing my benefits, I won't kill you for now. Qin Hao grinned lightly before turning to walk elsewhere. Killing these eaters is quite simple. Even the hunters that evolved from them are no match for Qin Hao. This is why the reward for killing them is a mere 20 points. They are simply not a challenge for Qin Hao. Although 20 source energy points are few, if the quantity is sufficient, it can be quite a considerable income. Just think of 100 hunters, that would be a full 2,000 source energy points. Even in Qin Hao's best earning instance before he earned just over 1,000, still a distance away from 2,000. Of course, not every eater in these 100 freezing chambers may survive. There could be defective ones among them, but certainly not many. Having decided to wait for the eaters to evolve into hunters before harvesting, Qin Hao started to wander around. Although he was fully aware of everything that was about to happen, as the saying goes, a skilled artist is bold, he clearly wasn't afraid of the so-called zombies escaping. In just about 10 minutes, the brightly lit restaurant be suddenly dimmed, but only for a moment before the light. Qin Hao knew that Kaplan had already rebooted the Red Queen. Then I'll take the main board of the Red Queen later. Qin Hao smiled to himself. He then stepped forward, heading in the direction of Ryan and the others. At this moment, Qin Hao heard some clanking sounds nearby, though clearly the recently freed zombies were colliding with objects. Ordinary zombies Qin Hao couldn't be bothered to deal with. Killing them brought no benefits, and was quite disgusting. Upon reaching Ryan and the others, Qin Hao found only Jedi and Matt there, while Ryan was nowhere to be seen. After a moment's thought, Qin Hao quickly realized where she had gone. Is she about to get bitten? Qin Hao pondered. Sure enough, as soon as this thought crossed his mind, Ryan's scream echoed from that direction. Concerned for Ryan's safety, Jedi abandoned his post to run towards the source of the scream. Moments later, they spotted Ryan currently pinned to the ground by a zombie wearing a white coat. The zombie emitted low, guttural growls from its throat, its pale face clearly abnormal, and its mouth was dripping with blood, yet its body appeared relatively intact. Qin Hao curiously examined the zombie, while Jedi rushed over and pulled the zombie away. What followed was just like the original plot. After Kaplan and the others arrived, a horde of zombies was attracted here, and soon the exhausted crowd scattered in their escape. Qin Hao did not go anywhere. He headed straight towards the Red Queen, slicing off the heads of every zombie that stood in his path with a single sword. Upon entering the laser passage, Qin Hao glanced at the dim, lifeless walls and continued walking. Moments later, he saw the place where the main board of the Red Queen should be. However, the main board was not there. Once Kaplan and the others find out the escape route, I'll take the Red Queen's main board directly, Qin Hao thought to himself. As for whether Kaplan and the others would agree, Qin Hao did not consider that. After a moment, Kaplan and the others arrived, but they did not see Qin Hao. After all, Qin Hao was on the other side of the laser passage, and in this darkness they couldn't see him. Bored, Qin Hao sat down, holding the soul-reaping sword and examining the purple cracks along its blade. When he had just slain those zombies, he instinctively used the method to accumulate malevolent energy, only to find that the collected malevolent energy was far more than usual, and its ferocity was also beyond the norm. Could it be because they are zombies? Qin Hao wondered. Currently, the second purple crack of the soul-reaping sword was already glowing, and the sword's power had increased. Qin Hao had always been curious about this sword, but after researching it time and again, he still couldn't figure out its mysteries. Just as Qin Hao was leisurely sitting and resting, the door at the other end of the laser passage opened once again, and in came Alice and Matt. As soon as they entered, they quickly turned to close the door as a horde of zombies was surging behind them, with several arms reaching in. The group finally managed to close the door, trapping the zombies on the other side. But this is not a long-term solution. They couldn't be trapped here forever, or they would starve to death without needing the zombies to attack. At this moment, Alice suddenly picked up the main board of the Red Queen from the table and walked into the laser passage. Seeing this, the others hurriedly followed her. As Alice walked in first, she was startled by Qin Hao sitting there, thinking he was a zombie. What are you doing here? Alice frowned and asked Qin Hao. The others who followed and also saw him, their expressions unfriendly. Qin Hao didn't care about that. His gaze swept over the bag on Alice's shoulder, and he smiled, saying, "Are you going to reboot the Red Queen?" Alice nodded, then said nothing directly, opening the bag and taking out the main board. The others shot unfriendly glances at Qin Hao before shifting their focus to Alice's actions. Rebooting the Red Queen was their only way out right now, otherwise they would be trapped to death here. Qin Hao stood aside, watching Alice reconnect the motherboard of the Red Queen, awakening the dormant system. Qin Hao was not the slightest bit interested in what was to come next. Upon seeing them interrogate the escape route from the Red Queen, He could only internally exclaim how naive as they actually believed her words. All right, it seems you have what you wanted. Qin Hao stepped forward and said, now it's time for me to take my things. As he spoke, he walked over, crouched down, and opened the compartment of the Red Queen's motherboard. What are you trying to do? Alice frowned, watching Qin Hao's actions. It's nothing, just taking the motherboard of the Red Queen, Qin Hao replied without turning back. By the way, I won't be leaving with you. You don't need to wait for me, you can go now. You're not leaving? This time the others looked at him in astonishment. What did they just hear? This guy said, not leaving, you all go ahead. Qin Hao had just noted Alice's actions, and at this moment, he effortlessly removed the motherboard of the Red Queen and placed it into the original bag. All right, I wish you all a safe journey, Qin Hao said with a smile, and turned to walk in the opposite direction. What does he want to do? Several people looked at each other baffled. However, they clearly had no fondness for Qin Hao. When they were fighting for their lives, he had long since vanished, so they naturally didn't care about his fate. Qin Hao ignored them, directly following the laser passage outside, and opening the door that blocked the horde. Make way, little ones. As the door opened, a horde of zombies surged in. TSK. With a grimace, Qin Hao waved his hand, and with a loud boom, a wave of flames instantly incinerated the horde of zombies before him. In the face of thousands of degrees of heat, these zombies were immediately reduced to ashes. Cremation is free of charge. Ooh, I truly am a good person. Qin Hao laughed heartily as he walked forward, quickly disappearing into the depths of the passage. On the quiet platform, Qin Hao appeared alone. He retrieved a bag containing the T-virus and its antibodies from the back of the train and took out a safe. Without attempting to unlock the code, Qin Hao directly stored the safe within the 9 tribulation space. After completing all this, he turned and swiftly darted deeper down the passage. About half an hour after his departure, another figure appeared on the platform, rushing towards the end of the train. Upon seeing the empty bag on the ground, the expression on his face instantly froze. Where did it go? Spencer's looked dumbfounded. Without mentioning what happened afterwards at the hive, it was uncertain whether Qin Hao's appearance had caused any changes. After leaving the hive, Qin Hao took advantage of the fact that the Umbrella Corporation personnel had not yet arrived, directly leaving the area and finding a place nearby to hide. After about 5 or 6 minutes, he saw several helicopters appear in the sky, their bodies adorned with the Umbrella Corporation logo. They're here, Qin Hao thought to himself, hiding in place and watching the people from a distance. Moments later, a quarantine zone had been established with Umbrella Corporation personnel in biohazard suits entering the area one by one. After waiting for about 20 minutes, suddenly, there was a commotion, and Qin Hao saw those in biohazard suits pushing someone out. Upon closer inspection, that person was unmistakably Matt. No changes at all. Qin Hao thought, however, that made sense. Qin Hao had not disrupted the plot too much this time, merely taking away the safe containing the T-virus and antibodies, as well as the motherboard of the Red Queen. Regarding the storyline, it should not cause significant damage. After Matt was taken away, Alice was soon carried out as well. Qin Hao watched as they began to pack things up, preparing to leave with Alice and Matt. However, they left a portion of their people behind, seemingly intending to do something else. After Qin Hao waited for them to take Alice and Matt away, he watched as some people in biohazard suits re-entered the quarantine zone before stealthily making his way back into the disguised structure. Qin Hao remembered the plot. The Umbrella Corporation personnel would reopen the doors of the hive, and at that time the zombies that had been lured inside would surge out, and those guys would surely be in for a tough time. As for Qin Hao, he was there to hunt. Surely several lickers must have evolved into killers by now, and with a dozen or so Umbrella personnel in front of him, even more lickers would likely evolve into killers. I've been looking forward to this for a long time, Qin Hao mused. With a rumble, the massive iron door slowly opened. The Umbrella personnel in biohazard suits stood outside the door, and once it fully opened, the leader waved his hand, signaling 2 people to enter and assess the situation. However, as soon as those 2 stepped inside, the screen on their detector lit up with numerous yellow dots, several of which were moving at incredible speeds. Not good. At this moment, it was too late to escape. Qin Hao, hidden in the shadows, watched as a dozen fast-moving figures burst out from the door, immediately pouncing on the Umbrella personnel. They were lickers slightly smaller in size, their sharp teeth tearing through the biohazard suits outside, resulting in a scene of blood and flesh erupting, gruesome and brutal. Qin Hao observed coldly as the lickers, after absorbing new DNA, began to grow larger and longer from their previously smaller forms. Suddenly, a phrase popped into his mind. Licker beasts evolve into killer beasts. Qin Hao's lips twitched a few times, almost bursting into laughter. This was not Digimon, but that line was indeed quite fitting. Dozens of licker beasts, No lickers had successfully absorbed new DNA and evolved into killers, appearing much more fierce than before, with long tongues sprouting sharp barbs. Even a scratch would likely result in a large amount of blood and flesh being scraped off. Time to reap the harvest, Qin Hao said with a grin, then leaped out from his hiding place, unleashing a wave of flames that crashed down like a tidal wave. Die! As the flames descended, the front row of killers had no chance to dodge, instantly incinerated by the thousands of degrees of heat, turning into ash scattered across the sky. The sudden surge of flames startled the remaining zombies, but by the time the flames dissipated, Qin Hao had long since vanished. The zombies merely paused for a moment before continuing to roar and move towards the door. In the shadows, Qin Hao watched the horde of lickers spilling out of the building, unable to suppress a knowing smile. Go provide me with more energy points, Qin Hao thought. With a thud, the jelly-like blood splattered everywhere. With a graceful motion, Qin Hao withdrew the soul-piercing sword that had pierced the head of the hunter before him, flicking the blade, causing droplets of dark red to fall to the ground. 12 hours ago, the hive fell, and a massive horde of zombies surged out, including numerous unevolved. As these zombies flooded into Raccoon City, the unsuspecting citizens were suddenly struck by disaster. In just 12 hours, as night fell, the entire Raccoon City had transformed into a hell on earth. Qin Hao, who had raised dozens of lickers, began his hunting work 5 hours ago. He roamed the outskirts of Raccoon City, searching for traces of the evolved hunters. 5 hours had passed, and the hunter before him was the 67th he had slain. Including the 13 hunters he had killed at the hive's entrance, he had dispatched a total of over 80 hunters. Each hunter was worth 20 source energy points, totaling 1,600 for 80 hunters. Despite being busy for 5 hours and covering nearly half of Raccoon City, Qin Hao was in exceptionally good spirits. The substantial influx of source energy points alleviated his urgent needs. Originally, the main goal this time was to take away some useful researchers. However, it must be said that while a single slave contract is indeed not expensive, the costs can add up astonishingly when the numbers increase. The 2 researchers he had previously brought into the space had already cost him 200 source energy points to establish the slave contract, and then an additional 50 to modify the Red Queen's programming, and Qin Hao had no intention of stopping there. There were simply too many places that required source energy points, and this recent income conveniently enriched Qin Hao's wallet. 80 hunters based on the number stored in the B restaurant's freezer. There must be over 100 lickers, so continue. A shadow flickered as Qin Hao avoided several surveillance cameras and entered a dark alley, disappearing in an instant. Qin Hao knew that the entire city's surveillance system was under the control of Dr. Ashford. He did not want to reveal his presence yet, so he always deliberately avoided those monitoring devices. Nevertheless, he wasn't sure if he had been detected. Roar. Ow. Screech. Boom. Under the dark night, Raccoon City resembled a city of demons, filled with the roars of zombies, and terrified people released heartrending screams. Vehicles were out of control, crashing violently with explosions echoing frequently. If one were to overlook Raccoon City from above at this moment, they would see a scene resembling hell where flames and rising black smoke obscured a small area. The City Hall, the central area of Raccoon City. On a platform, a helicopter from the Umbrella Corporation was preparing for takeoff, surrounded by guards in umbrella uniforms armed to the teeth. In the darkness, several agile figures quietly approached, concealing their forms as they stealthily moved closer to the platform under the cover of night. On one of the floors within the municipal building, a pair of bright eyes were watching this scene. After a moment, those figures finally dealt with the guards around the helicopter and were about to seize it. At that moment, an unexpected event occurred. Inside the building, Qin Hao stood by the window, observing the developments outside, silent. After a moment, he saw that Alice and the others had been subdued by the Umbrella Corporation personnel. From a distance, he could see their mouths moving, but couldn't hear what they were saying. It's my time to make an entrance. Qin Hao smiled slightly, looked down, and then took a step forward. Bang! A sudden loud noise immediately drew the attention of everyone over there. Shattered glass shards flew everywhere as a dark figure fell from the 6th floor, followed by a boom that caused the ground to crumple and tiles shattered, flying like bullets. In a 1-meter square pit, Qin Hao stepped forward. What is that? In the darkness, the people further away couldn't see Qin Hao's face, clearly only vaguely discerned his outline. Qin Hao's steps were not hurried, and a few minutes later he reached the light. Hi. Hello, everyone. Qin Hao smiled at the crowd, giving a greeting. Swish. One by one, dark gun barrels were aimed at him. It's you. Several exclamations arose from the crowd. Qin Hao turned to look and couldn't help but laugh. Jill, it's only been a day, and you've changed your hairstyle. And dyed it a different color. Nice. He then smiled at Alice, sizing her up, and said, everyone, I'm here to take away 2 people, if that's okay. From the moment Qin Hao appeared, the supervisor from the Umbrella Corporation had been staring at him, and upon hearing his words, his expression darkened even further. Who do you want to take? he said with a grim face. Chin Hao casually pointed towards Dr. Ashford and his daughter. These two. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, a gunshot rang out from that direction. Puff. A flash of blood appeared on Chin Hao's cheek, a narrow cut healing at a visible speed, disappearing in just about a second. Ambush. A sharp glint flashed in Chin Hao's eyes, and before those people could react, he flickered and appeared before the shooter, gripping his neck and lifting him high. Crack. His fingers came together, crushing the opponent's cervical vertebra. Bang. 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 Almost simultaneously, those from the Umbrella Corporation opened fire, and in an instant dozens of bullets flew toward Chin Hao's position. Bang. 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 Explosions of blood blossomed as Chin Hao held the supervisor from the Umbrella Corporation, using his body to shield against the bullets. He then released his grip and swiftly appeared next to Dr. Ashford and his daughter. With one hand, he grabbed both of them. Get in. With a thought, the two were drawn into a layer of space. With them secured, Chin Hao no longer had to worry about his rear. Dodging the incoming bullets, he swung his right hand fiercely, and scorching flames enveloped the personnel from the Umbrella Corporation in an instant. Under the high temperature of several thousand degrees, the human bodies were almost instantaneously incinerated. A fire dragon under Chin Hao's control roared and consumed all the personnel from the Umbrella Corporation, including the vengeful goddess, who was directly engulfed in flames and turned to ashes. A vengeful goddess is worth 50 source energy points. Oh, Chin Hao would not miss out. After completing all this, Chin Hao smiled and clapped his hands, then turned his gaze to the astonished faces around him. All right, the trouble is solved. Chin Hao said with a smile. By the way, aren't you all leaving? The nuclear bomb will be coming soon. As he spoke, he stepped into the helicopter and turned to look at the others. Hey, don't you want to wait here to be blown up by the nuclear bomb? At this moment, Alice and the others also came to their senses, forgetting to ask many questions, and one by one rushed onto the helicopter. Boom. A terrifying explosion behind him unleashed a dreadful shockwave. The helicopter in the sky shook violently before plummeting towards the forest below. Boom. The entire fuselage crashed violently into the ground, then soared high again, tumbling through a stream, before finally coming to rest amidst a pile of rubble. Bang! With a loud crash, a metal door was forcefully kicked open by Chin Hao. He then leaped out of the cabin, and apart from some minor damage to his clothing, he bore no injuries. Looking around, he noticed that most of Alice and the others had been flung out, scattered across the ground, their fates unknown. Chin Hao approached to check on them, confirming that everyone was alive, but Alice had a severe wound on her abdomen, leaving her vital signs extremely faint. Standing beside Alice, Chin Hao suddenly produced a metal syringe from the 9 tribulation space, piercing it into Alice's arm, as crimson blood flowed into the syringe. After drawing approximately 250 milliliters, Chin Hao withdrew and returned the syringe to the 9 tribulation space. Just wait a bit longer, he'll leave after taking the last target. He turned away from the pond, but did not venture far, merely hiding nearby. About 20 minutes later, the others began to awaken one after another. Chin Hao remained unseen, watching them depart before continuing to wait. After waiting for about 2 hours, several helicopters appeared in the sky. Seeing this, Chin Hao knew that the target he was waiting for had arrived. Dr. Isaac, the main antagonist from the 3rd installment, who ultimately becomes a tyrant. Now this time the mission is fully accomplished. Chin Hao murmured to himself. A flash of light, and Chin Hao returned to his residence in New York in the main world. The clock in the room showed that only an hour had passed. Moments later, the sound of water splashing in the bathroom echoed. After taking a shower and changing into pajamas, Chin Hao lay on the bed, reflecting on his experiences in the world of the biohazard. Overall, this time's gains were quite good. Not only did I find the talents I needed, but I also acquired a significant number of energy points. Before entering, Chin Hao had not anticipated gaining so many energy points. Looking back, he realized that he had harvested 2,250 energy points from this biohazard world, the richest haul thus far. In addition, he had secured 4 invaluable talents. Setting aside the first 2, just Dr. Ashford and Dr. Isaac alone met the psychological standards for his journey. Moreover, he obtained the AI Red Queen, ensuring that his future base would be well equipped to handle various modern threats. At least in terms of security, he could rest a little easier. Even a tyrant as powerful as he was would remain vulnerable to lasers, which the Red Queen was fully aware of. Thus, Chin Hao could easily set up lasers along the main pathways of his base to ensure that intruders would have no escape. Additionally, research on the virus could continue. With the collaborative efforts of Dr. Ashford and Dr. Isaac, coupled with the sample of Alice's blood that Chin Hao brought back, it wouldn't be long before significant results were achieved. However, the talents Qin Hao brought back were primarily in biological genetics, leaving some other areas lacking. This will have to be a gradual process. I'll rest for a few days before moving on to the next world. Qin Hao mused. While he contemplated future developments, Dr. Ashford and the others had already been sent. Every individual who formed a slave contract with Qin Hao could sense each other. He instructed them to take the mainframe of the Red Queen to the unfinished base 1, entrusting them with all specific matters. Qin Hao placed his utmost trust in those who had established slave contracts with him, granting them the greatest freedom to unleash their peak talents. To further facilitate Dr. Ashford's work, he also brought his daughter Angel out of the biohazard world. However, Angel was just an ordinary little girl, unlike the others who were all adults and elites in various fields. Forming a slave contract with her cost only 10 energy points, which was quite inexpensive. In fact, according to the Tower Spirit, the price for ordinary humans to establish slave contracts is just this. Only elites like the few doctors would be particularly expensive. If Qin Hao sought to form slave contracts with stronger individuals, the cost would be even higher. After all, each person is different, and the Tower Spirit charges varying amounts based on their respective value. For the Tower Spirit, all of this was merely a matter of convenience. The reason for charging was based on the principle of equivalent exchange. Otherwise, if slave contracts could be formed for free, Qin Hao would have emptied out those worlds. No further events transpired that night. The next morning, Qin Hao awakened from a night of meditative cultivation. Feeling his mental strength had increased once more, a knowing smile graced his face. He got up and washed up, having no habit of making breakfast himself. Qin Hao stepped out, intending to buy something casually outside. Speaking of which, Qin Hao still had a large stock of dinosaur meat stored in the 9 tribulation space, but regrettably, he didn't know how to cook, leaving it untouched. Perhaps I should find a top-notch chef. As Qin Hao entered the elevator, this thought suddenly crossed his mind. After exiting downstairs and retrieving his car from the garage, just as he pulled out, a taxi sped past, nearly colliding with the front of Qin Hao's vehicle. In such a hurry to reincarnate, Qin Hao cursed in annoyance. Just then, another news vehicle rushed by at a speed surely exceeding 120, which piqued Qin Hao's curiosity. What's going on? Suddenly, as if recalling something, Qin Hao slammed down on the accelerator. The white Aston Martin surged forward with a roar akin to a beast rapidly chasing after the news vehicle ahead. With Qin Hao's reflexes, driving at 160 on city roads posed no issue, as long as the traffic wasn't overly congested. In just a short while, he stopped the car, opened the door, and stepped out. Before him lay the Brooklyn Bridge, now choked with cars at this end. Many people had exited their vehicles, straining to see what lay ahead. Seeing this scene, Qin Hao knew he hadn't guessed wrong. Just came out from one world, and my mental timeline is a bit muddled. Qin Hao chuckled lightly, then dashed across the crowded bridge towards the distance. A strange scene was unfolding on the Brooklyn Bridge. A bizarre figure, appearing to be constructed from blocks of stone, was surrounded by a crowd of onlookers. A truck on the bridge had its front end severely dented, as if it had crashed into a concrete pillar, while other vehicles fared little better. Fortunately, the traffic was not moving at high speeds, preventing a major disaster. When Qin Hao arrived, he happened to witness this scene. The police on site were already maintaining order, blocking the crowd that was trying to push forward to get a better view, while one officer was calling for backup over the radio. Damn mutants. From a distance, Qin Hao seemed to hear the officer muttering under his breath after putting down the radio. Clearly, this guy mistook the situation for mutants. Though fundamentally different, their influence is quite similar, Qin Hao thought to himself. Regardless of whether the Fantastic Four were mutants, they certainly looked and acted like mutants. In fact, had their abilities not been backed by reason, and had they not been influential figures themselves, they would have likely been taken away for secret research by the American government long ago. While the situation over there was awkward, Qin Hao was scanning the area, and finally spotted 3 familiar. Found them, he thought to himself, quickening his pace towards them. As he arrived, he saw Susan suddenly using her powers, making it appear as though she was wearing a floating outfit. "Oh, nice ability," he remarked. Qin Hao said loudly as he approached, circling around Susan, and even reaching out to touch her invisible head. Feeling a tangible surface, he nodded, and said, "Optical invisibility, not true disappearance, right?" Suddenly, Qin Hao's appearance startled the 3 of them. With so many onlookers around, Susan's ability lost its effect, revealing her form. "Hey, no longer invisible," Qin Hao observed with curious intrigue. Susan looked at the handsome young man in front of her, and as she noticed his curious gaze, she couldn't help but feel a bit strange. "He doesn't think I'm some monkey from a zoo, does he?" Susan wondered. Qin Hao certainly didn't see her as a monkey, he simply didn't want to embarrass her. After all, they had just gained their extraordinary abilities, which were fundamentally different from irreversible powers. Their abilities were not apparent when not in use. This made them particularly unstable, requiring a lot of practice. Of course, Qin Hao did not deny his intention to get closer to the Fantastic Four. "Hey buddy, who are you?" Johnny asked, looking at the young man with curiosity. Reed nearby was also intrigued by this suddenly appearing young man. "Me, eh?" Qin Hao replied with a smile, turning to him. "I'm just here to watch like them. By the way, is that Rocky guy your friend?" "Ben?" The three exclaimed in surprise, having been so focused on other matters that they nearly forgot about Ben. Reed quickly urged Susan, "Try again." Hearing this, Qin Hao curiously glanced back at Susan. "Are you going to use your powers again?" he asked, staring at her. Under Qin Hao's gaze, even with her strong heart, Susan felt a bit anxious. After trying hard for a while, she couldn't manage to turn invisible. "It's not working," Susan said to Reed and the others with a helpless expression. Reed frowned at her words. "Hey, why don't you go find your companion?" Qin Hao suddenly asked. At this, the three of them shot him a fierce glare, with Susan retorting, "If you hadn't shown up, we would have already—" "Huh?" Qin Hao was taken aback, then suddenly looked enlightened. "Oh my. You weren't planning to turn invisible to sneak in, were you?" Susan nodded, looking at him, as if to say, "You finally got it." This made Qin Hao laugh. "You're quite pretty, but why is your brain so slow?" Qin Hao said with a laugh. "To get in, you could just push your way through it. Do you really think you wouldn't have to squeeze in after turning invisible? And what about those two? Can they also turn invisible?" At this, the three of them were dumbfounded. Even Reed, who prided himself on being one of the smartest people in the world, felt a bit embarrassed. For someone as smart as him to have thought of such a silly idea. Indeed, Susan's ability wasn't true disappearance. She was merely invisible on an optical level, and in the end, she still had to squeeze in. And what about the other two? Were they just going to stand outside and watch? All right, just follow me," Qin Hao said. This is the perspective of the observer versus the participant. Or perhaps it was just that reading too much made one foolish. Who knows? Leading the three, Qin Hao walked ahead and pushed through the crowd. At this moment, there were only 2 or 3 police officers on the bridge, so it was impossible to completely block these people. Qin Hao led them to the side and directly crossed the blockade. "See, wasn't that easy?" Qin Hao turned back and said to the three of them. Upon hearing this, Reed's face flushed again. They had just made a huge fool of themselves. Susan glared at Reed with annoyance. Had Qin Hao not suddenly appeared, she might have actually listened to his idea, and then, imagining herself awkwardly pushing into the crowd, she felt her cheeks burning. Thankfully, none of that. Gratefully, Susan glanced over at Qin Hao. Noticing Susan's gaze, Qin Hao returned a friendly smile. At this moment, Susan felt shy and quickly averted her gaze, as if her heart had suddenly begun to race, a feeling she hadn't experienced in a long time. Meanwhile, Johnny glanced at his sister, and then at Qin Hao, suddenly realizing something. "So that's how it is." He stepped forward, suddenly throwing an arm around Qin Hao's shoulder, winking at him with a sly grin. "Buddy, I'm rooting for you." "Me?" Susan looked uncertainly at the peculiar person in front of her. Qin Hao cheerfully approached, curiously examining the rock-like person, and said with a smile, "Buddy, I've seen you before yesterday, remember?" Ben looked at him with confusion, seemingly trying to recall if he had really seen him before. Seeing Ben's expression, Qin Hao understood and said, "All right, maybe you didn't see me, but I saw you, and that's enough." Ben extended his right hand, which had only 4 fingers left, and scratched the back of his head. At that moment, a little girl in a red dress suddenly crawled out from between several wrecked cars, looking around in confusion while calling out "Mommy." Johnny, who was about to approach and take a good look at Ben, suddenly noticed a flash of red on the other side and was taken aback. Without allowing himself a moment to think, the air around that side began to distort. "Damn it," he cursed inwardly and rushed forward, leaping over a car, grabbing the little girl to protect her. Just as he completed this action, a violent explosion erupted behind him, followed by an overwhelming wave of heat. "Please don't suddenly fail me," Johnny thought nervously. He knew he could control and create flames, which was why he rushed in without hesitation, but if his ability were to suddenly fail, it would be disastrous. Fortunately, while the bad luck struck his sister, his powers held steady. The sudden explosion instantly terrified the surrounding crowd, who screamed and turned to flee, afraid the blast would reach them. Following the first explosion, the intense flames immediately ignited nearby gas canisters, and before anyone could intervene, a series of explosions began. The nearest few people were immediately caught in the blast. Susan, standing at the front, instinctively raised her hands in front of her, and a bubble-like blue energy enveloped the erupting flames. A wave of dizziness suddenly hit Susan, causing her to sway slightly. Qin Hao, standing beside her, reached out to steady her. "Let me take over." Saying this, Qin Hao pressed down on her hands, his gaze sharpening as the roaring sea of flames surged upwards, the endless fires swirling in the sky before bursting apart, with a boom, dissipating into nothingness. This scene, apart from Susan, who understood it was Qin Hao's doing, went unnoticed by everyone else. Glancing down at Susan's puzzled yet curious gaze, Chin Hao smiled slightly. This counts as our little secret, doesn't it? Chin Hao said with a gentle smile. Just then Susan, who had looked so exhausted, couldn't help but chuckle. All right, but how are you going to thank me for keeping your secret? Susan replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Chin Hao looked thoughtful for a moment before saying, how about I treat you to a meal? Susan shot him a glare, standing up in annoyance. You're taking advantage of me both inside and out. She glared at him, but as she moved, she realized she still lacked strength. After all, it was her first time using such power, which consumed a lot of energy, leading to her weakness. Supporting Susan's arm with one hand and wrapping the other around her waist, Chin Hao raised his eyebrows and said, he'll take that as a yes. Feeling Chin Hao's movements, Susan merely glanced at him and did not refuse. Meanwhile, Ben and Reed had already rescued the firefighters from the fire truck, and while Reed was fine, Ben stood out. As Chin Hao helped Susan walk over, Johnny also approached, casting Chin Hao a look that said, you're impressed. Now Chin Hao understood, smiling at Johnny, and the three of them walked over together. Susan, are you hurt? Reed approached from the other side, seeing Susan needing support from Chin Hao, and became anxious. It's nothing, just a bit fatigued. Susan shook her head, feeling her strength returning, and then looked at Chin Hao. Seeing Susan's gaze, Chin Hao smiled and released her. Thank you. Chin Hao smiled and shook his head. Reed, noticing something had transpired between the two, exchanged odd glances between them, feeling a pang of discomfort. He liked Susan, and many people knew this. Yet he was equally passionate about scientific research, often neglecting Susan because of it, which contributed to their growing distance. Huh? Chin Hao suddenly pointed towards the crowd, asking, does that girl over there know Ben? Upon hearing this, Reed and the others looked over, and upon seeing the person, their expressions darkened. That's Ben's wife, Susan said sadly as she watched the person remove the ring from her finger and place it on the implication of this scene was clearly evident. I see. Chin Hao nodded, then abruptly walked. At that moment, Ben was squatting on the ground trying to pick up the ring, but was unable to do so with his large fingers. Chin Hao approached him, glanced at him, then squatted down and picked up the ring, placing it in his hand. Patting Ben's shoulder, Chin Hao comforted him. You can find someone better, maybe she's just not the right one for you. He certainly knew Ben would find another woman who would love him more, but not right now. He still had to endure some time of suffering. Chin Hao's comfort didn't seem to have any effect, as Ben still wore a despondent expression. For this, Chin Hao didn't say anything further. After all, he wasn't the kind of person who offered comfort, and he didn't have the obligation to do so. To be honest, everything that happened here today was merely for Chin Hao to witness a good show. Of course, he had also gained some unexpected rewards. Unconsciously, he turned to look at the beautiful figure in the crowd behind him. The events that followed continued logically, and Reed and the others were still referred to by the outside world as the Fantastic Four, officially completing their first team formation on this day. Of course, it was also the first time they faced numerous media reporters as non-normal humans. At that moment, Chin Hao stood not far away, watching this scene unfold with a smile. What an interesting day, Chin Hao thought. After ending the commotion on the bridge, the news media departed, preparing to break this big story to the public. Originally, everyone thought Reed and the others were mutants, just more high profile, compared to those who kept a low profile. But it was only just now that they learned their powers came from some unknown cosmic rays, which was indeed big news. As for the other details, such as what Reed mentioned, they clearly were not interested, nor would they report on it, since no one would want to see that. People preferred explosive and extraordinary events. Reed, your place is quite nice here. On the top floor of the building, in a somewhat modest laboratory, this is currently Reed's residence. Of course, they all live here now. Before figuring out what exactly happened to them, the four of them would all stay here researching what went wrong with themselves. Naturally, their interests in this matter varied significantly. Regarding his own abilities, Reed showed some fear, rejection, and other negative emotions, while Johnny quite liked his abilities, feeling that they made him seem really cool. As for Ben, he was likely the one who despised his abilities the most among the four, at least for now. Reed casually made a few remarks to Chin Hao before eagerly rushing to the instruments to start tinkering. Johnny smiled at Chin Hao and then went to rest on the side, while Ben followed Reed. He really wanted to return to his former self, as his wife's departure had hit him hard. It seems you guys will be quite busy for a while, Chin Hao remarked, looking at the two who were already getting busy, then turning to Susan beside him and saying, so it looks like we can't fulfill our agreement tonight. Seeing the regretful expression on Chin Hao's face, Susan chuckled lightly and leaned closer, saying, let's do it in a few days. You know, with what has happened to us, especially to Ben. Looking over at Ben, Susan wasn't sure how to start. The four of them had all suffered from cosmic radiation and gained different abilities, but only Ben's abilities. It's okay, Ben will be fine. Chin Hao softly reassured, then added, it's getting late, and Reed will probably want to give you a test soon, so he'll take my leave now. After a gentle hug, Chin Hao said goodbye to Reed and the others before leaving the Baxter building. He wasn't particularly interested in what the four would face next. However, there was something amusing. As Chin Hao went downstairs, he happened to run into Victor coming up. He took a keen look at this future Dr. Doom, and then left the building with a smile under Victor's strange gaze. All that was left was Victor, who frowned, looking as if he had swallowed a fly. Back at his place, the sky was gradually darkening. All that was left was Victor, who frowned, looking as if he had swallowed a fly. Back at his place, the sky was After finishing all this, Chin Hao changed his clothes and walked into the bathroom. There was still Susan's scent on him. He needed to wash up. Sometimes Chin Hao thought about it, and felt he was quite the flirt. Not to mention the women in other worlds. Just in the main world, he already had Gwen, but today, he still actively provoked Susan. But who cares? Anyway, Chin Hao felt that living freely like this was much happier. Since that was the case, why should he trouble himself and live uncomfortably? But who cares? Anyway, Chin Hao felt that living freely like this was much happier. Since that was the case, why should he trouble himself and live uncomfortably? That night was an insomniac night for many in the city. Chin Hao and Gwen tossed and turned for half the night, before finally falling asleep, while on the other side of the city, Susan and the others found it hard to sleep due to everything happening to them. The next day, the weekend was over, and Chin Hao had to go back to school. He no longer rejected his identity as a student. It was actually quite interesting. In the following days, the entire New York seemed to become a bit restless. Peter was busy all day and started showing up late to class, resulting in a scolding from the teachers at school. Meanwhile, the recently popular Fantastic Four were still desperately researching everything that had happened to them. Chin Hao had visited once, and Reed still hadn't made much progress. As for the construction of Base 1, which Chin Hao cared about the most, it was progressing steadily. The Red Queen that he had Ashford take to the base was already installed and operational. Although the base was still in its infancy, it could already help Chin Hao in some ways. For instance, the watch he was wearing now contained a subprogram of the Red Queen. The technological level of the Red Queen definitely surpassed that of this world in many aspects, and having it allowed Chin Hao to grasp much information that was previously difficult to obtain. For example, he had always been curious about SHIELD, the treacherous Hydra and mutants around the world. The Red Queen could access some data through the internet. Even independent networks could be infiltrated by the Red Queen without detection, allowing her to wreak havoc unnoticed. Chin Hao had not once asked the Red Queen to hack into SHIELD's network, from which he learned that SHIELD was still researching the energy application of the cosmic cube, and they had even begun to initially harness its immense energy to create a batch of terrifying weapons. Regarding this, Chin Hao simply smiled indifferently. The weapons were indeed powerful, but it depended on who used them. If they were handed to a group of ordinary agents, they posed no threat to Chin Hao at all. If they can't hit anything, what good is their power? However, Chin Hao wondered if he could borrow these weapons, and when his biochemical soldiers made progress, equipping them with those weapons should yield remarkable effects. Just think about it. How powerful a squad of biochemical soldiers equipped with cosmic cube weapons would be. At the very least, ordinary superheroes would be no match for them. Only those extraordinarily powerful could handle them. As for why Chin Hao was so confident, it was mainly because he had analyzed Spider-Man Peter's abilities and reached. According to Peter's strength, he was currently equivalent to an 8th tier, close to a 9th tier physical enhancer. However, his neural reflexes far exceeded those of an ordinary 9th tier, and this was not even his growth limit, as Peter had only recently become Spider-Man, and he still had much potential to develop within him. Even so, Spider-Man at this point could not be considered weak. The only disappointing aspect was his fighting skills, which relied entirely on his neural reflexes. He could bully ordinary people, but when facing other physically superior superheroes, the effectiveness would significantly diminish. In terms of similar physical attributes, Chin Hao believed that he could easily defeat 10 Peters. It was not just about fighting skills, but also about the techniques of exerting force. Peter's fighting skills were already quite poor, while Chin Hao had never learned any. Even if his physical attributes were only tier 4, he could achieve the effectiveness of a tier 9 by utilizing techniques of exerting force. Of course, this isn't to say that Peter is particularly weak. It's mainly because he hasn't had anyone to teach him, nor has he thought about learning combat techniques, which has led to this situation. On a new day, Chin Hao walked towards the teaching building from the school's parking lot, casually glancing at the surrounding students. His gaze shifted away from the overlapping figures under the shade of a tree, and suddenly Chin Hao's eyes lit up as he quickened his pace with a smile. "Hi, Peter." Chin Hao cheerfully patted Peter on the shoulder from behind, looking at him with a grin. "What do you think? Are you busy today?" Peter turned his head, looking a bit helplessly at Chin Hao behind him. The two were originally just ordinary friends, though calling them friends seemed somewhat forced. Ever since Chin Hao started dating Gwen, Peter had been avoiding him, perhaps out of a desire not to feel troubled by what he couldn't see, making their relationship even more ordinary. "Yeah, I've been a bit busy lately," Peter replied awkwardly. It was evident that he seemed to have something on his mind. As for what he was feeling, Chin Hao wasn't particularly interested in knowing. "It's obvious, and what about your face?" Chin Hao pointed at Peter's still bruised face, fully aware that it was likely due to recent crime-fighting activities. Speaking of which, Spider-Man had been all the rage in New York recently. Almost every night one could catch a glimpse of the little spider darting between the skyscrapers, with the unfortunate ones being the criminals. Of course, our little spider had encountered considerable trouble in the past couple of days. Ordinary criminals couldn't leave such deep marks on him. The lizard, huh? Chin Hao thought to himself with amusement. As for Dr. Connors, Chin Hao had some thoughts, but unfortunately people from the main world couldn't enlist the help of the Tower Spirit to forge a slave contract, otherwise he would have been willing to take in the poor fellow. But for now, Chin Hao had plenty of talents to choose from, so there was no need to take the risk of betrayal by taking in Dr. Connors. After chatting for a bit, the two parted ways. Walking into the corridor of the teaching building, Chin Hao greeted a few female classmates he knew along the way, always showing exceptional patience towards these spirited young women. Of course, he never intended to develop anything with these female classmates under Gwen's watchful eye. It was purely an attitude of appreciation. Click. As he opened his locker, Chin Hao suddenly sniffed the air, then smiled, and turned around only to have a soft body lean against him. "I just saw you chatting with Peter outside. Have you two made up?" Gwen asked, wrapping her arms around Chin Hao's neck and smiling at him. Gently holding Gwen's slender waist, Chin Hao ignored the dozen or so gazes directed at them, and smiled as he lightly pecked her lips. "I didn't do anything, but it's that guy Peter who keeps avoiding me, but I understand." Chin Hao laughed. In his arms, Gwen leaned her entire weight against Chin Hao, just about to speak, when suddenly a few screams erupted from the other end of the corridor, followed by a loud crash, and debris flew everywhere as panicked students widened their eyes at the enormous monster that appeared in their line of sight. Without turning back, a glimmer of amusement flashed in Chin Hao's eyes, which quickly faded as he turned to look at the lizard emerging from the end of the corridor. What is that monster?" The nearly 3-meter turtle monster suddenly looked this way, causing Gwen to go pale with fright. She tightly grasped Chin Hao's hand, seeming to find safety only in his grip. At that moment, Chin Hao also spotted Peter among the crowd. There was no need to deliberately search for him. While everyone else was fleeing, he stood out rooted in place. "Let's go," Chin Hao said, glancing at the frightened Gwen, having no intention of confronting the lizard. With Peter there, Chin Hao didn't need to intervene. Pulling Gwen along, they ran with the crowd towards the exit of the teaching building, though their pace was not fast. Aside from the initial panic, Gwen showed far more composure than the other girls, occasionally glancing back at the lizard, seemingly curious about how this creature had appeared. Seeing her like this, Chin Hao couldn't help but smile. "Not scared anymore?" he asked with a grin. Hearing this, Gwen glanced at him and shook her head, saying, "It looks like a lizard, just a bit big, and it can walk. Maybe it's a monster resulting from the combination of human and lizard genes," Chin Hao said in a joking tone. However, surprisingly, Gwen nodded in agreement. "It's possible." Chin Hao chuckled, and at that moment they had already exited the teaching building. The loud crash sounds from behind no longer affected them. Outside, the students had stopped running. Their curiosity made them temporarily forget their earlier fear as they all gathered around, straining to peer inside, as if wanting to see something. Chin Hao stood at the front with Gwen, listening to the roars emanating from within, which sounded nothing like human. "I just realized something," Chin Hao suddenly said. Gwen, who was intently focused on the scene, absent-mindedly responded with an mm. Seeing her expression, a smile flashed in Chin Hao's eyes as he continued. "When we came out just now, I think I saw Peter standing there, not following everyone else out." Gwen instinctively said but after 2 or 3 seconds, she suddenly looked at him. "What did you say?" "Peter is still inside," she exclaimed, drawing the attention of many people around. Chin Hao nodded. Then, a hint of worry flashed in Gwen's eyes, but she didn't know what to do. At that moment, the police, alerted by the report, began to arrive one after another, while the sounds of fighting inside gradually diminished, and soon there was no more noise. Outside the teaching building, a dozen police officers stood cautiously with their weapons at the ready. "How about I go in and take a look?" Chin Hao said seriously as he looked down at Gwen. "No." Gwen immediately grabbed him tightly, saying, "It's too dangerous, you shouldn't go in. It sounds like there's no more commotion inside." Chin Hao glanced at the row of windows along the corridor of the teaching building. From the shattered glass, he could see no figures inside. "No, promise me you won't go in, okay?" Gwen pulled him, her gaze firm as she looked at him. Although she was worried about Peter, he was just a classmate. Nothing was more important than her boyfriend's safety. Seeing her like this, Qin Hao smiled. Gently wrapping his arm around Gwen's shoulders, he said, "Alright, I won't go in. Peter should be fine." At this point, Gwen no longer cared about Peter's situation. Hearing her boyfriend no longer insist on going inside, she finally let out a sigh of relief. Many times Qin Hao felt that he was quite petty. The scene from that day had passed so many days ago, yet he still held on to it. However, seeing Gwen's attitude today, Qin Hao finally felt relieved. That scene from that day should just dissipate into nothingness. Qin Hao was a very selfish person and he never denied it. What he wanted to obtain, he would never allow others. Qin Hao did not think that there was anything wrong with his actions. Should he generously give to others? What kind of self-sacrificing spirit was that? He was not that noble. Regardless, this little knot in his heart had been removed. If Peter still had any inappropriate thoughts in the future, Qin Hao wouldn't mind if there was one less so-called superhero in this world. "I am not a good person," Qin Hao said, watching the police enter the teaching building while secretly sneering. A flash of light, and Qin Hao found himself back on the empty rocky platform. At first glance, Qin Hao saw the tower spirit sitting on a lounge chair, eyes closed as if asleep. The tower spirit opened one eye, smiled at him, and said. Walking closer, Qin Hao curiously glanced at him. Every time he entered before, this guy was either standing there or had run off somewhere. This was the first time he saw the tower spirit like this. Moreover, where did this lounge chair come from? Perhaps unable to withstand Qin Hao's gaze, the tower spirit, who had originally closed his eyes, opened them. "Why are you staring at me?" the tower spirit said strangely. Qin Hao smiled awkwardly and averted his gaze. "I want to go to the micro world again," Qin Hao said. Hearing this, the tower spirit casually pointed and said, "Go ahead, just step in directly. Unless you want to use that transit point or challenge the God of War tower, you don't need to find me. Just go straight in." Qin Hao nodded, then turned to walk towards the time-space gate. After a moment, ripples spread around the time-space gate, and Qin Hao's figure vanished. On the lounge chair, the tower spirit glanced over there, then closed his eyes again as if fallen asleep. Entering Tomorrowland bounty task generation in progress. As the scene in front changed and he heard the voice echoing in his mind, Qin Hao subtly nodded, feeling somewhat satisfied with this world. Ding! Detected that there are no powerful beings in this world. Bounty task generation failed. Qin Hao's expression stiffened, then he bitterly smiled and shook his head. Recalling the plot of this movie, there really didn't seem to be any powerful existences. Of course, Qin Hao referred to individual strength. Those weapons didn't count. Forget it, this time there are no energy points to earn. Qin Hao muttered to himself. Currently, he had over 3,000 energy points, which should be enough for the time being. This time he came here mainly to bring back the scientific geniuses from this world, and coincidentally this Tomorrowland had someone Qin Hao had in mind. This movie tells of the early 20th century, where Edison, the chief designer of the Eiffel Tower, Nikola Tesla, the father of alternating current, and other top scientists and artists formed a secret group to create an ideal plan for Tomorrowland. Rumor has it that Walt Disney was also one of the founders, and in his relics, there is a black box containing a mysterious mechanism. However, this plan went awry, and Tomorrowland subsequently disappeared. Frank had witnessed Tomorrowland as a boy, but after the accident, he lived a semi-reclusive life until a clever girl named Casey came to him. Casey was passionate about science and life, and she accidentally discovered a mysterious badge. She needed Frank's assistance to piece together scattered clues and find Tomorrowland hidden in a mysterious time-space to change the fate of humanity. However, the movie spans a long time, and at the beginning the male protagonist was just a little boy, but by the time the formal plot commenced, that little boy had grown into a middle-aged man. I wonder when my time entry point will be. Qin Hao thought, looking at the position he had arrived at before heading in a certain direction. 3 months later. In the blink of an eye, it had been a full 3 months since Qin Hao entered this world. Over 2 months ago, he figured out the time entry point he had entered. Unfortunately, this time point was somewhat in between. The official plot hadn't started yet, but it wouldn't be long before it began in half a year. As for how Qin Hao judged this time, it was mainly because he encountered the female protagonist in the movie. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to determine, as finding that male protagonist was not easy. Qin Hao's goal this time was the male protagonist of this movie. Besides that, the female robot could also serve as a reference, but whether to take her was still to be decided. As for the female protagonist in the movie, Qin Hao felt there was no need to bring her along. The reason he focused on this male protagonist named Frank was because he possessed the talent to develop various weapons, while the female protagonist. Let's forget about that. Thus, this time Qin Hao had 2 targets, one being the primary goal, and the other a secondary goal. Of course, since he still had a lot of time left, Qin Hao could continue to consider it. There might be changes, who knows. During these 3 months, Qin Hao had been cultivating. His mental strength had reached the late stage of the 7th rank, and he planned to spend the next 6 months completely enhancing and stabilizing his mental strength at the limit of the 7th rank. He believed that half a year would definitely be enough. Half a year seemed like just a blink of an eye. Qin Hao even felt as if he had just arrived in this world yesterday, but in fact he had already lived here for a full 9 months. In the past 6 months his mental strength had successfully increased to the limit of the 7th rank. At this stage breaking through was not easy. If he were to slowly seek out the breakthrough opportunity himself, it might take several years. Fortunately, he had another method. With the help of energy points he could easily elevate his mental strength directly to the limit of the 8th rank. Besides that, he hadn't spent all his time on cultivation in the past 6 months. During this time, he had also collected a significant amount of funds in this world, all of which were prepared to be brought back to the main world for base development. Moreover, he had also brought back a legendary financial tycoon from this world similar to the Buffett of Qin Hao's original world, but his legendary status in this world far surpassed that of Buffett. Bringing this guy back was a sudden idea of Qin Hao's. If he had to plunder funds from other worlds every time for the base, not only was the process troublesome, but it also came with significant drawbacks. So after much thought, Qin Hao came up with this idea. Having developed an idea, Qin Hao immediately put it into action. After about half a month of effort, he found an opportunity to approach this legendary figure, subsequently bringing him into a separate space and forming a slave contract with him. As a result, not only would his future in the main world become much easier, but even his life in the following months would be incredibly comfortable thanks to this identity. Qin Hao was never one to shun the pleasures of life. Why did he work so hard? Wasn't it to enjoy life? While striving diligently, it was also acceptable to spend a little time enjoying oneself. Of course, Qin Hao would not indulge excessively. He understood the importance of prioritizing. Forming a slave contract with this financial prodigy of the world cost Qin Hao 100 source energy points. According to the Tower Spirit, he was a genius in the finance sector, thus the price was on par with that of genius scientists. To this, Qin Hao had nothing to argue. After all, he could afford the 100 source energy points. Now, with half a year past, the plot was officially beginning. Just yesterday, Qin Hao had sent bars to monitor Kay, and the news had already come and something had happened at Kay's home. In response, Qin Hao instructed his men to continue tracking her, ensuring they did not lose sight of Kay. As for himself, he was also preparing to set out, feeling uneasy about the people below. On the country road, a truck was speeding along. Inside, Kay looked out the window at the rapidly retreating scenery, her expression one of confusion and helplessness, her thoughts wandering far away. At the driver's seat, the robotic girl Athena glanced at her, then nonchalantly turned her gaze back to the... Meanwhile, over 1,000 meters above the road, a white helicopter followed the truck, advancing toward an unknown destination. Inside the helicopter, Qin Hao occasionally looked down at the truck below, a smile occasionally appearing on his face. The helicopter was piloted by BARS personnel, and the aircraft was also provided by BARS, which made Qin Hao very grateful for his earlier decision. By forming a slave contract with BARS, he had indeed saved himself a lot of trouble. Next, I fear I will soon locate Frank. Qin Hao retracted his gaze, leaning back in his seat, pondering. Throughout the journey, he had not revealed himself or interfered in any plot. He merely observed everything from a third-person perspective. Now, with the plot undisturbed, the destination of the truck below must certainly be Frank's hidden location. Frank's hiding place was indeed thorough, even after several months of investigation by BARS. However, this also demonstrated Frank's value. If he could be easily found, Qin Hao would indeed be more In the blink of an eye, over an hour had passed. The truck on the country road suddenly turned onto a small path, and the helicopter above naturally followed closely behind. Sensing the change in direction, Qin Hao, who had been keeping his eyes closed, finally opened them and looked down. Are we almost there? Indeed, after only about 5 or 6 minutes, the truck below came to a halt, and shortly after, someone got out of the vehicle. Regarding everything happening below, Qin Hao merely observed coldly as the helicopter circled at 1,000 meters, remaining undetected by those below. After a moment, the robotic girl drove away, leaving Kay behind. Qin Hao instructed the pilot follow. The helicopter pilot unhesitatingly obeyed Qin Hao's command, following the truck as it left the area. 5 or 6 minutes later, the truck returned to a flat road. At that moment, Qin Hao instructed the pilot to begin descending and to overtake the truck below. At the speed of the helicopter, it was no match for the truck below. Soon the helicopter, descending to a height of 100 meters, had already far surpassed the truck. Standing up from his seat, Qin Hao turned to the pilot and said, "You can go back. There's no need to pick me up." The pilot, somewhat puzzled, couldn't help but turn his head to look, only to be startled by the next scene. He saw Qin Hao, after saying this, jump directly out of the cabin. The sight shocked the pilot so much that he nearly released the control stick. Is this suicide? The pilot glanced down. In his line of sight, Qin Hao was free falling from a height of 100 meters, the short distance vanishing in an instant. With a loud bang, the road below cracked wide open, and a small crater appeared where Chin Hao had landed. In the helicopter, the pilot stared blankly at Chin Hao, who walked toward the truck with an indifferent expression. The scene replayed in his mind, and in an instant his worldview collapsed. Is he even human? For Chin Hao, falling from a height of 100 meters only resulted in a slight numbness in his legs. It was nothing. In fact, even falling from a height of 1,000 meters would only cause minor injuries. Had it not been for the consideration that his bone healing speed was far slower than that of muscle tissue, he wouldn't have let the helicopter descend. Although his 7th-tier ultimate recovery ability was already extremely powerful compared to the rapid recovery of muscle tissue, if his bones were to break or shatter, the healing process would be relatively slower. Of course, this slower merely referred to the comparison with the nearly instantaneous healing of muscle tissue. In reality, it would only take a couple of hours. If there were a technique to reduce impact while falling from the air, I wouldn't have been injured, Chin Hao thought as he walked. In front of him, the truck, driven by the robotic girl Athena, had already come to a stop. Athena sat in the driver's seat, her expression remarkably calm, as she watched Chin Hao approach. Reaching the truck's driver's side door, Chin Hao knocked on the glass and flashed a friendly smile at Athena and said, "Hey little girl, come with me," Chin Hao stated directly. Inside the vehicle, Athena frowned humanely, and then suddenly kicked the door without warning. Bang! The immense force caused the entire door to detach from the truck, hurtling toward Chin Hao. Smiling as he watched this scene, Chin Hao casually sidestepped, and the door flew past him, crashing into a tree by the roadside with a loud bang. "That's quite rude," Chin Hao said with a smile, looking at her. This girl never considered that asking someone to follow him right after meeting was not very polite. With a bang, Chin Hao caught a small fist aimed at his chest, smiling at the robot girl before him. "You're not my match, just give up," he said. However, the opponent clearly had no intention of backing down. Seeing Chin Hao easily catch her punch, the robot girl named Athena immediately kicked towards his groin. "How, you can't just say that here." Chin Hao laughed and dodged. But at that moment, missing her strike, she turned and ran away. She actually ran away. Chin Hao was taken aback for a moment, then shook his head lightly, and moving at a speed far surpassing hers, intercepted her almost instantly. "Alright, I'm done playing with you." Grabbing her shoulder, Chin Hao gave her no chance to react, and directly pulled her into a layer of space. After all, she was just a research robot, not a combat-type robot, and her fighting capability was clearly lacking. Aside from the initial few exchanges, Chin Hao quickly lost interest. One-sided bullying was no fun. He handed the robot over to the Tower Spirit for processing. At the price of 50 source energy points, the Tower Spirit directly modified her core program, and the next time they met, Chin Hao would be her sole master. Having dealt with the robot, Chin Hao looked up at the helicopter that had not yet flown away, then turned his gaze away and walked straight towards the small path he had come from. In just a moment, Chin Hao had returned to his previous location, where a rather old-looking residential house stood. It seemed ordinary, but Chin Hao understood that the area was filled with traps set by Frank, and the inside of the house was even more complex. Of course, Chin Hao didn't care about any of this, as he had never intended to go inside. In the front yard of the house, Chin Hao saw the unconscious Kathy. However, he merely glanced at her before averting his gaze and walking towards the front door. Standing at the door, Chin Hao leisurely raised his hand and gently knocked 3 times. "Is anyone home?" After waiting for a moment, there was no response from inside the house, but Chin Hao knew there must be someone inside watching him. This conclusion was drawn from the red light that had lit up on the nearby camera, and Chin Hao himself sensed a feeling of being watched. As expected, this old guy doesn't seem ready to Chin Hao thought to himself. However, if Frank didn't come out, Chin Hao had ways to make him do so. He stepped back a few paces and then shouted loudly at the house, "Frank, I know you're inside. Don't pretend you're not home. I mean no harm, and I'm not carrying any weapons." As he spoke, Chin Hao spread his arms and turned in a circle in front of the camera. Stopping, Chin Hao pointed towards the unconscious Kathy and said, "There's a girl here who has fainted. You wouldn't just stand by and do nothing, would you?" After waiting a moment again, the door remained silent, and Chin Hao didn't hear any footsteps from inside. Clearly, Frank was still not prepared to open the door. Shrugging, Chin Hao knew this guy would be difficult to deal with. However, if he directly set fire to the house, he feared Frank might escape through a secret passage. Once he got away, finding him again would be challenging. Thinking of this, Chin Hao suddenly had a flash of inspiration, and a sly smile appeared on his face. "Frank, don't you want to know about Athena? Don't deny it, I know about your relationship with her. If you continue to be rude, I can't guarantee Athena's safety." Alright, Chin Hao felt a bit shameless using a robot girl to threaten him, but at this moment, he couldn't care less, especially since there was no one else around. He glanced back at Kathy, who was indeed still unconscious, not likely to witness his shameless act. Since there was no one else to know, Chin Hao naturally didn't mind. Sure enough, just as Qin Hao finished speaking, footsteps came from inside the house, followed by a click as the door was opened from the inside. Who are you? The door opened, and the now middle-aged Frank stepped out from the house, openly displaying the weapon in his hand, glaring at Qin Hao with hostility. Clearly Frank was not welcoming to this uninvited guest. However, Qin Hao didn't care about that. Seeing Frank come out, he knew his goal had been achieved. Stepping forward, Qin Hao wore a harmless smile and extended his hand, saying, "Hello, nice to meet you." Though not very welcoming, and even somewhat hostile towards Qin Hao, seeing this gesture, Frank hesitated for a moment and still reached out to shake hands. However, he did not retract the weapon in his other hand. Grabbing one of Frank's hands, Qin Hao smiled. Frank hadn't yet grasped the situation, but instinctively felt something was wrong and was about to resist. At that moment, he only felt darkness before completely losing consciousness. Smiling as he pulled Frank into a layer of space, Qin Hao took out a handkerchief with his other hand, gently wiped that hand, and casually tossed the handkerchief to the ground. Mission accomplished, time to go. Looking back at the still unconscious Kathy, Qin Hao thought for a moment before walking over and picking her up, then placing her at the open door of the house. This way she won't get caught in the rain. Qin Hao said to himself with a smile, then with a thought he transformed into a beam of white light and disappeared from this world. With a flash of light, Qin Hao found himself back on the rocky platform of a layer of space. The three individuals he had brought back were lying neatly in a row. The source energy points have been deducted, and the slave contract has been completed. You can take the people now, the tower spirit casually remarked upon seeing Qin Hao return. I would be even happier if next time I could get a discount, Qin Hao said, glancing at the three, then chuckled. Having spent some time together, Qin Hao had basically figured out one thing: the so-called charging standards were actually made up by this tower spirit himself. If he wanted, he could even offer everything to Qin Hao for free. However, it was evident that Qin Hao did not qualify for such treatment. This trip to the dust world was arguably the easiest Qin Hao had ever experienced. Aside from his usual cultivation and meditation, he had only taken away 2 people and a robot girl without completing a single task, which was undoubtedly easy. But precisely because of this time there were only expenses and no income. If it continued like this, Qin Hao would soon find himself broke. Once or twice could be overlooked, but this could not go on indefinitely. Shaking his head, Qin Hao dismissed the thought. Surely his luck could not be so abysmal as to land him repeatedly in worlds of such low cultivation tiers that not even a single bounty mission existed. As for this round, he voiced no complaint. His current reserve of source energy points remained relatively ample. After all, grievance solved nothing. Tower spirit, I wish to undergo enhancement. Turning his gaze toward the tower spirit, he declared, my spiritual energy has reached the pinnacle of the 7th order. I am ready for direct enhancement now. Oh, impressive indeed. The tower spirit nodded with a gentle smile. A vast, overwhelming force descended upon the stone platform, lifting Qin Hao's body effortlessly into the air. Having long grown accustomed to such phenomena, Qin Hao felt no surprise. He closed his eyes and sensed a cool, crystalline energy flowing through every fiber of his being, especially within his cranium, where an ineffable transcendent sensation bloomed. Within moments, his body settled back onto the platform. Opening his eyes, he clenched his right fist, and with a thunderous boom, searing flames instantly engulfed his entire arm. He examined his arm with quiet admiration, then flicked his wrist, the fire dissolving seamlessly into the air. Excellent. At the 9th order, I should be able to envelop my entire body in flame without inflicting harm upon myself. Qin Hao nodded, satisfied, though he couldn't help wondering whether flame propulsion might one day grant him flight. After all, he had long envied Johnny's aerial mastery. His enhancement had just ascended to the 8th order's apex, costing precisely 1,000 source energy points. Glancing at his remaining balance, less than 2,000, he sighed faintly. That sum fell far short of what was needed to reach the 9th order. The cost of ascending from 8th to 9th order had long been confirmed with the tower spirit, a mere 5,000 source energy points. This was no self-deprecation. 5,000 truly was modest. The microdust realm imposed no entry limit. Each activation required only 10 source energy points, plus a nominal monthly maintenance fee of 1 point. By comparison, earning source energy was scarcely arduous. So long as Qin Hao applied himself diligently, accumulating 5,000 posed no insurmountable challenge. Next time, let us pause for a few days of rest, Qin Hao mused. Gathering his spoils from this trial, he bid farewell to the tower spirit and departed the first-tier space. Emerging from the first-tier space, Bales and his 2 companions stirred awake. As always, Qin Hao issued brief instructions before dismissing them. This time, however, Bales would not accompany Frank and the other. His destination lay elsewhere. In Qin Hao's estimation, Bales was ideally suited to operate openly, a visible lieutenant whose talents could stir turbulence across financial markets. Concealment would serve neither purpose nor strategy. Their identities had already been secured by Red Queen acting upon Qin Hao's prior directive. For her, such a task was trivial. Settling onto the living room sofa, Qin Hao poured himself a glass of wine, swirling it slowly as he contemplated his evolving strategy. With Bales now secured, capital is no longer a concern. Once Base 1 becomes operational, Frank will immediately begin manufacturing the first batch of automatons. We'll deploy those initially as a show of strength, while bioengineered soldiers must wait for now. Scientific breakthroughs were never instantaneous. These doctors possessed no precedent of success, nor did Qin Hao harbor the naivety to expect immediate results aligned with his ambitions. Frank's automatons, however, were proven technology. In his native world, he had already achieved successful creation, perhaps not rivaling Athena's flawless artistry, yet certainly far removed from crude, clanking iron husks. Base security no longer troubled Qin Hao. His sole lingering concern was how long Dr. Ashford and his team would require to perfect the biowarriors. After all pivotal plot lines were already unfolding, Qin Hao refused to stand idle when legendary artifacts emerged powerless to claim them. From the outset, he had resolved never to expose his true identity, preferring instead to prosper unseen from the shadows. Consider the Cosmic Cube, an infinity stone. If seized under his own name, possession alone would invite the covetous gaze of cosmic tyrants, perhaps even an invasion of Earth before dawn broke. Qin Hao's solution: dispatch emissaries from alternate realms, powerful subordinates who would seize such volatile artifacts and deposit them directly into the Nine Tribulation space. They're hidden beyond perception, they would remain undiscovered forever. This was merely the inception of his grand design. In time, as his dominion expanded across dimensions, he envisioned forging a cosmic empire, one whose ambition echoed an ancient axiom: his horizon was the stars themselves. Tilting his head back, he savored the chill glide of liquid down his throat, then set the glass aside with a quiet smile and rose. At 9 p.m., he drove out of his apartment's underground garage. 30 minutes later, his vehicle came to rest in the parking lot of an elite private club. Stepping out, he smoothed his jacket and approached with warm, practiced charm. Nearby, several elegantly dressed women caught sight of him and met his gaze with smoldering, unmistakable allure. Tonight was for leisure. Work demanded rigor, but pleasure deserved equal reverence. More importantly, Red Queen had delivered intelligence. Tony Stark was hosting an intimate gathering here tonight. Still, a moment's respite amid duty remains permissible. Third floor of the club. With one arm draped gently around each of two exceptionally poised and beautiful women, Qin Hao followed a feline-themed hostess to a semi-private lounge area. "Please wait a moment, sir." Releasing his hands, he casually tipped the hostess $100, her delighted grin deepening as he sank comfortably into the plush velvet sofa. The two women beside him were not courtesans. They held respectable daytime professions. Their presence here was purely for relaxation, nothing more. Thus the privilege of womanhood revealed itself. Every tip along the way came from Qin Hao, be it for guidance or hospitality, and their drinks flowed freely uncounted. Of course, such generosity entailed reciprocity, but all parties found mutual delight in the moments later as Qin Hao engaged the two women in easy, intimate conversation. A procession of feline hostesses arrived, each bearing silver trays. "Set them down." He gestured toward the table, then handed each hostess another $100 bill. Such sums meant little to him, yet seeing their genuine joy brought him quiet amusement. Why endure hardship? Only to savor triumph. This refined equilibrium of power, pleasure, and purpose was precisely the life Qin Hao had forged. And though he reveled in its luxuries, he never forgot the crucible from which it sprang. In such entertainment venues, one cannot avoid various noises. Those who come here do so to alleviate the pressures of the day. In this place, the voices of everyone speaking are particularly loud, as if every word spoken can lessen the frustration accumulated during the day. However, places like the third floor have fewer such individuals, as those who can afford to come to the third floor are no ordinary people. Unbeknownst to him, the number of people seated with Qin Hao had already increased from 3 to 5. Qin Hao, a man, found himself surrounded by 4 women, and he was quite enjoying it, feeling no sense of being overwhelmed. While he was happily drinking, a sudden uproar came from the elevator entrance, catching the attention of many customers on the third floor. Qin Hao turned his head with a smile to look in that direction. Amidst a large crowd, a man still wearing sunglasses in such an environment approached, dressed in a well-tailored suit, his beard meticulously groomed, and the corners of his mouth seemingly perpetually turned up. He had one arm wrapped around each of two elegantly dressed women. This man is known to almost everyone in America, and even globally he is recognized by an overwhelming number of people. Of course he is not a mega superstar, but he surpasses the former. Tony Stark, one of the largest arms suppliers in America, is also one of the most famous playboys in the country. Unless he is at work, wherever he goes one can see a crowd of women surrounding him. Naturally, not all these women are attracted to his wealth. One must admit that his personal charm is indeed extraordinary. He really showed up. Upon seeing Tony, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Chin Hao's eyes. However, he quickly lost interest and continued to toast with the women beside him. Of course, he inevitably took some liberties. Over there, Tony appeared like a star surrounded by admirers, but he was already accustomed to the gazes around him. If one day he appeared in public without anyone looking at him, that would be when he felt out of place. However, today, he found an interesting fellow not, because that guy completely ignored him, which would hurt Tony's ego. He wasn't that petty. What intrigued him most was that this individual effortlessly engaged with 5 women around him, and the whole scene was so harmonious that Tony couldn't help but steal a few more glances in that direction. These women are quite attractive. Tony unconsciously evaluated in his mind. As a veteran in the realm of romance, he had his unique skills in assessing women. Just by looking a few times he could tell that these women were definitely not the type to be overly casual, which distinguished them from most women who frequented such places. If only 1 or 2 women like this appeared, Tony wouldn't be surprised, but now there were 5 all surrounding one man. Upon closer inspection, this guy seemed more like a boy perhaps. Interesting, very interesting. Tony couldn't help but feel intrigued. Of course he would never admit that he was also a bit interested in those women. That was one thing he would never acknowledge even if he was about to take action. Changing direction, Tony headed over with a large entourage. Holding a glass of wine, Chin Hao noticed Tony approaching from the corner of his eye, which took him by surprise. Strange, why did he come over here? Chin Hao wondered. Little did he know that due to his mild obsession with cleanliness, even though he came out to relax tonight, he didn't intend to engage in any deep conversations with casual women. Thus the 4 women surrounding him were all carefully selected by him. As for why they were willing to be with him, it wasn't just because of Chin Hao's impressive skills. Moreover, his youthful appearance made him seem non-threatening, which didn't give off the impression of wanting to pursue anything. Even women like them who were just there to drink and unwind found themselves unconsciously drawn to him. Of course, Chin Hao believed that the main reason was that he was handsome. Whom could it be? Because I'm too handsome. Chin Hao couldn't help but smile with a hint of narcissism. However, the more he thought about it, the stranger it became. If women were willing to talk to him because of his looks, then what was the situation with Tony walking over now? Could it be? Ugh. He quickly shook his head, dismissing the disgusting thoughts in his mind. At this moment, Tony looked at the young man before him with a strange expression. This guy's face had suddenly shifted several times. For some reason, Tony felt he understood what he was thinking. Now he too felt a bit nauseated. Hey, kid, what are you thinking about? Tony said with a displeased expression. Chin Hao looked at him, carefully scrutinizing him before cautiously asking, "You're not that, are you?" No. Tony's eyes twitched a few times, nearly wanting to grab the wine bottle on the table and hit this brat. No one had ever doubted this about him. How could this person right before him question him? This was simply not. Tony almost gritted his teeth to say these 2 words. He was already regretting coming over. The surrounding people looked at the 2 with puzzled expressions, not understanding what they were discussing. Chin, what are you talking about with this guy? A somewhat tipsy Daisy leaned her head on Chin Hao's shoulder and asked with a flushed face. Upon hearing this, Chin Hao's expression returned to normal, and with a smile he said, "It's nothing. By the way, do you know this guy?" He pointed at Tony in front of him. Daisy looked up at Tony and smiled, saying, "I know he's a playboy. Many of my colleagues like him, but I don't like him. You're the best, Chin." Saying this, she leaned in and kissed Chin Hao on the cheek, then slumped down and fell asleep on him. Chin Hao looked at Tony, trying hard to suppress a laugh, while Tony's expression was indeed quite gloomy. Being called out like that by a woman in front of him made even someone with thick skin like Tony feel a bit embarrassed. Naturally, Tony Stark would not hold it against a woman. However, he was not going to let this guy who brought the topic to that direction off easily. "Kid, I'm having a party here tonight. Are you brave enough to come?" Tony looked at the young man before him, thinking that he must reclaim some dignity. He certainly didn't believe he would lose to a half-grown boy, especially since this was his territory. Seeing Tony like this, Chin Hao knew what he was thinking. However, he came tonight precisely because he had received news that Tony would be here. Now that Tony had invited him, albeit with ulterior motives, he naturally wouldn't refuse. "Sure, how about the rest of you?" Chin Hao agreed to Tony, and then looked at the women beside him. Daisy was already drunk, but there were guest rooms upstairs, so he just needed to help her up to rest later. He wasn't worried about anything. As for the other three, if they were willing, Qin Hao would naturally take them along. The three women exchanged glances and then nodded with smiles. On the third floor of the clubhouse, a brilliantly decorated hall. The main door swung open with a bang and a group of people streamed in. "Feel free." Tony provocatively glanced at Qin Hao beside him, then wrapped his arm around his female companion and walked away. Clearly he had no intention of introducing Qin Hao to others. Qin Hao raised an eyebrow and smiled as he led three women inside. Moments later, Tony approached Qin Hao with five glamorous women, clearly not from ordinary background. This guy is just here to show off. However, Qin Hao had no time to deal with him. Didn't he see he was surrounded by a group of wealthy socialites? There was no time for that. Seeing the situation on Qin Hao's side, Tony's expression instantly fell. Why is this kid so popular? Tony pondered, baffled. But this guy has a thick skin, as since he felt he couldn't regain face anytime soon, he simply mingled with Qin Hao's group. True to his nature, Tony quickly struck up a conversation with several nearby women. When he approached, Qin Hao merely glanced at him and continued with his own affairs. Honestly, the number of women at this party far exceeded that of men. However, a good person like Qin Hao would never let such a tragedy happen, so he immediately gathered a large group of women around him. Now there was a semblance of gender balance. "Kid, you're really something." Elbowing Qin Hao, Tony had somehow appeared beside him and gave him a thumbs up. In response, Qin Hao chuckled. The two men who shared a similar disposition instantly felt a camaraderie. In just about an hour, the atmosphere of the party began to turn wild. By this time, Qin Hao had already become familiar with Tony. The two were holding glass bottles at least 1 meter long, pouring drinks into each other's mouths, surrounded by a large crowd, mostly women, with a few shameless men joining the fun. The crowd was constantly cheering, while Qin Hao and Tony glared at each other, continuously pouring liquor into. Alcohol had no effect on Qin Hao. Drinking was like downing plain water. As for the liquor in his stomach, he simply vaporized it with his internal energy, so he wouldn't feel bloated from drinking too much. On the other hand, Tony lacked such special abilities. Qin Hao was gulping down drinks, and within half a minute the liquor in the bottle was already half gone. Looking at Tony, he initially tried to imitate Qin Hao, drinking in large gulps. However, now he could only sip slowly, with much of the liquor spilling onto his clothes, making him look quite disheveled. I can't do it anymore." Tony suddenly put down the bottle, feeling dizzy, nearly collapsing. Seeing Tony give up, Qin Hao polished off the last bit of liquor, then smiled as he put down the glass bottle. "Tony, I win again this time." Qin Hao laughed as he approached, giving Tony's shoulder a punch that nearly sent him sprawling. "Hey, are you already drunk?" Qin Hao helped steady Tony, teasing him. Of course Tony was already drunk, though anyone with eyes could see that. "No way I can still drink." Tony swayed his head, stumbling as he loudly declared, seemingly trying to prove he wasn't lying, reaching for a nearby bottle. But the result? He grabbed at nothing. Where's the liquor?" Holding on to Tony, Qin Hao laughed as he watched him futilely grasping for the bottle, unable to find it. This guy is definitely drunk. With a glance, several women following Tony quickly came to support him. "Tony, let's call it a night. We can drink again next time," Qin Hao said. Meanwhile, Tony comfortably leaned his head against the chest of the woman supporting him, nodding off. Seeing this, Qin Hao waved his hand, letting the women help Tony to rest. Of course, how exactly to rest, every man understands. Nothing relieves drunkenness faster than physical activity. After all, vigorous exercise brings sweating, and surely by midnight Tony would feel a bit better. Tony was taken upstairs to rest by several women, while Qin Hao continued drinking for a while, before heading upstairs with a few women. The night passed without incident. By the afternoon of the next day, Qin Hao casually emerged from the fourth-floor guest room, waved goodbye to a few women, and strolled leisurely towards the elevator. As for them, after a tiring night, and the entire morning, they should continue to rest for a while. For Qin Hao, this bit of exercise only made him sweat, slightly, not enough to keep him bedridden. Taking the elevator down to the first floor, the daytime clubhouse felt somewhat empty, with only a few staff members in sight. Walking on the polished floor tiles, Qin Hao slowly approached the entrance. Having gotten acquainted with Tony last night, if he gets into trouble, next time I can go save him, or it all makes sense now. Thinking as he walked, Qin Hao had come over to meet Tony with the intention of having a reason to rescue him when he inevitably got into trouble. He had not forgotten his previous plan, he still needed to maintain a righteous facade. As he pondered, Qin Hao had reached the entrance of the clubhouse. Just then a rapid sound of footsteps approached from afar. Qin Hao paused and turned to look. "Hey, just getting up." Behind him, Tony quickly walked over, leaning down, and winked at him from behind his sunglasses. Qin Hao was momentarily taken aback, then realized that two people were following closely behind Tony, one of whom he recognized as Tony's bodyguard, Happy, whom he had met last night. The other person, however, surprised Qin Hao. "Little Pepper is here too. Could it be that their relationship has already progressed to this point?" Qin Hao could see through Tony's current thoughts, so after a brief contemplation he smiled and put his arm around Tony's neck. Tony, I see you've already taken off without me. Qin Hao laughed heartily. Tony clearly hadn't expected Qin Hao to go along so naturally. After a brief pause, he quickly responded. Qin, are you trying to choke me? He pretended to struggle. Seeing this, Qin Hao chuckled and released his grip, raising an eyebrow to signal Tony to introduce them. Tony straightened his crumpled collar, then cleared his throat lightly, and said, Buddy, let me introduce you. This is my assistant, Miss Pepper. Hello. Hello. Qin Hao politely shook hands with Pepper, then shot a knowing glance at Tony, which made him. Qin Hao was still unaware of the matters between Tony and Pepper, but he didn't expect their relationship to be on the verge of being completely exposed. It seemed that the plot of Iron Man 1 was about to begin. Thinking of this, Qin Hao felt a surge of excitement in his heart. He had to admit that he quite liked Tony's suit of armor. When the opportunity arises, he'll just borrow the core technology for my use. He'll just borrow it, Qin Hao thought. He was always adept at borrowing things. Qin, let's hang out again sometime. Watching Tony being pulled into the car by Pepper, Qin Hao waved with a smile. Unlike Tony, Qin Hao had nothing to do all day. He had plenty of time while Tony had a mountain of tasks awaiting his decisions. Well, he really only needed to nod or shake his head. It looks like I'm the only one left. Qin Hao sighed in boredom, glancing at the early evening sky. He didn't want to go home to rest, as that would be even more boring. After pondering, it seemed he hadn't seen Susan for a few days. I should go check on her. I wonder if Victor has been dealt with yet. The club was not far from the building where Reed and the others lived. It was just a short 10-minute drive, and Qin Hao soon stood at the entrance of the building. Looking up, he could see the glimmers of light flashing from the top floor, even in broad daylight. It was clear that this was something Reed had concocted. Still not successful. It's taking much longer than I imagined, Qin Hao thought as he walked steadily into the building. The building's manager, an elderly gentleman, smiled and nodded upon seeing Qin Hao, clearly remembering the young man who had visited a few times. Nodding with a smile, Qin Hao stood in front of the elevator. Ding! The elevator doors opened, revealing a familiar silhouette walking towards him. Qin Hao was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and opened his arms. Susan, what a coincidence. After a brief hug and a few exchanges, they walked together towards the building's exit. Susan appeared to be in a bad mood, as indicated by her sulky expression when she first stepped out of the elevator. Qin Hao didn't need to ask. It was clear she had argued with Reed. Naturally, Qin Hao wouldn't foolishly drag Susan back to greet Reed. That would be utterly stupid. Once outside, Qin Hao suddenly laughed. Susan looked at him in confusion. Susan, do you remember? We still owe each other a meal. I wonder if I have the honor tonight. Qin Hao smiled at her, extending his hand in an inviting gesture. Susan looked at him, hesitated for a moment, then smiled and placed her hand in his. Then I shall entrust myself to you tonight, Susan said half-jokingly. Qin Hao chuckled. You won't be disappointed. 2 hours later, in Qin Hao's apartment. The outside sky had darkened, and it was now 6 p.m. On the living room dining table, several candles emitted a soft glow, and the lights were dimmed to create an atmosphere that was both mysterious and alluring. Across the dining table, Qin Hao smiled and raised his wine glass. Cheers. Opposite him, Susan also smiled and lifted her glass, the two glasses clinking gently with a crisp sound. The rich red wine slid down their throats, and under the warm and romantic atmosphere, time gradually flowed by. An hour later, Susan leaned against Qin Hao on the living room sofa, holding a glass of whiskey. The red wine was finished, but it was clear that Susan was still not satisfied. Fortunately, Qin Hao had a variety of drinks available, more than enough for her. How, what do you think of me? Suddenly, Susan asked out of the blue, looking up at Qin Hao with a dazed expression. In her eyes, Qin Hao saw confusion, evidently stemming from certain issues. Gently wrapping an arm around Susan's slender waist, he spoke softly. Today, Susan was in a bad mood. She had a fierce argument with Reed in the morning, and then another conflict arose in the afternoon due to their issues. This shouldn't have happened. According to the original trajectory, she would have already forgiven Reed by now, but due to Qin Hao's presence, some minor deviations occurred, leading to ongoing small conflicts over the past few days, culminating in a significant explosion today. Reed was a rigid person. He didn't understand the need for flexibility. He held firm to his own beliefs and viewpoints, convinced they were correct. Thus, during their argument, he didn't yield simply because Susan was a woman, and his stubbornness truly infuriated her. Susan, why don't you just move out? Qin Hao gently looked down at Susan in his arms, softly inquired. Susan looked at him and suddenly smiled sweetly. Where do you want me to move to? She wrapped her arms around Qin Hao's neck, leaning close to whisper, Are you suggesting I move in with you? What if your little girlfriend finds out? Of course, Susan was already aware of the relationship between Qin Hao and this was inevitable as the three lived in the same city, and Gwen had been rather clingy with Qin Hao recently, making it impossible to hide. Because of this, Susan had ignored Qin Hao for the past few days. Perhaps her argument with Reed today was partly due to this. Looking at the face so close to him, Qin Hao suddenly grinned mischievously. So what if you know? You are all my women. In her drunken state, Susan seemed to enjoy this feeling too. Besides her initial resistance, she soon began to respond to Qin Hao's advances. Minutes later, Qin Hao swept Susan into his arms and strode towards the bedroom. Moments later, clothes began to fall onto the floor. After a full 4 hours, the bedroom finally quieted down. On the bed, Qin Hao held the peacefully sleeping Susan in his arms, gazing up at the ceiling, suddenly chuckling. I should bring Rue Ji over sometime. Qin Hao thought to himself, not having forgotten that he had a confidant waiting for him in another world. However, his foundation in this main world was still unstable, and he would have to wait a little longer. As for Rue Ji, Qin Hao indeed had developed certain feelings for her, even surpassing those for Susan, who was currently resting in his arms, and equally exceeding those for Gwen. However, feelings are something that can be cultivated. Given Qin Hao's nature, he was destined not to let go even if his current feelings for both women were not profound. Lowering his gaze at Susan's serene face, Qin Hao couldn't help but smile. You all belong to me. The next day, after a night of indulgence, even Susan, with her extraordinary physique, felt a slight discomfort upon waking in the morning. After taking a shower and having breakfast, Qin Hao once again mentioned Susan's idea of moving in. To this, Susan merely smiled at him and nodded in agreement. Having entrusted him with her most precious belongings, Susan was not the type to take things lightly, as she had no intention of giving up on the man before her. As for Qin Hao's little girlfriend, Susan had yet to fully accept her. If Qin Hao wanted to share a bed, he probably had a long way to go. Exiting the building, Qin Hao placed all the bags into the car. Behind him, Susan was saying goodbye to her brother Johnny along with Ben beside her. As for Reed, he did not come down. His face had been a picture of misery while he was moving things just moments ago. Qin Hao leaned against the car waiting for Susan. After a while, Johnny came over. Qin, you should take good care of my sister, he said, suddenly breaking into a serious expression before grinning and winking at Qin Hao. At first, Qin Hao didn't quite react, but soon he understood. Without his sister around, Johnny was naturally free from supervision. Reed and Ben were in no position to discipline him, and Johnny would only listen to the words of his sister whom he had grown up with. Now that Susan had moved in with Qin Hao, Johnny felt as if he had been reborn. You better behave, or Susan will come after you, Qin Hao said with an amused sigh. In response, Johnny chuckled, seemingly unconcerned since Qin Hao himself had just said not to go too far. Over there, Susan had already said goodbye to Ben. Seeing her brother Johnny chatting with Qin Hao, she approached. However, as soon as Johnny saw her coming, he quickly found an excuse and disappeared. I really don't trust him, Susan said, helplessly watching Johnny run off. All right, Johnny is grown up now, Qin Hao said with a smile, wrapping his arms around her. Let's go. Today is an important day. You don't want to stand here all day, do you? Tilting her head, Susan rested it on Qin Hao's shoulder, suddenly falling silent. On the top floor of the building, Reed watched the two embrace below his hands, gripping the railing tightly. After a long moment, Reed sighed deeply. Perhaps this is the best outcome, he consoled himself. At least the person Susan ultimately chose was not Victor, even though that person was not him, Reed. The moving was quickly completed. Susan only had some clothes and shoes, and after organizing everything, she insisted on dragging Qin Hao out to buy some things. Qin Hao naturally did not refuse. After spending a whole day shopping, they returned home just as it was getting dark. I'll go sit in the living room. They'll call you when dinner is ready, Susan said, tying on an apron exuding the aura of a hostess as she ushered Qin Hao out of the kitchen. Standing at the doorway, Qin Hao smiled as he watched Susan busily working in the kitchen, feeling increasingly fond of this woman. After waiting for half an hour while watching TV in the living room, Susan ran over. Come on, taste my cooking, Susan said with a smile, pulling Qin Hao up from the sofa by his arm. In the dining room, on the dining table, several ordinary Chinese dishes were laid out on the table, and a fragrant aroma wafted through the air. Qin Hao looked at Susan beside him in surprise. He hadn't expected her to know how to cook Chinese food. How does it taste? Susan asked, looking at Qin Hao with anticipation. Qin Hao gently took Susan's hands, his fingers tracing her palm as he smiled and embraced her. You've worked hard. After a moment, they sat down. Qin Hao's place naturally had chopsticks, and he often used them. As for knives and forks, he had never quite gotten used to them. Using chopsticks, Qin Hao picked up a bite of food and savored it. To be honest, Susan's cooking was quite to his taste. How does it taste? Opposite him, Susan looked at him expectantly. After swallowing a few bites, Qin Hao smiled and nodded. It's great, just like it was made by someone from Huagua. Upon hearing this, Susan smiled in satisfaction. The two enjoyed their meal together, both feeling very happy. After dinner, they washed the dishes together, and Qin Hao embraced Susan as they sat down in the living room chatting while watching TV. Just as they were chatting, the program on the television suddenly switched to the news. On the screen, a host was excitedly speaking, and behind her was a building where something seemed to be moving on. On the road below the building, dozens of fallen police officers were screaming in agony, their exposed arms sprouting green lizard-like scales. Lizard Doctor. Chin Hao's expression changed. He hadn't expected the plot to develop this far. He wondered if Peter could still stop the Lizard Doctor's evil scheme without Gwen's help. No, I have to take a look, Chin Hao thought to himself. At that moment, he glanced at Susan in his arms, who was also completely captivated by the news on the television. From her slightly furrowed brows, it seemed she wanted to do something to prevent this from happening. Seeing this, Chin Hao couldn't help but say, "Susan, shall we go together?" Susan looked at him and nodded with a smile after a moment. She had brought her uniform with her. Although she had moved, she was still a member of the Fantastic Four, and she didn't want to give up that identity. In the bedroom, Chin Hao reached out to open a hidden compartment in the wall. After entering a series of codes, a section of the wall suddenly opened in the middle, revealing a silver-white device that extended out. Inside lay a black and white uniform quietly waiting. Now dressed, Susan curiously watched this. How is this your uniform?" Susan asked curiously. Picking up the uniform inside, Chin Hao turned around and nodded with a smile. Quickly changing into the outfit, Chin Hao looked at himself in the mirror and nodded in satisfaction. The uniform had been delivered 2 days ago, designed personally by Red using the highest quality materials they could provide. The uniform was not only comfortable to wear, but also resistant to small caliber rifles. As for sniper rifles, there was still no solution. The uniform was primarily black and white, with purple dragon patterns along the side. Additionally, there was a silver-white half-mask that covered half of Chin Hao's face, leaving only the area above his nose exposed. Fully armed, Chin Hao and Susan returned to the living room just as a fiery red figure flew in from the distance, hovering in the air above the building. "It's Johnny," Chin Hao said with a smile. The Lizard Doctor was in for a rough time now. Tonight, the Osborn building appeared particularly lively. On the rooftop of the building, several figures were exchanging positions back and forth, while flashes of fire occasionally illuminated the sky. A figure engulfed in flames soared around the rooftop with wild abandon. "You can't stop me." With a loud crash, Dr. Lizard's powerful tail ferociously knocked Spider-Man, who charged forward, away, sending him crashing into an air conditioning unit behind him. Cough, cough. Peter coughed a few times, lightly pressing his hand against his painful chest, struggling to... In the sky, Johnny Storm of the Fantastic Four watched the scene with great interest, shouting down to Spider-Man, "Hey buddy, are you sure you don't need my help?" It seemed that Spider-Man alone couldn't handle the giant lizard, and Johnny was already itching to join in. "Just make sure he doesn't activate that device," Peter shouted loudly. Then, with a swift motion, he shot out a white web from his wrist, completely covering Dr. Lizard's face. "Damn it!" Dr. Lizard roared and howled, his enormous claws reaching for the annoying web on his face. At that moment, Peter rushed forward, continuously shooting white webs from both hands, and in mere moments Dr. Lizard was wrapped up like a dumpling. "Haha, that move is impressive." Johnny laughed and clapped his hands after witnessing the scene below. However, just as he laughed a few times, something unexpected happened. Suddenly, the bound Dr. Lizard let out a loud roar, and then they saw the webs on his body snapping one by one. "Peter Parker." His blood-red eyes fixed on Spider-Man in front of him. "You can't stop me, die." In a flash, the two exchanged blows, but the injured Peter was no match for Dr. Lizard. After a few moves, he was caught in the giant's grip and lifted up. "Die!" Dr. Lizard roared furiously. Below, people watching the live broadcast from the sky covered their mouths, their faces filled with fear and concern. Their hero Spider-Man seemed to be no match for the giant lizard. In the sky, seeing Peter at a disadvantage, Johnny prepared to intervene. Just then, a fireball suddenly appeared in the distant sky, followed by a fist-sized fireball exploding on Dr. Lizard's back with a loud bang. "Off!" Dr. Lizard screamed in agony, releasing his grip and being thrown away by a surge of... In the night sky, a dark figure flew over from the opposite building, landing steadily with a thud on the rooftop of the Osborn building. Dressed in a black and white uniform with a silver mask on his face, his bangs fluttered slightly in the night breeze. "Looks like we arrived just in time," Chin Hao said with a smile. Beside him, a phantom flashed by, revealing Susan in her Fantastic Four uniform. In the sky, Johnny, who was initially curious about the sudden appearance of this person, rubbed his eyes in confusion upon seeing Susan. "Sister." Johnny landed on the rooftop, extinguishing the flames surrounding him. "Why are you the only one here?" Susan looked at Johnny and asked first. I was just shopping nearby." Johnny's expression stiffened slightly as he looked at the person next to Susan and asked, "Sister, he is. It can't be Chin, right?" Chin Hao smiled at Johnny, clearly aware that he was trying to change the subject, but chose not to expose him. "Not bad. What do you think of my uniform?" Chin Hao openly acknowledged his identity, and then smiled while asking. Johnny appeared as if he had expected it, looking up and down at Chin Hao's uniform, then glancing at his own, revealing a hint of envy in his eyes. Cough, cough. Peter coughed as he crawled up from the ground. He glanced at the three people over there, recognizing two members of the Fantastic Four, but he didn't know the other one. Seeing Peter stand up, Chin Hao's expression turned serious. All right, let's deal with that big guy first. The two nodded. Johnny and Susan moved to dismantle the device, while Chin Hao approached the fallen Dr. Having been injured by Chin Hao's fireball, Dr. Lizard looked quite disheveled at the moment. However, with his recovery ability, he had already healed from that minor injury. Now lying on the ground was merely an act. There was no way, there were too many enemies. Dr. Lizard wasn't foolish. If it were just Spider-Man, he was confident he could defeat him completely, but now with three other superheroes, he was at a loss. Damn it, where did so many annoying guys come from? Dr. Lizard cursed angrily in his heart. Peter, who had gotten up and taken a few breaths, also walked toward Dr. Lizard. Chin Hao looked at him and shook his head slightly. Don't go over, this guy is playing dead, Chin Hao whispered. You? Hearing the familiar voice, Peter turned in surprise to look at Chin Hao. Shaking his head slightly, Chin Hao did not speak further. He raised his hand, and a blazing flame formed a fiery long sword in his hand. With a single slash, the entire fiery long sword extended continuously. With a loud bang, countless fragments of stone exploded at the edge of the rooftop. Roar! Damn reptile! Dr. Lizard flipped to avoid the strike, standing up and roaring angrily at Chin Hao. I knew you were pretending to be dead. A laugh came from beneath the mask of Chin Hao. All right, it's time to deal with you. Are you ready to go to hell? At the same time, Peter was preparing to say something, his mouth open in anticipation. But at that moment, Chin Hao charged forward, instantly engaging Dr. Lizard in combat. In terms of physical strength, Chin Hao was inferior to Spider-Man, and even less so compared to the stronger Dr. Lizard. However, neither of them understood how to use their own powers effectively. Their fighting methods were purely barbaric. In contrast, Chin Hao not only surpassed the two in combat skills, but also exhibited exceptional force application techniques. Utilizing his skills, he was not lacking in power compared to Dr. Lizard. With a swish and a swish, two sword strikes flashed by, and two severed lizard arms, emitting a burnt odor, flew off. Chin Hao's mouth curled up slightly beneath his mask. Dr. Lizard, who might seem difficult to deal with to others, was merely a brute to him, possessing strength without the knowledge of how to wield it. Dealing with such opponents was something Chin Hao was experienced in. Before settling in this world, he had once visited the world of Detective D, the Four Heavenly Kings, and had mercilessly defeated the monsters transformed from Yuan Jun in that world. In comparison, Dr. Lizard before him was superior to the transformed Yuan Jun in many aspects, but in terms of technique, he was even inferior to Yuan Jun, making it extremely easy for Chin Hao to handle. With a loud bang, dust flew up as the towering figure of Dr. Lizard collapsed helplessly onto the rooftop surface. This scene was captured by the helicopter camera of the broadcasting station, beheld by countless viewers. Below the Osborn building, the crowd gazed at the images on the big screen, falling silent for a moment before erupting into a tsunami of cheers. Nodding at Peter, Chin Hao walked to the other side and took the vial of serum from Susan's hands. This thing is a disaster waiting to happen. Indeed, Chin Hao said blandly. Johnny and Susan, standing before him, nodded in agreement, knowing from the fate of Dr. Lizard that this substance was far from a blessing for humanity. Let's destroy it. After finishing his words, a fierce flame ignited in Chin Hao's hand, the extreme heat instantly turning everything inside to ashes. Having completed this, Chin Hao smiled as he embraced Susan, bidding farewell to Johnny and Peter before vanishing into the night. In the sky, the broadcasting helicopter attempted to follow Chin Hao's movements, but his agility allowed him to disappear from the camera's view in the blink of an eye. With no choice, the crew in the helicopter redirected the camera to focus on the other two superheroes still on the rooftop. As night passed, dawn broke the next day. Chin Hao got out of bed, glancing at the still sleeping Susan, and quietly stepped out of the bedroom. In the living room, he casually turned on the television and headed towards the bathroom. After finishing his morning routine, Chin Hao returned to the living room just in time to see the morning news reporting on last night's events at the Osborn building. The television screen displayed a large magnified photo, clearly visible to all the viewers. During last night's chaos, several superheroes from New York City rushed to the scene for rescue. From the footage, we can see that the first to arrive was the well-known Spider-Man, but it seems our hero was no match for the creature. The host was passionately narrating, while the big screen behind him played scenes from the night before. At some point, Susan emerged from the bedroom. Chin Hao smiled, waved her over, and embraced her on the sofa while watching the news. They will probably give you a code name, Susan remarked with a sudden smile, lifting her head after watching for a moment. Qin Hao was taken aback, then sighed. Let's hope it's not something ridiculous. Sure enough, just as Susan predicted, the news quickly aired footage of Qin Hao's appearance followed by scenes of him taking down Dr. Lizard with a few punches and kicks. This mysterious superhero who appeared suddenly last night easily dealt with the monster in the footage. As you can see, this mysterious hero was seen both arriving and departing alongside the Invisible Woman from the Fantastic Four, indicating a complex relationship between them. On the sofa, Qin Hao exchanged amused glances with Susan. Today on the streets of New York City, many excited citizens are holding up photos of the mysterious superhero celebrating yet another triumph of justice. The screen switched to a street in New York City showing people holding signs with photos of Qin Hao and his companions. The image of Qin Hao in his black and white suit was the most prominent, followed by Spider-Man. A street reporter stopped one of the onlookers for an interview. I absolutely love Flame Blaze, he simply... In the footage, a little girl spoke excitedly. Her words rushed as she shared her admiration for Flame Blaze, expressing hope that he would get in touch with her if he saw this. In the living room, Susan looked at Qin Hao with an odd expression, suddenly smiling and saying, "So what do you think of our Flame Blaze? That little girl is quite cute." Qin Hao shot her an annoyed glance, leaning back against the sofa looking troubled as he muttered, "What a ridiculous name, Flame Blaze, it's terrible." Clearly Qin Hao was quite displeased with this name he had been given. Seeing his expression, Susan couldn't help but laugh even more. After a moment, Susan got up from Qin Hao's side, smiling as she leaned down to gently poke his face, and asked, "So, is our Flame Blaze hungry?" Qin Hao. Despite his reluctance to accept the name given to him by the public, it was evident that others did not share his view. As a result, one day in the school corridor, he ran into Peter, who approached him with a cheerful "Hello, Flame Blaze," making Qin Hao want to punch him in the face. That jerk. Not only did Peter tease Qin Hao about the name, but even Tony called him up to mercilessly mock him. As for how Tony figured out that Flame Blaze was Qin Hao had anticipated this all along, as he never intended to completely hide his identity as a superhero. After all, why else would he only wear a mask covering half of his face instead of a full covering one like Peter? It was merely a facade that Qin Hao put on to disguise his true identity. There was no need to be overly secretive about it. In the following days, Qin Hao occasionally continued to play the role of Flame Blaze. Fine, even though he protested this name repeatedly, it was evident that the public had embraced it, and changing it was now too late. A few successful interventions had brought Qin Hao considerable reputation. Although he didn't care much, it proved that his plans were indeed working. If there was anything that had troubled him over these past few days, it was the relationship between Susan and Gwen. As Susan had already moved in with Qin Hao and Gwen occasionally visited, it was natural that they would encounter each other. From their first meeting, the two displayed a clear animosity towards one another. Of course, Susan was mentally prepared for this, but Gwen was not, leading to a few days of tension between her. Fortunately, there were no melodramatic scenes like in some soap operas. Gwen was merely upset that Qin Hao was straddling two boats and had no intention of giving up on him. There was also no occurrence of Gwen trying to upset Qin Hao by getting cozy with other men, which Qin Hao was quite relieved about. Overall, in just 5 or 6 days, the various events surrounding Qin Hao had turned out relatively well. Although there was still a distance to his expected goals, at least he was moving forward and not retreating. As time passed, day by day, the personnel Qin Hao had dispatched began to truly showcase their talents. Bars had started making waves on Wall Street, while another secret base was nearing completion. Everything was progressing in a positive direction. All personnel assemble. Come over and line up. One by one, the workers carrying their bags approached a row of armed guards. Under the watch of armed personnel, they donned their helmets and climbed onto trucks. Behind them, a massive metal door standing over 10 meters tall slowly closed, accompanied by a resounding boom as it fully shut. Hundreds of workers from various regions across America boarded the trucks and departed just as they had arrived, completely unaware of where they were actually working. One thing was certain: their employer was exceedingly generous, offering salaries 5 times higher than those in others. For this reason, they paid little mind to similar treatment. After all, it was merely that they weren't allowed to know the location of their workplace, which they were not particularly curious about. The trucks drove away, disappearing at the end of the corridor. At the point where the closed metal door met, a giant black Arabic numeral 1 was clearly visible. This metal door was 50 centimeters thick, constructed entirely of high-strength metal, and could not be shaken even by cannon fire. Inside the door was a vast open area where several black SUVs were parked, with a wide aisle leading straight to another metal door deeper within. This was Base No. 1, constructed by Qin Hao. Of course, this was merely the initial form. It was only one level. In the future, Qin Hao would continue to expand it, developing a second, third, and fourth level. This base, located 2 kilometers underground, was a crucial step for Qin Hao's future development. Within the base, after the workers had evacuated, a large number of researchers had already begun to busy them. A few days prior, Chin Hao had secretly transported some dinosaurs here, and aside from Dr. Ashford and a few others, the researchers in the base were mostly young scientists recruited from around the world, all sharing a fanatic interest in science, even willing to give up everything else for research. Of course, the core technology remained completely in the hands of Dr. Ashford and a few others. These individuals merely engaged in peripheral research or served as assistants. Even so, Chin Hao was still uneasy, so after base no. 1 was completed, he ordered the Red Queen to develop an implantable chip for the brain. Once implanted, this chip could monitor the individual around the clock. If the host attempted to betray the base, the Red Queen would immediately trigger the chip to self-destruct. A chip the size of a fingernail would have enough explosive power to obliterate a person, thus significantly protecting the secrets of the base. With the capabilities of the Red Queen, designing this chip was not a difficult task. This was merely the first step of Chin Hao's plan. The second step required more resource support. He would clone a large number of researchers and have the Red Queen implant memories in them, thus allowing him to trust them more with access to the base's core research projects. As for base no. 1, Chin Hao did not need to worry about it himself. He wouldn't personally go there as his identity had become somewhat sensitive. Going in person could lead to the exposure of the base's location, which was not something he wished to see. Fortunately, through the Red Queen, Chin Hao could remotely command the entire operation of the base. All he needed to do was issue directives, and the people below would naturally follow his instructions. Everything at base no. 1 was proceeding very smoothly. Chin Hao's hidden force had no intention of revealing itself, and intelligence organizations around the world remained unaware of its existence. Even the local SHIELD was equally oblivious. Chin Hao had infiltrated their internal systems using the Red Queen, and all their secrets were laid bare before him. From this, Chin Hao could only feel fortunate that he had brought the Red Queen along back, otherwise things would not have been so simple. Meanwhile, good news had also come from Bowles. After some time, Bowles had amassed a significant fortune due to his outstanding abilities. In less than a month, his personal assets had already exceeded $1 billion. When Chin Hao received this news, even though he had anticipated Ball's capabilities, he was still quite astonished. Of course, due to Ball's extraordinary performance, which could even be described as astonishing, he had caught the attention of many. Now he received invitations from various major groups almost daily, either inviting him to gatherings or directly asking him to work for them. For gatherings, Bowles only attended a few, while he rejected all other invitations. His identity as Bowles was arranged by Chin Hao to expand funding. He had no intention of letting Bowles work for anyone else. Thanks to Bowles, Chin Hao himself had also made a bit of extra money. Of course, this was relative to Ball's earnings, but it still amounted to several $million. For the vast majority of Americans, this was a considerable sum. Now Chin Hao could be considered somewhat of a public figure. Many organizations were paying attention to him. If he were to suddenly present a large sum of wealth as before, it would be too presumptuous of him to regard others as fools. Thus, the current situation was the best outcome. A young millionaire, an exceptional business mind, and a strong sense of justice as a superhero. These were the identities Chin Hao presented on the surface, also the identities shown to organizations like SHIELD. For Chin Hao, those he wanted others to know would naturally be known, while those he wished to keep hidden remained a mystery to all. The feeling of being in control of everything. Standing on the balcony, looking down at the streets below, Chin Hao smiled and muttered to himself. Behind him in the living room, Gwen and Susan were arguing over the ownership of the remote control, glaring at each other like children. Taking a deep breath of the cool night air, Chin Hao smiled and turned to look into the living room. Chin Hao laughed as he walked in, unceremoniously picking both of them up and throwing them over his shoulder, striding toward the bedroom. On his shoulder, the two women's small fists pounded on Chin Hao's back, their legs kicking with their shoes falling onto the living room tiles. Bang! The two figures landed on the soft bed, and Chin Hao chuckled before pouncing on them. For a time, the bedroom was filled with sounds that would make anyone blush. They went wild for an entire night until the sun rose in the east, and only then did the utterly exhausted Gwen and Susan fall into a deep sleep. As for Chin Hao, he got up feeling refreshed and walked into the bathroom. Last night, Gwen and Sushan half-heartedly indulged with Chin Hao for an entire night, finally allowing him to realize his original plan of sharing a bed. After a night of exertion, the two of them only got up by noon. Upon coming out, they saw Chin Hao sitting in the living room watching TV, and both of them huffed in anger. Despite the fact that they let loose last night, looking back now, they still felt a bit wronged. Their feelings for Chin Hao had become more complicated. Naturally, Chin Hao would not let them continue to brood. He embraced them both, showering them with sweet words which slightly eased their anger. In the afternoon after lunch, Qin Hao drove the two of them home. Feeling unburdened, he didn't want to return home alone at that moment. After parking the car, he wandered along the street in the direction of the crowd, enjoying a leisurely afternoon, aimlessly strolling and taking in the sights, feeling much more relaxed. Beep. My. Qin Hao paused his steps, looking down at the black metal watch on his right wrist where a red light was blinking faintly on one side of the dial. Furrowing his brow, Qin Hao swiped his hand across the side of the watch face, causing a small round disc to fall into his hand, which he gently pressed against his right ear. What happened? Qin Hao asked in a low voice, resuming his slow pace. Red would not contact Qin Hao without necessity. He had made this clear long ago. With her intelligence, she would not contact him for no reason, so if she was reaching out to him now, something must have happened. At that moment, he heard Red's voice in his ear. Master, 22 seconds ago, an unknown signal attempted to invade the base's defense system, but I have already intercepted it. I also captured the signal source, which is not far from your current location. I believe you might be interested. Oh, is that so? Qin Hao smiled and said, yes, tell me the location, ere I want to see what kind of trouble is brewing. Yes, Master. After receiving the address from Red, it turned out to be quite close to Qin Hao's current position, just a couple of streets away. Returning to the parking spot, Qin Hao started the car and sped toward the address. In about 2 to 3 minutes, he parked by the roadside and looked through the car window at a restaurant across the street. With a quick glance, he noticed that the restaurant had computers for customers to use, and many patrons were currently using them, making it difficult for Qin Hao to pinpoint the specific identity of his target. Red, send me the image of the other party, Qin Hao said in a low voice. Moments later, a blue beam shot out from the black metal watch on his right wrist, forming a smartphone's screen above the dial, clearly displaying the face of a Caucasian male. This face looks somewhat familiar, Qin Hao remarked in confusion as he gazed at the face. As he recalled carefully, he suddenly had a flash of realization and finally remembered the identity of this person. Isn't this the ex-boyfriend of Sky from S.H.I.E.L.D.? What was his name again? Can't remember. Having the image, Qin Hao quickly located that guy in the restaurant. I wonder if the Rising Tide organization has been established yet. Qin Hao thought to himself. Currently, the plot development in the main world was still in its early stages. Even Tony had yet to be kidnapped, let alone the invasion of the Chitauri, which was still far from happening. Movies are always just movies, and compared to reality, there are still quite a few gaps. Based on the information Qin Hao had obtained so far, there were still several years before the plot of the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents unfolded. At least 3 years, and at most 5 years, likely between 3 to 5 years. As for the Rising Tide organization, Qin Hao was not familiar with it. He only knew it was a somewhat mysterious organization composed of hacker experts, but their stated purpose seemed a bit ridiculous to him. Naturally, he wouldn't pay much attention to this organization. However, he had some interest in the female lead, Sky. Inhumans, a peculiar race somewhat akin to mutants, but distinct from them, possess alien genes, and can connect with a powerful race in the universe known as the Kree, endowed with abilities unattainable by ordinary people. And Sky, who would become the future Quake, possesses remarkable seismic abilities. Of course, if these merely piqued Qin Hao's interest a little, then his interest in Sky as a person would be even greater. After all, although Sky's abilities were quite powerful in Qin Hao's view, they were only strong in the early stages. Compared to those who could easily destroy planets, they still fell far short. Moreover, since Qin Hao could not bind her with a slave contract, it meant he could not fully control that power. Even if he trained her, she might eventually backfire on him, making it not worth the loss. Therefore, Qin Hao had never considered cultivating a powerful individual from the main world for his own use. Human hearts are complex, and even gods cannot see through them. Thus, the only ones he truly trusted were those who had entered into a slave contract with him. Only they, bound by the contract, would not betray him. On this point, Qin Hao still believed in the capabilities of the Tower Spirit. In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through his mind. When he looked back at the restaurant across the street, he found that his target had already stood up and was preparing to leave. I wonder if this guy is with Sky now. Qin Hao thought, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. He had no intention of letting this guy who was plotting against his secret base escape unscathed. Rolling down the car window, Qin Hao smiled as he watched the target walk out of the restaurant. The moment he stepped out, an undetectable spark of fire slipped into his collar. Looks like a good show is about to unfold. Qin Hao squinted his eyes, smiling as he watched the guy gradually walk away. He opened the car door and got out, calculating the distance between them. Just as the control over that spark was about to fail, Qin Hao concentrated his mind. A cry of agony mixed with several screams suddenly rang out from the distant street. Qin Hao looked over there. In the crowd, a figure engulfed in flames was desperately waving its arms, and the surrounding people were running away in fear. The figure in flames could only let out a scream before the intense heat burned its vocal cords. The temperature of the flames was not high, only within the normal range of flame temperatures, so the figure engulfed in flames would not die immediately, but was struggling, desperately rolling on the ground, trying to extinguish the fire. Unfortunately, these flames were controlled by Qin Hao, so they could not be easily extinguished. It took about 5 minutes for the figure rolling on the ground to finally quiet down. Moments later, the sound of fire alarms rang out, and the firefighters who arrived late could only frown as they looked at the figure that had become motionless, extinguishing the flames. At this point, Qin Hao also relinquished control over the flames, and naturally the flames were easily extinguished by the water hoses. The events of yesterday quickly faded from Qin Hao's mind. With the help of the Red Queen, he left no traces. No one would know that it was he who had killed that person. A day had passed since the incident, and only a few evening news broadcasts mentioned the mysterious spontaneous combustion event. People did not pay much attention to it. In contrast, people were more concerned about how several criminals were captured by superheroes last night. During the day, Qin Hao continued his usual routine of attending school, occasionally showing affection to Gwen and teasing Peter. While Qin Hao truly did not mean to act that way, he was not that childish. However, since they were in the same school, and even the same class, and with Qin Hao showing no intention of avoiding Peter in the end, Peter could only sulk alone in the corner weeping. Later that night, Qin Hao sat alone on the sofa in the living room, boredly flipping through the TV channels. After a long while, finding nothing interesting, he threw the remote aside and leaned back against the sofa. That guy reads saying he is at a critical point in his research. Even Susan has been called in to work overtime. Qin Hao muttered this was not the first time. After all, Susan was a member of the Fantastic Four, and Qin Hao could not possibly restrict her from participating in their research. As for Gwen, she could not stay at Qin Hao's place every day, and both of them still held some resentment from the last incident, with Gwen currently sulking at him. Bored, Qin Hao lay on the sofa staring listlessly at the ceiling. Suddenly, he sat up straight. Alright, I should invite Tony to hang out. Qin Hao chuckled as he took out his phone and dialed Tony's number. Currently, Tony was his good buddy. Rather his close friend. The two often went out for drinks together and looked for a few sexy, sweet-looking girls, if you know what I mean. Of course, Qin Hao did not have a habit of publicly doing such things with other men. They were always in separate rooms. After a moment, Tony answered the call. Qin Hao got straight to the point, suggesting they meet at their usual bar. Tony seemed to be bored as well, and he eagerly agreed. After hanging up, Qin Hao grabbed a jacket and headed out. About half an hour later, he parked his car by the roadside. Just as he got out of the car, he saw a bright yellow sports car roaring towards him, showing no signs of slowing down. Qin Hao's eyes twitched. That guy better not crash. He knew who was driving, and it was precisely because he knew that he worried Tony might wreck the car, ruining their plans for the night. Luckily, Tony's driving skills were quite good. With a beautiful drift, the car stopped perfectly by the roadside. Haha, Qin, did you see that drift I just did? Simply perfect. Tony got out of the car excitedly, laughing and rushing to Qin Hao, wrapping his arms around his neck, his loud voice attracting glances from people around. You idiot. Qin Hao irritably pried Tony's arm away, giving him a glare. If you had crashed just now, we would have spent the night in the hospital. Tony laughed carelessly, completely unconcerned by Qin Hao's words. Relax, buddy, you don't trust my driving skills. While saying this, Tony suddenly brightened up, and ignoring Qin Hao, walked straight towards a direction. Qin Hao slapped his forehead, feeling annoyed as he followed. What could capture Tony's attention like this? If not scientific research, then it must be beautiful women. Clearly there wouldn't be any new inventions in this place that would pique Tony's interest, so it had to be the latter. Sure enough, when Qin Hao glanced over, he saw Tony chatting with two sexy blonde girls, and it seemed to be going. Inside the bar, the thumping music energized everyone around. In the central dance floor, Tony excitedly held up a glass, dancing with several blonde girls. Qin Hao sat at the bar smiling as he watched Tony, while also scanning the surroundings for suitable prey. He was not as indiscriminate as Tony. Every time he went out, Qin Hao would carefully select his target before making a move. Seems like there are no good targets tonight. Qin Hao surveyed the area and ultimately shook his head with a hint of disappointment. At that moment, Qin Hao's peripheral vision caught a familiar figure, and he couldn't help but be slightly taken aback, then turned to look in that direction. In his line of sight, beside a small table, a woman whose attire seemed out of place in this environment was clutching a bottle of liquor, continuously pouring it down her throat. Golden liquid trickled down her chin, sliding over her fair neck, appearing almost magical under the laser lights. It's her. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Qin Hao's eyes, and he stood up, walking towards her. In the central dance floor, Tony suddenly glanced towards the bar, but did not see the figure he was looking for. Scanning the area, Tony finally spotted Qin Hao and looked in the direction he was heading, his eyes lighting up. That guy is so lucky again. Tony looked at Chin Hao, who was walking over with a hint of surprise, then subtly shook his head and turned. Arriving at the small table, Chin Hao set down his glass and took a seat. Not far away, several men who were planning to approach frowned upon seeing him and cursed inwardly, then swaggered over with hostility. Ding! The glass gently clinked against the bottle, producing a clear sound. Sky, buried in her arms, looked up in confusion at the guy who had sat down across from her. "Who are you?" Sky asked drowsily. "Have you already drunk too much?" Chin Hao thought to himself but smiled and said, "Lost in thought." Sky frowned at him, and although she was drunk, she hadn't completely lost her awareness. Impatiently she replied, "What's it to you? Go away." Chin Hao remained smiling, unbothered by her tone, and simply glanced in another direction, saying, "If I were you, I wouldn't come to a place like this to drown my sorrows." Upon hearing this, Sky frowned and looked in that direction. When she saw a few obviously unsavory individuals approaching, her frown deepened. Opposite, Chin Hao finished the last sip of his drink, looking at Sky with a smile, and asked, "Need help?" "What do you want, eh?" Sky replied, looking wary. Chin Hao smiled slightly, saying, "Nothing, just wanted to make a friend." Standing up, the few guys had already approached. One of them, with a hostile expression, pointed the bottle at Chin Hao and said, "Yellow-skinned monkey, get lost." Chin Hao's smile grew even wider, while only Sky, sitting opposite him, noticed the chilling glint in it. Bang! In the noisy bar, a shadow flew backward in a disheveled manner, crashing into a table, causing a chorus of screams to erupt around, with drinks spilling everywhere, soaking the shadow. Ouch! A cry of pain followed as another shadow was sent flying out. The sudden turn of events did not scare the onlookers. Instead, they appeared excited, with cheers and whistles ringing out. "Is it fun?" Looking down at the little thug struggling on the ground, Chin Hao smiled coldly and gently ground his foot down, causing the man to scream in agony. "You bastard, let go." Despite the situation, he still cursed loudly. Chin Hao chuckled, lifted his foot off the man's face, and then with a bang kicked him directly in the head, watching as he spun and flew out. "Fool, that was my foot," Chin Hao said with a smile. At this moment, the bouncers and security arrived, frowning at the three groaning on the ground. The leader waved his hand, and several men went over to haul them outside. "It's fine now, everyone continue to have fun," the leader said loudly, then glanced over at Chin Hao. Upon meeting his gaze, Chin Hao shrugged and casually sat down. "I help you out," Chin Hao said, looking at Sky in the opposite seat. Sky, who had already drunk a bit too much, tilted her head and stared at him for a few moments before breaking into a smile. "I didn't expect you to be quite the fighter," she said, picking up the bottle and taking a few big gulps. However, as she leaned on her elbow, she suddenly tipped over. Chin Hao quickly caught her and asked, "Are you all right? If you can't handle it, don't drink anymore." "None of your business." Sky pushed Chin Hao away, then suddenly showed a pained expression, saying, "I can only forget him if I get drunk. Let me keep drinking." As she spoke, she reached for the bottle again, pretending to chug it. Chin Hao frowned and directly snatched the bottle from her hand. "Stop drinking. If you keep going, I'll have to take you to the hospital," Chin Hao said sternly. Shaking his empty right hand, Sky propped her chin on the table and suddenly burst into tears. Looking around, Chin Hao was speechless as he watched Sky cry without care. He could only helplessly support her and find a secluded booth. Throwing her onto the sofa, Chin Hao sat beside her and said, "All right, no one will notice you here. If you want to cry." Upon hearing this, Sky looked up at him with tear-filled eyes and then naturally leaned on him and began to cry. The spot Chin Hao chose was sufficiently secluded, tucked away in a corner, and with the loud music outside, even if Sky cried her heart out, no one else would hear. After crying for a while, Sky felt a bit better and began to slowly recount her tragic life story. At this moment, Chin Hao was like the most qualified audience, not interrupting, but simply holding her and quietly listening to her story. Speaking of which, the reason Sky came here to drown her sorrows in alcohol today was somewhat related to yesterday. Chin Hao killed a man whose name he didn't even know, and by evening the police had identified the deceased and notified Sky and a few of his close friends. When she saw the completely charred corpse lying in the morgue, Sky was completely stunned. It wasn't that she had deep feelings for that guy, or in fact their relationship was limited to something akin to a teacher-student bond, as he had taught her everything she knew about hacking. The real reason she was here tonight was due to the multitude of experiences she had accumulated over the years. That man's death acted as a catalyst. Sky had originally planned to just have a few drinks, but under the influence of alcohol she felt increasingly miserable, leading to her current state. Regarding the tragic experiences, Sky recounted Chin Hao having seen agents from SHIELD naturally understood the reasons behind them, but he wouldn't tell her. He simply didn't want to. Leaning on Chin Hao, Sky's emotions gradually calmed down. At one point, Tony came over to find Chin Hao, but seeing him busy, they merely exchanged distant greetings before Tony left the bar with a few women. It goes without saying what that guy was up to. After nearly 2.5 hours, Chin Hao finally helped the tipsy and completely incapable Sky out of the bar, then retrieved his car and assisted her into the passenger seat. Once in the car, Chin Hao shook Sky awake in the passenger seat and asked Sky, "Wake up, do you remember where you live?" In the passenger seat, Sky groggily opened her eyes, merely cracking them open a little to glance at Chin Hao, then smiled dreamily, and after that, she was out again. This girl. Chin Hao shook his head in exasperation, looking at Sky, who had completely fallen asleep. He could only start the engine and drive towards his home. The next day, bright sunlight streamed through the bedroom window, casting light on the spacious bed. After a moment, a rustling sound arose, followed by a head resembling a bird's nest emerging from beneath the blanket, and then a delicate face appeared, though it looked somewhat haggard. Drowsily opening her eyes, Sky instinctively stretched. Just then, her movements suddenly froze. "This isn't my room." This was her first thought, quickly followed by her throwing off the blanket with both hands to look inside. Upon seeing familiar clothes, she breathed a sigh of relief. Carefully recalling everything that had happened last night, Sky vaguely remembered a blurry figure, and as her memories continued to unfold, the outline of the figure became clearer, and everything that had transpired gradually came into focus. After a moment, a strange expression appeared on Sky's face as she looked around the bedroom and muttered, "Is this where that guy lives?" Just then, the bedroom door suddenly opened, and a familiar figure appeared in the doorway. "Oh, you're..." Chin Hao entered, and seeing Sky sitting on the bed, couldn't help but smile and ask, "How are you feeling?" "Better." He walked in and sat on the edge of the bed, handing her a cup of ginger tea. "Drink this, it'll make you feel better." On the bed, Sky appeared a bit dazed as she accepted the cup, and it was only a few seconds later that she snapped back to reality. Is this your home?" Sky stammered. Hearing this, Chin Hao smiled and nodded. "What?" Sky gently nodded, her hands wrapped around the warm cup, her head lowered, as she seemed lost in thought. She asked somewhat awkwardly, "What do you think?" Chin Hao smiled reassuringly, saying, "Although I'm not a good person given..." She asked somewhat awkwardly, "What do you think?" Chin Hao smiled reassuringly, saying, "Although I'm not a good person given how drunk you were last night, I wasn't that desperate." Upon hearing this, Sky let out a slight sigh of relief, but then shot Chin Hao a glare. What does desperate mean? It sounds as though she is inferior. With her worries put aside, Sky finally relaxed a bit, lifted her hand, and took a sip of the ginger tea in her cup, only to furrow her brow. "What is this? It tastes awful." "Ginger tea," Chin Hao said as he stood up and walked towards the door. "It's for sobering up. Finish it, then come out yourself." The bed. On the bed, Sky glared angrily at Chin Hao's retreating figure. After hesitating for a moment, she picked up the cup and started to drink, but her constantly furrowed brow showed that she did not enjoy this so-called sobering ginger tea. After finally finishing it, Sky set the cup down on the bedside table, got up from the bed, picked up her pants from the side, and hurried towards the door, casually grabbing her coat and putting it on as she walked. In the living room, Chin Hao sat on the sofa, boredly flipping through TV channels. Upon seeing Sky come out of the bedroom, he put down the remote and looked at her. "Finished drinking?" Chin Hao glanced at the empty cup in her hand. "Yeah, I finished it," Sky replied as she set the cup down, walked over, and sat down looking at Chin Hao. "Thank you for last night." "It's nothing." Chin Hao smiled and said, "It's almost noon. Shall we have lunch together?" After a moment's hesitation, Sky nodded in agreement. Although this guy felt a bit strange, at least he didn't make Sky feel uncomfortable, and he had helped her last night. Sky thought she shouldn't be too rude. In the afternoon, after having lunch, Chin Hao drove Sky to her place. From their conversation, he learned that she was still trying to find news about her parents. Chin Hao didn't say much about it, nor did he intend to change anything. After dropping her off, they exchanged contact information and parted ways. Chin Hao didn't have the leisure to spend the whole day playing around with the girl, and Sky had her own matters to attend to. In the afternoon, Chin Hao visited Reed and the others regarding their research on cosmic rays. Reed already had some leads and believed they would soon be able to separate the exotic energy caused by cosmic rays. Chin Hao went there not to listen to Reed explain scientific principles. He only wanted to see Susan and casually ask if she could come back to stay tonight. The result was that Susan, although still a bit irritated, agreed to come back tonight. Reed, who was hiding behind a bunch of screens, only glanced a few times at their affectionate interaction and then looked away. It seemed he had already come to terms with this situation. "All right, you all continue your work. I'll take my leave now." At the elevator, Chin Hao bid farewell to the four of them. He had nothing to do here anyway. He couldn't just sit around watching them research all afternoon, could he? Yeah, that would be too boring. As he stepped into the elevator, it descended slowly, while Chin Hao's thoughts drifted elsewhere. Just when he was lost in thought, the sudden ringing of his phone pulled him back to reality. He reached into his pants pocket to pull out his phone. Looking at the name Pepper displayed on the screen, he appeared somewhat surprised. "Why is little Pepper calling me?" Chin Hao wondered, but he pressed the answer button anyway. As he picked up the phone, he heard Little Pepper's anxious voice from the other side. Sheen, something bad has happened to Tony. For a moment, Sheen Hao was still processing it, until Little Pepper called out a few more times, bringing him back to his senses. Wait, Pepper, calm down first. Tell me what exactly happened to Tony. Sheen Hao asked urgently. At this moment his heart was anything but calm. How could Tony have an incident today? According to plan, wasn't he supposed to have an incident the day after receiving, but Tony was clearly just hanging out with him at the bar yesterday. What unexpected events could have occurred that Sheen Hao was unaware of? On the other end, hearing Sheen Hao's words, Pepper took a few deep breaths and finally calmed down a bit. It goes like this. On the phone, Pepper began recounting what happened to Tony. Sheen Hao listened attentively, and as he exited the building his expression remained quite peculiar. Once he got into the car and closed the door, Sheen Hao let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it wasn't something unknown that had happened just a moment ago. He was genuinely worried that the plot hadn't even started before it had already diverged from its original path. If he had done something that resulted in this outcome, then Sheen Hao wouldn't have cared at all, but the fact was that he hadn't done it. If deviations like this were already happening, then Sheen Hao needed to plan and prepare carefully, because many of his future plans were interconnected with familiar plots. Fortunately, from Pepper's words, Sheen Hao got the answer. It wasn't that something unknown happened around Tony. In fact, the cause of it all still stemmed from him. Last night, Tony was indeed supposed to receive an award. However, Sheen Hao had invited him out early, and Tony naturally found hanging out with Sheen Hao much more interesting than receiving the award, so he agreed without hesitation. Everything that followed was no different from the plot Sheen Hao knew. That's good, Sheen Hao thought. On the other end of the call, Pepper was already extremely anxious. Tony's sudden incident and the uncertainty of his life or death made her exceedingly worried. After thinking it over, the only helper she could find was Tony's recently made friend Sheen Hao. Moreover, Pepper also knew Sheen Hao's other identity, otherwise she wouldn't have made this call. After all, if Sheen Hao were just an ordinary high school student, how could he possibly help Tony, who was now in... After calming down the emotionally agitated Pepper on the phone, Sheen Hao assured her that he would definitely help find Tony's whereabouts. After hanging up, he sat in the car, thought for a moment, and then contacted Red to instruct her to start looking for Tony's current location. Sheen Hao only knew that he was being held in a valley within a desert, but the exact location was unclear. Fortunately, he had Red's assistance, and he believed they would soon find Tony. However, even if he found him, Sheen Hao wouldn't rush to rescue Tony. There was no particular reason, he just didn't want to disrupt the progression of the plot for the time being. In fact, he had never intended to immerse himself in certain plots. He had his own plans, and even if he occasionally played the role of a superhero, it was mostly just out of boredom. What I need now is just more time. Let everything proceed naturally and slowly without changing too much, Sheen Hao thought. A month has passed in the blink of an eye. Tony remains unaccounted for while the government has dispatched numerous personnel for a large-scale search. Even agents from SHIELD have been sent to assist in the search. However, this effort has proven futile. In the meantime, Sheen Hao also made a trip there, but he merely went through the motions. In fact, he had located Tony's position half a month ago, but he chose to remain inactive. Sheen Hao has entrusted the Red Queen to keep an eye on Tony's situation, as his main focus is directed towards other matters. In recent days, he has sensed a breakthrough in his mental power. For this reason, he has not stepped outside his home for several days, having taken leave from school, spending all his time confined in his room, waiting for the opportunity to break through. The mastery stage is divided into 26 levels, excluding the final 2 completion levels. The preceding 24 levels can be further categorized into 3 major phases, each consisting of 8 tiers. Currently, Sheen Hao is at the limit of the 8th tier, only a step away from entering the 9th tier and transitioning into a new phase. Sheen Hao is unaware of the differences the 9th tier may bring compared to the 8th tier. The only thing he knows is that if he wishes to strengthen himself using source energy points, he would require a total of 5,000 source energy points. This number is something he cannot provide at the moment. Fortunately, he had previously ascended directly to the limit of the 8th tier, and he is merely one small step away from breaking into the 9th tier. Nonetheless, this small step has troubled Sheen Hao for over a month. Now he is finally about to take that step. In Sheen Hao's residence in Manhattan, 2 figures stand and sit in the spacious living room, their gazes occasionally drifting towards the tightly shut door. On the sofa watching Gwen pace back and forth, Susan couldn't help but speak up. "Gwen, could you please sit down?" Gwen paused her steps, glanced at Susan, took a deep breath, and nodded before sitting down. It has been 6 days, and since yesterday energy fluctuations have intermittently emanated from the bedroom. Fortunately, the range of these fluctuations is not extensive, confined to the bedroom and a large part of the. Within this range of energy fluctuations, even someone like Susan, whose physical fitness far exceeds that of ordinary people, still feels dizzy upon entering the area. As time passes, the energy fluctuations, which previously occurred sporadically, are now continuously radiating without pause. Both Susan and Gwen are deeply concerned about what is happening to Chin Hao in the bedroom, yet they dare not approach, fearing that their presence might exacerbate the situation. That guy Hao is always such a source of worry, Susan muttered, her eyes filled with concern as she looked toward Gwen, who had finally sat down, quietly glanced at her, and leaned back against the sofa, gently massaging her. At that moment, a sudden buzz resonated in the air, reminiscent of a swarm of bees flapping their wings. The sound arrived abruptly and vanished just as quickly. In that fleeting moment, both individuals in the living room felt a wave of darkness enveloping their vision, followed by a sudden wave of dizziness. Oomph. With a muffled grunt, Susan pressed her hand against her forehead, frowning as she gazed toward the bedroom. She could sense a powerful spiritual storm raging within, like a vortex shrinking in size, with overwhelming spiritual energy compressing towards a singular point. Simultaneously, at the moment, Chin Hao was causing quite a commotion due to his breakthrough into the 9th tier far above the Pacific Ocean in a sky carrier. At 10,000 meters, a large display screen flickered with a faint red glow depicting an energy pattern. In the spacious command room of the carrier, dozens of SHIELD agents stopped their tasks, turning to look at the massive display screen. In the spacious command room of the carrier, dozens of SHIELD. Nick Fury, the current director of SHIELD, and the highest commander aboard this sky carrier. Tell me, what's the situation now? Furious remaining, I scanned the room, finally resting on the large screen. What does this guy intend to do? On the screen, the irregularly shaped energy patterns continue to expand. Director Hill, who had been overseeing the situation, approached and whispered, the subject appears to be acting unconsciously. This is footage captured by our personnel. Hill handed over the tablet in her hand. Fury frowned as he received it, lowering his head to look at it. After a moment, he raised his head and said, continue monitoring. If the situation changes, stop him at once. Understood, Hill nodded. Meanwhile, Chin Hao, who was immersed in the surge of his spiritual power, was clearly unaware of how many people were troubled by his unconscious actions. However, even if he knew, he would not care about it. In the bedroom, a gust of wind arose seemingly from nowhere, billowing the half-open curtains and causing a book on the bedside table to flip its pages noisily. After about 4 or 5 seconds, the wind calmed down. On the bed, Chin Hao, who had been sitting cross-legged for 6 days, finally opened his eyes that had been shut tight for 6 days. Is this the 9th tier? Chin Hao murmured, indeed, the difference from the 8th tier is remarkably vast. As he spoke, he got off the bed, his feet landing on the soft carpet. Suddenly, he waved his right hand forward, and visibly the air twisted in the path of his fingers. A wave of heat spread throughout the room. It feels different now, Chin Hao muttered. Just as he prepared to further explore the differences between the 9th and 8th tiers, he heard a click as the bedroom door opened. Turning his head, he caught sight of 2 worried faces. Chin Hao was slightly taken aback, and before he could react, 2 soft figures had tightly embraced him. What's wrong with you two? After a brief pause, Chin Hao gently wrapped his arms around the 2, looking down, and, you tell me. Gwen raised her head in anger, glaring at him. Do you have any idea how worried we were about? With a puzzled blink, Chin Hao suddenly looked down at the watch on his wrist. Upon seeing the date, he was instantly taken aback. Has it really been 6 days? Chin Hao exclaimed in surprise. I thought only a day or 2 had passed. Immersed in his cultivation, Chin Hao clearly did not perceive the passage of time. In fact, he felt as though he had just closed his eyes a moment ago, only to break through in the next instant. The reason he thought it could only take a day or 2 was that his rational mind told him such a breakthrough could not happen so quickly. However, he never expected that time had not passed just a day or 2, but a full 6 days. Comprehending all this, Chin Hao looked at the 2 in his arms and couldn't help but reveal a helpless expression. He hadn't anticipated that this breakthrough would take a full 6 days, causing them to worry. After much persuasion, Chin Hao finally managed to soothe their emotions. However, what delighted him was that these 6 days seemed to have improved their relationship, at least to the point where they no longer glared at each other at first sight. Having calmed them down, Chin Hao immediately contacted Red Queen to inquire about the events of the past 6 days. First, Tony had not yet been found. A good sign, as it meant this breakthrough hadn't disrupted Chin Hao's previous plans. Second, the moment he broke through, his surging mental energy momentarily spiraled out of control, causing a massive leakage that troubled several organizations, including SHIELD. However, Chin Hao paid no heed to this. Let them fret, it was none of his concern. Moreover, it was merely a mental energy leak. Aside from Susan and Gwen, who were nearby and experienced dizziness, those farther away only felt a sense of oppression, so it wasn't worth worrying about. Apart from these two matters, the last piece of news was truly good. It had been about a month and a half since the completion of Base 1. Through the efforts of this period, several research projects at the base had achieved varying degrees of progress. However, live subject experiments remained stagnant. All test subjects without exception lost their sanity, transforming into All test subjects without exception lost their sanity, transforming into mindless zombies driven solely by destruction. Second progress had also been made in dinosaur gene research. The first biowarrior had been successfully created, though the effects were not pronounced. Due to genetic mutations, the warrior's appearance had drastically changed. A tail grew from its posterior, and large patches of black scales emerged on its body. Nevertheless, it was a first step, and any progress was good. Moreover, unlike the mindless zombies, this biowarrior retained its memories and human rationality. The significant breakthrough in biowarrior research was largely due to the vial of lizard virus developed by Dr. Connors, which Chin Hao had previously sent to the base. Indeed, back on the rooftop, everyone thought Chin Hao had destroyed that vial of virus, but he had merely stored it in the 9 tribulation space. What was burned was only a substitute. After sending the lizard virus to Base 1, it indeed provided substantial assistance to the biowarrior research, enabling the first warrior to be born in such a short time. If the first 2 projects could only be considered semi-finished products, and the virus wasn't even that, then the progress of the next project was already in practical use. This project was entrusted to Frank and Athena. Since there were already successful precedents, Frank's progress had been consistently smooth. 3 days ago, the first batch of modified robots was put into operation. Controlled by Red Queen, these robots lacked independent thought compared to Athena, but they were the most loyal warriors. The first batch consisted of 25 robots, their appearance modeled after Arnold from the Terminator, each a burly muscular figure, as previously decided by Chin Hao. These robots were covered with artificial skin on the outermost layer and equipped with Frank's newly developed weapons and protective gear. In the future, Chin Hao planned to equip them with portable flight devices. The jetpacks from the movies were too bulky and cumbersome, so he had instructed Frank to improve them, a task already underway. Frank's abilities were evident, but compared to the single-function jetpack, Chin Hao coveted Tony's Iron Man armor technology. If he could integrate the Iron Man armor into robot development, their combat effectiveness would multiply. However, Tony's JRVIS was exceptionally capable. Infiltrating its core undetected to steal the armor's technical data was something even Red Queen couldn't accomplish for now. A brute force intrusion would be simple, but JRVIS would immediately seal off or even completely delete that data, leaving him empty-handed. Thus, Chin Hao had to find another way, perhaps getting Tony to willingly give him a suit which he could then reverse engineer to obtain the armor technology. The plan was fully laid out, and he had even chosen his first target. But it was still too early to discuss this now. Once his biowarrior army and technologically advanced mechanical warrior army were ready, he would surely conquer those small, insignificant nations. Indeed, his first target was not the United States. That was a tough nut to crack, too difficult for an initial target. Not to mention the various superheroes emerging everywhere, the hidden forces lurking in the shadows were enough to make Chin Hao think twice. After much deliberation, Chin Hao decided to set his first target on a small country, which would be easier to. That night, in a forest north of New York, a dark figure flickered among several treetops. Moments later, it halted in a clearing within the woods. This spot will do. Under the silver moonlight, Chin Hao reached up to remove the mask from his face and stored it in the 9 tribulation space. Tonight, he was here to experiment with his abilities after advancing to the 9th rank. First, this one. As he spoke, Chin Hao shook his arms, and from the ignition devices at his cuffs, 2 small flames flickered and vanished. Then with a roar, orange-yellow flames instantly enveloped every inch of his body. Flames shrouded his entire form. From the outside, Chin Hao resembled Johnny Storm, the Human Torch, mid-flight. But unlike Johnny, the flames on Chin Hao's body were more like a coat draped over him, leaving his facial features clearly visible. At that moment, Chin Hao, who had been standing on the ground, began to slowly lift off. "I'm really flying." A look of astonishment crossed Chin Hao's face as he watched his feet move farther from the ground, an expression of excitement involuntarily spreading across his features. Flight. He had actually achieved it. Above the forest at night, a fiery orange light pierced the sky, bringing with it a wave of scorching heat. Wrapped in a layer of flames, Chin Hao swiftly descended from the air, returning to this open space in the woods. With a whoosh, the flames dissipated from his body. Not bad speed, he thought to himself, feeling quite satisfied with his flying speed after testing it out. The transition from stillness to maximum speed was remarkably brief, and the return to a stationary state was almost instantaneous with no force exerted on his body. Moreover, flight was not the only change at the ninth level. Stretching out his hand, a faint orange glow flickered just beneath the surface of his skin. Moreover, flight was not the only change at the ninth level. Stretching out his hand, a faint orange glow. The voice of Hong Ho echoed in his ears, and Qin Hao nodded slightly before leaping into the air, slamming his right palm bang against the trunk of a large tree. Boom. At the moment his palm struck the towering tree, instantly ignited, turning into a pile of ashes in the blink of an eye. Impressive ability. If the enemy were unaware, they would probably not take my seemingly casual strike seriously. Qin Hao smiled as he spoke. Indeed, compared to the flamboyant flames, this subtle ability was truly an essential secret technique for home or travel. Imagine you are engaged in a fierce battle with an enemy, and just at that moment you suddenly unleash this move. The enemy, unaware, would directly clash with you, and the outcome is easy to predict. With a terrifying high temperature exceeding 5,000 degrees Celsius, even steel would melt instantly. Oh, what chance would a human have? However, Qin Hao suddenly chuckled. This ability is somewhat similar to those desperate warriors, except the temperature within me is much higher, though I lack their self-healing abilities. Though it appeared somewhat like the desperate warriors, in truth the two were worlds apart. Moreover, those desperate warriors were far too unstable. Compared to that kind of erratic ability, Qin Hao preferred this one, which was entirely under his control. Speaking of self-healing, his own super recovery had also reached the 7th tier limit, and his self-healing ability was not inferior to that of the desperate warriors. Flight and internal heat. These were the new abilities gained after advancing to the 9th level. In addition, his original abilities had also seen significant enhancement, whether it was the range or precision of flame manipulation or the temperature of the flames themselves, all had improved greatly. Hong Ho, report the specific data. Yes, master. Before him, a beam of blue light shot out from the watch's dial, forming a screen in midair. On the blue screen, an orange humanoid silhouette rotated with data continuously generating in groups. Qin Hao observed closely, nodding from time to time, revealing a look of satisfaction. After a moment, once he finished reading, the screen before him dispersed automatically. The maximum flying speed can reach 180 kilometers per hour. While that may not be considered fast, it is certainly not slow. Qin Hao muttered to himself. The internal heat has also reached 6,300 degrees Celsius, and contrary to my earlier concerns, it does not conflict with the ice inner power in my body. However, these two are not part of the same system, which makes sense. The ice chi was an internal skill suggested for him to cultivate by the tower spirit long ago, and even now Qin Hao still didn't understand why the tower spirit made that suggestion. He had previously worried that the internal heat would conflict with the ice inner power in his body. But the reality told him that this situation had not occurred. The ice inner power remained obediently in the lower dantian, unmoving, while the area generated by the internal heat was limited to the dermis and muscle tissues without involving the internal organs. In addition to a maximum flying speed of 180 kilometers per hour and an internal heat maximum temperature of 6,300 degrees Celsius, the range of flame manipulation had also improved to 500 meters, allowing Qin Hao to attack distant enemies to a greater extent. Moreover, the external flames themselves had reached a terrifying temperature of 7,000 degrees Celsius, exceeding the maximum temperature of the internal heat by 700 degrees. Furthermore, if Qin Hao wished, he could form a spherical area of flames with a diameter of 1,000 meters completely composed of 7,000 degrees Celsius fire. Any person or object that approached this area would be reduced to ashes by the fearsome high temperature. If the speed of forming this flame area were fast enough, Qin Hao could even charge into the enemy's ranks and directly unleash this move, eliminating all enemies within a radius of 500 meters. That would be like a small sun, Qin Hao thought to himself. However, in reality, forming such an extensive and all-encompassing flame area would take at least a dozen seconds. Once the enemy became aware, they could easily escape to a safe distance, so the success of this move depended on luck and timing. Of course, if Qin Hao's flame manipulation ability continued to improve, the time required for this move would correspondingly decrease, and perhaps in the future it could truly be executed instantaneously. In the desolate desert, as far as the eye could see, there was nothing but a landscape of earthy yellow. In the sky, not a cloud in sight. The scorching sunlight baked this desert, a forbidden zone for human civilization, scarcely visited except by travelers or adventurers. Ordinary people would not come here at all. At this moment in a certain desolate valley within the barren desert, a fierce battle was unfolding. At the entrance of a cave, a large silver-gray figure stood there, its arms extended, unleashing torrents of flames. Some armed terrorists brandishing guns roared as they unleashed a hail of bullets onto the steel man, only to watch helplessly as the bullets ricocheted off, sparking little flames with no effect. Boom! A massive explosion erupted, followed by a series of blasts. The steel man at the cave entrance soared into the sky, flames shooting from the back of its legs, lifting the heavy figure high into the air. Behind him, explosions continued, the deafening sounds audible clearly from hundreds of miles away. In the desert, a fiery figure suddenly changed direction, flying towards the source of the explosions. Suddenly, a silver-gray steel giant fell from the sky. Wrapped in flames, Chin Hao accelerated, suddenly grabbing one of the giant's arms before it hit the ground. Inside the steel man, Tony wore a shocked expression. Boom. He lifted the visor of the steel suit, smiling as he looked at the unharmed Tony inside. "Tony, you really are lucky to be alive," Chin Hao said with a smile. At the military airbase, Tony, freshly showered and dressed, was teasing Pepper, who stood before him with tear-filled eyes. "Missing your boss who went missing?" Tony chuckled as he wiped away the tear stains on Pepper's face. In the past, he would never have done such a thing, even though Pepper held an unparalleled place in his heart. But now he acted differently. After all, he was Tony Stark, a renowned playboy. Yet after experiencing life and death, Tony seemed somewhat different from the person he used to be. Feeling the slightly rough yet warm hand on her face, Pepper's eyes flickered with surprise, quickly transforming into a deep affection. If it weren't for the many people around watching them, Pepper would have surely thrown herself into Tony's embrace. A figure appeared beside the two, interrupting their moment with a couple of coughs. It was Chin Hao, wearing a teasing expression. "So how's it going, Pepper? I found you a complete Tony Stark, but you don't seem very excited." Chin Hao chuckled. In the next moment, two pairs of fierce eyes glared at him. "Chin, you really don't know how to read the room, do you?" Tony replied irritably. He had been very invested just moments ago. Chin Hao raised an eyebrow, playfully gesturing. "All right, if you two want to show off your affection, please find another place. There are still a bunch of single folks here." Single folks? Tony and Pepper looked at each other in confusion. Well, never mind what that means. Looking around, this place was indeed not suitable for flirting. "All right, let's drive. We're leaving." Tony waved his hand, looking very spirited despite not being in. Watching Tony and Pepper get into the front of the stretched Lincoln, Chin Hao smirked, not wanting to join them as a third wheel, and simply chose another car to hop into. An hour later at the press conference venue, Tony casually sat at the edge of the stage, calmly answering the reporters' questions. Chin Hao found a random spot to sit down. He didn't want to stand or squat. Seeing Tony, as he had known, announce the closure of Stark Industries' weapons division, he watched as his uncle pulled him away. Clearly everyone thought Tony had lost his mind. Of course, some believed he hadn't fully recovered from the incident, leaving his rationality still in question. In any case, Tony's remarks would surely cause a sensation throughout the entire United States tonight. Meanwhile, Chin Hao had already informed Bars through the slave contract, instructing him to temporarily sell off the Stark Industries stock. He believed that starting tomorrow, the stock of Stark Industries would plummet significantly, and once it hit rock bottom, he could buy back in, expecting to make a substantial profit. Chin Hao himself did not hold any Stark Industries stock, but he planned to acquire some after the price dropped significantly, allowing him to make a legitimate profit. Currently, his assets had just crossed $25 million. Buying Stark Industries stock with this amount would yield minimal returns, but a 90% profit could still net him over $20 million. Although this figure seemed trivial to Bars, Chin Hao could not touch his money. Once he did, it would expose their relationship. The next day, as the news from the press conference spread, it indeed caused Stark Industries stock to fluctuate significantly, leading countless people to rush to sell their shares. Meanwhile, far away at 10880 Malibu Point in Los Angeles, Tony Stark was fully immersed in the research of the iron armor that saved his life. As the instigator of the entire event, he was focused on this task. Of course, before this, he had already created a new, better-performing mini-arc reactor for himself. In the underground laboratory, the large space was filled with Tony, who was the only one working diligently. While he, as the boss, could take a break, Pepper, his assistant, had no such luxury, especially after the ruckus of the previous day. She was undoubtedly very busy. "Sir, your friend Chin Hao is waiting outside," spoke Tony's AI assistant J. R-V-I-S. "Oh, then grant Chin access. J-R-V-I-S. Please bring him in." Tony paused in his actions and said. Tony evidently trusted Chin Hao quite a bit. On one hand, Chin had saved him once, and on the other, he was an active superhero in New York. Tony had no doubts about his character. Moreover, the two had already been good friends, or perhaps more like companions in mischief. Oh, and now their friendship had evidently deepened. Moments later, Chin Hao's figure appeared at the top of the stairs. Seeing Tony busy in the laboratory, Chin Hao smiled slightly, and the bulletproof glass door opened automatically, allowing him to walk in. "Tony, I thought you were home sleeping in," Chin Hao said with a grin as he walked over, glancing at the screens in front. He paused, noticing the designs on the screen, and exclaimed, "Oh, Tony is Stark Industries venturing into the fashion industry now." Tony was momentarily taken aback, the words he had intended to say getting caught in his throat. He looked at Chin Hao, who was clearly joking, and decided to drop the topic. "What ridiculous fashion industry? That had nothing to do with him. Do you remember the armor I wore that day?" Tony turned around excitedly, looking at Chin Hao. "That was just a prototype. You know, the conditions there were incredibly limited. No matter how much of a genius I am, I could hardly create anything remarkable with a pile of scrap metal. And this is my latest design." A three-dimensional model appeared in front of Chin Hao, standing as tall as a person, with a sleek design filled with aerodynamic lines. He couldn't understand the complex data next to it, but seeing this, he knew it wouldn't be long before the iron armor was born. "Are you planning to mass-produce it?" Chin Hao asked, looking at Tony. Tony shook his head, replying, "No, I'm only preparing to create one for myself." Chin Hao nodded, not saying much more. Tony then began to introduce some ideas behind the armor, and Chin Hao casually offered a few suggestions, all of which were very useful, much to Tony's delight. As they left Tony's seaside villa, Tony had never once mentioned giving Chin Hao a suit of armor. Chin Hao understood that one cannot rush things. While it would be best to receive an armor if it wasn't possible for now, it was also no big deal. After all, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. This way, if a ton of iron armors suddenly appear later, Tony won't suspect me, Chin Hao thought to himself with a smile in the car. In this world, things are always a mix of good and bad. Where there is good, there is bad. However, from Chin Hao's perspective, this outcome wasn't too bad at all. Days later, in the quiet bedroom, Chin Hao checked around to ensure safety, then followed a flash of light. In a layer of space on a rocky platform, Chin Hao felt no strangeness about everything here, even after a long absence. The tower spirit remained in its leisurely demeanor, merely nodding in greeting, when Chin Hao entered before humming an unknown little tune to itself. In recent days, progress on Tony's side had been swift. The original steel armor had been successfully manufactured, but it would still take some time before the true Iron Man could emerge. Taking advantage of this time, Chin Hao planned to continue his unfinished journey. Currently, the research personnel at Base 1 were basically sufficient, but if a few more elites from various fields could join, the research progress might accelerate, thus propelling the entire plan to unfold more quickly. Even if luck was not on his side, and he couldn't enter a world with such talents, Chin Hao could still earn some source energy points. He wanted to elevate his super recovery to level 9, but compared to the traceable mental powers, such mysterious powers were too profound. He couldn't find a way to enhance it. The only method left was to use source energy points for the upgrade. To elevate it to level 9 using source energy points would require a total of 6,000 points, which was, let's work hard. Clenching his fist, Chin Hao stepped towards the time-space gate. There, the tower spirit, still humming its tune, glanced over and smiled as Chin Hao disappeared before the time-space gate. Not bad, finally realizing the need to work hard. Entering the world of my super ex-girlfriend. Bounty task generating. Bounty task generation complete. In a dark alley, Chin Hao appeared out of nowhere. Listening to the voice echoing in his mind, his expression first froze, then turned to one of wild joy. It's actually this world. Excited, Chin Hao didn't even bother to check the bounty task, immediately instructing the Red Queen program on his watch to connect to the network of this world and check the current time. Soon the Red Queen relayed the information. My super ex-girlfriend tells the story of an ordinary man, Matt, who after numerous ups and downs finally gets a beautiful girlfriend, only to realize that their personalities clash after being together. This girl with a G on her chest, Jenny, had a lot of little temperaments, throwing tantrums everywhere, and was even somewhat unreasonable and hard to serve. Even more astonishingly, she was a superhero. When this man could no longer endure her neurotic behavior and strong need for control, he had no choice but to awkwardly propose a breakup. From that moment on, Matt fell into a nightmare, as this super ex-girlfriend would use her superpowers to torment the heartless man, doing everything in her power to sabotage the budding relationship between Matt and his work partner Hannah, turning Matt's life into a living hell. I remember when I first watched this movie, it was mainly because the abilities in the film were similar to Superman, yet far weaker than the Supermen in other films, let alone the Superman in comics. One could say that the superpowers in this movie should be classified as pseudo-superpowers, or a weakened version of superpowers. Either way, it's much like another movie, Hancock, which also features a weakened version of Superman. The only difference, and what excites Chin Hao, is that The weakened superpowers in this movie can be obtained. This is the crucial point. In this world, the technological aspects do not hold enough value for Chin Hao to invest his efforts. The only value lies in this weakened version of superpowers. Good morning, Karine. Good morning, Carl. Hi. Hanson, how was your day yesterday? Oh, don't mention it, it was simply terrible. Dressed in a suit with polished black shoes and neatly styled short black hair, he always wore a friendly and kind smile on his face. Indeed, this person is Chin Hao, who has been in this world for 2 weeks now. On the first day of arriving in this world, Chin Hao used the Red Queen's abilities to forge a new identity for himself, facilitating his subsequent life in this world. Thus, on the 5th day of his arrival in this world, he successfully found a new job integrating into the company. Then he spent 2 more days confirming the residences of the male and female leads in the film, personally visiting to check them out. After confirming that there was still some time before the plot unfolded, he began to contemplate how to pass the upcoming time. Thus, on the 5th day of his arrival in this world, he successfully found a new job integrating into the company where the male lead worked, becoming a proud designer. Although he had never learned anything in this field, his mental prowess was exceptional. He could easily memorize anything after just one look. With the help of the Red Queen, he casually produced a few small design proposals, earning him recognition from his superiors and praise from his colleagues as a newcomer. Of course, Chin Hao didn't care about all this. He felt as if he were on vacation. Occasionally, living the life of an ordinary person was quite enjoyable. Over the course of a week, Chin Hao got along well with his colleagues around him. By the way, he now had another name, Carl Stark. Well, since this world does not have Tony Stark, nor does it have Stark Industries, using the surname Stark wouldn't invoke any criticism. In fact, it was entirely just a whimsical decision by Chin Hao. Doing whatever comes to mind is Chin Hao's lifestyle, living freely as he finds it quite entertaining. Greeting his colleagues along the way, Chin Hao quickly arrived at his desk. He placed down his things, a design drawing along with a cup of coffee. Just as his butt touched the chair, a sneaky head popped up in front of him, signaling towards Chin Hao while casting a glance to the left. Curious, Chin Hao looked over in that direction, first spotting a flash of golden hair, followed by cough cough. Averting his gaze to the other side, Chin Hao's eyes suddenly lit up. What a familiar scene, Chin Hao murmured. Nodding to the sneaky guy over there, he stood up and walked over. Hey, Hannah. Walking over, Chin Hao swept his gaze across the desk, then raised his head to look at another person, smiling, as he said, Matt, when I came over today, I saw 2 people from a distance, one of whom looked like you, but that person was with a girl, so. Was it you? Chin Hao had not seen any of this today. He simply made it up to gauge Matt's reaction and determine if his speculation was correct. Looking at Matt across from him upon hearing Chin Hao's words, a hint of embarrassment appeared on his face. Perhaps he thought Chin Hao had noticed his clumsy demeanor, but he still obediently nodded. Oh, Matt, you have a girlfriend now. Hannah looked at Matt in surprise, her expression a mix of joy and awe. Chin Hao watched this unfold, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. Matt, not bad. He laughed heartily, giving Matt a pat on the shoulder. Hearing their words, Matt's expression turned into one of helplessness. No, it's not like that. We haven't started yet. Matt continued, buddy, I think you have a chance. Chin Hao smiled at him, saying, quickly ask her out for dinner tonight would be great. Upon hearing this, Matt awkwardly nodded, still uncertain about whether he should take that step. After chatting for a while, Chin Hao left. In truth, he wasn't very familiar with Matt. They were just ordinary colleagues. His visit today was merely to gauge the development of the plot. It seemed that the main storyline had officially begun, and it wouldn't be long before Matt would be with the super. Poor Matt, Chin Hao thought to himself with a smirk. Whether Matt was pitiful or not had nothing to do with Chin Hao. His true goal was the meteorite that could absorb superpowers. Once he obtained that meteorite and absorbed Jenny's abilities, his mission in this world would be complete. As for the 2 task objectives in the bounty mission, after careful consideration, Chin Hao decided to abandon them. These objectives were Jenny, who currently possessed superpowers, and Hannah, who would soon gain them. However, Chin Hao did not plan to follow the plot exactly. His objective was to seize Jenny's superpowers. How could he do that if he killed her? However, if I could absorb Jenny's powers and still complete the mission by killing her, that would be ideal, Chin Hao. Yet that seemed unlikely. After all, a Jenny stripped of her powers would be just an ordinary person and wouldn't hold much value in terms of source energy points. As for Hannah, better not think about it. Chin Hao had no intention of sharing such superpowers. After all, with the total amount of energy remaining constant, dividing it would only diminish the individual share. This was already a weakened version of superhuman abilities, and Chin Hao did not wish to acquire an even weak. Nighttime, 2010. Outside an Indian restaurant, Chin Hao smiled and nodded before hastily leaving, blending in with the passing pedestrians without raising any suspicion. Inside the restaurant, Matt and Jenny were having dinner, unaware that just moments ago a pair of eyes had lingered on them for about a second. Even Jinny the superpowered one did not notice this scene. Qin Hao had always believed he had a good memory, and as his mental strength improved, previously vague memories began to clear up. Even the tiniest details he could recall. At the intersection of 73rd Street and Broadway, Qin Hao parked the car by the roadside, opened the door, and looked up at the billowing smoke. The fire raged fiercely, dark gray smoke rising from the windows, almost engulfing the entire building above. From a distance, onlookers could only smell the scent of something burnt in the air. Qin Hao squeezed through the crowd to the front, watching the scene unfold before him. He was waiting for someone to appear. Fortunately, he did not have to wait long. Just about a minute later, a figure appeared in the distance, flying towards the fire scene. Average speed, Qin Hao commented quietly as he watched the scene. He could also fly, reaching a maximum speed of 180 kilometers per hour, which was relatively fast on the ground, but not particularly impressive in the air. The person the crowd referred to as the G-girl was none other than Jinny, who had just been in that Indian restaurant. Her flying speed was slightly higher than Qin Hao's, probably around 220 kilometers per hour by visual estimation. She was a bit faster than Qin Hao, but not by much. This left him somewhat disappointed. However, what happened next piqued his interest greatly. In his line of sight, Jinny hovered above the burning building, spinning rapidly like a top. Her rotation altered the surrounding air, directly pulling the thick smoke below towards her, as if creating a tornado, sweeping away all the smoke and flames inside the building. In the crowd below, Qin Hao nodded slightly. Jinny's spinning speed was incredibly fast. If it wasn't, she wouldn't achieve such an effect. Even in a weakened state, this was commendable. Good ability. If she could enhance it with source energy points, it might not be impossible to reach true superhuman levels, Qin Hao thought. From the very beginning, he had planned to use source energy points to enhance this ability. Of course, the prerequisite was that he had to possess that ability first, otherwise the tower spirit wouldn't strengthen it for him out of thin air. The next day, it was business as usual. While greeting his colleagues, he noticed that Matt did not seem to be in a good mood, clearly indicating last night's date had not gone well. Returning to his desk, Qin Hao found a cup of coffee waiting for him. He looked around, puzzled, furrowing his... He didn't recall asking anyone to buy him coffee, especially not this brand. He drank every day. Just then, a small hand suddenly patted him on the shoulder from behind. "Hey, Carl." It was Hannah. Qin Hao turned to her, and seeing her shaking the coffee cup in her hand, he understood everything. "Hey, Hannah," Qin Hao replied with a smile. "What made you suddenly think of buying me coffee?" "Carl, your father is..." Hannah leaned against the desk and asked, "So can you speak Mandarin?" Qin Hao nodded, saying, "Yes, why do you ask all of a sudden?" "The company has an exhibition task in Beijing, China. You must have known, right?" Hannah looked at him in surprise, then quickly added, "It's great that you can speak Mandarin. Can you teach me?" Hearing this, Qin Hao smiled. "Oh, about that, you just need to learn a bit of simple Mandarin, right?" Hannah nodded. "Yes, just some basic daily greetings and such. By the way, here are the names of those Chinese people. Can you teach me how to pronounce them?" "I always mispronounce them," Hannah said, leaning in and handing Qin Hao the document in her hand, her expression filled with anticipation. "By the way, here are the names of those Chinese people. Can you teach me how to pronounce them?" "I always mispronounce them." Seeing that Qin Hao agreed, Hannah smiled happily, thinking about teaching Matt once she learned. As for why she didn't let Matt learn directly from Qin Hao, only she knew. In the following days, Qin Hao continued to live a normal life. He worked during the day, occasionally chatting about gossip with his colleagues, and at night, he would frequent bars, meeting some seemingly wild women with hidden depths, then relaxing together. A week passed, and Matt was still with Jenny, though he must have learned about her true identity. Qin Hao had located the residence of Barry, Jenny's boyfriend from her school days, and discovered that the powerful meteorite he sought was sitting in Barry's refrigerator. Indeed, a good hiding place, he chuckled. After all this time, he had played enough and rested sufficiently. Qin Hao decided it was time to bring everything. "Knock knock, is anyone home?" At Barry's door, Qin Hao knocked and called out. Moments later, the door opened. A man with a look that screamed, "I'm a bad guy," peeked out, sizing up Qin Hao standing at the entrance. "Who are you?" The man wore a wary expression, as if warning Qin Hao to tread carefully. With a smirk, Qin Hao casually swung the door open and pressed his finger against the man's chest, who was now filled with shock. Bang! A pile of ashes fell at the doorstep. Such a talkative lackey. Entering the house, Qin Hao glanced around, and then walked toward the living room with a smile. At that moment, the sound of footsteps descending the stairs echoed from the second floor. A man in a black suit, looking like a typical villain, appeared. "Who are you? How did you get in?" The man placed a hand on his waist, looking guarded. Qin Hao glanced at him and calmly asked, "Where's Barry?" "The boss isn't here." The man frowned and snapped, "Stay right there, or I won't be polite." "Not polite." Qin Hao smiled. In the next instant, a phantom flashed by as Qin Hao abruptly appeared behind the man, whispering coldly in his ear, "You mean like this?" Bang! Ashes fell to the ground as Qin Hao grinned and continued towards the living room. The living room was simply decorated, lacking anything remarkable. Qin Hao's gaze swept around before finally settling on an old-fashioned refrigerator. He approached, opened the door, squinted, and smiled. "Found you." Inside the refrigerator, aside from some fresh food, the most notable item was a black stone as large as 2 basketballs. This hefty rock was the powerful meteorite Qin Hao had been searching for. Barry was indeed eccentric for keeping it in the refrigerator. With no other items of interest, Qin Hao turned and left. Without a doubt, Barry would be furious upon returning home, but Qin Hao, having secured the meteorite, rushed to Jenny's place in New York. It was still early, and no one was home at Jenny's. Qin Hao settled on a sofa in the living room, poured himself a glass of fine red wine from the cabinet, and waited for Jenny to return. Outside, the sky gradually darkened. At that moment, the sound of keys unlocking the door echoed from just outside the living room. Click, the door opened, and in the darkness 2 figures appeared in Qin Hao's line of sight, causing a flicker of surprise in his eyes. "I didn't expect Matt to return with Jenny," Qin Hao thought to himself. Snap. The lights turned on, revealing Jenny looking serious as she positioned herself protectively behind her boyfriend Matt. "I've been waiting for you for a long time." Qin Hao set down his wine glass, stood up, and glanced past Jenny to smile at Matt, saying, "Matt, I didn't expect you to be here too." "What? I thought you had already broken up with Jenny." Behind Jenny, Matt looked surprised upon seeing Qin Hao. After hearing Qin Hao's words, an awkward expression crossed his face. Indeed, he had considered breaking up with Jenny, but had yet to act on that thought. Upon hearing Qin Hao's remark, Jenny whirled around, and when she saw Matt's awkward expression, disbelief washed over her face. "So, what he said is true. You want to break up with me?" Jenny roared, her demeanor shifting to a hem. Qin Hao coughed lightly and said, "Hey, the focus right now isn't that okay?" As he spoke, he walked steadily towards the two. The distance between him and Jenny was continuously closing. 4 meters, 3 meters, 2 meters. When he reached an appropriate distance, Qin Hao stopped, looking at her with a smile. "Jenny, or should I say girl, are you ready?" Qin Hao said abruptly. Across from him, Jenny instinctively sensed that something bad was about to happen, but couldn't put her finger on why. At that moment, Qin Hao suddenly waved his hand, and a piece of irregularly shaped black meteorite appeared on the living room floor. Upon seeing the powerful meteorite, Jenny's eyes widened in shock. She felt the power within her rapidly depleting, and she couldn't control her body to resist in any way. Thud! Jenny collapsed to the floor of the living room. This startled Matt behind her. "Jenny, what?" Matt looked worried, but dared not approach. Wisps of orange-red energy flowed from Jenny's body, merging into the black meteorite. Gradually, the entire black meteorite began to glow with orange-red light reminiscent of when it first arrived on Earth, its internal energy wrapped in hot magma, yet standing nearby, one felt no heat at all. Standing beside the meteorite, Qin Hao observed this scene. A weakness, a fatal weakness. With a slight furrow in his brow, Qin Hao pondered whether this weakness could be eliminated using source energy points. Otherwise, no matter how powerful the ability, it would be futile. Just like Superman being restrained by kryptonite, this weakened version of superpower was also severely hindered by some substance. Such an obvious weakness was certainly not what Qin Hao desired. Even if he would soon leave this world, even if no one in the main world might know of this weakness' existence, even if such a substance might not exist in the main world. A weakness is still a weakness. No amount of sophistry could change that. Complacency is perilous. It might one day lead to one's demise. Qin Hao asked himself if he had not enjoyed enough. Not now, nor would he later. He sought eternity, not fleeting moments. If this weakness could not be eliminated, he would have to make the painful decision to give up this ability. The orange energy continuously emanated from Jenny's body. In just a moment, the originally golden-haired Jenny returned to her original hue. "It's done." Qin Hao smiled as he gazed at the super-energy meteorite before him, which no longer appeared lifeless. In Qin Hao's perception, it resembled a colossal aggregation of energy, both terrifying and alluring. But at that moment, seeking death. With a change in expression, Qin Hao abruptly turned his head to see Matt charging towards him. He pointed a finger, and a burst of flames instantly struck the airborne Matt, who was engulfed in flames, and turned to ashes with a resounding bang. Qin Hao did not hold back. Who knew if sparing him would lead to Matt touching the super-energy meteorite before dying? If that happened, the energy within the meteorite would transfer to him, and his injuries would naturally heal. Thus, Qin Hao directly utilized the extreme temperature of over 6,000 degrees to reduce Matt to ashes, ensuring that he had no chance to even touch the super-energy meteorite. After doing all this, Qin Hao pressed a hand against the super-energy meteorite, and a massive wave of energy surged into his body like a tidal wave. Boom! The super-energy meteorite exploded on the spot, shattering into countless fragments. Qin Hao was propelled backward by a tremendous force, stumbling 6 or 7 steps, causing the tiles in the living room to crack under his feet. Bang! As he planted a foot on the ground, the hard tiles shattered completely, the reinforced concrete beneath them also cracking loudly. Feeling the immense power coursing through him, Qin Hao broke into a genuine smile. A tribute panel. He called forth the interface, raising his eyes to look. Name: Qin Hao. Identity: a trial messenger. Abilities: flame manipulation, 9th level controller, superhuman gene imitation, 11th level controller, super recovery, 7th level controller. Source energy points 2318 teleport points. 1. The original body enhancement in the interface had vanished, replaced by the current superhuman gene imitation, with his realm jumping from the previous 4th level directly to the 11th level, becoming Qin Hao's strongest means of attack. Moreover, the superhuman gene imitation was far more comprehensive than the previous body enhancement. Qin Hao could clearly feel that every cell in his body had undergone a transformation, representing a fundamental leap in evolution at the level of life. Compared to quantitative progress, this essential evolution was much more challenging. As is well known, superhumans not only possess extraordinary strength, but can also emit heat rays from their eyes with unparalleled defensive capabilities. Even though what Qin Hao had acquired was merely a weakened version of the superhuman gene, ordinary heat weapons were completely ineffective against him. To put it simply, such attacks could hardly penetrate his defenses. And even if the opponent's attack reached a certain level and successfully injured Qin Hao, he still possessed the ability for super recovery, allowing him to heal from ordinary wounds in the blink of an eye. Encountering such an indestructible enemy would give anyone a headache. The immense power made Qin. On the other side, Jenny, who had lost her power, glared at Qin Hao with a face full of resentment, her eyes resembling those of someone who had seen their father's murderer. In fact, Qin Hao had indeed killed someone very important in her life. The pile of ashes on the ground represented his former existence in this world. Returning to reality from his joyful emotions, Qin Hao's gaze drifted towards Jenny. Upon seeing her vengeful glare, he could only chuckle softly. I wonder if killing you now will yield me source energy points, Qin Hao said with a smile. This question left Jenny on the other side utterly perplexed. Source energy points. What is that? With a thought, Qin Hao made no visible movements, yet his eyes suddenly glowed red. 2 thin, faint red rays shot forth from his eyes, piercing through Jenny's forehead in an instant. Sizzle! Looking at the lifeless body on the ground, Qin Hao couldn't help but frown. So weak, he muttered. In comparison to the surging power within him, the heat ray from his eyes left Qin Hao exceedingly disappointed. Such a temperature could hardly be called a heat ray. In his perception, the temperature of those 2 heat rays barely exceeded 500 degrees Celsius, which was trivial compared to the 6 or 7,000 degrees Celsius of his flame manipulation. Disappointment. However, considering that what he obtained was merely a weakened version of the superhuman gene, it was worth noting that the weakening in defense wasn't too alarming. As for other abilities such as super hearing and supervision, some existed, while others were completely absent. Even those that did exist were diminished to varying degrees. For example, with super hearing, Qin Hao could only hear sounds from most of New York City, but in terms of control, perhaps due to his proficient control over spiritual energy, he didn't experience a flood of sounds rushing into his brain when activating super hearing. As for supervision, the ability to see through had also weakened considerably. However, whether it was due to the weakening or Qin Hao's unfamiliarity with superhumans, his supervision surprisingly allowed him to control the ability to see through clothing or beneath the skin, although penetrating through walls was relatively difficult. Why does this ability feel somewhat perverted? Qin Hao said with a wry smile, waving a hand to incinerate Jenny's corpse into ashes. After doing all this, Qin Hao left the scene. Having just killed Jenny, he received no source energy point rewards, indicating that the powerless Jenny did not count as the target of the task. Killing her was in vain. Now Qin Hao had already achieved his purpose for coming to this world, and he could leave at any time. However, he still wanted to thoroughly test his current strength. In the main world, some things were inconvenient, but here he had fewer concerns. Night fell, and neon lights flickered. The entire city shed its daytime bustle, presenting a different scene. At the top of the Four Seasons Hotel, in the presidential suite. In the dim light, 2 bare figures rolled on the bed in the bedroom, leaving evidence of their activities scattered throughout the living room and bathroom. This night was destined to be another sleepless night. The next day in the morning, the bathroom door opened, and Qin Hao stepped out. Changing into a new set of clothes, he glanced at Hannah, who was still sleeping on the bed, and a wicked smile crept onto his face. Time to go. Without saying goodbye, a flash of light occurred, and Qin Hao vanished from the room. Although a beauty was delightful, she was not worth his lingering affection. To Qin Hao, Hannah was merely a passerby, and for her he was just a man who had shared a wonderful memory. In a layer of space on a rocky platform, a flash of white light appeared, and Qin Hao had returned. The tower spirit stood before him, smiling as it scrutinized him before pointing a finger and saying, "That silver hair is quite unique." Moi. Qin Hao was taken aback. Following that, he flipped his hand and took out a mirror from the Nine Tribulation space. In the mirror, his formerly black hair had indeed turned into the current silver white. What is going on? Putting down the mirror, Qin Hao looked at the tower spirit and asked. The tower spirit chuckled. The superhuman gene has altered your genetic composition, and the external manifestation is this distinctive silver hair of yours. Can it change back? Qin Hao asked eagerly, not because he disliked the change, but purely out of curiosity. Not for now, the tower spirit shook its head. You currently do not possess the ability to control this set of genes freely. To put it bluntly, you're merely a counterfeit product. Qin Hao's mouth twitched as such honesty was truly displeasing to hear. Seeing Qin Hao's expression, the tower spirit couldn't help but laugh heartily. Your expression is just too amusing. After laughing for a while, the tower spirit finally calmed down, then turned serious and said, "All right, I know what you want to ask, so let me show you directly." With that, it waved a hand, and a long list appeared before them. Superhuman gene, true, a gene from a powerful cosmic lineage possessing an exceptionally superior bloodline. Enhancing this ability grants superhuman strength. Source energy points 5 million. Superhuman bloodline, fake, a bloodline inheritance from a mysterious powerhouse possessing world-destroying capabilities. Enhancing this ability grants a faint bloodline power from an ancient mysterious being. Source energy points 30 million. Superhuman bloodline, true, a bloodline inheritance from a mysterious powerhouse possessing world-destroying capabilities. Enhancing this ability grants powerful bloodline strength from an ancient mysterious being along with various divine powers. Source energy points 100 million. Superhuman bloodline, perfect. While the original superhuman bloodline is immensely powerful, it also firmly restricts the enhancer's future achievements. This perfect bloodline, refined by the great and wise tower spirit, breaks the original shackles, granting even more powerful strength with limitless potential. Source energy points 1 billion. Qin Hao slowly shifted his gaze away from the list before him, frowning at the enticing enhancements. However, the long string of zeros below also made him hesitant. Starting price of 5 million, is this a joke? The tower spirit wore a sly smile and said, I knew you couldn't afford the enhancement, but I just wanted you to see your future development path. I didn't mean for you to enhance immediately. This list isn't suitable for you right now. Qin Hao looked at him with an expression of that's obvious. The tower spirit chuckled and waved its hand again, and the list before them instantly refreshed. Superhuman gene, fake level 2, a weakened version of the superhuman gene possessing considerable strength, recommended for enhancement. Source energy points 1500. Superhuman gene, fake level 3, a weakened version of the superhuman gene possessing considerable strength, recommended for enhancement. Source energy points 5000. Superhuman gene, fake level 4, a weakened version of the superhuman gene possessing considerable strength, recommended for enhancement. Source energy points 20,000. Superhuman gene, fake level 5, a weakened version of the superhuman gene possessing considerable strength, recommended for enhancement. Source energy points 100000. Superhuman gene, fake level 6, a weakened version of the superhuman gene possessing considerable strength, recommended for enhancement. Source energy points 300000. Superhuman gene, fake level 7, a weakened version of the superhuman gene possessing considerable strength, recommended for enhancement. Source energy points 800000. Superhuman gene, fake level 8, a weakened version of the superhuman gene possessing considerable strength, recommended for enhancement. Source energy points 1500000. Superhuman gene, fake level 9, a weakened version of the superhuman gene possessing considerable strength, recommended for enhancement. Source energy points 200000. Superhuman gene, true, level 1, a gene from a powerful cosmic lineage possessing an exceptionally superior bloodline. Enhancing this ability grants superhuman strength. Source energy points 400000, requires enhancement of superhuman gene, fake, level 9. Seeing that Qin Hao had finished reading the price list, the tower spirit spoke. Clearly, if I asked you to produce 5 million source energy points to enhance the superhuman gene true immediately, you wouldn't be able to do so. Therefore, I suggest you opt for this progressive enhancement plan. Although it will ultimately cost you several 100,000 more source energy points than direct enhancement, believe me, by the time you can enhance to that point, several 100,000 source energy points will be nothing to you. Hearing this, Qin Hao nodded, agreeing with the tower spirit's viewpoint. In fact, after seeing the price list, he was already intrigued. After all, compared to that currently unattainable price list, this one was tangible. Moreover, it was something he could enhance now, which was truly crucial. You should also see that enhancing according to this plan will be much more cost-effective than directly spending source energy points according to levels, saving you at least tens of millions of source energy points. The tower spirit continued, as long as you enhance to superhuman gene true, level 1, your strength will reach level 26, achieving a complete and perfect limit. Furthermore, the true superhuman gene possesses growth potential. Even if you do not enhance later, you can slowly increase your power by absorbing the sun's energy. Qin Hao nodded. The inferior superhuman gene did not possess this self-growth ability, so apart from using source energy points for enhancement, he had no other options. However, the true superhuman gene was different. As the tower spirit said, even if he did not spend source energy points to enhance step by step, his superhuman gene would continue to improve with time until it eventually reached level 9. Of course, the time required would certainly be quite long, perhaps several hundred or even 1,000 years. As for how Qin Hao would choose by then, it would depend on his own decision. Well then, how to choose is up to you. I'm just giving you some suggestions. With that, the tower spirit crossed its arms and looked at Qin Hao. Qin Hao smiled. He had already made his decision long ago. Enhance superhuman gene, fake level 2. Qin Hao shouted into the void. In the next moment, above the rocky platform, a star shimmering with silver light suddenly descended, casting a beam of light several meters in diameter, directly enveloping Qin Hao on the rocky platform. The immortal power descended, and the enhancement had begun. A silver ripple dissipated as Qin Hao, glowing with a silver light, slowly descended from midair. As the light faded, the clothing that had adorned him completely vanished, revealing a near-perfect physique exposed to the air. Opening his eyes, a flash of silver light flickered within them. After a moment, Qin Hao looked down, his face instantly turning crimson. Cursing under his breath, he quickly retrieved a set of clothes from the 9 tribulation space, and hastily. Fortunately, the tower spirit seemed to have anticipated such a situation, having turned away well in advance, likely to avoid any awkwardness. Once dressed, the tower spirit turned back and smiled, saying, "So how do you feel?" Wait a moment. Qin Hao closed his eyes, deeply sensing the changes within his body. After a while, he opened his eyes with a smile, joy shining in them. Impressive abilities. Does this count as a transformation? As he spoke, Qin Hao's body began to change at a visible speed. Originally, after enhancement, he had reached a height of about 182 centimeters, but now it surged to around 195 centimeters. His previously black short hair transformed back to silver, and even his eyes changed to a similar silver hue. His facial structure also underwent a transformation. The originally handsome face, which could be described as beautiful, shed a hint of femininity, gaining more masculinity, with noticeable changes in his features. In just 2 to 3 seconds, Qin Hao underwent a series of changes from head to toe. Unless someone who knew him very well stood nearby to scrutinize, no one would guess that the person before and after was the same. Indeed. Now I don't have to worry as much. Qin Hao smiled confidently. Previously, he had considered bringing his hidden identity into the open. However, due to the inability to find a perfect plan to conceal the relationship between the two identities, he had never acted on it. But now I don't need to worry about that anymore. In this current form, no one would link him to Qin Hao's other identity. With this appearance, he could easily present himself under another identity, which would undoubtedly be quite interesting. Moreover, I can feel that my strength has increased again. With a thought, Qin Hao summoned his attribute interface. Name Qin Hao. Identity 1, Tribulation Messenger. Abilities: Flame Manipulation, 9th rank Manipulator, Superhuman Gene Pseudo, 2nd level, 13th rank Manipulator, Super Recovery, 7th rank Manipulator. Source Energy Points 818. Shuttle Points 1. Seeing the changes on the interface, Qin Hao nodded with satisfaction and smiled. The superhuman gene pseudo had risen from level 1 to level 2, and his strength had directly increased from the 11th rank to the 13th rank. Just as the tower spirit had said, this was much more cost-effective than upgrading through source energy points alone. If only the other two abilities could work like this. Thinking of this, Qin Hao glanced at the tower spirit beside him and voiced his thoughts. You mean this? The tower spirit laughed heartily and said, that's simple. As long as you find a bloodline gene ability that possesses flame capabilities, and take it, I can naturally provide a similar enhancement plan. Does it have to be a bloodline gene ability? Qin Hao asked eagerly. Yes, it must be a bloodline gene ability, the tower spirit nodded. This made Qin Hao ponder deeply, recalling which worlds possessed such bloodlines that could be obtained. After a moment, he found himself momentarily at a loss. After a while, having failed to find an answer, Qin Hao decided to stop thinking. Forget it, let nature take its course. Spending 1,500 source energy points had yielded an enhancement far beyond his original capabilities, and he was already very satisfied. Compared to the first level, the second level had seen improvements in various aspects. The heat ray, which had previously disappointed Qin Hao though still not very powerful, had now exceeded a temperature of 1,000 degrees Celsius, making it no longer entirely useless. Other aspects also left Qin Hao quite satisfied, especially the enhancement in strength. After spending some time having the tower spirit create some tools for testing, Qin Hao obtained a relatively accurate figure. Bench press 200 kg, which is 20 tons. Punching force reached a terrifying hundreds of tons, with ground speed peaking at 108 meters per second, equivalent to 388 kilometers per hour. His flying speed surpassed that, reaching 280 meters per second, getting close to the speed of sound. What Qin Hao took the most pride in, however, was his boldest defensive power. After the tower spirit had him endure continuous fire from a pile of modern thermal weapons, standard thermal weapons were completely ineffective against him. Even an anti-material sniper rifle upon hitting Qin Hao merely left a shallow white mark that vanished in the blink of an eye, with the pain comparable to a slightly stronger mosquito bite. As for more powerful weapons like laser weapons, he had not tested them. In fact, there was no need for testing, according to the tower spirit. Even though Qin Hao's body was now considered powerful, it still could not withstand those laser weapons. After the tests, Qin Hao bid farewell to the tower spirit and left the layer of space. This journey had yielded immense rewards, and Qin Hao could hardly contain his eagerness to stir up some excitement in the main world. In the main world, about an hour had passed when Qin Hao returned to his empty bedroom. He drew the curtains, allowing bright light to flood in. He picked up the phone that was resting on the table, where 6 missed calls were displayed. 1 was from Susan, while 4 were from Tony. The last one surprised Qin Hao. It was a call from Sky, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. After returning the calls one by one, Susan simply stated that there was a mission and she couldn't have lunch together, while Tony just wanted him to come over for drinks out of boredom. Of course, Qin Hao knew that this guy probably wanted to show off his iron armor. He was well aware of Tony's penchant for bragging. As for Sky, she didn't say much as she just called to chat. However, through the subroutine that Red had left in Qin Hao's residence, he knew that the girl had initially intended to hack indirectly, but had failed, ultimately resorting to calling instead. Putting down the phone, he fell back onto the bed, appearing to rest, while in fact Qin Hao was contacting his several. At base 1, Qin Hao rarely contacted his slaves directly, apart from occasionally checking in on the research progress through Red. This time, however, reaching them made them exceptionally excited. When they understood Qin Hao's intentions, they were even more exhilarated. Finally, their research achievements could assist their great master. At base No. 1, a secret location, 100 mechanical warriors kneel in unison on the ground, chanting loudly, "Greetings, Master." In front of them, Dr. Henry, Dr. Ashford, Dr. Frank, and other slaves bound by slave contracts with Qin Hao kneel on the ground, their bodies trembling with fervent gazes. "All right, everyone rise." Qin Hao subtly nodded, his gaze sweeping over their faces. Then he smiled faintly and said, "Now take me on a tour of this place," and dismissed them. The group nodded in agreement and waved their hands to dismiss the mechanical warriors, then respectfully followed behind Qin Hao. Currently, the second floor of the base has been completed and construction of the third floor is underway, Frank said, slightly bowing, his tone revealing excitement. Currently, the second floor of the base has been completed and construction of the third floor is underway, Frank said, slightly bowing, his tone revealing excitement as he described the situation of the base. "This way, please, Master." Upon entering a laboratory, Qin Hao immediately spotted a large cage in the center containing a monster. Some researchers in white lab coats were busy, and upon seeing the group enter, they merely glanced with curiosity before returning to their work. This is the experimental subject of the original TN-113 drug, which developed an unknown mutation during the testing process, resulting in the subject losing its self-awareness. Dr. Ashford quickly called over a researcher and handed a research report to Qin Hao. After flipping through a few pages, Qin Hao occasionally looked up at the monster in the cage. "What about the second generation?" Qin Hao closed the document and asked Dr. Ashford. Dr. Ashford responded, "The second generation has mostly solved this issue, but the drug's efficacy can only maintain 35 of the original generation's performance. So far, we have been unable to find any solution to this problem. Take me to see the second generation." Qin Hao handed the document to the researcher and stepped outside, with the others quickly following. In another laboratory, Qin Hao encountered the second generation of biowarriors. Compared to the first generation, the second generation resembled humans more than an unknown creature. In a large enclosed observation room, 3 second-generation biowarriors were isolated, living there 24 hours a day. For researchers, to observe their conditions. The second-generation TN-118 drug still alters the external structure of the human body to a limited extent. Master, look, this subject has developed claws unlike those of a human, while the other two subjects have also undergone varying degrees of change. Qin Hao nodded slightly, clearly seeing the conditions of the three subjects in the observation rooms through the one-way glass. It appears their emotions are relatively stable. Qin Hao observed for a moment and said, "Hearing this, Dr. Ashford showed a proud smile, saying, "Yes, Master." Although the effects of the TN-118 drug have weakened, they do not affect the composition of the subject's brains. Essentially, they are still human, retaining all their previous memories and personalities. What about their combat capability? Qin Hao asked the question he was most concerned about. Master, please take a look. Henry handed over a tablet. The screen displayed videos of the subjects being tested. In the footage, 3 subjects appeared to be struggling initially under the attack of several mechanical warriors, but it was clear that the mechanical warriors' attacks could not harm them. After several minutes of passively enduring the blows, the 3 subjects began to counterattack. In the footage, 1 subject picked up a car and brutally smashed it against the mechanical warriors. The other 2 subjects also displayed tremendous strength, ultimately reducing the mechanical warriors to piles of scrap metal. "This is the specific data we have gathered," Henry said, tapping on the screen, and a set of data immediately appeared. Qin Hao meticulously read it, and after finishing he smiled. "Good, well done." He chuckled and patted Henry and Dr. Ashford on the shoulders. The 2 excited nearly knelt on the ground again. "Now tell me, can we control these biowarriors?" "At present it is not possible to achieve absolute control." Frank's expression showed embarrassment as he said, "The latest control chip I developed can only impose restrictions, but cannot ensure they willingly serve the Master. However, I am currently researching a new generation of control chips, and I believe results will be forthcoming soon. By then I will ensure they serve you wholeheartedly, Master." "Only able to impose restrictions?" Qin Hao pondered for a moment, then smiled and patted Frank, saying, "All right, I hope that the next time I come you will have a satisfactory answer for me. I guarantee not to disappoint the Master." The success of the biowarrior research could only be described as encouraging. Additionally, Frank did not disappoint Qin Hao in the mechanical research. The new generation of individual combat equipment could significantly enhance the combat capabilities of the mechanical warriors. If the mechanical warriors shown in the previous video were equipped with this batch of weapons, it would be hard to say who would win in battle. The TN drug is currently the key research target of Base No. One is developed by combining the T-virus and dinosaur genes into a new type of drug. Qin Hao has already witnessed its astonishing effects. On the other hand, research on the T-virus and G-virus has not yielded significant progress. The subjects still cannot fully retain human consciousness. If it weren't for the research being stuck in a predicament, Qin Hao could easily create a powerful army of T-virus warriors. After all, cloning technology can fully mass-produce these super soldiers. Unfortunately, the TN drug is currently not feasible for use in cloning technology. Otherwise, creating a large batch of TN biowarriors would also be a development direction. As for simply cloning ordinary people, Qin Hao has only dabbed at it. It's not that cloning ordinary people is useless. If he could clone hundreds of thousands of ordinary human soldiers, it would help him conquer vast territories. But do you think cloning is that easy? You think that saying you can clone hundreds of thousands means it can be done in an instant? In fact, the resources Qin Hao currently possesses can only clone a team of no more than 300. Therefore, what Qin Hao wants are more powerful clone T-virus or G-virus warriors, not ordinary soldiers. With a metallic sound, the door opened, and Qin Hao, clad in black battle attire with a purple cloak billowing behind him, stepped out. A beam of light fell, and the holographic figure of Hong Ho respectfully spoke. A large number of mechanical warriors stood in perfect order, awaiting orders. Behind them were 5 new model aircraft developed by Frank, each the size of half a regular helicopter, designed for solo combat. 300 mechanical warriors along with 5 new small aircraft. This was the first force Qin Hao commanded to reveal to the world. With a wave of his hand, all the mechanical warriors in front of him were drawn into the 9 tribulation space by Qin Hao. Although the 9 tribulation space could not store living beings, for now mechanical warriors were not considered living beings, so Qin Hao could fully store them there to achieve a surprise attack. "Hong Ho, send me the coordinates." A set of coordinates was immediately transmitted. Having monitored the SHIELD for so long, Hong Ho had recently obtained secret information, which was this set of coordinates located in a desolate area in the western part of Country M. There lay a little-known secret prison housing extraterrestrial criminals who had committed crimes on Earth. Once it was also used as a secret base by SHIELD. It was known as the Cube Prison. The Cube Prison's network was completely isolated from the outside world. No matter how powerful Hong Ho was, she could do nothing to enter a sealed area with no doors, windows, or even cracks. Similarly, the SHIELD Sky Carrier had a similar closed network, but it occasionally had some gaps that allowed Hong Ho to slip in. However, places like the Cube Prison were entirely different. If it weren't for Hong Hao's constant monitoring of SHIELD's Trident headquarters in Washington, she would not have been able to obtain the Cube Prison's precise coordinates. This time Chin Hao appeared under another identity, with the first target being this heavily guarded Cube Prison. Inside, both the research data on extraterrestrial beings and the genetic samples of those beings were what Chin Hao needed. In fact, if he hadn't been unable to find the precise location of the Apex Prison, Chin Hao would have preferred to target it, as it housed many high-tech weapons used by criminals. Among SHIELD's 4 major prisons, the one Chin Hao was most interested in was the Apex, followed by the Cube. As for the Isle and the Mansion, he had no idea what kind of criminals were held there, and the latter was shrunk into a miniature model by Dr. Pym using Pym particles. Without Dr. Pym's help, it would be useless to go. As for Dr. Pym, Chin Hao had also been searching for him. He was very interested in Pym particles, but no matter how much Hong Ho searched, she could not find any trace of Dr. Pym. It was as if he did not exist in this world. After a long, fruitless search, Chin Hao instructed Hong Ho to continue monitoring. Finding him would be best if not. Then they would wait for the plot of Ant-Man to start, believing he would show up then. Master, this is what you wanted. Frank handed over a metallic device that looked like a disc. Chin Hao took it with a smile and nodded. Not bad. After today, the name of Hades will surely resonate throughout the world. Thinking of his plan, Chin Hao couldn't help but laugh out loud. Hades, this was the name he had chosen for his new... Indeed, it was the name of Hades, the ruler of the underworld in Greek mythology. Chin Hao thought the name was quite fitting. Originally, he wanted to call himself Yama, but then he realized that would be too obviously Eastern, which might expose his true identity. After all, he couldn't use a duplication technique. When Chin Hao appeared, Hades would disappear, and vice versa. It might not matter at first, but over time, with more exposed information, he could easily arouse suspicion. If he added a name with a strong Eastern flavor at that point, it would raise even more suspicion. Thus, after much thought, Chin Hao decided to go with Hades instead of his initial choice of Yama. Moreover, this seemingly small device in his hand was the emblem he designed for himself. As someone about to become a major antagonist, how could he not have a unique symbol? As for how to use this device and its effects, everyone would soon find out. Chin Hao smiled slightly as he tucked the device away. Everything is ready, only the east wind is lacking. In Country M, in a certain place in the west, the area was a desolate desert, barren for hundreds of miles. The scorching sun hung high, baking this land with intense heat. Desolation was the main color here. However, in some unknown corners, modern high-tech detection equipment was buried underground, monitoring this vast land to ensure that no one could intrude. Additionally, the most advanced shielding devices were installed here, making it impossible for satellites in space to detect everything happening here. In fact, this area did not exist on the map known to ordinary humans. But today, an uninvited guest appeared in this desolate place, clad in shiny black metal battle armor, with a purple cloak fluttering in the air. Surprisingly, the detection equipment underground failed to notice this person's arrival. Is this the place? It stands boldly above ground, as should I say, it is truly the work of SHIELD. In the sky, silver eyes traversed hundreds of miles, fixating on a uniquely shaped building. Chin Hao muttered a few words to himself, then his lips curled into a slight smile as he soared toward the gray structure standing in the boundless desert. The hundreds of miles of distance were crossed in mere moments. Hovering above the building, Chin Hao looked down at the structure. The building resembled an upright cube, primarily black and gray in color, massive in size, with its highest point towering over 200 meters above the ground. From the outside, one could see no sign of what lay within, and the only path led to the entrance of the cube. It seemed to be the only entrance. Of course, Chin Hao didn't believe it would be that simple. Hong Ho, can we infiltrate its interior? With a sudden click, dozens of black gun barrels unexpectedly emerged from the ground. Oh! A hint of amusement flashed in Chin Hao's eyes. Indeed, in the next moment, a frenzied barrage of bullets intertwined to form a metallic curtain, completely enveloping Chin Hao's surroundings. Even if he intended to dodge, he would inevitably be hit by some of the bullets. But do I need to dodge? Chin Hao's smile grew even brighter. Ding ding dang dang, the golden bullets collided with his metallic battlesuit, producing a crisp and pleasant sound. A few bullets fell onto Chin Hao's face like a gentle breeze brushing by. With a wave of his hand, the cloak behind him fluttered. In the next moment, Qin Hao shot down towards the ground accompanied by a loud boom, with dust swirling around. Inside the control room of the cube prison, a few figures stared nervously at the screen in front of them. After a moment, the dust settled. Where is he? A few people rubbed their eyes as there was no trace of Qin Hao on the screen. How did he disappear? Could he be dead? Dead? Where's the body? The group began to argue among themselves, and just then a piercing alarm suddenly blared, echoing throughout every corner of the cube prison. What happened? The image on the screen changed. At the end of a bright corridor, a distorted and deformed large door was violently torn apart, with shattered metal fragments scattered all over the ground. Damn it, that guy's in. At this, the people in the control room were utterly panicked. At the same time, the moment the alarm system of the cube prison was triggered, several headquarters of SHIELD around the world received the news. Almost immediately, the headquarters in Country M issued orders dispatching a large number of agents to the cube prison. At this moment, Qin Hao had already successfully infiltrated the cube prison. Red, it's up to you now. Standing on a platform, Qin Hao waved his hand, releasing a large number of mechanical warriors. I need all the research data and alien gene samples. Go. In perfect unison, hundreds of mechanical warriors split into 10 small teams and left the area. At the same time, the piercing alarm had also vanished, indicating that Red had successfully taken control of the prison. Standing still, Qin Hao instructed Red to display the prison's information. In the past few decades, this prison had held no less than a dozen extraterrestrial beings, most of whom posed little threat, but a few were notorious alien criminals. Among them, Qin Hao even discovered records indicating that a Kree had once been imprisoned here. Kree is that guy Ronan's kin. Unexpectedly, one would come to Earth and get captured, truly. Qin Hao chuckled and shook his head, continuing to read. Currently, apart from holding these extraterrestrial criminals, the cube prison was primarily used to study the genetic composition of these aliens. There were 30 guards in total, but the number of researchers was nearly 200. It seemed that this cube prison lacked any formidable guard force, but in reality, it was quite the opposite. In fact, the prison itself was a closed slaughterhouse filled with death traps that surpassed current technological levels. Much like the laser corridors in Biohazard, these existed here as well, and not just in one place. Good thing I have you, Red. Qin Hao laughed. For others, this prison might be quite troublesome, but for Qin Hao, who possessed a bug-like entity like Red, it was practically useless. Moreover, with Red now in control of the entire cube prison, she had even trapped all the internal SHIELD agents and researchers. What does it mean to entrap oneself? This is the most vivid illustration. Originally meant to combat enemies, the weapons now turned against their own, truly. While browsing through the detailed information of the cube prison, Red's voice suddenly sounded in Qin Hao's ear. Master, the 1st Special Forces team dispatched by SHIELD will arrive in 5 minutes. Oh, Qin Hao chuckled. So fast. That's good, I'll have some fun with them. Saying this, Qin Hao turned and walked in the direction he had come from. He didn't know how strong the Special Forces team sent by SHIELD was, but he hoped they wouldn't disappoint him. At the entrance of the cube prison, the deformed metal door flew out with a loud bang, soaring about 100 meters and kicking up clouds of dust. At the entrance, Qin Hao stood still, his gaze piercing through thousands of miles, spotting several uniquely designed warplanes in the distant sky. Indeed, they are quick. A smile graced Qin Hao's face as he lifted off the ground, slowly floating to a height of 100 meters. Sir, target acquired. In the cockpit, the agent piloting the warplane turned with a serious expression. In the cabin, hearing the commotion, Barton immediately stood up from his seat and quickly walked to the front. Through the cockpit glass, Barton saw the figure hovering in midair in the distance, immediately furrowing his brow. He reached for the communicator at his ear. Natasha, did you see that? On another warplane, Natasha, who wore a similarly furrowed brow, replied in a low voice. I saw it. What do you think it is? Mutant. Barton, with eyes like an eagle, stared at that figure in the distance, saying, no matter what it is, things have become complicated. In the air, Qin Hao smiled as he looked at the 5 warplanes separated by kilometers. He could see the shadows of the people inside clearly through the glass. I didn't expect both of them to come. Qin Hao muttered. Currently, SHIELD had not yet launched the Avengers Initiative. Within SHIELD, not counting the Hydra members, the strongest were probably the 2 in front of him. That said, SHIELD could easily handle ordinary criminals, but dealing with superpowered criminals would be quite challenging. If it were a powerful superpowered criminal like Qin Hao, it would certainly give them a headache. Qin Hao could confidently say that he could obliterate this team without breaking a sweat. Too weak, far too. Without wasting any words, Qin Hao's gaze shifted, locking onto one of the warplanes. His eyes glowed red in an instant, and two beams of scorching heat surged across the kilometers, directly piercing the fuel tank of that warplane. Boom! In the sky, a beautiful firework erupted. Damn it, attack now. Open the hatch. The destruction of one aircraft sent the occupants of the remaining 4 planes into a frenzy. The hatch at the back of the aircraft opened, and as the plane descended, agents jumped out of the cabin once it reached a certain altitude. For these battle-hardened agents, a height of 4 to 5 meters was nothing. Moreover, for the exceptionally fit Barton and Natasha, this height was of no concern whatsoever. In midair, Qin Hao leisurely observed the series of actions unfolding before him, a mocking smile gracing his face. How much longer, Red Queen? 15 more minutes, Master. Speed it up. With that, Qin Hao's gaze fell upon the figures below. I'll play with you for a while longer. A scorching red light flashed in his eyes, and yet another aircraft transformed into a massive firework in the sky. Whoosh! He sidestepped, dodging an arrow shot from a distance. With a loud bang, the arrow exploded not far behind him, the force of the blast causing Qin Hao's cloak to cling tightly to his back. A burst arrow. If I sent this guy Barton to the magical world, he would certainly make a fine magic archer. Qin Hao smiled as he glanced towards a desolate area where a shadow hid behind a rock, smirking slightly. In the next moment, he shot towards that direction. Countless bullets struck his body, ringing out a series of metallic clinks. Boom! A missile exploded beside Qin Hao, the blast obscuring his vision. An opportunity. Below on the ground, Barton seized the moment, holding a bow in one hand and an arrow in the other, shooting it out without hesitation. Boom! Yet another explosion occurred. On the ground, the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. did not cease their attack, raining bullets, as if they were free upon the fiery scene. Moments later, the flames dissipated, revealing nothing but emptiness. Where is he? One moment he was there, and the next he was gone, and what's worse, they hadn't seen anyone escape from the explosion zone. Are you looking for me? Suddenly, a mocking voice emerged from behind one of the agents. Before the agent could turn around, Qin Hao plunged a hand through his back, bloodied palm emerging from his chest, holding a still-beating heart. With a flash, Qin Hao disappeared once more. Among all, only Barton and Natasha caught a glimpse of his fleeting shadow. To the others, he seemed to have appeared 100 meters away in an instant. Is this fun? Qin Hao smiled, looking at them. The agents before him were all meticulously trained by S.H.I.E.L.D., each at least a level 4 agent capable of taking on 5 or 6 special forces alone. Yet now, facing this man, they felt nothing but trepidation. It wasn't that they were cowardly, the enemy was simply too powerful, and his methods were so ruthless that they couldn't help but feel overwhelmed by fear. Who exactly are you? Seeing the fearful looks on their faces, Barton, with a bow at the ready, furrowed his brow and asked sternly, You want my name? Qin Hao pulled out a white cloth, wiped the blood from his hands, and with a cold smirk, said, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s friends, you can call me Hades. Remember this name well. After saying that, Qin Hao tossed the bloodied cloth aside. Hades. Natasha repeated with a serious expression, then looked up and asked, Mr. Hades, why are you attacking here? Qin Hao gazed at her, his eyes capturing Natasha's beautiful face, and he smiled slightly. If I told you I was just bored, would you believe me? Natasha's frown deepened, her instincts telling her that it might indeed be true. But if so, didn't that make him a madman? Running to attack S.H.I.E.L.D.'s secret prison out of sheer boredom, what else could he be but insane? Of course, this could also be a mere jest from this man. But Natasha couldn't pin down the man's thoughts. Even with her experience, she couldn't discern what he was truly thinking at this moment. Huh. Qin Hao suddenly burst into loud laughter. You S.H.I.E.L.D. people are quite amusing. Well, I won't tease you any longer. I'm just here to take something, and we'll leave afterward. This prison. I'll leave it to you. The way he said it, as if he were donating it to S.H.I.E.L.D., sounded incredibly grating. Barton's left hand gripped the bow tighter, his veins bulging. If he didn't know this man was beyond his strength, he would have shot an arrow already. Even so, Barton made sure to remember this face, including the seemingly joking name Hades. Oh! Suddenly Qin Hao looked up, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon. Ordinary people could see nothing, but he could see clearly. Their S.H.I.E.L.D.'s main forces had finally arrived. Interesting. Let me see today whether your S.H.I.E.L.D. agents are more formidable or my mechanical warriors are. As he spoke, Qin Hao turned abruptly towards the cubic prison. Barton and the others were startled by his sudden movement, and once they understood what he was doing, they all furrowed their brows in confusion. What is this guy up to now? Barton placed a hand on the arrow behind him, ready for an attack. Over there, Qin Hao took a few steps, then suddenly waved his hand. Dust swirled around as a large number of mechanical warriors appeared out of thin air on either side. Go eliminate them all, Qin Hao commanded without looking back. Upon receiving Qin Hao's orders, the mechanical warriors that had been motionless sprang into action. The shield agents were already on high alert the moment the mechanical warriors appeared. Anyone would feel tense seeing nearly 200 identical figures suddenly emerging. Of course, they had no idea that the people in their eyes were actually robots merely clad in a human exterior looking exactly like humans. In this world, while there was no Skynet, there also weren't any movies like Terminator. Otherwise, seeing so many identical beings suddenly appear, they wouldn't refrain from shouting Terminator. Do you think agents don't watch movies during their downtime? The cube prison. So how useful is the research here to me? Qin Hao asked, reclining comfortably on the sofa. A voice echoed in his ear, that of Red Queen. Master, from the data I've gathered so far, the research here can enhance the performance of the TN model drugs to some extent, and it also helps accelerate the stabilization study of the T virus and G virus. Qin Hao nodded. As long as it's useful. Outside the prison, explosions could be heard intermittently, and even here one could faintly feel the ground tremble. It's quite lively out there. Qin Hao glanced in that direction. This time, as the first appearance of Qin Hao known as Hades, it was evident that he had achieved success. Perhaps the name Hades that he casually took had already reached the desk of Nick Fury, the director of SHIELD. And an investigation into his identity would inevitably follow. Unfortunately, it was doomed to end in failure. Master, do we need to leave a few alive? Qin Hao smiled lightly. Let them decide their own fate. If they can survive and leave, I won't make it hard. Outside, 200 mechanical warriors, each resembling a Terminator. Qin Hao hadn't equipped them with high-powered weapons, but in fact they were ticking time bombs. The self-destruct program would automatically activate after each mechanical warrior was destroyed, and the explosive power generated would be comparable to that of 10 kilograms of T. The destructive force generated by the N.T. explosion. This was also to ensure that the technology of the mechanical warriors would not be stolen by other organizations. After all, there are too many extraordinary scientists in this world like Dr. Pym who could replicate even a mechanical arm if it were handed to them, and even upgrade it based on the original. The explosions heard outside might partly be from the self-destruct programs of the mechanical warriors activating. Whether they can survive depends on their own abilities. Qin Hao lay comfortably on the sofa, smiling as he spoke. In fact, most of the SHIELD members outside had already suffered heavy casualties, and those who were still alive were almost all injured, each one intact. Meanwhile, the support team from SHIELD had finally arrived. Move faster, take out all these damned things. Barton shouted loudly into the communicator, constantly changing positions to evade the attacks of the mechanical warriors, having already run out of arrows in his quiver. 7 minutes had already passed. Inside the cube prison, some mechanical warrior squads began to return, bringing back various data and experimental samples. Qin Hao also stood up from the sofa, repeatedly storing these items into his 9 tribulation space, planning to send them all to Base 1 later. After a moment, 5 squads of mechanical warriors successfully returned, dropped off their items, and Qin Hao sent them back out to assist the mechanical warriors outside in dealing with the enemies. Red Queen, does this prison have a self-destruct program? Qin Hao suddenly asked. Yes, Master. Good, once we leave, initiate the self-destruct program. Qin Hao said with a smile. I don't want it, but I can't leave it for SHIELD. I'll let it be destroyed. Whether or not to destroy it was actually meaningless to Qin Hao, but he simply wanted to create some trouble for SHIELD. And since he didn't need it, it might as well be destroyed. It was somewhat regrettable, as if Qin Hao had the Pym particles researched by Dr. Pym, he could shrink the entire cube prison and take it away. Unfortunately, he didn't have them, so the vast cube prison, with its various high-tech equipment, could only be destroyed along with the prison itself, except for what could be taken away. Another 7 minutes passed. The remaining 5 squads of mechanical warriors had also successfully. Qin Hao stored all the items into the 9 tribulation space and instructed Red Queen to set the self-destruct program for 5 minutes later, then leisurely walked towards the exit of the prison with 50 mechanical warriors. Boom. Die, you metal clumps. Someone quickly come. Outside the prison, amidst a desolate landscape, explosions rang out everywhere, severed limbs were blown away, and blood stained large patches of land. Qin Hao glanced over and couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. The combat capability of the mechanical warriors was far beyond what he had imagined. Faced with this elite team of SHIELD, 250 mechanical warriors completely suppressed them, suffering only a loss of about 30, while the enemy's casualties were 5 to 6 times that number. This also included several medium-sized aircraft from S. H. I. E. L. D. Nearly 20 small aircraft, all of which were lost here. Such significant casualties were likely the first since S. H. I. E. L. D. was established. Even during World War II, they never had such a large-scale loss in one go. On this point, Qin Hao could take great pride. Enough, it's time to go. As he spoke, the mechanical warriors that had been fiercely attacking suddenly stopped and quickly gathered towards him. Qin Hao waved his hand, directly collecting the remaining mechanical warriors. S. H. I. E. L. D. Friends, we shall meet again, next time, ha ha ha. With a long laugh, Qin Hao soared into the sky, flying towards the distant horizon. On the ground, the surviving agents of S. H. I. E. L. D. had ashen faces, watching the increasingly distant figure remaining silent for a long time. In this battle, S. H. I. E. L. D. dispatched nearly 300 agents, 25 small aircraft, and 5 medium-sized aircraft. As a result, over half the personnel were lost. Those who survived were almost all injured, and the severely injured were unsure if they would survive, while those aircraft were all destroyed. A complete defeat, a total and utter defeat. And it didn't stop there. Just as the agents were about to enter the cube prison to assess the damage, the entire cube prison suddenly began to collapse from within. The whole process lasted only 5 to 6 seconds, and the immense cube prison vanished completely, leaving only a giant pit. Along with it vanished several nearby agents, and by the time it ended, only a handful of agents remained. Even among these few agents, aside from a couple with minor injuries, most were severely injured, with Agent Barton, who was the worst off, in a life-threatening situation, likely to pass away at any moment. Qin Hao naturally wouldn't concern himself with the losses on S. H. I. E. L. D. S side. He had already obtained what he wanted. He had acquired research data on alien genes, and even obtained several samples of alien corpses. As for those who were still alive, Qin Hao had simply let them perish along with the cube prison. He then promptly sent everything to Base 1. 3 months. I give you 3 months to prepare. After 3 months, I need an army capable of conquering another nation. In the bright conference room, several heavy breaths filled the air, and the faces of Dr. Ashford and the others were filled with excitement. At the head of the conference table, Qin Hao scanned the room and asked, "Any questions?" "No problem. 3 months is enough." Qin Hao nodded in satisfaction, then stood up and walked out, not looking back as he said, "Hong Ho, you can begin." In the central position of the conference table, the hologram of Hong Ho smiled and nodded. Having returned to his original identity, Qin Hao inconspicuously made his way back to his residence in Manhattan. He did not intend to worry too much about the plans for 3 months later. For him, the struggle for dominance was merely a game, or rather, just a transition. He was not particularly invested in it. What truly concerned Qin Hao was the enhancement of his own strength. If he could destroy a planet with a mere breath, why bother with all this? If he could obliterate the entire universe with a thought, he would have long since left this world. However, being weak also had its advantages. At least he could still enjoy this process for now. When the day came that his strength was sufficient to decide everything with a thought, these experiences would lose their meaning. Just like a billionaire, when he was poor, earning $100 would make him very happy. But once he became a billionaire, would he still be happy about earning $100? Perhaps even $1 million would not bring him any joy after all. Compared to his own wealth, it was merely a drop in the bucket. The meaning is just that what Qin Hao wanted now was to enjoy this process, but he would never waste too much of his time on such matters. In the following days, Qin Hao was almost completely immersed in his cultivation. His strength could be considered quite powerful, yet he had a serious issue with specialization. Indeed, his physical power was great, but that was merely a physical attack. If he encountered spirit-based enemies, his most proud strength would likely be of no use. Specializing in one area was not a good thing, so Qin Hao diligently worked on improving his mental strength every day. It was wise to develop both aspects. Focusing solely on one would only yield temporary strength. Of course, Qin Hao did not turn into a complete hermit. He still occasionally took time to spend with Susan and Gwen, even though the two seemed to be a bit at odds. When he had time, Qin Hao would also go to Tony's place for a drink. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye, during which some events occurred. For instance, Tony's unfortunate uncle finally betrayed him, and as luck would have it, that day the Fantastic Four were available. Even Spider-Man, who was wandering around New York City, came to watch the fun. Of course, our proud Tony would not accept help from others. Aside from having Qin Hao take care of Pepper, he insisted on defeating Obadiah himself. Watching Tony get beaten up, Chin Hao shamelessly pulled Pepper aside to watch, showing no intention of offering help. As for Pepper, she was quite anxious, but she understood Tony and knew his pride, so she did not ask Chin Hao and the others to help him. The outcome was predictable. Obadiah was too arrogant, and in the midst of the fight, he inadvertently involved innocent civilians, which the watching superheroes could not tolerate. You can fight, but why involve innocent civilians? These superheroes cared deeply about the civilians, and as a result Obadiah was beaten up by a group of superheroes, ultimately being thrown into the reactor by Tony and blown to bits. Afterwards, Tony invited everyone for a late-night snack as a way to thank them for their help, even though he insisted repeatedly that he could have managed on his own without their assistance. Besides the situation with Obadiah, another matter left Chin Hao somewhat puzzled. That Victor, who was supposed to be the true first opponent of the Fantastic Four, seemed to have vanished without a trace since his last appearance. Even Hong Ho could not locate him. However, despite Victor's absence, Reed had abandoned his original plan. He was now very keen on playing the role of a superhero second only to his scientific research. In half a month, Chin Hao's mental strength broke through again, reaching the mid-stage of the 9th level. With this success, Chin Hao decided to take a break. One day, Chin Hao was sitting lazily in the sun, feeling bored. He often came to this restaurant because the food here suited his taste and the location was nice. On sunny days, sitting outside to soak in the sun and eat would greatly improve one's mood. However, today, it seemed someone was unwilling to let him enjoy such leisure. A figure blocked the sunlight in front of Chin Hao. "Excuse me, I think you're blocking my light," Chin Hao said lazily without looking up. At that moment, the figure suddenly pulled out a chair and sat down across from Chin Hao. Only then did Chin Hao raise his gaze. Upon looking, he realized it was a familiar face. "Looking for me?" Chin Hao asked indifferently. "Do you have an answer to the question from last time?" the other person said, fiddling with the coffee cup. Chin Hao paused before replying. "I don't want to be constrained. It seems I will have to let you make a wasted trip." "I knew you would say that." The other person seemed to have anticipated this and appeared unfazed. "The playboy is just like you. Both of you are the hardest to persuade." "Did Tony refuse again?" Chin Hao smiled slightly and asked who invited him. "Coulson." The person opposite shook their head and said, "No, it was Nick himself who went." "Oh, it seems Nick values Tony quite a bit." Chin Hao smiled. Of course Nick valued Tony. After all, Tony was not only a superhero who could fight, but he was also one of the world's top genius scientists. It would be strange if he did not value him. The person opposite smiled and suddenly said, "I haven't had lunch yet because of coming to find you." "Perfect, you can treat me." Chin Hao raised his head, looked at her, and smiled. "Hill, you weren't like this the first time I met you." Although he said that, Chin Hao still called the waiter to order her some food. "That was during work hours, now it's my personal time." Hill smiled as she poured herself a glass of water, took a sip, and sighed. "You really know how to enjoy yourself. I haven't had such a leisurely time in the afternoon sun for a long time." Chin Hao glanced at her, but did not respond. Jiang Chun first met Hill after the incident with Obadiah last time, when she came to invite him to join the S.H.I.E.L.D. Avengers Initiative. However, Jiang Chun's response at that time was that he needed to think about it. 3 days later she came again, and Jiang Chun repeated his words, saying he needed to consider it. A week passed, and this guy showed up once more. However, this time it seemed she didn't come on purpose, but rather by coincidence. Otherwise Hill wouldn't have mentioned that it wasn't working hours. Soon the food arrived. Hill didn't continue talking and began eating by herself. Jiang Chun held a cup of coffee, basking in the afternoon sun, watching as Hill gradually polished off the food on her plate. After finishing, Hill took a sip of water and smiled, saying, "Not bad, the food here is quite tasty." Jiang Chun chuckled, took out $100, placed it on the table, and stood up. "All right, I'm leaving. See you next time." Hill glanced at him, simply saying goodbye. Driving back to his residence, the empty house felt devoid of any warmth. Jiang Chun frowned, feeling a bit strange inside. Susan hadn't stayed over for several days, and since the last time both of their attitudes had become somewhat odd. However, Jiang Chun didn't mind. He was relatively indifferent to these matters. As long as they didn't interact with other men and were merely throwing a minor tantrum, he wouldn't be angry. It was just that returning suddenly made him feel that his living space was lifeless, which made Jiang Chun somewhat uncomfortable. Maybe I should move, Jiang Chun suddenly thought. He had plenty of money. Just in his personal accounts there were tens of millions of dollars in funds, and he also owned 0.5 of Stark Industries. Although the percentage seemed small, it was based on Stark Industries' trillion-dollar market value. On this basis, Jiang Chun's 0.5 was equivalent to several billion dollars. Even though he spent far less than that amount when he acquired it, since Tony acknowledged his identity as Iron Man, Stark Industries stock had been soaring day by day, and Jiang Chun couldn't bother to keep track of how much it had risen. In any case, it had increased significantly. So when it came to money, Jiang Chun was not lacking at all. He walked into the bedroom, turned around, locked the door, and drew the curtains. After checking the bedroom and ensuring there were no surveillance devices, Jiang Chun then vanished. In a dimensional space on a rocky platform. Having not come for half a month, it still looked the same here. The tower spirit lounged on the side, giving Jiang Chun merely a glance as he entered. "You've arrived." The tower spirit greeted. Jiang Chun nodded and said, "I want to ask if I can challenge the second level of the God of War Tower with my current strength." "Not possible." The tower spirit shook its head. "I know your strength has improved significantly recently, but you should come back to challenge the second level when you reach the 15th tier. The 15th tier, huh? Jiang Chun nodded without asking further. Since the tower spirit said it required the 15th tier, it must be true. After all, it had no reason to lie to him. After a moment of silence, Jiang Chun said, "I plan to use that teleportation point. Oh, what do you think?" "That's up to you to decide." The tower spirit lazily replied. There were only 3 to 4 months left until the next teleportation point's restoration. In the blink of an eye, almost a year had passed. He recalled when he first obtained this 9 Calamities prison tower, knowing nothing and carelessly used the only teleportation point. The results, needless to say, were obvious. He had teleported to an ordinary urban world, which was a complete waste. However, at that time his strength was weak, and even if he had teleported to a powerful world, he would have only ended up seeking death. However, things were different now. Jiang Chun had acquired considerable strength, and in most minor worlds he was practically invincible. It was time to use this teleportation point. He believed that with his current strength, the 9 Calamities prison tower would not send him to a useless, ordinary world. The 9 Calamities prison tower had a total of 9 layers, and Jiang Chun didn't know what the upper layer. He could only stay in this first layer of space. To enter the worlds within the first layer, a teleportation point was required, unlike those minor worlds that were almost free. Of course, a high price also came with high benefits. In the minor worlds, Jiang Chun could only take on bounty tasks, and sometimes there weren't even any bounty tasks. However, by entering a first-layer world, Jiang Chun could accept main storyline tasks, side quests, and various other tasks, which would yield far more source energy points. In a certain sense, the first-layer world itself was a massive treasure trove. It all depended on whether Jiang Chun had the luck to seize the treasures within. That depended on him alone. Others couldn't help him. "Have you made up your mind?" The tower spirit looked at him. After seeing Jiang Chun nod, the tower spirit said, "All right, staying in the minor worlds for training has indeed not yielded significant effects. You now lack a kind of impetus." Jiang Chun chuckled awkwardly. "Impetus? It couldn't be that kind, could it?" "All right, since you've decided." The tower spirit said, no more snapping its fingers at the time-space gate, and a beam of golden light instantly entered, causing the whole time-space gate to shine, with golden light ripples of time and space swirling continuously. "Step inside and don't die." After the tower spirit said this, it closed its eyes, appearing to fall asleep. Jiang Chun glanced at it, took a deep breath, and resolutely stepped toward the time-space gate. In a moment, Jiang Chun felt as if he had passed through a layer of water. With a whoosh, he instantly disappeared into the time-space gate. Once Jiang Chun vanished, the tower spirit opened its eyes, smiling as it looked at the time-space gate. "Kid, I've arranged a pretty good world for you. Whether you can seize the opportunity this time depends on whether you dare to." A glimmer of amusement flashed in the tower spirit's eyes, and then it transformed into a silver light, vanishing into the endless void. In a daze, Jiang Chun felt as if he were enveloped in a warm liquid, his consciousness becoming somewhat groggy. After briefly awakening, everything went dark before he lost consciousness again. In the Holy Martial Dynasty, in a certain deep mountain forest of Juling County, at midnight, countless stars twinkled in the sky. A beam of silver light resembling moonlight suddenly cut across the sky and fell in the forest. In an instant, many hidden ancient beings across the continent turned their gazes toward that direction, their eyes flashing with astonishment. Who would have thought that a person descending from the lower realms could create such a commotion? This night would undoubtedly be another sleepless night for many, and in a certain deep part of the forest, in the center of a clear pool, a silvery, liquid-like substance floated quietly on the water's surface. Dimly, it seemed one could see the outline of a figure coiled within. A breeze swept across the water's surface, stirring up ripples like countless tiny wrinkles. At the edge of the pool, several robust and ferocious forest wolves fixed their sinister gazes upon a silver liquid sphere at the center. As the moon set and the sun rose, the air grew warmer. The silver sphere at the pool's center seemed to sense the change, suddenly shaking violently. On the bank, over a dozen forest wolves howled, their bloodied maws dripping with crystalline saliva. Suddenly, a loud explosion sent splashes of water cascading toward the shore. The wolves, startled, retreated a few paces. The silver sphere vanished, and in its place stood a completely naked youth. He curled his body, hugging his knees, floating effortlessly on the water, as if defying gravity itself. The wolves, having forgotten their fear at the sight of this tempting feast, encircled the youth again, howling, and after about 3 or 4 minutes the youth's eyelids twitched, then slowly opened to let in a flood of Where am I? The youth muttered, unfolding his body to reveal a height over 180 centimeters, short black hair, and strikingly handsome features. His exposed torso was a map of defined muscles, not overly large but twisted like steel cables, hinting at immense hidden power. Frowning, he glanced down at his bare body and grumbled, "My clothes are gone again. Does that tower spirit have some kind of fetish?" Indeed, this youth was Qin Hao, newly arrived in this world. For some reason his descent had been particularly, with a thought a fresh set of clothes appeared in his hands. He dressed himself while floating, as if completely, but he was indeed alone. Aside from the dozen drooling wolves on the bank, the surroundings were eerily quiet. Once dressed, Qin Hao finally turned his gaze to the wolves. "Such large wolves!" he exclaimed in mild surprise. Each wolf was the size of a calf, with shimmering green fur that glinted in the sunlight, clearly no ordinary beasts. What kind of world is this? Qin Hao wondered. Just then, a long-awaited prompt finally arrived. Entering martial cultivation world. Danger level high. Host must proceed with caution. Main quest generating, please wait. A translucent screen appeared before him, and his eyes fell upon. Main quest supreme under heaven content, the Millennium Peak Genius Battle, will commence in 10 years. Youths from across the world will compete for the title of Top Genius. Requirement: reach the top 10. Rewards based on final ranking. Rewards: 610th, 5,000 source points, 45th, 7,000 source points, 23rd, 20,000 source points, 1st, 50,000 source points, failure penalty annihilation. Side quest 1 generated. No sooner had he finished reading the main quest than another prompt echoed in his mind, and new text appeared. Side quest 1 Beast Slayer content. In this world, humans and demons coexist, locked in eternal hatred. Countless monsters lurk in the vast mountains and swamps. Requirement: slay 1 myriad image great demon. Reward: 1,000 source points. Failure penalty none. Myriad image great demon. Qin Hao muttered to himself, what does that mean? Is it a demon named Myriad Image? The quest was infuriatingly vague, and the main quest, though clear, was equally frustrating. Not because it was unclear, it was quite explicit, but precisely because of its clarity. Such high rewards must mean it's incredibly difficult, Qin Hao said with a wry smile. Even the lowest tier offered 5,000 source points, a sum he had never possessed, let alone the first prize of 50,000. But that only underscored the challenge. 10 years. I have 10 years. He clenched his fists. No matter what, I must make the top 10. I won't end up annihilated. Even dying in battle was better than being erased. At least it wouldn't be so shameful. Taking a deep breath of the forest's crisp air, he suddenly grinned. But this is good. Things are getting exciting. He rolled his neck, chuckling, then fixed his gaze on the wolves by the pool. Are you demons? With a thunderous boom, he appeared among the pack. A bloodthirsty smile spread across his face as the black, purple-veined Soul Zever sword materialized in his hand. Blood blossomed. Seconds later, Qin Hao flicked the blood off his blade, shaking his head with slight disappointment. Too weak. 7 days later at the Peace Inn in Fenghua City. The ground floor hall held a dozen neatly arranged tables. At noon, the inn buzzed with chatter. The loudest voices could be heard across the street. On the stairs leading from the second floor, Qin Hao descended step by step, clad in a white brocade robe, with a black sword strapped to his back. A busy waiter caught sight of him and brightened, hurrying over. Sir, you're down. Your usual spot. The waiter bowed humbly, gesturing respectfully. Qin Hao glanced at him and gave a slight nod, uttering a soft At a window seat, the eager waiter wiped the chair with his towel. Sir, the usual. Qin Hao sat down and said calmly. Waiter, what news on the matter I asked you to investigate yesterday? The waiter glanced around cautiously, then leaned in to whisper a few words. Sir, I have news about the matter you asked me to inquire about. Qin Hao's eyes brightened, and he promptly tossed a piece of silver onto the table. The young attendant's face lit up with joy as he quickly took the silver and hid it away. The Liu family in the south of the city just moved here a few years ago. It is said that their ancestors were once prominent figures who made a name for themselves in the wild's forest. As for what you seek, the young attendant squinted and smiled, but did not continue. Well done. Qin Hao nodded slightly and placed another piece of silver on the table, raising an eyebrow and asking, do you know what to do next? The young attendant chuckled as he pocketed the silver, nodding, rest assured, sir, I understand this. You have never asked me about anything before. Waving his hand to dismiss the young attendant, Qin Hao gazed out the window, deep in thought about everything that had happened in recent days. 7 days ago he arrived in this world completely unfamiliar with it, and had no clear direction for the two tasks he had received. The forest where he had first descended was excessively vast, and it took him 3 whole days to finally escape that damned place. In the following days, instead of hastily completing the side task, he learned to blend into this strange world. Firstly, his initial attire was utterly discordant with this world where everyone wore clothing reminiscent of ancient times, and regardless of gender, everyone had long hair except for monks and nuns. When he first arrived in Fenghua City a few days ago, his bizarre outfit attracted quite a few gazes. Unable to bear the strange looks, Qin Hao promptly bought a set of clothing that suited this world. What, you ask, where the money came from? He naturally had no ordinary silver, but he still had a few gold bricks stored in his space, which he had reserved for emergencies, and now they proved to be quite useful. Exchanging a gold brick for silver, Qin Hao temporarily settled in Fenghua City. Through the past few days of understanding, he had gained a general grasp of this world. Thinking back, he had no idea what a Wanxiang Dayo was, and thought it was a great monster called Wanxiang. But now he realized that Wanxiang referred to a level of cultivation, not a name for a group of monsters, as he had previously thought. In this world, over the course of countless years, people had unified all levels of cultivation into 6 major realms, each of which was further divided into smaller stages, such as early, middle, late, and perfected. Wanxiang is the name of one of these major realms. Generally, those who reach the Wanxiang realm are referred to as Wanxiang Zhenren and can dominate a region in certain places. Before Wanxiang, there are the Zifu cultivators, and prior to that are the realms of Xiantian and Houtian, which Qin Hao is familiar with. After Wanxiang, there are 2 major realms, one known as Yuanshan Doran and the other as Fanshu Dishan. The former has already refined their Yuan Shun and can wield magical artifacts with great power. The latter can even be called a terrestrial immortal, possessing the ability to traverse heaven and earth, truly qualifying as a reserve for true immortals. Such information is generally known by anyone living in this world. Even ordinary young attendants working in such inns can recount a few hearsay tales. Only someone like Qin Hao, an outsider, would be completely unaware. I wonder if the Wanxiang realm's great monsters are easy to deal with. Muttering to himself, Qin Hao couldn't help but shake his head. The ambiguity of information left him with too much to contemplate. Currently, Fenghua City is merely a remote small town near the boundless wilds forest in Juling County, and the strongest in the entire city is only at the Xiantian level. Such strength could be crushed with a single finger from Qin Hao. It appears that he is at least comparable to the Zifu realm, but how specific it is remains an unknown. Speaking of Xiantian, one must mention a peculiar occurrence. When he first descended into this world, the process was quite strange. Compared to the direct descents of the past, this time, he had no idea what the Tower Spirit was up to, creating such a commotion. Regardless of the Tower Spirit's intentions, it was at least a good thing for Qin Hao. When he was engulfed in that silvery liquid, although his consciousness was somewhat muddled, it allowed him to experience something uniquely different from before. Over the past few days, Qin Hao had unknowingly crossed the threshold of Xiantian, and now, in terms of internal strength, he had also entered the Xiantian realm. During these days, the Houtian internal strength within him was gradually transforming into Xiantian true qi, a process that would likely be completed in just a few days. However, with his cultivation reaching Xiantian, the ice true qi he learned seemed to be somewhat inadequate. If he couldn't find a better technique to replace it, the upcoming cultivation would likely become increasingly difficult. Fortunately, Qin Hao did not rely on his qi cultivation for sustenance. His greatest strength remained in his physical power, which far exceeded that of other Xiantian cultivators. In this world, martial artists commonly practice qi cultivation, having taken this path to a certain pinnacle, while on the contrary, those who train their bodies are exceedingly rare. It's not that body refinement is weak. In fact, if they are of the same realm, body refinement is stronger than qi cultivation. However, the reality is that there is no method for body refinement beyond the Xiantian realm in this world. Qi cultivation can directly reach the Fanshu Dishan, but body refinement can only be trapped at Houtian perfection for a lifetime. As for the specific reasons, Qin Hao is unsure. Perhaps it was due to his insufficient inquiries, or maybe there were some unknown secrets involved, but clearly these were not things he could comprehend at present. If there truly exists no body refinement expert above the Xiantian realm in this world, then Qin Hao might very well become the first person in history. Although he had never practiced any body refinement techniques, his physical strength indeed far surpassed that of those Xiantian cultivators who practice qi. Just as he had mentioned before, he could crush the so-called strongest expert in Fenghua City with a single finger. If that is the case, I must be more cautious and not reveal my true abilities directly, Qin Hao thought to himself. As long as one is not foolish, they can understand this point. Qin Hao is clearly not foolish, knowing the severe consequences of revealing one's true abilities, especially since he intended to remain here for another 10 years. With his thoughts reaching this point, Qin Hao also regained his focus. The young attendant had brought over several dishes, and Qin Hao pulled his scattered thoughts back to concentrate on devouring the food before him. As night deepened, the residents of a border town like Fenghua City did not enjoy the vibrant nightlife typical of larger cities. At this hour, close to the time of the high, there were hardly any figures on the streets. In ancient times, there were no streetlights. Occasionally, some shops would hang lanterns at their doors illuminating a certain area. In the pitch-black night, for some it served as a natural cloak. At night, all sorts of monsters and spirits emerged. At the piece, in a shadow flickered past the window of a room on the third floor, disappearing into the darkness like a flash of lightning. Dressed in a black night suit and wearing a matching mask, Qin Hao moved swiftly through the buildings of Fenghua City, cloaked in the night like a great bat. To the south of the city, this area housed some wealthy families, and ordinary people generally would not approach it. During the day, Qin Hao had already located the Liu residence, ensuring that he would not struggle to find it at night. The Liu family mansion was a large garden-style building located in the southern part of Fenghua City. The red-painted main gate was about 5 meters wide, with a trapezoidal area in front covering nearly 200 square meters, paved with large blue stones engraved with patterns distinctly different from the streets outside. At the entrance, 2 large oil paper lanterns hung high, illuminating the area in front of the gate, with the character Liu written in black ink on the lanterns. In front of the gate, 2 large stone lions were carved so vividly that from a distance, one might think they were real. Suddenly, a faint whisper of wind broke the silence as a black figure flashed past. The figure turned sharply in midair and landed steadily on the roof of a building. Crouching low, Qin Hao's black eyes swiftly scanned the surrounding buildings in the darkness. Moments later, he paused in a certain direction. "It's you." In a flash, Qin Hao vanished from the rooftop. The Liu residence was large, and naturally, there were many servants attending to it. The total number of servants in the Liu residence was likely around 80 or 90. In his line of sight, a maid dressed as a servant was hastily walking forward carrying a lantern. "This is bad, this is really bad," the maid murmured as she walked. Just then, a shadow suddenly descended from above, capturing the maid before she could react, and before the patrolling guards nearby could notice, the figure vanished. In the residence of the wealthy, there were naturally intricate decorations like rockeries, flower beds, and flowing water. Qin Hao grabbed the maid and brought her to a rockery where the situation inside was completely invisible from the outside. Releasing her, the maid sat on the ground, her face still displaying terror, yet she remained motionless as Qin Hao had sealed her acupoint. "I have a few questions to ask you. If you answer honestly, I will spare your life. If you understand, blink once." The maid quickly blinked. Qin Hao reached out and slapped. He unsealed her voice. "Where does your master live?" Qin Hao inquired. The maid looked extremely frightened, and upon hearing his question, her heart sank. It was clear that this person was no good, and asking about her master's residence was clearly a prelude to harm. However, the maid hesitated only for a moment before choosing to answer. After all, her life was in this person's hands, and if she did not answer obediently, she feared that she would meet her end in the next moment. "Sir, my master usually resides in the East Wing, but tonight he has gone to the second madam's place," the maid replied. "Oh, then let me ask you, where does the second madam live?" Qin Hao asked again. The maid answered in detail, even voluntarily explaining the route, as if afraid Qin Hao would not find it. A smile appeared beneath Qin Hao's mask. This maid was quite keen on preserving her life. "Very good, I will go to the place you mentioned. If I find out that you are deceiving me, you know the consequences." Without waiting for her to react, Qin Hao knocked her out with a single palm strike. He adjusted her position and laid her down, then turned and left the rockery. Following the route indicated by the maid, Qin Hao soon found a courtyard with lights on. The courtyard was elegantly arranged, and from a distance Qin Hao heard voices coming from inside. The voice belonged to a woman, sounding soft and delicate. "Master, you must take revenge for me." Qin Hao leaped onto the roof opposite and focused his gaze, causing the wooden door and window in front of him to seem to vanish, revealing the scene inside. In his line of sight, a middle-aged man with a long beard exuding an air of nobility sat leisurely in a grand chair, while a beautiful woman with an alluring figure was leaning half her body against him, acting coy. "This is the guy Liu Zhongtian, the head of the Liu family," Qin Hao thought to himself, realizing that things were going much smoother than he had anticipated. However, one thing surprised him slightly. The rumors claimed that Liu Zhongtian had just entered the innate realm, yet what he sensed from the man was a tremendous amount of innate true essence, clearly beyond what an initial innate practitioner could possess. He is at least in the late innate stage, and very likely at the peak of innate. "It seems that hearsay is truly unreliable," Qin Hao muttered in his heart. But even if Liu Zhongtian was at the peak of innate, Qin Hao still regarded him with disdain. Merely innate, even at the peak, is nothing special. Though this world's hierarchy is higher than those of ordinary martial arts realms, the innate beings here harbor a more powerful innate true essence within them inherently superior to their counterparts. Nevertheless, innate is still innate. Although Qin Hao could not determine if his strength compared to that of a Zifu cultivator, even a Zifu practitioner in the early stage would represent a fundamental difference from innate. An innate being could only hope to rival a Zifu cultivator if they were an extraordinary prodigy. Yet this middle-aged Lu had only reached the peak of innate in middle age, clearly not belonging to the category of prodigies. Swish, the figure flickered, and Qin Hao appeared before the door of the room. The two people inside the room had not sensed his arrival at all. They have been too comfortable for too long. Their vigilance is truly lacking, Qin Hao thought disdainfully. In the next moment, he shifted his body, and the door creaked open. Without waiting for the two people inside to react, he had already seized Lu Zhongtian by the neck. Crack came the sound of bones breaking as Lu Zongtian's forelimbs were rendered useless. With a splatter of blood, a woman with a gaping hole in her forehead fell weakly to the ground. Reaching out, she wiped the blood from her fingers onto Lu Zongtian's clothes, then raised her head, her cold eyes fixed upon Lu Zhongtian, whose neck she had grasped. This fellow remained remarkably composed. Aside from the initial panic, he had calmed down. No wonder he is the head of the family. He seems not to be entirely incompetent, Qin Hao said flatly. His cutting words made Lu Zhongtian frown. Oh, just as he was about to say something, Qin Hao loosened his grip, causing Lu Zhongtian to collapse helplessly to the ground. With a wave of his hand, a gust of wind closed the door. Qin Hao looked down at Lu Zhongtian on the ground and said calmly, Lu Zhongtian, if you want to live, cooperate honestly. On the ground, Lu Zhongtian, with his limbs rendered useless, couldn't stir even a ripple. Moreover, Qin Hao had easily crippled his limbs the moment he appeared. It was not difficult for him to understand the vast disparity in their strengths. What do you want? As expected, Lu Zhongtian was a clever man, not asking who Qin Hao was, but directly inquiring about his intentions. Qin Hao nodded in satisfaction, not wasting words, and directly stated his purpose. I have heard that your Lu family made a name for itself in the wilderness forest. You must have some understanding of it, and surely you wouldn't lack a map, right? His words seemed to be a question, yet the tone was so affirmative that Lu Zhongtian could not utter the words there. Subconsciously, he shrank his waist. Though the movement was quite concealed, it was still very apparent to Qin Hao, who had been observing him. It seems the Lu family head truly possesses something I want. A smile crossed Qin Hao's masked face, and without further ado, he bent down and reached for Lu Zongtian's waist. This fellow still attempted to evade, but unfortunately, with his limbs crippled, he could barely move, let alone. In fact, Qin Hao hadn't intended to cripple Lu Zongtian's limbs at first. After all, he had heard that this fellow was merely a beginner in the innate realm. Even though there was some gap between his true essence and innate energy, it should have been possible to seal his acupoints for half an hour. However, this fellow was not honest, falsely claiming to be a beginner in the innate realm, knowing full well that his innate energy could not possibly seal the acupoints of a fully realized innate master. Thus, Qin Hao had no choice but to cripple his limbs right from the start. After searching Lu Zongtian's waist for a moment, Qin Hao's eyes glimmered with a hint of joy, and when he withdrew his hand, a delicate pouch appeared in his grasp. The pouch was slightly larger than a palm, with golden threads adorning the opening tied together with a purple. Smiling as he glanced at Lu Zhongtian, who lay on the ground with a face of despair, he said indifferently, Lu family head, I didn't expect you to possess such a treasure. This pouch in Qin Hao's hand was actually a storage pouch, a kind of item utilizing an alternate dimensional space. Even in this world, they were quite rare. Even most purple mansion cultivators might not own such a storage pouch. Yet Lu Zhongtian, a mere fully realized innate master, carried such a priceless treasure. It was unclear where he had obtained it. However, upon reflection, if someone from Liu's ancestry had indeed made a name for themselves in the wilderness forest, they would likely have been at least a master of the manifestation stage. For a manifestation master to possess a storage pouch was not unheard of. Opening the storage pouch, Qin Hao completely ignored Lu Zongtian's venomous gaze and began to inspect the contents. This storage pouch of Lu Zhongtian contained merely a few cubic meters of space, roughly the size of a. As for what was stored inside, aside from some gold and silver items and a small pile of spirit stones for cultivation, there were only some bottles and jars. Qin Hao had no interest in the gold and silver. The pile of spirit stones were all low grade of limited value. However, those bottles and jars caught Qin Hao's attention. After a moment, Qin Hao pulled out a palm-sized jade box. The moment the jade box appeared, Lu Zongtian's expression utterly crumbled. Opening the jade box with one hand, Qin Hao found that this exquisite box contained merely a folded piece of beast hide. Taking out the beast hide, Qin Hao unfolded it to reveal a surface approximately the size of a basin, on one side of which was a rudimentary map that looked very ancient. In the lower right corner of the beast hide, there was a set of characters written in the common script of this world. Route map of the outer area of the celestial tomb, Qin Hao muttered. It was unclear what kind of beast the hide had come from, but when Qin Hao tried to tear it with force, he found it utterly unyielding. Gazing at Lu Zhongtian on the ground, Qin Hao's eyes flashed with astonishment. If interpreted literally, this map on the beast hide should depict the route to the outer area of a celestial tomb. What is a celestial tomb? It likely refers to the burial site of a transcendent being after their death. Even calling the grave of a transcendent being a celestial tomb might be somewhat of a stretch. Qin Hao was unsure whether true immortals existed in this world. He had heard many rumors in recent days, but none spoke of immortals. Moreover, even if they did exist, it had nothing to do with him for the time being. Yet now this piece of beast hide in his hand indicated the existence of a celestial tomb. If he could locate this celestial tomb with this map, he could probably obtain many treasures. Even the remnants left behind by deceased immortals, no matter how trivial, would be treasures for Qin Hao at present. However, possessing a map to a celestial tomb without knowing its location was of little use. Let me look a little more. Given Lu Zongtian's change in expression just now, if it were a useless map, he wouldn't have reacted that way. Glancing at Lu Zhongtian, Qin Hao continued to rummage through the storage pouch. After a moment, Qin Hao set aside some useless items, including some pills that were extremely precious in the eyes of ordinary people. In his hand, however, he tightly grasped a piece of cloth, one side of which was adorned with peculiar patterns, all interconnected in a circular formation. Most importantly, at the top of this cloth, there was a set of characters. Celestial Tomb. There really is a map to the celestial tomb, but what do these patterns mean? Qin Hao clutched the piece of cloth, staring at those strange patterns, utterly perplexed. At that moment, Lu Zhongtian on the ground suddenly began to laugh, the laughter chilling and piercing. Frowning, Qin Hao waved his hand to gather the items beside him, looking at Lu Zhongtian. This commotion would likely attract quite a few people. On the ground, Lu Zhongtian, who had been laughing heartily, suddenly fixed his gaze on Qin Hao, his expression turning strange, as he said, "Today, I, Lu Zhongtian, admit defeat, but you will not have a good outcome either. The immortal tomb, that is the immortal tomb, a treasure that even a nascent soul cultivator would envy," Lu Zhongtian shouted frantically. "You will definitely die, and your death will be 100 times more tragic than mine, ha ha ha. Do you think the map only exists in one copy? You are mistaken. This map was something I acquired at an auction years ago. I moved everything here just for it. For years I have found nothing, and the same map originally existed in 10,000 copies. Do you know that? Everyone is searching for the location of the immortal tomb. But no one has found it, no one at all. However, someone will find it. When that time comes, you will go, but with your strength you will only be walking to your death, ha ha ha." As Lu Zongtian's piercing laughter echoed in his ears, Qin Hao's brows furrowed even tighter. Looking at the frenzied Lu Zhongtian on the ground, Qin Hao could not help but snort coldly. "I don't know whether I will die, but you are going to die right now." With that, Qin Hao swiftly drew the soul-severing sword from his back, and the sharp blade ruthlessly pierced through Lu Zongtian's throat. Lu Zhongtian on the ground gasped, making gagging sounds, blood bubbling from his mouth. Puffed, he pulled out the sword and glanced at Lu Zhongtian, who had lost all signs of life, and Qin Hao smiled coldly. A series of whistling sounds were approaching from behind. Not wanting to linger, Qin Hao turned and left the room. Moments later, he had already left the Lu residence. What chaos would ensue when the Lu family discovered Lu Zongtian's corpse was no longer his concern. Days later, splash, he splashed water on his face with both hands, feeling refreshed as he wiped his face. A few days ago, he had left Fenghua City, embarking on a journey towards the wild forest. Fenghua City is located near the border of the wild forest. Departing in the morning, Qin Hao arrived at the outskirts of the wild forest by dusk. Speaking of which, when he first arrived in this world, it was also the outskirts of the wild forest, but that place was much closer to the edge of the forest, and there were no powerful beasts. After several days relying on a rough map obtained from Lu Zhongtian, Qin Hao had already ventured several thousand miles into the wild forest. However, the entire wild forest spans over 10,000 miles. The outer region alone is 100,000 miles, let alone the even broader inner region. Nonetheless, Qin Hao's target was merely the outer area near the inner region. He did not intend to enter. These days, aside from encountering a few innate beasts, he had not seen a single human figure, leading him to harbor some doubts about Lu Zongtian's last words. He had occasionally taken out the map to look at it, but in Qin Hao's eyes the patterns on it had no connection whatsoever. No matter how he looked at it, he could not discern any hidden meanings. Lu Zhongtian claimed that there were 10,000 copies of the same map. If this matter was truly this serious, the 10,000 copies auctioned off would probably soon multiply to 100,000 or even 1,000,000. Under such circumstances, the wild forest should be bustling with activity. Could it really be because the wild forest is so vast that he had not encountered a single person in so many days? If I can't find anyone, then so be it. Standing up, Qin Hao took out the map to confirm his direction once more. Following his current route, if he advanced for about another month, he would reach the territory of a great demon. The map in his hands was overly simplified. He had to stop frequently to confirm his direction while also searching for some special markers on the map. For instance, if he moved westward for about 200 miles, Qin Hao should encounter a grove of iron fir trees. Iron fir trees are a type of plant in this world with a hardness comparable to metal and a rapid growth rate reaching heights of hundreds of meters in just a century. The grove of iron fir trees marked on the map has existed for over 10,000 years, and nearly every tree there reaches heights of over 1,000 meters. There are many similar markers. Almost every distance has such a marker. If one does not find the marker at the designated location, it means either you went the wrong way or due to bad luck the marker has disappeared. However, in most cases it is the former. The latter situation rarely occurs as each marker is usually located in an environment that is difficult to destroy, such as the iron fir grove. Even if someone or some beast destroys part of the trees out of boredom, they cannot destroy the entire grove, can they? After resting for a moment, Qin Hao continued on his way. Flying several thousand meters in the air, his eyes were met with a sea of green. Even in the distance, that was all he could see. Having found the right direction, Qin Hao instantly shot forward. The wind whistled past his ears while his gaze remained focused on the forest below. Previously, he had encountered an unexpected attack during flight. He had not paid much attention at first, and only realized the attack was close when it was nearly upon him, leaving no time to evade. Fortunately, Qin Hao was currently at the very outskirts of the wild forest where the beasts living here were mostly at the innate level. Such attacks, even if they hit him, would not harm him in the slightest. However, it was precisely that incident that rang an alarm in Qin Hao's mind. Since then, he had remained extremely cautious, as this was the wild forest, and who knows when a powerful beast might suddenly emerge from the inner area. After all, there are no rules stating that powerful beasts cannot come out of the inner region. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. In a clearing among the trees, a campfire crackled, casting light on a small area around it and bringing a touch of warmth. Sitting by the fire, Qin Hao held a steel fork with a golden brown piece of roasted meat on it. Sizzled, he picked up some seasoning and sprinkled it on the meat, instantly releasing a mouth-watering aroma. Rustle, his ears perked up, and Qin Hao discreetly glanced towards the left side of the forest. The grass tall enough to cover the waist parted, and several figures emerged from the pitch-black woods. I told you I could smell something delicious. See, I was right. The first person was a handsome young boy looking about 15 or 16 years old, who came out from behind the bushes exclaiming with excitement. Qin Hao turned to look. There were 3 of them, 2 boys and 1 girl. Besides the boy, there was a similarly aged girl and a middle-aged man carrying an iron rod. As soon as the 3 appeared, they spotted Qin Hao sitting by the campfire. The boy's eyes lit up, and before the other 2 could react, he was the first to run over. "This friend, I am Lu Xiaobo," the boy said as he approached, cupping his fists in greeting, but his gaze was fixed on the piece of meat in Qin Hao's hand. "Xiaobo." A young woman behind him tugged at his sleeve, shot him a glare, then turned to Qin Hao and said, "Friend, we happened to pass by this place unintentionally. Would it be possible for you to grant us some convenience?" From the moment the 3 appeared, Qin Hao had been scrutinizing them. The young man had already opened his Zifu, marking him as a Zifu cultivator. Qin Hao could not discern his exact realm, given his own modest cultivation base. He only detected the open Zifu, thanks to his supervision. In contrast, the young woman's cultivation was slightly higher than the young man's, though the difference was marginal. As for the middle-aged man carrying an iron staff, his cultivation far surpassed the other 2. Even Qin Hao's supervision could not penetrate his aura. He seemed shrouded in a veil of mist, rendering the otherwise infallible ability utterly useless. Sensing Qin Hao's slightly probing gaze, the middle-aged man looked back. Their eyes clashed in midair, causing the surrounding atmosphere to grow heavy. Perhaps aware of the tension in the air, even the somewhat impetuous young man grew cautious. After a moment, Qin Hao suddenly smiled, shifted his gaze to the young woman, and said, "Miss, you are too polite. This place is not mine to command, to make yourselves at home." The young woman was momentarily startled, then murmured a thank you. The campfire crackled softly. In the forest clearing, the group sat in silence, the atmosphere heavy and oppressive. The young man, named Lu Xiaobo, kept glancing back and forth, fidgeting restlessly, as if unable. The young woman beside him shot him a fierce glare, but it had little effect. Qin Hao added some fresh wood to the fire, then turned to look at the trio. "How about a chat, you 3? Qin Hao said with a smile. Among them, the middle-aged man, who had his eyes closed, opened them briefly at the sound, then resumed his feigned slumber. The young man named Lu Xiaobo, however, eagerly stood up and sat down by the fire. "Friend, did you?" he said excitedly. "I wanted to come alone too, but Uncle Chang wouldn't allow it and insisted on tagging along." Qin Hao smiled at him, but his gaze flickered to the side. Lu Xiaobo noticed and chuckled softly, lowering his voice. "That's my Uncle Chang. He's a peak Zifu master. I hear he's close to breaking through to the myriad manifestations true person realm." "Oh." Qin Hao's eyes lit up. For a long time Qin Hao had been pondering a question: what realm did his own strength correspond to? Lu Zhongtian, a peak Xiantian cultivator, had been utterly helpless against him. Over the past half-month Qin Hao had encountered Zifu-level demon beasts, mostly early-stage ones, and had dealt with them quite easily. Thus it seemed his strength was on par with a Zifu cultivator, still some distance from the myriad manifestations true person realm. But whether this was accurate, Qin Hao had no definitive answer. Now upon hearing that Uncle Chang was a peak Zifu cultivator, a desire to spar with him surged within. Yet since they were strangers, abruptly challenging him to a duel might provoke resentment, which would be unwise. In an instant these thoughts flashed through Qin Hao's mind. Lu Xiaobo continued chattering, recounting his experiences in the wildwood forest over the past few days. To this youth who had never left home, everything here was novel and exciting. As he spoke, a sudden gurgle echoed from his stomach. Qin Hao was taken aback, then couldn't help but laugh. Lu Xiaobo scratched his head in embarrassment, a flush spreading across his fair face. After laughing, Qin Hao picked up a bowl and plate and handed them over. "Have something to eat," Qin Hao said. "What, didn't you bring any provisions?" Lu Xiaobo, knowing no restraint, grabbed a piece of meat and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing voraciously. After finally swallowing, he grinned foolishly. "I did bring some, but they're hard and tasteless. I just can't." Qin Hao nodded. This fellow was clearly a pampered young master, unaccustomed to cold hard rations. He reflected that he himself couldn't bear them either, which was why he was roasting meat here. After devouring several large pieces of meat, Lu Xiaobo suddenly paused, looked up at Qin Hao. "Brother, these." Seeing his hesitation, Qin Hao understood at once. Smiling, he pointed to another plate nearby. "These are all yours, or I still have some." Lu Xiaobo's face lit up with joy. He quickly thanked Qin Hao, picked up the plate, and headed back, calling out, "Jie, there's food." Qin Hao shook his head with a smile, then picked up his chopsticks, took a slice of meat, and put it in his mouth. Not bad. Looks like my cooking skills are improving." Qin Hao muttered to himself with a grin. Soon the meal was finished. Qin Hao gathered the bowls and dishes. He didn't have many spares, and discarding them would be a waste. Just then footsteps approached from behind. "Thank you for the food." A hand extended, holding the empty dishes toward Qin Hao. "No need to be so polite," Qin Hao said with a smile, taking them and rinsing them with clean water before putting them away. The young woman hesitated for a moment, then finally sat down beside him. "Xiaobo mentioned you came alone." Qin Hao nodded with a smile. "My name is Lu Ying," she said after a brief silence. Qin Hao glanced at her and nodded. Qin Hao." After this simple introduction, they fell silent again. It wasn't until Lu Xiaobo came bounding back with a grin that the atmosphere lightened, thanks to his lively nature. The next morning at dawn, Qin Hao prepared to continue his journey. But this time he had gained 3 traveling companions. The previous night, the talkative Lu Xiaobo had inadvertently revealed the purpose of their trip. Initially, Lu Ying had pinched him in warning, but when Qin Hao produced the map, one they couldn't decipher, their expressions turned to sheer astonishment. Later, upon comparing their routes, Qin Hao was surprised to find that their destination was not far from his own target. According to Lu Xiaobo, they were heading to rendezvous with their clan's main force. Qin Hao had previously encountered few people and suspected Lu Zhongtian had deceived him. Now he realized that wasn't the case, or rather those who had obtained the map had already gathered in a specific location. Clearly someone had already deciphered part of the patterns. A few days later, in a dense forest. With a boom, a streak of fire fell from the sky like a meteor, crashing heavily into the forest, instantly causing the ground to shake violently, with deep menacing cracks splitting the earth and large trees being reduced to powder. After a moment, as the dust settled, a figure emerged from the pit. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed Qin Hao, but he looked extremely disheveled. His once pristine white robe was now a grimy gray, tattered and torn, resembling a beggar on the roadside. "Haha, brother Qin, you look so ragged." A burst of laughter rang out as Lu Xiaobo, grinning widely, pointed at Qin Hao's current appearance, nearly doubling over with laughter. Wiping the dirt off his face, Qin Hao let out a helpless wry smile and turned to say, "Senior Lu, did you give it your all just now?" A blue phantom flashed, and it seemed like the sound of flowing water echoed in his ears as Lu Chang, holding an iron rod, appeared, wearing a smile and nodding. "Of course I did, I just didn't expect you to actually withstand it," Lu Chang said, revealing a look of surprise as he gazed at Qin Hao. Despite looking disheveled, Qin Hao was actually unharmed. He shook his head and replied, That still doesn't cut it. Ew, I never even had a chance to fight back. What? You're still not satisfied? If it were that little carrot that hit would have left him with no place to bury his body, yet you blocked it unscathed. I really don't understand how you, a mid-stage Zifu practitioner, managed that. Hearing Lu Chang call Lu Xiaoba by his nickname Qin Hao also looked over at Lu Xiaoba with a smile. After spending several days together, the four had become familiar with one another, no longer feeling the initial awkwardness. Lu Xiaoba's nickname had been blurted out by Lu Ying 2 days ago, and after Qin Hao asked, he learned that most people familiar with Lu Xiaoba called him that. Previously, it was out of consideration for this outsider that they showed Lu Xiaoba some respect, but now they were comfortable. Hearing Uncle Chang mention him, Lu Xiaoba instantly frowned, pouting in annoyance. You all chat amongst yourselves, why drag me into it? The two who heard his mumbling couldn't help but laugh even louder. After laughing for a while, the three left the ravaged forest that had been devastated by their recent battle. Moments later, they returned to their temporary campsite, where Lu Ying was preparing dinner. Upon seeing the three return, she greeted them with a smile. Of the four, Lu Chang was the oldest, and he was also the elder of Lu Ying and Lu Xiaoba. In front of Lu Chang, both Lu Ying and Lu Xiaoba appeared somewhat reserved. Surprisingly, the youngest among them was not Lu Xiaoba, who looked the youngest, but rather Qin Hao. When he learned that Lu Xiaoba was already 27 years old, Qin Hao's expression was quite something. In fact, in this world, once a person's cultivation reaches the innate stage, their appearance is typically set, and they only begin to age gradually when approaching the limits of their lifespan. Lu Xiaoba broke through to the innate stage at 16, and his appearance has remained that of a 16-year-old. Likewise, Lu Ying, who is now 29, looks only around 17 or 18. As for Lu Chang, it is said that his talent was not particularly strong, breaking through to innate at nearly 30, but he later experienced some fortunate encounters, allowing him to achieve the full Zifu stage, and his strength ranks among the top in that realm. After greeting Lu Ying, Qin Hao sat down to the side and began to reflect on the insights gained from the previous battle. His recent fight with Lu Chang had helped him thoroughly grasp his current strength. In terms of combat power, he now compared to a mid-stage Zifu practitioner. This was the result of him unleashing his full potential, which was how Lu Chang had judged him to be at mid-stage Zifu. However, his defensive capabilities far exceeded his combat power. Even the attacks from a powerful, fully realized Zifu practitioner like Lu Chang could not harm him in the slightest. Yet Qin Hao also sensed that this was already his limit. If he encountered a Wanxiang real person, he would likely have to rely on super recovery to save his life, and this was merely in regard to a Wanxiang in the early stage. If it were a mid-stage or an exceptionally powerful early-stage Wanxiang, Qin Hao could not be certain he would survive in their hands. In this world, the assessment of strength is divided into 3 parts. The first is one's own cultivation realm. It goes without saying that the higher the realm, the stronger the power. The second aspect is one's comprehension of the natural laws of heaven and earth. The deeper one understands the Tao, the stronger their strength. Among two people of the same realm, if one has a higher comprehension of the Tao than the other, the battle will likely not be suspenseful. If the gap is large enough, even challenging a higher realm is not impossible. The third factor refers to the disparity in weapons. This is also quite simple. The better your weapon, the more your strength increases. In Qin Hao's view, this world was quite strange. Why do I say this? Firstly, the realm division in this world follows a pattern he was familiar with stemming from a novel he read during his early years on Earth. But there are differences. It seems that this world does not have realms beyond the Void Return and Earth Immortal. Secondly, regarding magical treasures. Right, in this world they are not called that, they are referred to as battle weapons. Though the terminology differs, Qin Hao sees them as essentially the same thing. Lastly, this world only has the path of refining qi. There is no method described in that novel regarding divine demons refining their bodies. These 3 points make this world seem quite awkward to Qin Hao. While it is somewhat familiar, to say it is truly familiar seems a bit forced. After pondering for a while, he grew tired of thinking too hard. Putting other aspects aside, with my current strength, completing the first side quest of killing a Wanxiang great demon seems utterly ridiculous. Qin Hao shook his head inwardly. Did he think he could kill a Wanxiang great demon with such meager strength? Wasn't that a joke? Even in his strongest aspect defense, he couldn't withstand the attacks of a Wanxiang great demon. If he recklessly tried to take one on, the only outcome would be Qin Hao getting knocked out. Perhaps the demon race's understanding of the Tao is not as profound as that of the human race, and most demons have a relatively poor understanding of the Tao, but this is also something Qin Hao is not good at. According to Lu Chang, he had never seen a Zifu practitioner whose understanding of the Tao was as poor as even an average Zifu cultivator, despite possessing merely ordinary talent, must have expended tremendous effort and toil to reach the Zifu realm. Generally speaking, a Zifu cultivator will not fall below the harmony of man and heaven realm. In fact, a slightly more competent Zifu cultivator would have gained an inkling of understanding in a particular Dao. Do not underestimate this slight understanding, for it can easily crush those in the harmony of man and heaven realm. This is an essential difference. As for Qin Hao, his mid-stage Zifu strength is entirely reliant on his innate advantages, following a completely different path from those of this world, thanks to his extraordinary genes. His combat skills are already considered exceptional in the main world. He even once looked down upon Peter's fighting techniques. However, here it is finally his turn to be looked down upon. Subtlety. This is the realm he currently inhabits. This realm is typically one that some innate beings should achieve, and even certain prodigies can grasp a hint of Tao when they are still innate beings. In contrast, Qin Hao truly feels a bit ashamed to face others. However, those who know him understand the reasons behind this outcome. After all, he had never cared about this aspect before. Even the current realm of subtlety was gradually reached through occasional practice of the 7 soul-severing techniques. Moreover, his cultivation time has been too short. Even including his time in other worlds, it does not exceed 3 years. Furthermore, his previous focus was not on this aspect, so naturally, he could not achieve remarkable results. In fact, Qin Hao's true Qi refinement level is only just entering the innate stage. He hasn't even converted his innate true Qi into innate true essence. If we were to consider the realm of subtlety as part of the initial innate cultivation level, it would be quite reasonable and even a bit prodigious. As night gradually fell, Lu Ying had already prepared dinner. In theory, Zifu cultivators can completely feed on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, requiring no food like mortals to fill their stomachs. However, they all came from mortal backgrounds, and eating has long become a habit. If they skip a meal, although they won't feel hungry, it still feels strange. To put it bluntly, it's simply just like a few days ago when they first encountered Qin Hao. Lu Xiaoba acted just like a mortal and seemed very hungry. Lu Ying's cooking is indeed quite good, at least much better than Qin Hao's. Lu Xiaoba devoured at least half of a whole piece of beast meat all by himself. Qin Hao merely nibbled on a few pieces and amusingly watched Lu Xiaoba stuffing his mouth with meat, wondering if this guy was a starving ghost in his past life. The night passed without incident. The next day, the group continued their journey. The map in Lu Ying's hands was far more precise than Qin Hao's rudimentary one, so Qin Hao was spared the embarrassment of needing to discern the direction after walking a while, and their travel speed increased significantly. In the blink of an eye, 6 days had passed. They finally arrived at the campsite marked on the map, but when they got there, all that remained was a scene of devastation, not even a shadow in sight. "It seems we arrived too late," Lu Chang said, shaking his head slightly. Qin Hao stood behind, observing the On the surface, it appeared that many had once camped here. The exact number was unclear, but a rough estimate suggested there were at least tens of thousands. Over there, Lu Chang and the others had already begun searching around. Soon they found the unique markings of the Lu family and uncovered a new map that marked a different location. "Let's go, we need to speed up," Lu Chang said as he tucked away the map and addressed the group. Although Qin Hao was not from the Lu family, this event involved more than just them, and having Qin Hao join would not be an issue. To put it harshly, having him along makes no difference. Whether he joins or not is completely insignificant. Qin Hao clearly understood this, otherwise he wouldn't be so shamelessly following Lu Chang and the others. After all, such behavior would not only be off-putting, but might not yield the expected results. It was precisely because he knew they wouldn't care that Qin Hao chose to accompany them, as this would save him quite a bit of. Having realized that he could never be a match for the Wanxiang Great Demon, Qin Hao no longer planned to seek out a Wanxiang Great Demon for a unknown fight. He thought it best to follow these people for now. Perhaps they might encounter a Wanxiang Great Demon on the way, and he could take advantage of the situation. After all, this is the wild forest, the territory of the demon clan. A large group of humans wandering here is bound to provoke their ire. In that case, they might just come knocking, and Qin Hao could seize the opportunity to find an injured Wanxiang Great Demon, perhaps completing his task. Well, Qin Hao admits that the likelihood of this happening is very low, but for now he has no other options. Moreover, he is quite interested in the Celestial Tomb. Furthermore, let's not forget that he possesses an advantage that others do not. The outer map of the Celestial Tomb is his greatest asset. Where did Lu Zhongtian acquire this treasure? Qin Hao has no idea that this treasure map has been passed down through Lu Zhongshan's ancestors for over 1,000 years. Nor does he know that this is not the first time the Celestial Tomb has been opened. The first opening was done by Lu Zhongshan's ancestor. However, that previous opening was a matter of chance. Among those who entered the Celestial Tomb back then, only Lu Zhongshan's ancestor emerged alive, and it was that ancestor who brought this treasure map out from the Celestial Tomb. Naturally, Qin Hao is unaware of these matters. As for its origins, he is not particularly curious. As long as the item is in his possession, he does not care about its background as long as it is useful. 3 days. After following the new markers on the map for 3 days, Qin Hao and the others finally reached this new campsite. Upon arrival, they were greeted by an endless expanse of wilderness with a roaring river in the distance. The water was clear, and even from afar they could feel the rich moisture in the air. "Qin Hao, are you really not coming with us?" Lu Ying asked, looking at Qin Hao. Qin Hao shook his head, slightly declining Lu Ying's kind offer. After all, he is an outsider. What would it mean for him to accompany Lu Ying and the others to the Lu family? Thus, when Lu Ying just asked him if he wanted to go together, Qin Hao politely declined her kindness. "All right, Qin kid, just find a place for yourself later. Everyone is here anyway, it's no big deal," Lu Chong said with a smile, giving Qin Hao a hearty pat on the shoulder. "Just like that, we should be on our way." Qin Hao nodded with a smile, watching the three depart before surveying his surroundings. A grassland encampment. Qin Hao casually selected an unoccupied spot on the periphery, erected his tent, and ducked inside. Sitting down, he rested his chin upon one hand, lost in quiet contemplation. Judging by the layout, the campers here likely belonged to dozens of rival factions. Those large uniform tents clustered at the center were almost certainly the domains of the major powers, far too perilous for someone of my current strength to approach. My primary objective remains completing the side quest. Entering the immortal tomb is secondary. Earlier I observed that most outsiders gathered in small informal groups, mere stragglers who had followed the main forces here. I shall do likewise, trail the main host. Qin Hao possessed a map, but its deeper meanings eluded him entirely. And rightly so, even natives of this world had spent years deciphering its secrets before locating this place. If an outsider like me could grasp its mysteries at a glance, that would defy all reason. Yet, even following the main host demanded caution. Though their numbers were considerable, and though the great factions dared not openly attack such scattered individuals, they might well lead them deliberately into treacherous zones. Such a risk could not be ignored. After all, no one would willingly share a treasure trove like the immortal tomb. The only reason these factions tolerated the lingering stragglers was twofold: their sheer numbers, and perhaps more insidiously their utility as unwitting pathfinders. Once their ranks dwindled significantly, or worse, once they ceased to serve any purpose, the great faction's blades would fall upon them without hesitation. Realizing this, Qin Hao suddenly felt profoundly vulnerable. Ultimately, it all came down to his lack of power. At best, he could barely survive an encounter with a nascent soul realm cultivator of the lowest tier, the Wanxiang true human. And how many such cultivators existed here? Even nascent soul Taoists might dwell among them. Whether refining void immortals existed remained uncertain. Day 1 passed uneventfully. Aside from a brief excursion to survey the surroundings, Qin Hao stirred no trouble. Most of the time, he remained quietly cultivating within his tent. For 3 consecutive days, the entire host showed no sign of advancing, perhaps because the next pictographic marker had yet to be located or for some other unknown reason. During those days, Qin Hao exchanged pleasantries with several nearby cultivators, enough to become familiar faces though hardly friends. By now, news of the immortal tomb had long ceased to be a secret. Through casual conversations, he gleaned much previously unknown information, such as which pictograms had already been deciphered, a detail considered common knowledge. The map bore 15 enigmatic glyphs. In total, 8 had already been successfully decoded, including the one corresponding to this very grassland. This location's glyph depicted a horizontal, Chuan character adorned with silver specks. Legend held that over 90,000 years ago, a rare celestial meteorite fell here, an event investigated by emissaries of a mighty empire then ruling this land. To their astonishment, the site, marked on ancient maps as barren steppe, had transformed overnight into a vast lake. Mountains shifted and rivers carved new courses. 9 millennia later, that lake had receded into the broad river now cutting through the grassland, the very ground where Qin Hao now stood. Such interpretations abounded for each strange glyph. Qin Hao had heard explanations for the first. Only veteran scholars devoted to continental history possessed the expertise to truly decode them. Ordinary cultivators rarely concerned themselves with events tens, or even hundreds, of thousands of years past. With that realization, Qin Hao abandoned all hope of deciphering the map himself. He had only arrived in this world a mere month ago. Hardly enough time to grasp even basic lore, let alone the continent's ancient chronicles spanning countless millennia. Yet one question lingered: if elder scholars could decode the glyphs, why not simply solve the final one? Why proceed methodically glyph by glyph? Was it merely to flaunt scholarly mastery? He posed this question to many around him, but none offered a satisfactory answer. After all, most were mere followers of the factions that had cracked the glyphs, the deeper mysteries remained beyond their ken. 2 more days slipped by. Qin Hao had grown quite familiar with the nearby Zifu realm cultivators, exchanging brotherly salutations as if they'd known each other for decades. In truth, theirs was little more than a nodding acquaintance. Brotherhood, born solely of mutual self-preservation. That day Qin Hao stood idly by the riverbank, skipping stones across the water's surface. Each stone leapt across the river's severally breadth, soaring hundreds of meters before vanishing beneath the current. Qin Hao chuckled softly. Truly he was bored beyond measure. Suddenly, instinctively, he turned his gaze southward toward the sky, and his pupils contracted sharply. Demon Clan. On the horizon, a vast roiling black cloud surged forward. From afar, Qin Hao felt a chilling aura of slaughter and dread rolling toward him. Without hesitation, he spun and sprinted back toward his tent. The Demon Clan approached from the south, yet his tent stood at the northernmost fringe of the camp, the safest possible position. As he ran, he glimpsed hundreds of formidable figures rising into view. Every one a Wanxiang true human, several having reached the peak of that realm, their strength rivaling even nascent soul Taoists. So the Demon Clan has indeed come. A thrill surged through Qin Hao's heart. How could he not rejoice? Their arrival meant his side quest might soon be fulfilled. His steps quickened, light and eager. Moments later he arrived at his tent, only to find many of the Zifu realm cultivators he'd met these past days gathered nearby, their faces grim and pale. "Brother Qin, you're back," one called out, offering only a hurried greeting before fixing his gaze again upon the Demon Clan descending upon them atop the thunderous black clouds. The encampment housed roughly 10,000 souls, while the Demon Clan's vanguard numbered over 200,000. Most were low-tier soldiers, mere Zifu realm initiates, posing little threat. What truly unsettled them were the demon lords leading the assault, all Wanxiang-level demons, and several nascent soul-level demons whose overwhelming spiritual pressure made breathing itself an arduous task for cultivators of mere Zifu realm. "Human cultivators, leave quickly, and we shall spare your lives." In the sky, thunderous roars erupted, a massive voice seemingly capable of shattering eardrums. Qin Hao raised his head, gazing at the 2 opposing forces in the distance. On the human side stood several hundred manifestation true ones, led by 16 nascent soul Taoists. On the demon side, there were nearly 1,000 powerful demons at the manifestation true one level, while only 5 nascent soul Taoists were present. "Fight! Why aren't you fighting?" Qin Hao stood on the ground, clenching his fists, silently urging them on. It seemed that Qin Hao's silent shout had indeed sparked something. The demons in the sky suddenly roared in unison, and the faces of the 16 leading nascent soul Taoists turned grim, followed by their furious howls. "Kill!" Without any more words, over 200,000 demons descended from the sky, and in an instant the 2 forces clashed. In the sky, demon after demon descended, and the massive army of over 200,000 demons seemed overwhelming compared to the mere tens of thousands of humans. Boom! The bright sky was suddenly engulfed in darkness. Ancient stars shone brilliantly above, and 21 enormous turtle serpent nascent soul phantoms radiated terrifying power in the endless void. That was the battlefield of the nascent soul Taoists, where no one dared to approach. Looking up, Qin Hao couldn't help but reveal a hint of envy in his eyes. To Qin Hao, the nascent soul Taoists were beings that could crush countless individuals with just a finger. At this moment around Qin Hao, several carcasses of mid-level demons lay shattered, scattered across the grass, staining the tender grass red. Looking around, such scenes were abundant, though sometimes the bodies would be replaced by those of human cultivators. With Qin Hao's strength, the manifestation true ones and nascent soul Taoists naturally wouldn't take him seriously, yet among this group of demons at the mid-level, he thrived effortlessly. When encountering someone stronger, Qin Hao would directly withstand their attack, then quickly push away. After all, battles erupted everywhere on the battlefield, and they wouldn't pursue him. When facing those weaker than himself, Qin Hao would smile and advance, using his formidable physique to endure their attacks and directly eliminate them. Meanwhile, Qin Hao also carefully observed the battle of the manifestation true ones. Though the human manifestation true ones were fewer in number, they clearly surpassed the demons in quality, with each powerful human manifestation true one holding off 7 or 8 demon equivalents, and so far none had fallen. As he moved closer to the battlefield of the manifestation true ones, the strength of the demons appearing grew stronger. After all, those weaker in strength wouldn't dare approach this battlefield. Even the residual energy from the battles was enough to claim the lives of some mid-level demons. Who would dare come forward if they weren't strong enough? Would they want to seek death? Although Qin Hao's power was not strong, his defense was astonishing. Even the full-force attack of a weak manifestation true one would only lightly injure him, let alone the residual energy from the battles. However, upon reaching this point, a mere mid-level demon appeared somewhat out of place. Almost every demon he encountered was stronger than him, forcing him to repeatedly endure their attacks, to evade. As time passed, the demons began to notice this peculiar human, who despite seemingly only possessing mid-level power, was managing to navigate among their ranks with surprising ease. A few high-level demons furrowed their brows, then abandoned their opponents to swoop towards Qin Hao. Allowing a mid-level human cultivator to thrive here was truly a disgrace to their kind. Such a humiliation had to be eradicated swiftly. The human cultivators who had been neglected by those demons merely glanced over, but did not pursue. Instead, they joined another battlefield to assist another high-level human against another demon. Clearly no one cared about a mid-level demon being killed. They might even think it served Qin Hao right for wandering into this area. However, Qin Hao had already noticed the demons targeting him. Aside from cursing inwardly, he could only quickly evade, occasionally darting into a battlefield to force the pursuing demons to halt momentarily. After several attempts, those demons had no choice but to give up the chase. It wasn't that they didn't want to, but this human was simply too cunning, and who knew how a mid-level human cultivator managed to survive here. Even those high-level demons occasionally suffered minor injuries in other battles, yet this human cultivator seemed completely unscathed. Damn it, this must be a cunning plot by the humans. Many demons thought bitterly. Otherwise, who could explain how a mid-level human cultivator could possibly be stronger than their defenses? Clearly, they believed this human cultivator was part of a sly scheme to lure some demons away so that other human cultivators could overwhelm the remaining demons. Convinced they had unraveled a devious plot, the demons promptly ignored Qin Hao, turning instead to fiercely attack the human cultivators before them, as if they had encountered the enemies responsible for their father's deaths. This was a misfortune for the human cultivators. Unaware of the demons' strange thoughts, Qin Hao was simply glad that they finally stopped bothering him. At that moment, he also excitedly discovered that he had finally found a target. It was a severely injured great demon, seemingly at the early stage of the manifestation level. Otherwise, how could 7 or 8 great demons be so badly beaten by a single human manifestation? True one. Boom. Waves of blue shock waves surged, and Qin Hao's feet were firmly rooted to the ground as he slid back several hundred meters. Around him, the high-level demons, both human and demon, retreated in unison. Several demons who had previously chased Qin Hao saw him withstand that terrifying shockwave, only being pushed back a few hundred meters, and they all wore expressions of, as expected, while feeling puzzled as to why this cunning human didn't flee. Did Qin Hao need to run? He had finally found such an opportunity. How could he possibly flee? Bang! A massive dark shadow flew out, and a torrent of blood rained down from the sky. Blood splashed onto Qin Hao, but he did not flinch, his eyes locked onto the approaching great demon. Die! Become my source of energy, ah! Roaring amidst the blood rain, a blurry figure dashed toward the heavily injured great demon. The high-level demons, both human and demon, who had long since retreated, were left dumbstruck. Almost simultaneously, a single thought surged through everyone's minds: this human cultivator must be in. Roar! The earth-shaking roar echoed as the massive demonic body tumbled and skidded several miles away with a thunderous rumble. With a sudden explosion, a bulge the size of a meter swelled on the head of the fallen Wanxiang great demon, and moments later, it burst open. A dark figure leaped out from within and landed steadily on the ground. In the distance, all who witnessed this were stunned. How is that even possible? Some human cultivators were left bewildered. Qin Hao, drenched in blood, stood on the blood-soaked grass. He shook his dizzy head, glanced at the lifeless Wanxiang great demon nearby, and couldn't help but grin joyfully. In his mind, the prompt of task completion followed immediately. Ding! Side mission 1, Little Demon Slayer completed. Reward 1,000 source energy points. The balance in his account promptly increased by 1,000 source energy points. He smiled happily, then shook his body vigorously, dispersing the blood on his surface. The gore was truly nauseating and uncomfortable. After finishing this, Qin Hao quickly fled from the scene. If he didn't leave, he would surely be torn to shreds by the enraged Wanxiang great demons of the demon race. Dying at the hands of a fellow human Wanxiang cultivator might bring anger, but not humiliation, yet perishing at the hands of a mere Zifu mid-stage cultivator was truly a disgrace. The demon race valued face. Everyone knew that. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dispatched so many experts to obstruct the human race's current operation. That immortal tomb was left by human ancestors. For demons to enter would mean certain death. The demons were not foolish and naturally wouldn't seek death by venturing into that tomb. Yet they felt that doing nothing while watching the humans swagger into the immortal tomb through their territory was too shameful. Hence they repeatedly sent experts to reclaim their dignity. Now Qin Hao, a mere Zifu mid-stage human cultivator, had taken advantage of their carelessness to kill a Wanxiang great demon like a fisherman reaping the spoils. This was a slap to the demon race's face. Almost every Wanxiang great demon who witnessed this felt their faces burning. In an instant they roared in fury, and if not for the enemies blocking them, they would have already charged after Qin Hao. Leaving aside the wrath of those Wanxiang great demons, Qin Hao, after escaping that troubled spot, quickly plunged into a large group of Zifu cultivators locked in battle. Once he slipped in, he was nowhere to be found. That was close. He wiped cold sweat, secretly casting a glance at the Wanxiang battlefield. Watching the demon race fight with reckless abandon, Qin Hao felt a chill in his heart. Yet after a brief moment of panic, a wave of secret joy followed. Joy that his plan had succeeded, and he had completed that side mission. Just now that Wanxiang great demon had already sustained severe injuries, teetering on the brink of death. In this world, there was no demonic body refining method, so recovery was extremely slow, especially from such fatal wounds that had damaged its very essence. It would take years or even decades to heal. In this regard, Qin Hao had to thank the absence of demonic body refining in this world. Because of this, he seized the opportunity, slipping into the demon's body through its wound before it could react. Had Qin Hao attempted to kill that Wanxiang great demon from the outside, even if it was gravely wounded, his attack power was too weak to succeed before he himself perished. But attacking from within was entirely different. No matter how strong the demon's body was, internal defenses could never match external ones. The gap was immense. Qin Hao struck from within, first shattering its Zifu, then crushing its brain. Thus he slew the grievously wounded Wanxiang great demon. Though it sounded simple, the process was perilous. Had Qin Hao hesitated even a fraction, he would have faced utter annihilation. While the demon's internal structure was a weakness, it wasn't something anyone could exploit at will. A misstep could lead to doom. Qin Hao was fortunate. First, the Wanxiang great demon never expected a mere Zifu cultivator to dare attack. Second, its injuries were so severe that it failed to react in time, losing the initiative as Qin Hao destroyed its Zifu. Without its Zifu, it could do nothing against his rampage inside. Roar. Boom, flesh and blood flew everywhere. Such scenes were nearly ubiquitous on the battlefield. Qin Hao, once again coated in a layer of gore, helplessly wiped his face. He cast a glance at the Wanxiang great demons of the demon race, his expression complex, a mix of helplessness and excitement. Just moments ago, he had received a second side mission, its content leaving him both delighted and resigned. Do they really think I'll be that lucky every time? Qin Hao mused inwardly. Side mission 2: Vanguard of Demon Slaying. Content: in this world, humans and demons coexist, bearing a deep-seated hatred for each other across generations. Hidden within the vast mountains and deep marshes of the continent are countless demonic monsters. As one who has already slain a Wanxiang great demon, do you, as a human, not feel compelled to do more? Requirement: slay 5 Wanxiang great demons. 05. Reward: 4,000 source energy points. Penalty for failure: none. The reward was generous, a full 4,000 source energy points. With these, Qin Hao could strengthen himself once more, advancing his pseudo-superhuman gene to level 3, which would boost his power. Yet the difficulty was equally high. Having already killed one Wanxiang great demon, if Qin Hao showed himself again, he would surely incur the hatred of the surviving Wanxiang great demons, potentially driving them to desperate actions. Qin Hao had no desire to be hunted by a group of Wanxiang great demons. This mission was practically pushing him into a fire pit. But the mission's generous reward made him reluctant to give up. Those 4,000 source energy points could allow another enhancement, perhaps granting him the strength of a Wanxiang cultivator. Well, he admitted the possibility was slim, but at least he might reach the late or perfect stage of. Moreover, improved strength was tied to gaining more benefits in the Immortal Tomb, and those benefits were linked to the main mission 10 years later. Should I take the gamble? Qin Hao felt a pang of hesitation. Facing a dilemma, Qin Hao hesitated for the first time. Rationality told him that if he fought back, he might die a terrible death. After all, this was no joke. If a pack of terrifying monsters were to chase him, Qin Hao was certain he would meet his demise. Yet another voice urged him on, saying that if he didn't fight today, he would die in the future just the same. Only through relentless struggle could he seize the slim chance of survival, carving out his place in the annals of history, and perhaps claiming a position atop the pyramid. Fight, and he might die. Not fighting would also lead to death. If he retreated this time, what about the next? And the one after that? Each time he chose to retreat, how would he ever make progress? How could he strive for advancement? If he was unwilling to take even the slightest risk, how could he ever dream of conquering the vast world? Don't be ridiculous. Fight, the mission has appeared, there's no reason not to fight. At worst he would die, and who said he would definitely die? Clenching his fists tightly, Qin Hao's eyes sparkled with determination as he gazed towards the battlefield. Isn't it just fighting to the death? Does he really think he would be afraid? What's wrong with dying? Instead of living a cowardly life later, it's better to go out with a bang. Grinning, revealing a slightly manic smile, Qin Hao turned his head and charged back into the midst of the Purple Mansion monster clan. Fighting is necessary, but fighting blindly does not equate to being brainless. He still needed to find a suitable opportunity to strike. Rushing in recklessly would be foolish. In a different space, the tower spirit, lounging leisurely, suddenly sat up with a smile. This kid is finally getting serious. The tower spirit's blue face revealed a hint of approval. Now this is more like it. Otherwise, even if the master has commands, I wouldn't bother training a coward. Now it's finally looking decent. Not bad, very good. Well, seeing that you've finally come to your senses, I'll give you a small benefit. Now I'm a bit curious about your future achievements, wondering if you can surpass those few. If you succeed, I would be quite proud. Seemingly recalling something, a slightly ridiculous smile appeared on the tower spirit's blue face. After chuckling for a moment, he regained his composure, extending a finger and pointing into the void. Suddenly a golden light flickered and vanished. I'll help you this much, too much will make the master blame me. Nodding with a smile, the tower spirit closed his eyes again, a slight smile, curling his lips, as if he were dreaming a beautiful dream. In the wild forest, the battle on the grassland continued. As the fight progressed, the monsters fought increasingly frantically, nearly all adopting a do-or-die strategy. Even though the overall strength of the human race was superior, they were still somewhat restrained. On the side of the nascent soul practitioners, 16 human nascent soul practitioners besieged 5 monster nascent soul practitioners. This should have been a simple battle, given the significant numbers in favor of the humans. Among these, 3 of the 16 human nascent soul practitioners had reached the late stage, while the other 13 were at the mid-stage of cultivation. Looking at the monster side, 4 of the 5 nascent soul practitioners were at the late stage, while 1 was at the mid-stage. Given this disparity in strength, the battle should have ended long ago, yet that was not the case. The 4 latest-stage monster nascent soul practitioners managed to hold off 3 latest-stage human counterparts, while the other 2 restrained 5 mid-stage human practitioners. The remaining monster, though not as strong as the first 4, still managed to keep the last 3 human nascent soul practitioners occupied. Why was this? Firstly, the human nascent soul practitioners each had their own agendas and were not fighting at full strength, holding back some of their trump cards. Secondly, they were also thinking about whether they could let the monsters take out a few nascent soul practitioners from other factions. Thus, they were putting in effort without fully engaging, and despite the significant difference in strength, they were still in a stalemate. The human side was simply unwilling to trade injuries with the monsters and risk mutual destruction. After all, they were still wary of each other, so how could they dare to be injured at such a critical moment? Thus, after fighting for so long, they remained deadlocked. Meanwhile, the battlefield of the myriad forms practitioners was extremely heated, with over 10 monster myriad forms practitioners already perishing, while the human side had lost 3 myriad forms practitioners. Speaking of which, Qin Hao had contributed to one of those 10 fallen monster myriad forms practitioners. What was Qin Hao doing at this moment? Among a group of Purple Mansion cultivators, Qin Hao, covered in blood and barely recognizable as a human, was occasionally glancing towards the other side. Surrounded by Purple Mansion mid to late stage monsters, even if he stood still for them to strike, they couldn't do anything to Qin Hao. 9 have already died, yet I still can't find an opportunity to strike. Qin Hao felt a bit anxious. 9 of the monstrous myriad forms had already fallen, but he had found no chance to attack, wasting such a great opportunity. If only I could kill those 9, I wouldn't even need more. 5 would suffice and my task would already be complete, Qin Hao thought. However, Qin Hao couldn't just run over and say to them, "Hey, when you fight, leave one breath, let me deliver the final blow." Not to mention whether they would listen to him. By the time he opened his mouth, the monstrous myriad forms would have already come after him. Just wait a bit longer, perhaps the opportunity will arise in the next moment. Qin Hao patiently wandered among several battle circles, occasionally stirring things up to annoy the monsters, while also keenly observing the myriad forms practitioners' battlefield, waiting for the chance to appear. Before long, half an hour passed. From a high vantage point, the originally green grassland now appeared entirely blood red. Even the nearby river was stained red. At this point, the number of dead monsters had exceeded 50,000, while the human casualties were around 7 to 8,000. Not to mention the Purple Mansion practitioners, even the myriad forms practitioners had already lost over 100. Meanwhile, on the battlefield of the nascent soul practitioners, there had been no casualties from the beginning to the end. One could not help but wonder what they were doing. Boom. A thunderous sound erupted from a battlefield of myriad forms practitioners, where an enraged myriad forms monster suddenly self-destructed. The terrifying force instantly obliterated the 3 human myriad forms practitioners attacking him, and even some of the myriad forms practitioners who were slightly farther away were affected. In the distance within the battlefield of the Purple Mansion cultivators, a figure suddenly exploded with terrifying speed, like an arrow released from a bow racing towards the direction of the explosion. In almost no time the figure arrived at the edge. Die came a fierce shout. A blood shadow flickered several times as the souls of several monstrous myriad forms attempted to flee, but with a flash of bloodlight, their weakened souls were instantly shattered. 4. The figure flashed successfully killing 4 monstrous myriad forms, and without hesitation flew towards the group of Purple Mansion cultivators. If he didn't run now, was he waiting to die? As is well known, before condensing the nascent soul, the defense of one's soul is exceedingly fragile. The self-detonation of a myriad elephant great demon unleashed a terrifying force that instantly obliterated 3 myriad elephant true persons, while also impacting many surrounding myriad elephant true persons and great demons. These 4 unfortunate myriad elephant great demons had their physical bodies directly shattered. Only their souls remained. Had they been given time, they might have recondensed their physical forms. Unfortunately, they encountered Qin Hao, who had been watching them for some time. The souls of the 4 myriad elephant great demons were so fragile that they were effortlessly scattered, their spirits obliterated without much effort. Having done all this, Qin Hao knew he had completely revealed himself. Without a moment's hesitation he sought, but at this moment the enraged myriad elephant great demons, having once again spotted the same thief, who had now slain 4 of their brethren, vowed that if he escaped again, they would be better off dead. Kill him, kill this human thief. The furious myriad elephant great demons madly pursued Qin Hao. Meanwhile, many were still stunned by the earlier self-detonation, reacting too slowly to prevent several great demons from breaking out of their battle circle. Damn it! Many myriad elephant true persons cursed under their breaths. It was not that they cared about Qin Hao's safety, they did not. Rather, they feared that the escaped great demons, after killing Qin Hao, would vent their fury by slaughtering the nearby Purple Mansion cultivators, many of whom belonged to their own factions, some even being direct relatives of certain myriad elephant true persons. How could they not be enraged? Yet it was too late to intervene. They could only watch helplessly as the great demons departed, channeling their fury into their current opponents, while hoping to free themselves quickly to stop the demons. Without turning back, Qin Hao could feel the chilling, killing intent locked onto him from behind. Damn it, I knew. Cursing inwardly, Qin Hao had no time to think further. He could only accelerate, bracing himself to withstand the attacks of the several myriad elephant great demons. Now everything depended on whether he could endure the first wave of attacks. If he could, there was still a glimmer of hope. If not, the outcome was self-evident. Qin Hao gambled that his physical resilience, combined with his peak 7th-order super recovery ability, could withstand at least one blow from these myriad elephant great demons. After that, he had a plan to escape their sight. Behind him, a surge of violent energy rippled through the air. Even without looking back, Qin Hao knew the attack was about to land. Yet he dared not dodge lest his speed drop and he be surrounded by the great demons. At this critical juncture, he could only endure the blow, hoping to use its impact to accelerate his escape. The sky darkened. A bright moon rose and billions of stars shone with radiance. In the east, a blazing sun emitted endless light and heat. Stars and moon, sun and moon coexisting in the sky. In his ears, countless terrified screams seemed to echo. Qin Hao felt as if he had frozen in place, yet his reason told him he was still sprinting at full speed. In an instant, all sound vanished. His vision turned a blinding white, consuming every scene before him, followed by an indescribable numbness spreading from his back throughout his entire body. Qin Hao opened his mouth and a spray of crimson stained the sky. Boom! All anomalies disappeared. A massive scorching hoof of elemental energy descended from the heavens. Amidst a trembling of earth and sky, thousands of Purple Mansion cultivators were obliterated into dust by this single strike. At the epicenter, a tiny curled shadow lay in the center of a massive crater surrounded by scorched earth. At the bottom, Qin Hao's bones were shattered, his body utterly broken, unable to move even a finger. On a face twisted beyond recognition, one eye stared fixedly at the several myriad elephant great demons in the distant sky. Qin Hao had gambled correctly. He had withstood the great demon's attack. But he had also lost the gamble, for he could not move a muscle, rendering his original plan stillborn. Visibly, his wounds healed rapidly. The peak 7th-order super recovery ability was immensely powerful, restoring most of his form within mere seconds, even in his dire state. Yet in those few seconds the myriad elephant great demons had already surrounded the crater, staring down at Qin Hao with peculiar expressions. Is this possible? Is this human truly only a purple mansion cultivator? One great demon exclaimed in astonishment, and the others nodded in agreement. Watching Qin Hao transform from a mass of mangled flesh back into human form in mere seconds, even these myriad elephant great demons were amazed. Such a thing was unheard of, let alone witnessed. It was so miraculous that they forgot their original purpose, merely observing the wonder while neglecting to stop him. Soon Qin Hao's injuries fully healed. Standing up, he gazed at the 9 myriad elephant great demons, each possessing strength he could not match. Now he was trapped in their encirclement on the brink of death. Not making a move. From the crater, Qin Hao looked coldly at them, his eyes sweeping over each great demon, a sneer curling at his lips. 9 myriad elephant great demons ganging up on a mere mid-stage purple mansion human. You really do bring glory to the demon race. Hearing the biting sarcasm in Qin Hao's words, the demon's expressions darkened. This human brat has a sharp tongue. One great demon snorted mockingly. Indeed, I have a sharp tongue, but aren't you all as timid as mice? Qin Hao smiled faintly. What, afraid you can't beat me if you come alone, eh? Despicable human thief. Don't move, let me kill him. Several great demons roared furiously, with the more impulsive ones ready to charge down and slay the sharp-tongued human. Qin Hao watched them and burst into laughter, yet deep down, he racked his brains for a way to survive this ordeal. Now every moment he could stall was precious. Delays might breed change, and perhaps a turn of fortune. Endless fire domain. In the vast sky, boundless flames enveloped a large expanse of the heavens. In the heart of the fire sea, a golden fire lotus bloomed, and a nascent soul cultivator sat cross-legged upon it, emanating a terrifying pressure that overshadowed the several nascent soul beasts opposing him. Suddenly, a certain area of the void distorted inexplicably, followed by a tiny golden light flashing abruptly. My! The nascent soul cultivator above the fire lotus furrowed his brows, directing his gaze towards a specific location on the battlefield below. Oh, what an interesting little fellow possessing such courage. Not bad, not bad. The nascent soul cultivator suddenly burst into laughter, raising one hand, and immediately a golden beast soared out from the sea of flames. As the beast roared, it soared towards the ground with its 4 feet treading the void. Waves of scorching heat surged. The 9-headed beast below suddenly trembled at heart, instantly filled with a sense of dread. It jerked its head up only to see the furious golden beast roaring at it. Damn it! The beasts cursed angrily, and in the next moment, without a second thought, turned to flee. That was an attack from a nascent soul cultivator. How could they mere ordinary beasts withstand it? What? You say that the human purple palace cultivator just now also managed to fend off their attacks? Who knows how that guy accomplished it? In any case, even if they had 100 times the courage, they wouldn't dare to face the attack from a nascent soul cultivator. If they didn't flee now, when would they? At the bottom of the pit, Qin Hao looked on in confusion as the 9-headed beast suddenly turned to flee. He raised his head and could not help but reveal a look of surprise. Strange, why is that nascent soul cultivator helping me? Although he was filled with doubt, the crisis was averted, and Qin Hao felt quite pleased. As for why that nascent soul cultivator chose to assist him, whatever happens, happens. For now, he just had to get through this ordeal. He leapt into the air, landing steadily at the edge of the pit, as the whistling wind brought a wave of heat. Qin Hao suddenly turned his head to see the golden beast in the sky, raising its front hooves, then fiercely stomping down on the void beneath it. Oh! Qin Hao couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Before his eyes, a circle of golden ripples spread out at lightning speed, almost instantly enveloping the 9-headed beast that was fleeing in all directions. The next moment, with a bang, golden flames instantly engulfed the bodies of the 9-headed beasts, the terrifying fire quickly turning them to ashes. In the boundless sea of fire, the nascent soul cultivator sitting on the fire lotus smiled and nodded, seemingly quite satisfied with the effect of his attack. Looking at the 9-headed beasts, now devoid of their physical forms, 9 ethereal souls floated in midair, looking bewildered, as if they had yet to grasp what had just occurred. At this moment, whoosh! 9 beams of sword light descended from the heavens, cleanly and efficiently shredding these ethereal souls. Oh! On the fire lotus, the nascent soul cultivator looked down in slight surprise at the figure below, and after a moment, he couldn't help but chuckle and nod. This little fellow is quite interesting. Could it be that he has a deep grudge against these demon beasts? To destroy a soul is a grave taboo among cultivators. Generally, unless there is a deep-seated grudge, one would never do such a thing. After all, leaving no chance for the other party to reincarnate is truly a violation of heavenly principles. Perhaps doing it once or twice is tolerable, but once it becomes frequent one should prepare for misfortune when the day comes to face tribulation. Qin Hao was unaware of these matters, and even if he were he wouldn't care. Violation of heavenly principles. This sky was imprisoned by the 9 tribulations prisoning Heaven Tower. What right did it have to regulate Qin Hao? What right does this small layer of space's sky have? Even if it were a world of 9 layers of space, no matter how powerful you are you could never control Qin Hao, let alone this so-called old sky of a mere single layer. So what if he killed a few people? So what if he obliterated their souls? Even if Qin Hao destroyed this entire world, he could still live comfortably. Punishment. Don't make me laugh. Sometimes background matters a lot. Just like Qin Hao with the 9 tribulations prisoning Heaven Tower backing him, unless there are beings transcending beyond it, he need not concern himself with these so-called taboos. Having obliterated the souls of the 9-headed beasts almost instantly, that side mission was completed. Just as the notification of mission completion faded in his mind, another new mission prompt followed. Side Mission 3 Nemesis of the Demon Clan. Content: no need to say anything, just one word. Requirement: kill 10 Wanxiang beasts, 810 kill 1 nascent soul beast 01. Reward: 10,000 source energy points. Failure penalty: none. The 4,000 source energy points from Side Mission 2 have already been credited, and Qin Hao's source energy points have finally surpassed 5,000, reaching 5,818 points, enough to reinforce his superhuman gene pseudo to level 3. Moreover, this new side mission offers a generous reward of 10,000 source energy points, definitely the most lucrative task Qin Hao has seen aside from this main quest. Moreover, 8 of the 9-headed beasts just now counted towards this mission, not bad. Qin Hao nodded in satisfaction. This way he could at least save some effort. The only issue now is the requirement for 1 nascent soul beast. That is no comparison to Wanxiang beasts. Just now Qin Hao had witnessed that the 9-headed beasts in the presence of the nascent soul cultivator were completely helpless. However, it's not entirely hopeless. One could say the hope is slim, and it would depend on how to implement it. Perhaps the immortal tomb could be an opportunity. Qin Hao thought to himself. Not only the immortal tomb, but he could also reinforce again, at that time his strength would at least rise to the late stage of Purple Palace, or perhaps even reach the perfection of Purple Palace. By then his defense would undoubtedly be greatly enhanced, and the chances of killing a nascent soul beast would also significantly increase. However, given that there are many people here, Qin Hao could not directly reinforce himself here. Moreover, he was the focus of everyone's attention now. Who told him to do such unbelievable things? After today, Qin Hao's actions here would likely be spread throughout the continent, and he could only wonder how it would be portrayed. Thank you, Senior, for your rescue. Qin Hao bowed respectfully towards the void in that direction, then quickly disappeared from the spot. Those demon beasts were likely frightened by the sudden attack of the nascent soul cultivator. This time Qin Hao easily blended into the large group of Purple Palace cultivators, and soon got lost in the chaotic crowd, making it difficult to find him again. About 3 hours later, the demon clan left behind tens of thousands of corpses as they fled while the survivors began to clean the battlefield. With the help of that nascent soul cultivator, Qin Hao had killed 9 Wanxiang beasts and did not make another move afterward. Brother Qin, I always thought Old Wu was mad enough, but today I realized Old Wu's madness was not. Indeed, you did not see it. I watched closely. The look in Brother Qin's eyes when he slew those Wanxiang great demons was utterly ruthless. What of that? Did you not see Brother Qin extinguish those demons' very souls? Their essences were scattered to the winds. They jabbered back and forth. Several Zifu cultivators familiar with Qin Hao gathered here, voices overlapping, while Qin Hao at the side merely smiled and nodded from time to time. Qin Hao knew his earlier display had truly frightened many. Beyond those few familiar Zifu cultivators, nearly the entire camp was talking about him. Yet even so, no major power moved to court him. After all, what he had shown amounted to little beyond a streak of madness, and the singular feat of repelling those 9 Wanxiang great demons. As for the madness, the great sects scorned it or kept their distance. An unhinged figure only invites trouble, and should they take him in, they would be cursed with endless headaches. As for his last feat, until they discerned the attitude of the Yuanshan Taoist who intervened, those powers dared not reach out. Still, they all took note in their hearts, and would act once this matter passed. Qin Hao, for his part, kept everything in his mind, as if before a clear mirror. He himself could not fathom why that Yuanshan Taoist had helped him. It was simply inexplicable. Perhaps the other acted on a whim. Qin Hao thought so. The battlefield cleanup was not work for idle Zifu cultivators, so after sending the group away, he bowed his head and slipped back into his tent. He intended to strengthen himself. The only guarantee here was formidable strength, and that was precisely what he presently lacked. The strengthening had to be done as swiftly as possible. Beforehand, he consulted Ta Ling and confirmed that fortifying himself here would not attract undue attention, and only then did he resolve to proceed. Inside the tent, a space of roughly 10 square meters, Qin Hao zipped the entrance, stood in the center, and closed his eyes. Ta Ling, begin, he murmured softly. In the next moment, a ring of golden light spread from beneath his feet, enveloping a circle about a meter across. Within the ring, golden motes drifted like countless stars around his body. Enhanced superhuman gene pseudo to level 3, deduct 5,000 energy points. Instantly his body trembled, and his feet rose naturally from the ground, floating about half a meter up. A murky force descended, obscure yet somehow disarming, sapping any will to resist. The force seemed contained by an invisible dome within the small confines of the tent. Inside, vast power surged outside. Passers-by perceived nothing of what transpired. After a moment, the golden motes dispersed, and Qin Hao settled back to the ground. A translucent aura lapped at the tent walls, making the canvas swell briefly before vanishing. He exhaled sharply and opened his eyes. A far greater strength than before flowed through his muscles. Beneath his clothes, his sinews writhed like earthworms. After a moment, Qin Hao grinned. 15th tier, my strength should be close to Zifu consummation, he whispered with confidence. Previously at the 13th tier, his power barely reached mid-Zifu. Only when fully unleashed could he attain the stronger extreme of mid-Zifu. Now even his simplest strike could surpass an ordinary late Zifu, and at full release he would be no weaker than those Zifu consummate masters who had comprehended the Dao's true meaning. With such might, barring prodigies who grasped the Dao domain during their Zifu years, other Zifu cultivators would be no match for him. After all, his defense far outstripped his offense. If his attacks had risen so much, his defenses now were even more formidable. Even an ordinary Wanxiang Jinren of midstage would scarcely be able to wound him. Power is the true foundation of everything. Qin Hao clenched his fist. Had I possessed this power before, what would those 9 Wanxiang great demons' assault have accomplished? At most they would have merely injured me, and such wounds I could mend in the blink of an eye. They could not touch. Only with his current strength could Qin Hao truly assure himself gains from this Xianmu expedition. Had he remained as before, any Wanxiang Jinren might force him to relinquish any prizes he seized. I have a map of Xiamus outskirts. Entering the tomb will grant me an advantage. If I move swiftly, I can claim treasures before the others. He snorted with confidence, composed his previously indifferent expression, straightened his clothes, unzipped the tent, and stepped out. As soon as his head emerged, he saw several people standing before his tent. Moreover, some of them were faces. Qin Hao, one of them exclaimed, eyes lighting up. I knew it was you. I thought I had been mistaken before. Beside him, a man with 2 small mustaches appraised Qin Hao, and then smiled, clasping his hands in greeting. Friend, I am Lu Xiaofeng, and this one at my side is. Qin Hao raised a hand to interrupt. You must be the four-browed Lu Xiaofeng. Then this bespectacled friend must be Hua Manlu, the scion Hua. Yes. You know us? Lu Xiaofeng asked in surprise. Qin Hao smiled without answering and nodded, then looked toward the first person and narrowed his eyes. I did not expect the Eastern leader to have come to this world. Are these your companions, eh? The one who had recognized Qin Hao was none other than Dongfang Bubi, a figure he had encountered in the laughing, proud Jianghu world. Though Qin Hao felt astonishment, inwardly his face remained composed. That Dongfang Bubi should appear in this world and know him meant she was the very Dongfang Bubi he once knew, which implied that when he left the laughing, proud Jianghu world, she had left it as well. How had she accomplished that? Qin Hao summoned Ta Ling within his mind. Without an answer, he could not settle his thoughts. In the past, the world of laughter and pride was merely a realm of fine dust, yet now this world exists as a layer within a spatial dimension fundamentally unrelated to the former. How did she even appear here? Moreover, the figure before him, Dongfang Bubi, instilled in Qin Hao an extreme sense of danger, suggesting that her current strength was at least at the late stage of the Wuxiang true person. What on earth is going on? Additionally, Lu Xiaofeng and Hua Manlu, though unfamiliar to Qin Hao, undoubtedly should not exist in this world. Tower Spirit, what is going on here? Qin Hao called out loudly in his mind to the Tower Spirit. After a moment, a loud explosion resonated in his mind. What's all this noise for? The Tower Spirit retorted angrily. Can't you think for yourself about such trivial matters? Think for myself. Qin Hao frowned naturally, beginning to ponder. In just a moment, a flash of inspiration struck Qin Hao's mind, and he exclaimed, could it be that those realms of fine dust are actually connected to other worlds? And are they to be considered as having surpassed the inherent limits of their original world, arriving in this realm through a method akin to ascension? Do you know why this world is called the Great World of Martial Cultivation? The tower spirit did not directly answer yes or no, but instead remarked. Qin Hao shook his head internally. Let's put it this way, this world was originally just an ordinary small 1,000 realms. That's how the people here describe it. It's just an ordinary world without anything special. However, a while ago, feeling rather bored, I casually connected it with some martial arts realms of fine dust to see if anything interesting would happen, and I even accelerated the flow of time in these worlds. To be honest, some rather interesting events did occur. You know, I can get quite bored sometimes on my own. As he spoke, the tower spirit chuckled, appearing somewhat embarrassed. After a moment, Qin Hao exclaimed in astonishment, "Are you saying that all of this is your doing? Just a little trick, huh?" The tower spirit chuckled awkwardly. Just know that the appearance of these characters is not due to any special circumstances. After all, encountering a few familiar faces isn't that interesting, right? Interesting. Qin Hao's lips twitched. He certainly did not find it interesting at all. However, at least he had received an answer. Since it was the tower spirit's boredom that caused this, there was no need for concern. In truth, Qin Hao was worried that if such occurrences happened frequently, how would he stir up trouble in those worlds? No, wait, I mean, how would he accumulate source energy points? If he were to provoke some terrifying existence in a certain world, it would be fine if he could simply return and leave, but if he suddenly found himself in another world, and those terrifying beings followed him, then the outcome. Thus, Qin Hao was initially anxious. He merely wanted to know whether this situation would turn out as he had. Once he clarified that it was merely a false alarm, Qin Hao felt relieved. This all transpired in just a moment. Although Qin Hao was somewhat curious about the strange expression that suddenly appeared in his eyes, Dongfang Bubi and the others obviously had no idea what it was all about. At this time, Dongfang Bubi introduced the other few individuals beside him to Qin Hao, all of whom were names familiar to Qin Hao. Aside from Lu Xiaofeng and Hua Manlu, who hailed from the world of the legend of Lu Xiaofeng, Dongfang Bubi was from the world of the smiling proud wanderer, while the couple that appeared affectionate next to him were Yang Gua and Xialong from the world of the return of the Condor heroes. The reason he didn't recognize them at first was not only because their appearances were not of any actors he was familiar with, but also because Yang Gua's severed arm had been reattached during his breakthrough as a Zifu cultivator. These 5 individuals came from 3 different worlds, yet somehow found themselves together here, becoming companions. Perhaps due to Dongfang Bubi mentioning that Qin Hao was from the same world as her, these 5 Wuxiang true persons did not mind Qin Hao, the Zifu cultivator with relatively lower strength. After chatting for a while, they all became familiar. Mainly Qin Hao was well aware of their characters. Whether it was Lu Xiaofeng or Yang Gua, they were both heroic figures known for their generosity and righteousness. As for the only 2 somewhat special ones, he had long been acquainted with Dongfang Bubi, while Xialong. She hardly spoke, merely accompanying Yang Gua in silence. From their conversations, Qin Hao also learned a great deal. First of all, this world had indeed been drastically altered by that tower spirit. Currently, Qin Hao was nearly certain that this world must have some connection to the Great Wilderness Chronicle, as not only the cultivation system here, but also certain legends aligned with the former. However, due to the tower spirit's playful meddling, a multitude of characters that should not have appeared here emerged, and because he accelerated the flow of time, Qin Hao learned that the initial shattering of the void. They refer to the method of transferring from one world to another as shattering the void, so Qin Hao used that term. The first to shatter the void and arrive in this world is said to have occurred thousands of years ago, and that individual is still alive today, having lived for thousands of years. According to Lu Xiaofeng, that person has already reached the consummate stage of the returning void earth immortal. If it weren't for some inexplicable rules restricting this world, given that person's talent, they would have likely transcended the tribulation and become an immortal long ago. Yet in this world, heavenly tribulations do not descend, meaning that no matter how gifted one is, the best they can achieve is the consummate stage of the returning void earth immortal, with only distinctions in their comprehension of the Tao. Previously, Qin Hao had no understanding of the pinnacle of this world, but now he finally realized that they were all returning void earth immortals. Moreover, this time, in the Immortal Tomb expedition, indeed no returning void earth immortal participated, for those individuals likely no longer had any pursuits left in this lifetime regarding cultivation. Is it tragic? Indeed it is tragic. To cultivate to the level of returning void earth immortal is a testament to one's talent. Regardless of whether they can survive the heavenly tribulation, at the very least there is a certain possibility of becoming immortal and founding a lineage. Yet here, they do not even receive that opportunity. Upon hearing this, Qin Hao felt fortunate not to be. As for why heavenly tribulations do not descend upon this world, Qin Hao suspected it was yet another trick of that tower spirit. Who knows what exactly he has done? Regarding the methods employed by the tower spirit to toy with the world, Qin Hao could only gaze up in admiration, unable to conceive any other thoughts. Perhaps in the future he might be able to achieve such feats, but for now, he couldn't even begin to imagine. The matters involved are entirely beyond what he can currently comprehend. In a word, the disparity in levels is too vast, he cannot even begin to fathom the underlying reasons. Since that unexpected encounter with Dongfang and the others, Qin Hao has temporarily bid farewell to the life of a solitary wanderer. According to their claims, Qin Hao is also a person who has traversed the void, so he is naturally one of their own. Of course, due to the short time spent together, they might still withhold some real secrets from Qin Hao. But would Qin Hao care? He is different from them. They can only remain in this world for their entire lives, unless the tower spirit has another whim, while Qin Hao can traverse infinite worlds, and once he completes his main quest, he will leave this place. 10 years is the duration he will stay in this world. To this world, Qin Hao is merely a passerby. And for Qin Hao, this world is just an ordinary stop in his life journey. A few days later, the next pattern was finally deciphered, and the team set out once again. Aside from some newcomers joining the demon clan, did not come again to obstruct them. As 2 to 3 months passed with one pattern after another being deciphered, they drew closer to the true. By this point, they had entered the outskirts of the wild forest, and there had been several instances of the demon clan sending people to attack, but each time the demons were defeated. As the team continued to grow, some hidden experts began to surface. Previously, only 16 known Yuanshan Taoists existed, but today the number of known Yuanshan Taoists has exceeded 100. The entire team's numbers have also increased from several tens of thousands to 100,000. All along, Qin Hao has been following the Martial Cultivator Alliance's team. The so-called Martial Cultivator Alliance is a coalition formed entirely by people from the lower realms martial arts world who have traversed the void, headed by a Grand Alliance leader who does not appear often, or generally the affairs are managed by 10 leaders. Each of the 10 leaders is a perfected return to Void Earth Immortal, as heavenly tribulations do not descend, resulting in many return to Void Earth Immortals in this world. If it weren't for the shackles of lifespan, the number of return to Void Earth Immortals would likely have already surpassed that of Yuanshan Taoists. After several months of twists and turns during several battles, Qin Hao has also completed the quota for the remaining 2 Yuanshan Great Demons, leaving only 1 Yuanshan Great Demon. At this moment, this group of people finally found the true entrance to the Immortal Tomb. Qin Hao looked at the shimmering surface of the lake before him and couldn't help but ask in surprise, is this the entrance to the Immortal Tomb? In his prior imagination, the entrance to the Immortal Tomb was not like this. Beside him, Lu Xiaofeng smiled and shook his head. Not yet, we need to go down to the bottom of the lake. That is where the true entrance lies. Qin Hao nodded and turned his gaze towards beneath the lake's surface. The calm lake water rippled in layers, and the sound of water splashing echoed in his ears. After a moment, a 10-meter square passage split the surrounding lake water, appearing before everyone. Let's go down, said Lu Xiaofeng as he flew up and directly dove into the passage above the lake. The others quickly followed. Such passages appeared in abundance across the vast lake surface, resembling a dumpling-making scene. Before Qin Hao descended, he glanced around and couldn't help but chuckle. The sound of wind whistling echoed in his ears. As they descended deeper, everything around turned into pitch black. With a blink of his eyes, the scene before him turned into a black and white image. Qin Hao plunged downward, his speed instantly reaching its peak. In the next moment, he flipped midair, suddenly coming to a halt, then gently landed on a protruding rock. Surrounding him was a bed of black lake bottom silt with odd stones occasionally protruding. Strangely, there were no aquatic creatures here, not even a single fish had been seen when he first descended. A strange place, he muttered, and at that moment the others also landed beside him. Behind them, Yang Guo and Xiao Longnu protected an elderly man with white hair and beard. The old man had merely innate cultivation and was evidently unable to withstand the terrifying pressure at this depth of hundreds of miles, requiring the support of the two to stand here safely. However, the old man had a special identity, deserving their special treatment. Old sir, what should we do now? Huamanlu turned back and asked the old man. Let me take a look first, the old man said as he took out a peculiar object and began to fiddle with it. Qin Hao watched curiously but did not interrupt. After a moment, the old man raised his head and smiled, saying, found it, let's go that way. The crowd nodded and continued to follow Yang Guo and Xiao Longnu as they guided the old man in a specific direction. The environment at the lake bottom was impossible to judge with the naked eye. Logically, even innate beings could see objects in the dark. There should be no difference between night and day, yet the darkness of this lake bottom was such that even Wanxiang real people could not see beyond 3 meters. As for Qin Hao, with his super sight, he could see a black and white scene, but it was quite blurry. The distance he could clearly see was merely 100 meters away. Everyone be cautious. The situation here is unclear, and we cannot know if there are dangers at the lake bottom, Lu Xiaofeng said solemnly through sound transmission. At the forefront of the group was Hua Manlu, who could not see anything anyway. For him this environment made no difference, and everyone felt reassured with him leading. Qin Hao lagged behind, slightly walking in the middle with Yang Guo and the others a bit ahead, while Dongfang Bubi was behind. This time the Martial Cultivator Alliance did not send a large number of people to participate. Lu Xiaofeng and the others merely happened to pass by and heard of the matter, so they came to join in the excitement. Thus their group was small in number, but made up of experts. Treading on the muddy silt and surrounded by cold lake water, they advanced for several thousand meters. The lake bottom's area was evidently much larger than they had imagined. Strangely, despite so many people coming down, they had not encountered anyone else along the way, which was rather hard to believe. Stop, Hua Manlu suddenly said, stopping in his tracks. We have now stepped into a maze. Long Nu, you have some research on formations, so please feel for any unusual fluctuations carefully. Xiao Longnu nodded slightly, closing her eyes to sense the possible anomalies around. No one disturbed her, and Qin Hao stood quietly waiting. He had no understanding of formations, so he had no say in this matter. After a moment, Xiao Longnu opened her eyes and transmitted, indeed this is a maze, I need some time. After speaking, she glanced at Yang Guo beside her, then sat cross-legged, forming a seal with her hands, and instantly several streams of light shot out in all directions. Let's wait here, do not move for now, Lu Xiaofeng transmitted to everyone, and they all understood. Standing in place, Qin Hao boredly summoned the task list to check it. On the translucent screen, there were only 2 lonely tasks. One was the main quest received upon arriving in this world, which was still early in its timeline, and didn't require any attention. The other was the third side quest, which required just one more powerful spirit being to complete and earn the reward of 1,000 source energy points. Enhancing the superhuman gene false to level 4 requires 2,000 source energy points. Even if I complete this task, I will still be short by over 9,000 source energy points. Shaking his head inwardly, Qin Hao realized that what he lacked most was strength. Fortunately, the main quest granted him 10 years, otherwise he truly wouldn't know what to do. In the quiet waiting, no one spoke. After about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the little dragon girl who had been sitting cross-legged opened her eyes and stood up. Everyone hold hands and follow me. She communicated with everyone and reached out to grab Yang Guo beside her. Others also held hands, following the little dragon girl at the front. Her speed was not fast and could even be described as strange. She was not walking in a straight line, and it felt as if she were circling. But as they walked, the lake water around them gradually became brighter, causing the previously somewhat doubtful group to feel reassured. The changes at this moment were clearly a good sign. After a moment, the little dragon girl in front stopped. At this point, the surrounding lake water had turned as bright as daylight, but if one looked up, they would see that hundreds of meters high, it was still pitch black. Light came without warning. At that moment, an elderly man with white hair in the crowd suddenly exclaimed, "I understand now. I finally understand. The last pattern had this meaning." He laughed heartily, and the wave of energy pushed the lake water back 3 meters. Here the water pressure at the bottom of the lake became strangely small. This is the path. As long as we follow this direction, we can find the location of the immortal tomb, the elder shouted excitedly. Others looked at him, exchanging glances, and each saw a hint of joy in the other's eyes. They had found this time without the interference of the maze. The direction indicated by the elder was completely correct. After only a short while, they felt as if their bodies were passing through a layer of bubbles, and the lake water around them mysteriously disappeared. Turning back, the bright lake bottom was still behind them, and they could even reach out to touch the surrounding water. It seems we don't need to find a path anymore. Lu Xiaofeng pointed to the stone path underfoot with a smile. This path led all the way into the depths of the mist ahead. Apart from Qin Hao's slight interest in the thin film behind them, the others seemed disinterested, perhaps having grown accustomed to it. At that moment, the elder in the group suddenly spoke. "Now that the last pattern has been deciphered, I have completed my task here, and I will no longer accompany you." Yang Guo nodded at this point and handed him a storage bag. "This is your remaining reward," Yang Guo said. The elder smiled and nodded, then flipped the storage bag over, taking out a shield-shaped object, and with a forceful crunch he crushed it. Almost simultaneously, a green light enveloped him, and with a flash he disappeared from everyone's sight. A minor teleportation talisman. He has already left. Dongfang Bubi, seeing Qin Hao's puzzled expression, couldn't help but explain with a smile, "This is also part of the reward. After all, we didn't know if the entrance to the immortal tomb would be in some dangerous place, and we couldn't personally escort him out, so we could only give him this. Qin Hao nodded in understanding while internally developing an interest in this minor teleportation talisman. He just didn't know if it was for fixed-point transmission or random transmission. If it was the former, it would be quite good. Following the path deeper, the mist ahead seemed to recede as they advanced, but it always concealed the area beyond 100 meters. Oh. Qin Hao suddenly looked to the side where another team was also moving in that direction, numbering about a dozen people. The leader was one of the few he recognized, Wanxiangjinren. It's from the Liu family, Qin Hao thought. At this moment the other party also noticed them, but the two teams merely exchanged glances without saying anything and continued forward. After walking down the path for a long time, numerous opponents gradually appeared along the way, with as few as a dozen and as many as 100, and compared to the nearly 10,000 from earlier, the ones who made it here first were mostly experts. Before them a black shadow gradually came into view from the depths of the mist. It seems we are getting close, Qin Hao thought, glancing around. Upon reaching the Immortal Tomb entrance there would likely be a fierce battle. Oh, everyone wanted to monopolize the tomb and might first eliminate the weaker ones at the entrance. Look, is that the entrance? Someone in the crowd exclaimed. At this moment the mist before them had become extremely thin. Through it several towering stone pillars could be seen, and upon careful counting there were exactly 12 pillars arranged in an arc. The crowd quickened their pace as the stone pillars became clearer. Among them Qin Hao's hurried steps suddenly paused slightly, then he continued running forward as if nothing had happened. Just then he received a new side quest. However, the situation before him did not allow him to be distracted. Who knows if there would be a fierce battle waiting for them at the entrance. Without bothering to check the task details, Qin Hao closed the task list. With only a hurried glance he saw just the name of the task. Several teams almost arrived at the entrance of the Immortal Tomb simultaneously. At that moment the originally calm 12 stone pillars suddenly emitted dazzling light. Before the crowd could react, the 12 pillars shot out 12 beams of light, forming a circular entrance in the air. In the next moment a powerful pulling force came, and people had no strength to resist. In just a breath dozens of people present were directly sucked into the entrance. Quick! They have already gone in. People behind seeing this scene immediately cried out anxiously. In the darkness Qin Hao felt his body lighten, and then he felt a sensation of hitting something solid behind him. With a leap like a carp Qin Hao stood up, looking around warily. Here was a desolate stone forest surrounded by towering bizarre stones reaching hundreds of meters. There was not a single person beside him. Even the few who had stood together earlier mysteriously vanished. It seems we were teleported separately, Qin Hao thought. Everything around appeared momentarily safe, but Qin Hao could not be certain that this place was as safe as it seemed. Perhaps danger lurked in some corner, waiting for a moment of carelessness to pounce. Standing still, Qin Hao quietly observed for a moment. Everything appeared perfectly normal, as if it were just an ordinary stone forest. Suddenly Qin Hao had a flash of inspiration and flipped his hand to take out the outer map of the Immortal Tomb from the Nine Tribulations space. As he unfolded the map, he quickly lowered his head to examine it. After just a moment his finger paused at the right corner of the map, where there was a symbol indicating a stone forest. I should be in this position now, the silent stone forest where I must not make too much noise. Qin Hao nodded slightly, mentally noting this point. The map indicated that there were no apparent dangers in this stone forest, but any loud noises were strictly prohibited or the consequences could be dire. Fortunately, Qin Hao felt relieved that he hadn't acted recklessly, but instead chose to check the map first. Now that he had the information about this stone forest, Qin Hao no longer lingered in place. After determining a direction, he began to walk towards it. The map stated that the stone forest was not large, and there were no formations, only that excessive noise was prohibited. As long as he adhered to this rule, there would be no danger. An hour later, at the edge of the stone forest, Qin Hao stepped out, letting out a long sigh of relief. Although the stone forest merely prohibited excessive noise, who knows what the definition of excessive is? What if speaking a bit too loudly counted? Thus for this entire hour Qin Hao said not a single word, even trying to walk as quietly as possible, while he dared not touch the standing stones, fearing that even the slightest contact might cause a loud crash. Even so, Qin Hao remained on edge, anxious that the stones might suddenly topple over, bringing unnecessary trouble upon him. At last all of this had passed. Taking out the map, Qin Hao checked his current location. His finger traced along the map, stopping at a palace icon, which had a prominent tiger head above it. The White Tiger Palace is the closest to me, so I'll head there first, Qin Hao murmured to himself. The outer area of the Immortal Tomb featured 4 palaces distributed according to the 4 symbols: the Qinglong Palace, the White Tiger Palace, the Zhuke Palace, and the Xuanwu Palace, each guarding its respective direction. Since Qin Hao was closest to the White Tiger Palace, if everything went smoothly, he could arrive in less than a few hours. By the way, there was a task when entering the Immortal Tomb. He quickly summoned the task list to check. Side quest 4 Master of the Immortal Tomb. Content 270 years ago, the immortal Jin Lu perished and built an immortal tomb for the destined ones to arrive. Now after 27000 years, the Immortal Tomb has reopened. Have the destined ones quietly arrived? Requirements: obtain more than half of the treasures in the main hall of the Immortal Tomb. 050 reward, source, energy points, penalty, none. The interface before him faded and disappeared. The task requires me to go to the main hall, which is a bit troublesome, Qin Hao muttered. After standing still for a moment of contemplation, Qin Hao ultimately decided to head to the White Tiger Palace first. As for the main hall, he didn't even know its location. Wandering aimlessly would be less effective than heading to the White Tiger Palace. Perhaps he might find some clues there. At the White Tiger Palace in front of the main square. Is this the White Tiger Palace? Qin Hao raised his head, looking at the dilapidated palace before him, his expression slightly bewildered. Could this obviously dilapidated palace truly be the White Tiger Palace? How could such a palace guard the 4 directions? Not only was the palace in ruins, but even the square in front of it was in a state of decay. Everywhere he looked was filled with cracks. Chunks of stone were tilted up, or there were numerous broken pits. It resembled the aftermath of a fierce battle. As he cautiously moved forward, Qin Hao remained alert, carefully observing his surroundings. Probably the only intact thing in the entire square was the statue of the White Tiger in front of the palace. This statue seemed to be sculpted from white jade, standing over 10 feet tall, depicting a white tiger roaring towards the sky. Approaching it, Qin Hao reached out to gently caress the base of the statue, and an icy sensation immediately permeated his hand. Seeing this white tiger statue, Qin Hao confirmed that this place was undoubtedly the White Tiger Palace, however, given its appearance. Let's take a look around, perhaps it will leave something behind. Qin Hao thought to himself. A quarter of an hour later, he stood before the only intact door in the White Tiger Palace. After a brief hesitation, he pressed his hand against the door and gently pushed it. "Oh!" he exclaimed in surprise, unconsciously applying more force with his hand. Bang! The hard floor was cracked under his feet, yet the door remained utterly unmoved. "No wonder this door is the only thing left intact," Qin Hao remarked, pulling his hand away and expressing his astonishment. Even with all his strength, the door remained unyielding. Standing in front of the door, Qin Hao paced back and forth in thought. Clearly whatever was behind this door was of utmost importance, otherwise such a formidable door would not have been set up. After a moment, Qin Hao paused in his tracks. Wait, this world does not have divine or demonic body refining, which means that pure physical strength is not strong here. How would the people encounter such a door? Qin Hao's eyes lit up, and he placed his hand on the door again. This time he did not use brute force, but instead infused his innate true energy into his palm. Sure enough, the next moment the door emitted a brilliant light. Innate early-stage entry permitted. A voice full of authority suddenly resonated in his ears. Immediately after, Qin Hao felt the light before him become exceedingly blinding, almost instinctively shielding his eyes with his hand. Bang! He staggered, but managed to steady himself and opened his eyes to look around. Surrounding him was a pitch-black space with a dark blue ground beneath his feet. The only visible area was a circular space with a diameter of about 100 meters. At that moment, a sound of footsteps echoed from the darkness, growing closer. Qin Hao turned to look, his expression solemn. In just a moment, a tall figure emerged from the darkness. Qin Hao examined the figure. It appeared to be an ordinary middle-aged man clad in bronze-colored armor with a white tiger roaring emblem on his chest. "I am the Bronze Tiger General under the command of the White Tiger deity. Defeat me, and you may pass to obtain the treasures left by the master." The man stood firm and spoke. Upon hearing this, Qin Hao couldn't help but ask, "What is your strength?" "I am at the early stage of the Purple Mansion. Originally, I was a true man of the 10,000 forms, but the master has set the rule that I can only use strength above one realm higher than the challenger, so I will suppress my strength to the early stage of the Purple Mansion." After the Bronze Tiger General finished speaking, his eyes widened like bronze bells, and he shouted, "Come on, challenger. Defeat me, and you will obtain the master's treasures." Roar! A terrifying phantom of a bronze tiger roared behind the Copper Tiger General, emanating an oppressive aura. Qin Hao's expression slightly changed. Although the Copper Tiger General suppressed his cultivation to the early stage of the Purple Mansion, his comprehension of the Tao was evidently far beyond what an average Purple Mansion cultivator could compare to. Fortunately, Qin Hao was not a conventional innate being, otherwise this battle would have already been predetermined as a loss before it even began. "Challenger, draw your weapon." The Copper Tiger General bellowed, his hands flashing with cold light, as his tiger claws emitted a clang sound. Opposite him, Qin Hao shook his head with a smile, saying, "No need, this is my weapon." He shook his fist. The copper tiger general furrowed his brow slightly, then suddenly took a step forward, the ground emitting a dull sound. Tear the heavens and split the earth. With an angry roar, a massive green claw shadow came rushing in. What element? Qin Hao smiled slightly, standing still without any intention of moving. In the next moment, the claw shadow howled towards him. A sense of tearing rushed in, and a wave of green shockwaves radiated from Qin Hao's body. Boom! The air exploded. Qin Hao smiled as he patted the non-existent dust on his chest, lifting his head to look at the copper tiger general across from him, smiling. "Are you surprised?" Indeed, the copper tiger general displayed a hint of surprise on his face. Upon hearing this, he furrowed his brow, but still nodded. "Actually, it's nothing." Qin Hao spoke. "Essentially, I am different from you." The copper tiger general clearly did not understand, and Qin Hao seemed to have no intention of explaining further. He took a step forward, walking calmly. "It wouldn't be polite not to reciprocate. How about you see this punch of mine?" As he spoke, Qin Hao suddenly disappeared from his original spot, leaving behind a series of afterimages, and the copper tiger general abruptly raised both arms to block in front of him. Boom! The airwaves rolled, and a bronze figure was sent flying in a disheveled state. In place, Qin Hao grinned, then stamped his foot, instantly chasing after. His fists fell like raindrops. Bang! 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 The sound of dull collisions continuously echoed in midair. After a while, a figure clattered as it fell to the ground. Shortly after, another figure slowly descended back to the ground, ready to continue attacking. At that moment, the copper tiger general suddenly raised his hand and shouted, "Stop! You've won." Qin Hao's foot, which was about to step forward, paused, and a radiant smile appeared on his face. The copper tiger general indeed had substantial strength. Originally, he was a true person of myriad forms, and his understanding of the Tao had reached the realm of true meaning. However, facing Qin Hao, he could only suppress his cultivation to the early stage of the Purple Mansion, as the foundational gap was too vast. Moreover, Qin Hao's path differed from that of the Qi refinement cultivators. Against him, the copper tiger general basically had no ability to resist. Knowing he was at a disadvantage, to continue fighting would either mean using strength beyond the rules or being passively beaten. Decisively surrendering was obviously the wisest choice. "Congratulations." The copper tiger general nodded to Qin Hao, then merged into darkness and vanished. At the moment the copper tiger general's figure disappeared, the ground before Qin Hao suddenly began to shift, like building blocks, gradually revealing a hole about 5 or 6 meters wide. Accompanied by a rumbling sound, a white jade stone platform slowly rose from underground. After a while, boom echoed as the stone platform came to a stop. "Challenger, claim your reward. You may choose one of the 3 treasures." The previously authoritative voice appeared again. Qin Hao looked around for the source of the voice, but couldn't find it, and couldn't help but shout, "Can I only choose one?" "You can only choose one." Qin Hao nodded, then stepped up to the stone platform to examine the 3 treasures on it. On the left, there was a green jade gourd surrounded by radiant treasure light. In the middle was a black half-body armor, its form fierce, clearly a battle-ready item capable of both defense and attack, similar in function to the copper tiger general's armor. And the item on the far right was a black long staff over a yard in length with black spikes at both ends, looking quite menacing. The gourd on the left is a spatial treasure. Though the gourd itself is not valuable, it is primarily used to hold items. This gourd contains 10,000 pounds of primordial liquid, which can assist you in reaching the perfection stage of the Purple Mansion. The middle one is a treasure that combines defense and attack, classified as a low-grade earth-tier item. You will know its specific effects once you obtain it. The one on the right is an attacking treasure, also classified as a low-grade earth-tier item, and is considered the finest among low-grade earth-tier treasures. Similarly, you will understand its specific effects once you obtain it. Challenger, state your choice. The authoritative voice in the air once again detailed the information about these 3 treasures. The primordial liquid is a treasure that accelerates cultivation, capable of significantly enhancing one's cultivation in a very short time, and is exceedingly difficult to refine. Low-grade earth-tier treasures are commonly used by ordinary nascent soul cultivators. However, even though the treasures are great, Qin Hao cannot use them for the time being. Moreover, he himself is not following the ordinary path of Qi refinement. To him, his body is akin to a treasure. As for the last attacking treasure, it is indeed good, but unfortunately Qin Hao does not like sticks, and does not know how to use them. Undoubtedly, Qin Hao already had a choice in mind. "I choose the primordial liquid," Qin Hao shouted loudly. Before him, the white jade stone platform floated. The gourd containing 10,000 pounds of primordial liquid then flew out of the stone platform area, slowly landing in front of Qin Hao. Reaching out, the gourd landed in Qin Hao's hand. It felt slightly cool, after weighing it a bit, he couldn't feel the weight of 10,000 pounds at all. This gourd is actually quite a good treasure, Qin Hao said with a smile. Having received the reward, the stone platform before him slowly descended. Qin Hao once had the thought of seizing the treasure, but as soon as he recalled that authoritative voice whose origin was unknown, he immediately extinguished that thought. Moreover, he had not forgotten the Copper Tiger General he had just defeated. To be precise, he had only defeated the Copper Tiger General who had suppressed his cultivation. If that Copper Tiger General did not suppress his cultivation, Qin Hao would not have been his opponent at all. And who knows if there are even stronger beings than the Copper Tiger General here. Perhaps a Silver Tiger General or a Golden Tiger General might emerge, it was hard to tell. Splashed. Behind him, the pitch-black space suddenly tore open a rift. A tremendous pulling force suddenly acted on Qin Hao, causing him to sway and then be pulled into that rift. The Xuanwu Palace. This palace is situated in the center of a vast lake floating mysteriously above the water. At this moment, a figure swiftly appeared at the edge of the square in front of the Xuanwu Palace, stepping on the surface of the water. The entire immortal tomb was sealed with a great barrier, so much so that even a returning void earth immortal had to obediently walk on the ground. Unless one was a celestial immortal, flying in the air like outside was impossible. As he stepped onto the square, Qin Hao let out a sigh of relief. Seeing that there was no one around, he quickly tore off his tattered pants and took out a new pair from the 9 tribulations space to change into. In the lake beneath his feet, it was unclear how a large group of piranhas had come to live. Individually, these piranhas posed no threat, but in numbers they could become a menace. For Qin Hao, these piranhas couldn't break his skin, yet nevertheless his pants had suffered. With a smack, he stepped on and killed a piranha that was still clinging to the torn pants, sweeping his foot to send the pants flying into the lake. The next moment, the entire lake surface began to churn as a large group of piranhas, having caught the scent of blood, rushed over frantically. Qin Hao glanced at them, shaking his head in amusement. However, these piranhas even ate their own kind, which was truly. Turning away, Qin Hao decided not to look any longer and shifted his gaze to the square in front of the palace. The square in front of the Xuanwu Palace was comparable in size to that of the Baihu Palace, the only difference being that the Baihu Palace was in ruins, while the Xuanwu Palace in front of him showed no signs of decay whatsoever. As he crossed the square, Qin Hao's gaze paused at the statue of the Xuanwu deity at the foot of the steps before he stepped onto the staircase. With 288 steps, one could see the entire square from above. Qin Hao's footsteps halted momentarily in front of the Xuanwu Palace main hall. Looking inside from the outside, all he could see was a resplendent golden decor. After observing for a moment, Qin Hao finally lifted his leg and stepped into the grand hall. Whoosh! A chilling wind seemed to sweep past his ears. Qin Hao glanced left and right, frowning slightly. The temperature inside the hall was at least 30 to 40 degrees lower than outside, yet when he stood at the entrance he felt no difference in temperature, which was truly perplexing. This slight drop in temperature was inconsequential, not to mention a few dozen degrees below zero. Even at several hundred degrees below zero, he wouldn't care. What intrigued Qin Hao was how such a stark temperature difference was created and how it was so distinctly divided. After standing still for a moment, Qin Hao could not make sense of it. As he looked around, the arrangement of the grand hall was very simple, almost fully visible at a glance. In the spacious hall, after sweeping his gaze, Qin Hao finally fixed his eyes on a door on the left side, deep within the hall. Moments later, he arrived in front of the door and halted. Reaching out, he lightly pushed the door, which he had expected to be difficult to open, surprisingly opened easily. A flash of surprise crossed Qin Hao's face. As the door swung open, a gust of cold air surged out. Standing at the doorway, Qin Hao shivered. Such a low temperature! Qin Hao exclaimed in astonishment. The temperature inside the grand hall was already low enough, at least 30 degrees below zero. For an ordinary person, without specialized thermal clothing, they would likely not survive long in such frigid conditions. Even for innate beings, moving in such temperatures would be sluggish compared to usual, and only those who had reached the Purple Mansion realm would be entirely unaffected. However, the temperature behind this door was several times lower than that inside the hall. On Earth, the lowest known temperature is what is referred to as absolute zero, which is 273.15 degrees. At this temperature, any material's molecules lose kinetic energy. According to human knowledge, this temperature is impossible to achieve. But that is on Earth. This place is definitely not Earth, nor is it in the universe where Earth exists. Just like the temperature behind this door, it definitely exceeds 300 degrees, representing a temperature that could never occur on Earth, and one that humanity could not comprehend. Yet it appeared here, so naturally, and Qin Hao, a living person, stood right in front of this chilling airflow, feeling no discomfort whatsoever. Visibly beneath the surface of Qin Hao's skin, a tangerine-red energy was flowing slowly. Inner heat. This was a power Qin Hao had gained after mastering fire manipulation at the 9th tier. Under normal circumstances, even Qin Hao would experience sluggishness and difficulty in movement at such low temperatures. After all, it was over 300 degrees. Such temperatures were extremely rare, even in this world. With power like Qin Hao's, he had to unleash the temperature of his inner heat to counteract the external cold. As a result, he was no longer affected by the external low temperature. There was no hesitation. Apart from this one door, there were no other passages in this grand hall, and the low temperature posed no threat to Qin Hao. Stepping through the door, he found himself in an ice-blue corridor. At the end of the corridor was a dark blue double door, and the entire corridor was approximately a kilometer long. As he entered the corridor, a sound of bang echoed from behind. Looking back, he saw the door he came through had closed tightly. Qin Hao turned to try and open it, but the door that had been so easy to push open from the outside was now impossible to pull open here. Helpless Qin Hao had no choice but to abandon the futile effort and turn towards the other door at the end of the corridor. He walked cautiously, aware that in such an unfamiliar environment, unknown dangers could appear at any moment. Especially in such a peculiar setting, Qin Hao was uncertain what might happen next. As he advanced slowly, the temperature around him continued to drop as he approached the dark blue door. From an initial temperature of over 300 degrees, by the time he reached halfway down the corridor, the temperature had frighteningly dropped to nearly 500 degrees. At this point, even with the support of his inner heat, Qin Hao felt some sluggishness in his body. Looking up at the door still 500 meters away, Qin Hao frowned. The temperature here would probably deter even the average true immortal, he muttered to himself, yet he continued to walk steadily forward. 500 meters in other places would take merely a few breaths. However, here Qin Hao had walked for over 10 minutes, and had barely covered more than 200 meters. At this point, the surrounding temperature had plunged to over 600 degrees, and Qin Hao could clearly feel his body becoming rigid. Even a simple action required hundreds to thousands of times the effort to accomplish. Tap! In front of the dark blue door, over 50 meters away. Qin Hao stood there rigidly, one foot slightly raised, almost imperceptibly still. A few minutes later, that foot had been raised to about 10 centimeters off the ground, starting to slowly descend. At this point, each step Qin Hao took him about 10 minutes to complete, and he had to endure the constant sharp pain in his body, as if with every movement his body was about to split apart. If it weren't for the fact that there was no way to retreat, Qin Hao would have stopped long ago. But he couldn't. The path behind him was no longer an option. If he wanted to leave this place, he only had this one route ahead. Thus he had to walk to that dark blue door. A distance of just a few meters took Qin Hao 2 full days. During these 2 days, a large number of people had already gathered within the celestial tomb. The space of this celestial tomb was not very large, only about the size of half the Earth, so naturally the more people there were, the more likely they were to encounter each other. Normally this wouldn't be a problem, but here it was different. Qin Hao had the map of the outer perimeter of the celestial tomb, allowing him to move smoothly without obstruction. But the others did not have it. They faced many hardships along the way, encountering dangers from time to time, and naturally needed one or two to shield them from disasters. This led to the once quiet celestial tomb suddenly becoming bustling with activity. In these 2 days, some had noticed the existence of the Xuanwu Palace, but the icy passage only allowed one person to enter at a time. Since Qin Hao had not yet come out, others naturally could not enter. As a result, apart from some who stubbornly chose to remain in the Great Hall of the Xuanwu Palace to wait, most people opted to leave and seek other opportunities. At this moment, Qin Hao had finally approached the area within 50 meters of the dark blue door. While this distance was only a few meters away from before, the difference in difficulty was as vast as the sky and the earth. Standing in the passage with his feet one in front of the other, Qin Hao's ordinary quality clothes had long since vanished, exposing skin that faintly glowed with orange-red energy. However, in certain areas, deep, jagged cracks resembling a damaged road appeared, showing no trace of blood, only a dark red hue. His left leg, lagging behind, slowly moved forward. Qin Hao tried not to lift it too high, merely striving to inch forward. Bang! Suddenly a sound like glass shattering rang out. A chunk of flesh the size of half a palm detached from the thigh of Qin Hao's left leg, shattering into smaller pieces like glass. After several such disintegrations, it finally vanished without a trace. Qin Hao witnessed all this, but he had no choice but to grit his teeth and continue forward. With this step, his left leg had lost 3 chunks of flesh, making it appear extremely terrifying, and the skin had already taken on a faint gray hue. Finally, his left foot landed, aligning with his right foot. At that moment, the terrifying low temperature surrounding him suddenly dissipated. Qin Hao, whose body had become rigid, could not help but lurched forward and fell to the ground with a thud. Visibly, the gray skin gradually regained its natural hue, and the parts of the muscle that had been lost began to wriggle, growing new flesh that connected together. Qin Hao gasped heavily, disregarding his current disheveled appearance. He just wanted to lie there and take a good. After more than half an hour, Qin Hao finally got up from the ground and put on a new set of clothes. His injuries had healed, and the tense nerves had also relaxed. Qin Hao rubbed his face muscles, and then turned to look back at the death passage he had just traversed, letting out a sigh. There were still about 40 meters left, but the bone-chilling cold that had been present earlier was no longer there. The temperature now felt quite normal. Moving forward, Qin Hao quickly arrived in front of the dark blue door. Pausing before the door, he took a deep breath. Come on. He extended his hands, placing them on the door. Just as he was about to push it open with force, a massive stream of information suddenly surged into his mind. In an instant, Qin Hao's eyes rolled back, and his whole body twitched slightly. Just a moment later, his eyes regained their brightness, revealing a hint of surprise. Just then, the moment his hands made contact with the door, his first reward finally arrived. It was a celestial-level martial art called Ice Soul, which could lead directly to the celestial realm. Of course, while it was said to be so, it might not guarantee reaching the celestial realm, as it ultimately depends on one's own abilities. The martial art merely provides a path. Whether one can reach the end is another matter. Having obtained this martial art, Qin Hao could finally convert the innate true qi within him into innate true essence, and the Wan Jin Yuan liquid he had obtained from Baihu Palace could finally be put to use. However, it was clear that this place was not suitable for cultivation. He'll get the next reward and leave here, Qin Hao thought to himself. He reached out and pushed open the door before stepping inside. Inside the door was an ice blue room resembling an ice sculpture. In the center of the room, 3 ice pillars encased 3 treasures. Behind him, the dark blue door slammed shut. Qin Hao glanced back, but chose not to focus on it anymore. Instead, he carefully examined the 3 treasures before him. Within the left ice pillar was a radiant celestial sword. Encased in the middle ice pillar was a piece of ancient-style armor. And within the right ice pillar was a pair of ice blue gloves. At that moment, an ancient voice echoed throughout the room, deep and resonant. Congratulations, challenger. Your arrival here signifies that you possess enough strength to claim these 3 treasures. However, you may only choose one of these 3 treasures to take with you. As you can see, within the left ice pillar is a celestial sword ranked among the middle-grade earth artifacts, containing a matched sword technique called Li Yuan's sword, which can provide crucial insights for comprehending the metal path. And within the middle ice pillar is a set of lower-grade earth armor, purely defensive in nature, and it is a full-body armor. Finally, within this ice pillar is a pair of middle-grade earth artifact gloves, which harbor the essence of softness, capable of wielding soft power to fend off enemies. Now you may choose one of these 3. The ancient voice faded, and Qin Hao began to ponder seriously. The aged voice faded away, and Qin Hao began to ponder seriously. First of all, there was no need to choose that set of armor. The reason had already been stated. If he were to choose armor, he would not have waited until now. Secondly, although the magical gloves within the ice pillar on the right were decent, they still did not align with Qin Hao's preferences. They harnessed gentle power to fend off enemies, which was completely different from Qin Hao's combative style, which leaned more toward violent killing. He looked down upon such soft and gentle means of attack. Thus, the only option left was the celestial sword within the ice pillar on the left, which also contained a sword technique that could assist one in comprehending the metal path, making it essentially a two-for-one deal. Then I will choose the celestial sword, Qin Hao declared without hesitation after contemplating. In the next moment, the ice pillar encasing the celestial sword began to melt. Within just a short while, the solid ice had completely disappeared. The celestial sword, previously encased in ice, let out a crisp sword cry, and then whooshed as it flew right before Qin Hao. He reached out to grasp the hilt, examined it closely, and then stored it away. This celestial sword was currently unusable, as Qin Hao's cultivation was barely at the innate level, and he had not even transformed his innate true essence. To wield a mid-grade earth-tier magical artifact, one must have reached the Purple Mansion stage. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. In the central area of the celestial tomb, the celestial pillar stood tall. At this moment, several figures appeared at the base of the celestial pillar, each one looking up. They exchanged glances before rushing up the spiraling staircase surrounding the celestial pillar. The celestial pillar towered into the clouds, its peak deeply hidden within the mist, rendering it impossible to see the end. The exposed portion alone soared tens of thousands of feet high. Half a day later, another group of people arrived at the base of the celestial pillar, much like the first batch. They rushed toward the staircase as if competing for it. Get out of the way. A few figures were violently knocked away. Seizing the opportunity, the attacker rushed up the staircase at great speed. One after another, many people found their way to the celestial pillar. Some paused to observe, and upon seeing others rushing up the staircase despite their confusion, they mimicked those actions and rushed forward. On the 9th day of entering the celestial tomb, several figures arrived beneath the celestial pillar. I saw this pillar from afar, but I didn't expect it to be so grand up close. Qin Hao paused, raising his head to look at the stone pillar that pierced the clouds. The stone pillar before him was cylindrical, with a diameter of several hundred meters. The outer layer featured a spiraling staircase that led directly into the depths of the mist. With a sweeping glance, Qin Hao's eyes brightened as he stepped forward to a stone tablet. Celestial pillar, Qin Hao read aloud. The pillar reaches the heavens, leading directly to the Golden Glimmer Celestial Palace. Treasures of the Celestial Palace are for those who arrive first. After finishing, Qin Hao instinctively looked at the few people around him. In the next moment, including Qin Hao, several individuals rushed toward the staircase. Qin Hao unleashed his brute strength, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Then with a loud boom, he shot up into the sky, using that explosive power to leap several hundred meters, landing on the staircase above. The people below were left dumbfounded. He jumped so high, a few exclaimed. They had also considered doing something like what Qin Hao had just done, but they had previously tried to jump and found they could barely reach 2 or 3 dozen meters off the ground, which was utterly futile. Yet Qin Hao had jumped to a height of several hundred meters in one go, which was enough to elicit their astonishment. If this were outside, they wouldn't be surprised, even if someone jumped several thousand meters. But here in the celestial tomb, the entire area was shrouded by a void-ceiling formation, and the pressure increased the higher one went. To jump several hundred meters in one leap, it would likely take a nascent soul master. Could that person just now be a hidden nascent soul master? Upon thinking of this, the few who remained in place wiped the cold sweat from their brows. The mere thought of having competed with a nascent soul master made their hearts tremble with fear. Fortunately, that nascent soul master seemed eager to seize the treasure and had no intention of exterminating them. Qin Hao, of course, was unaware that his performance had been misinterpreted as that of a nascent soul master. Even if he had known, he would probably just have laughed it off. As he continued to leap upward, the formidable strength of his physical body gave Qin Hao a significant advantage in this celestial tomb over others. This was already quite evident. The celestial pillar, thousands of meters high under the mist, was reached by Qin Hao in just over 10 minutes. Upon reaching this point, Qin Hao dared not advance as he had before. The mist completely obscured his vision, making it impossible to see even a few meters ahead, let alone hundreds of meters away. He ran diligently up the staircase, while also remaining vigilant for any changes that might occur around him at any moment. The further up he went, the stronger the pressure from above became, causing Qin Hao's speed to diminish repeatedly. Several hours later. It's been so long since entering the misty area, yet I still haven't reached the top. He looked up only to see a vast expanse of white. Qin Hao couldn't help but shake his head. This must be at least 100,000 meters high from the ground. This celestial tomb is surprisingly tall. In simple terms, such a celestial tomb is just a small space, formed by the universe, created through the collision and friction of space. Some powerful beings can also open up worlds with their own strength, but those strong enough to create worlds with their own power would naturally not create such a small world. This celestial tomb before him is likely a small world that the Golden Glimmer celestial being stumbled upon, not very large in scope, but its height is astonishing. Naturally formed small worlds like this often have bizarre shapes. For example, the edges of some small worlds might be serrated, or the ground of the entire world may present a V shape, and so on. The small world that the Golden Glimmer celestial being used as a tomb is evidently rectangular in shape, and indeed very long. While Qin Hao hurried through the mist thousands of miles away, at the top of the celestial pillar, a massive white cloud supported a resplendent golden celestial palace floating in the air. In the plaza before the celestial palace, a dozen figures were scattered around. Before them stood an elderly fox demon with a fox head, a hunched back, and leaning on a black wooden cane, smiling at them. After so many years, you have finally arrived. In the celestial palace square, the aged fox demon squinted, scanning the dozen or so people present one by one. Not bad, not bad. Each one of you is a nascent soul practitioner. It seems that Jean Liu's treasure is quite appealing. May I ask who you are, senior? A nascent soul practitioner stepped forward respectfully. The dozen nascent soul practitioners felt almost breathless in front of the old fox demon. Without a doubt, this seemingly aged fox demon had likely long since surpassed the level of returning void earth immortal. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so overwhelmed. Me? The old fox demon laughed heartily. I'm just someone here to guard the place. Aren't you all here for Jean Liu's treasure? The dozen nascent soul practitioners nodded rapidly. The old fox demon, still smiling, said, "Although I'd love to hand those treasures over directly, that brat Jean Lu forced me to take a poisonous oath before he died, so you all will have to rely on your own abilities to obtain them." "Excuse me, Senior, are those treasures within this celestial palace?" Upon hearing this, the dozen nascent soul practitioners looked at the old fox demon with a nervous expression. "Ha ha ha, no rush, no rush. Wait a bit longer until everyone has arrived, and I'll tell you all at once to avoid repeating myself," the old fox demon said with a smile. Since he had said so, the nascent soul practitioners present dared not voice any objections. They knew that this old fox demon was a returning void earth immortal. Even if they had 2 lives, they wouldn't dare to contradict him. As they waited, more and more people gathered in the square. From the initial dozen, it quickly grew to over 100, almost all of whom were nascent soul practitioners, with very few being manifestation realms. "How long are we going to wait?" "How would I know? Why don't you ask yourself? Be patient, it should be soon." Yes, being patient is better. The 100 or so people in the square gathered in small groups, discussing among themselves, yet no one dared to approach the old fox demon to inquire when the treasure hunt would begin. After a full 6 hours, the number of people in the square had approached 1,000. Aside from the hundreds of nascent soul practitioners present, there was also a large group of manifestation realms and a few purple mansion cultivators. Those who could come here were generally notable figures. Particularly the small number of about 10 purple mansion cultivators stood out among the crowd. Being able to ascend the celestial pillar indirectly proved that they had the capability to challenge ordinary manifestation realms. It should be noted that under normal circumstances, only manifestation realms could reach the top of the celestial pillar. The fact that purple mansion cultivators could ascend it clearly demonstrated this point. With 1,000 people gathered in the square, it was fortunate that the square was large enough, otherwise it truly wouldn't be able to accommodate so many. At the edge of the square, a white jade staircase extended downwards and several figures ascended into the clouds, arriving at the square. As soon as they came up, upon seeing so many people gathered, they all showed expressions of surprise. At that moment, another figure appeared below the white jade staircase. The figure climbed the staircase, quickly stepping into the square. "Oh, are there so many people already?" Qin Hao ascended into the clouds, and upon seeing the crowd, couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The people on the square almost all focused their gaze on the entrance of the white jade staircase. Upon seeing a few more people come up, many couldn't help but frown. And Qin Hao, who arrived a bit later, attracted the attention of the majority. "Isn't that the madman?" someone mumbled quietly. Among those present, many recognized Qin Hao primarily due to his remarkable performance in the earlier battle on the grasslands. Anyone who had been there would find it hard not to recognize him. At that moment, Qin Hao also spotted a few familiar faces in the crowd who were smiling and waving at him. Qin Hao smiled slightly and quickly walked over. "I knew you would come." As soon as Lu Xiaofeng approached, he laughed heartily and put his arm around Qin Hao's neck, then gestured towards Yang Gua. "Yang Si, I wasn't wrong, was I?" Yang Gua smiled and nodded at Qin Hao, ignoring Lu Xiaofeng's teasing. Finding it uninteresting, Lu Xiaofeng shrugged and began chatting with Qin Hao. After listening for a while, Qin Hao had a rough understanding of the situation. He couldn't help but glance towards the old fox demon who stood alone at the front. A returning void earth immortal. Why does he seem so ordinary? Qin Hao observed, thinking to himself. Seemingly sensing Qin Hao's gaze, the old fox demon, who had his eyes closed in feigned slumber, suddenly opened his eyes and looked over. Oh, to think a primordial being would appear here. The old fox demon was taken aback. His eyes, which had been nearly squinted shut, suddenly widened, and a flash of golden divine light sparkled in his gaze. After a moment, the old fox demon squinted his eyes again, subtly nodding. Not bad, not bad. This human lad is indeed unique. Without practicing the divine demon body refinement technique, he has nonetheless achieved such a level with his flesh. It was truly strange and astonishing. The surprise in his heart flickered away, and then the old fox demon became inexplicably excited. I initially wanted to wait for more people to come before determining if I could find a good seedling, but now there's no need to wait. With that thought, the old fox demon suddenly cleared his throat, and this small cough immediately attracted the attention of the 1,000 people present. Everyone, the time has come. We will not wait for those who have yet to arrive, the old fox demon announced. Instantly, everyone present brightened, and those who had just ascended into the clouds were even more excited, exclaiming, "Lucky." Boom! The old fox demon's staff struck heavily on the ground, causing a white mist to rise around the square, enveloping the entire celestial palace behind it. Below the white jade staircase, a few figures had just arrived, and upon seeing this immediately quickened. Who would have thought that the seemingly unremarkable mist would transform into an impenetrable barrier? A few people rushed up only to crash into the mist, and the immense force sent them flying. Immediately loud cries of agony rang out in the air. The people in the square turned to look, and through the thin mist, they seemed to see several black dots growing smaller. Gulp! Many people instinctively swallowed hard. After falling from such a height, these individuals would likely end up dead or severely injured. All right, now that everyone is here, follow me, the old fox demon said, turning around and walking slowly toward the celestial palace behind him. A large crowd hurriedly followed behind. Among the crowd, Qin Hao looked at the old man's frail figure ahead with a hint of confusion in his eyes. He couldn't shake the feeling that the old man had just been staring at him with an oddly intense gaze. It must be my imagination, Qin Hao thought to himself. At that moment, Dongfang gently nudged him and said, "Hey, why are you dazed? Let's go." Qin Hao nodded, deciding not to dwell on it, and followed the others. The old fox demon walked quite slowly, and although those following him felt anxious, they dared not voice their concerns. After about 10 minutes, the old fox demon finally stopped in front of a pond. Turning around, he looked at the crowd with narrowed eyes, smiling as he said, "All right, I know you are all anxious, so I won't waste time with unnecessary talk." Everyone nodded quietly. Pointing to the pond behind him with his cane, the old fox demon said, "This pond here is the first test set by that rascal Jin Liu. Its main purpose is to assess your individual qualifications. Anyone who fails to meet the standard will be eliminated." Upon hearing this, some people in the crowd visibly changed their expressions. Clearly, their qualifications were not particularly outstanding. To reach the level of a true person of all phenomena, one's qualifications could not be described as poor, they could only be regarded as unremarkable. Now, one by one, go ahead and enter the pond. Once you pass, just stay on the opposite shore. The old fox demon pointed to the white jade steps on the opposite side of the pond, and lazily said, "Hurry up, I'm getting sleepy." The crowd couldn't help but feel amused. How could a returning virtual immortal like you be sleepy? While ignoring the old fox demon's joke, the crowd focused intently on the pond, yet no one made a move. The old fox demon cast a glance, sneering internally, and chose not to say more, closing his eyes to feign sleep. After waiting for about a quarter of an hour, someone finally stepped forward. "Respected seniors, since this is the case, let the younger generation go first." The person who stepped forward was a Zifu cultivator, humble in demeanor, but with a confident gaze. Clearly, with the cultivation level of a Zifu cultivator, being able to reach the cloud peak indirectly indicated that his qualifications were indeed exceptional. Sure enough, as he entered the pond, the entire pond radiated a milky white light, soft and not blinding. Following that, the milky white light formed an illusory mountain range above the pond, with a milky white divine dragon appearing intermittently among the mountains. "Oh, the divine dragon appears. Qualifications are excellent." The old fox demon suddenly opened his eyes and said with a smile. The Zifu cultivator nodded in satisfaction and quickly walked out of the pond, being the first to step onto the opposite shore. He respectfully bowed to the old fox demon before standing aside. Seeing the first person pass so easily, others seemed to lower their concerns. One after another, the second and third also began their tests. Coincidentally, the first ones to go were all Zifu cultivators, and none of the true persons of all phenomena or nascent soul cultivators seemed inclined to go first. After more than a dozen Zifu cultivators passed, Qin Hao also stepped forward, walking towards the pond. Among the previous Zifu cultivators, the one with the best qualifications had manifested 2 divine dragons. Although the second was somewhat vague, it still surpassed the others significantly. And they all passed the test, clearly meeting the standards set by the immortal Jin Liu. As Qin Hao stepped into the pond, he felt a bit nervous. On the opposite shore, the old fox demon had also fixed his gaze on Qin Hao, his expression strange. "This kid has only innate cultivation. Ooh, I wonder how his qualifications are." The old fox demon felt a twinge of worry. If he knew that Qin Hao had hardly practiced seriously, and that the martial arts he had trained in were from an ordinary martial arts world, he probably wouldn't be so anxious. As he stepped into the pond, his legs nearly submerged in the water. At that moment, almost everyone's gaze was focused on Qin Hao. Visibly, a milky white light rose from the surface of the pond, condensing to reveal a majestic mountain range that appeared as real as the material world. In the next moment, everyone seemed to hear the sound of a dragon's roar, followed by the sight of a milky white divine dragon soaring from the back of a mountain peak, its form solid and its scales clearly visible. Another divine dragon appears, and it looks so real. This guy must have passed. Someone in the As the last Zifu cultivator to be tested, Qin Hao's success meant that all Zifu cultivators passed, which was a good omen, but it left the true persons of all phenomena feeling somewhat apprehensive. What if they failed? How embarrassing would that be? As many doubted themselves and let their imaginations run wild, another divine dragon soared from the milky, white mountain range. The second divine dragon, and it looked so real. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Even the dozen or so Zifu cultivators who had already passed the test showed expressions of surprise. The previously top-ranked Zifu cultivator wore a grim expression. Qin Hao, however, ignored this, simply watching the changes in the pond with curious eyes. After the second divine dragon, a resounding dragon roar followed, and the third divine dragon appeared. Upon seeing the third divine dragon, many in the crowd began to regard Qin Hao differently. Although they did not know what the appearance of three divine dragons represented, the previous best performer had only manifested two, and the second dragon was quite vague. Thus it was clear that Qin Hao's qualifications were extraordinary. The old fox demon, who was the only one aware of this, maintained a calm exterior, but inside a storm was brewing. The dragon's roar actually made the divine dragon emit such a sound. What incredible qualifications! The old fox demon couldn't calm down for a long time. If he remembered correctly, such a scene had only occurred once in their era, and the one who made the divine dragon roar was the only person so far to break the shackles of this world. Their world had been abandoned by the immortals. There would be no tribulations here. These cultivators were doomed to be trapped at the level of returning to the virtual immortal throughout their lives. Take the old fox demon for instance. He had already been a returning virtual immortal for 2700 years, yet even after all this time, he remained at the same level. Despite his understanding of the Tao far exceeding what it was 2700 years ago, his cultivation remained stagnant at the pinnacle of returning to the virtual immortal, making no progress. If it weren't for his special race and long lifespan, he would have long turned into a pile of bones forgotten by the world. And today he unexpectedly witnessed a person resembling that being from years ago. Although this human was still quite weak, the old fox demon did not dare to underestimate him. With such extraordinary qualifications, he might very well break the shackles of this world and escape